What's up, everybody? Happy Wednesday. Junkies with you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 right here in the DMV. If you're in Richmond, you can listen to us on 910 The Fan or 105.1 FM. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're brought to you by Crop Metcalf, the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies, looking to be their next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber. Just visit cropmetcalf.com and you can join their team. We thank you for tuning in this Wednesday morning, November 26th. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Johnny Cake Sawville.
My bags are popping on the stream. I need to click off this page.
And Eric Bickles here.
Good morning.
Yeah, you can check out the stream. You can check out Monumental. We are available on YouTube.
We're everywhere. We're all over the place.
We are everywhere.
Yep. Kind of the deal.
I joked with Ivy yesterday, who is the big boss here.
She's both.
I don't know her job title, general manager. I don't know what it is.
But her title to me is boss.
Yes.
She's a boss lady.
And she made a comment, and I said, why couldn't you have gotten us on TV when we were actually good looking and young?
I don't know if that ever really existed.
Well, relative
time,
cakes. Relative cakes.
Yeah, I hear you. I understand. I get it.
We're most available visually when we're at our worst.
In our mid-50s.
It is what it is. Hey, we got a packed show today. Packed.
Is Jason
before
here today?
Thanksgiving? Jason would love the show.
I saw the guests lined up on
bunch
the
of coaches. We've got Spencer Carberry, coach of the Caps. He'll join us at 7.
We've
got Brian Keefe.
On a bit of a heater right now, just so you know.
Brian Keefe, coach of the Wizards. They're in the heater, too. They just snapped the losing streak, got their first win in a month.
Why are you sleeping? They won their first, I believe, NBA Cup game ever. So
yes.
Good for them.
So they got to win.
Whatever the NBA Cup is, I'm sure on Funny Ben knows.
You know what it is.
I
it's
know,
just a goofy thing.
It's a dumb in-season tournament. I know what it is. I'm being facetious.
CJ McCollum, our guy,
yes.
46 points.
Still waiting on my wine from CJ McCollum.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
So we've got Coach Keefe at 8:45. We've got Coach Loxley at 9 o'clock. Plus we have Dave Richard. He'll join us at 8 o'clock to talk fantasy. And we got Baldy at 7:20. So we're packed.
I know Matt from Pasadena definitely has a running back question for one Dave Richard. So there are a lot of questions. It's week 13, people. Hello, week 13 is here in the NFL.
So we got a lot going on as we get ready for Thanksgiving. Are you guys ready? I went to Costco yesterday.
Yeah. I considered going to Costco yesterday, then my son and I thought better of it.
I thought 3 o'clock would be okay.
Yeah.
Usually when I go at 3 o'clock, I go to the one in Gaithersburg. Usually it's not crowded.
Well, it's usually not Thanksgiving week as well.
Yeah, it was a show.
I mean,
it was a show. I just went there to get some pies.
Right.
Their pumpkin pie deal is amazing. I think it was $5. It's
pie is
huge.
this big. It's the biggest thing ever.
I was reading the other day about Costco's pies because they're $5. They're enormous, and everyone gets them.
Well, let's make it clear: the pumpkin pie $5, the pecan pie, which I got $14.
Oh. Well, I think in pumpkin pies alone, I think they sell 6 million.
I saw that too. That number blew me away.
6 million.
Look, how many Costco's are there in the United States? Hundreds. There have to be. And I mean, who doesn't love a pumpkin pie for Thanksgiving? During Thanksgiving week.
And it's only $5. And it's only $5.
Yeah, it's super cheap.
I mean, I'm sure I've had a Costco pumpkin pie and not even realize it. It's pretty good. It's not like soggy crust or anything. Like
I don't think so. I think it's a quality product.
I prefer homemade, but it's fine.
It's decent.
It gets the job done.
Okay.
You could do a lot worse, obviously.
I'm sure I've had it and not realized it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the size of the moon.
So it's a really big one.
Oh my God. It's a sewer lid.
That and their chicken pot pies that they have for sale like throughout the year they're monstrous.
I've never gotten one.
They're so big.
Really?
I think they're the same size.
Really?
Now, I don't know if you're going to get the
not
chicken
for $5.
Where do they set them up?
But they're just over by the prepared food section.
So Dee had me going on a run
across from the butcher.
She had me going on a run to Safeway, just standard, make stuff for Thanksgiving. So I didn't go to Costco, I just went to Safeway. I had to get like 8 broccoli crowns and all the. And then I said, you know what? She said, get whatever you want for dinner. I don't have time to make dinner for you. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to do what a guy would do. I'm going to get something I put in the microwave, right? So I get like a, remember the Atkins diet? Like,
sure.
So I'm going to get one of those. They have like a cheesy risotto bowl I like, $5, whatever, it's fine. TV dinners that we used to get when we were kids. My mom used to serve us TV dinners in a pinch, right? They're like $6 $7.
Of course, man.
Like I said, I was like, I said, I haven't had a Salisbury steak pie since I was a kid. I'm gonna get one. I'm gonna get a Salisbury steak with the creamy mashed potatoes and the terrible mac and cheese.
Had to be terrible.
That sounds great to me, like a Hungry Jack. It was like $7.50. I was like,
Hungry man.
Aren't those things like $2?
That's crazy, man. That
My
is
mom-
obscene.
My mom used to get, I can't remember the name of the brand, but it was a chicken fettuccine, or
Okay.
it was the bomb
Yeah.
with the little broccoli. I remember.
Was it like Michelle's or something? Was it a
I
green
I
box?
thought it had Stella in front of it. Is there like a Stella Doro? I don't remember the
Oh,
brand.
those are breadsticks. Those are like generally like bakery items.
Yeah,
But
I'm probably conflating the brand. I just
know, I know
remember
what you're talking
it
about.
was really, really good.
Yeah, pretty good.
Stouffer's made a silly mac and cheese and broccoli.
Oh, you were living good if you had Stouffer's French bread pizza.
Oh yeah,
From
that
back
was,
in the
that was
day.
way more expensive than the
Oh,
Elio's pizza
so
that we used to
good.
get.
That was premium eating back in the day.
Is anybody buying Elio's pizza anymore?
You know
Does
what?
that still
They
exist?
still
It still
have
exists.
them.
You know what?
It's a small section.
I don't buy it very often. I've bought it, within the last 5 years. It's strangely good.
Really?
Even though it's cheap pizza. It's like you
Just
just
you grew up on it.
you know what it is. You know what you're in for. If you crisp it up the right way, it's actually pretty good. It's not bad.
My daughter is somewhat similar to Dylan in that she is a picky eater. There's no question about it. She won't even eat. She won't eat a sandwich.
Yeah.
She doesn't like the way food smells.
Yeah.
There's only certain things she'll eat. But she will eat like frozen pizzas.
Okay.
So we always pick up frozen pizzas.
Mhm.
And I have to say, if you get the right one
Yeah.
and you crisp it enough,
Sure.
it's good.
It's hard.
Yes,
It's not like, I'm not saying it's like an elite pizza.
Yeah.
But it's kind of delicious.
By the way, this will not surprise JP, but my daughter ran into Dylan Flame on the campus at University of Maryland this past weekend.
Oh, nice.
On the way back to the car, where she ran into him. Definitely not a surprise. In line at Chick-fil-A. Because Dylan Flame basically only eats like chicken tendies.
Hey, I was telling
Well, he eats plenty of frozen pizza too.
that
Yeah.
too.
I was telling Mar my hot mac and cheese take for
Yeah.
Thanksgiving before the
Let
show
me hear
started.
it. I'd love to hear it.
I think mac and cheese is one of the most overrated sides you can have for Thanksgiving.
Oh, I
Because-
vehemently disagree.
Because there's only so much room on the plate.
yeah.
And mac and cheese is not just a side, but it can be a meal that you have throughout the year.
Right.
It's not just Thanksgiving dependent. There's so many other sides that you really only get on Thanksgiving with only so much room in your tummy
Okay,
and so
that-
much room on the plate.
I mean, it's a valid point, I guess.
Like-
but I mean,
like
a lot of
sweet-
people enjoy
like
mac and cheese.
when do you ever have green bean casserole or
Never.
rocky
or
casserole?
stuffing? I mean, why do we
Stuffing.
Why do we sleep on stuffing all year round?
sweet potato sweet potato casserole. You don't really have it throughout the year.
But
Mac
here's-
and cheese, you have it with
Here's
you have
where
it
I would push
with
back.
barbecue and everything.
Yeah,
put
it shouldn't be a priority on your
The
plate.
pushback is that mac and cheese is just an overall elite side, way better than a sweet potato casserole.
Well, I'm not saying
Generally
I'm
better
not
than
saying
green bean
I'm not
casserole.
saying mac and cheese isn't delicious.
Yeah.
I'm just saying you can have it any
You're
season
just saying
throughout
it's
the
not
year.
special.
It's
Well, wait a
not
second.
mac and cheese, not special.
Okay. All
Is
right.
a sweet potato casserole what my Dina's cousin makes where pretty sure it's sweet potatoes
Yeah.
and it's covered with marshmallows?
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's the best thing on Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
the best thing on
everybody's
Thanksgiving.
gonna
Oh, well,
differ
your
on
sweet
their
tooth, your
favorite
sweet tooth gets so
sides.
size.
Oh, dude, you don't understand. That baked marshmallow on top, and I don't know, let's put some sort of brown sugar in there or something.
yeah.
It is unreal.
Meanwhile, in the background, your dentist is going, "No,
Yeah, it's way
Don't
beyond
eat
that.
that."
Cavities are doing push-ups.
No,
I have a theory.
that is by far the best dish.
I have a theory of why Valdez hates mac and cheese on
All right,
Thanksgiving.
all right,
I
let's
think it's
hear it.
because maybe his mom, Mrs. Myers, makes a silly plate of mac and cheese,
And everything
and
else
it
pales.
overshines his green bean casserole and sweet potato casserole.
Maybe.
And he doesn't like that.
It's a very good theory.
Could
I
be.
kind of like it.
Could be.
No,
Could be onto something.
this is the day for the unsung hero.
Okay.
side.
All right.
Mac and cheese already gets its flowers throughout the year.
Well,
Okay,
my wife
that's-
does two things
Make a
that,
valid point.
that are kind of staples. We do. I've told you before. I brought it in, I think, before, right? Our pizza dip. Did I ever bring in the pizza dip?
Yes,
Did you guys like it? I can't remember. You guys were like, eh. You guys were eh.
I liked it.
It's kind of like a very special thing that we do.
I mean, it's
And-
pizza and it's dip. What's not to like there?
And then we do a crab dip. I mean, who doesn't like that? I mean,
those are the two premium dips.
And then we have a cousin that always does pigs in a blanket. And
I
I
mean,
mean,
who doesn't love those?
Who don't like that?
I mean,
by the
those are
time
amazing.
The main course is laid out.
I mean,
I'm full.
Pigs in
Yeah.
a blanket are 15 out of 10.
Pigs in a blanket, crab dip, pizza dip, A beer, it's
I mean,
over.
you dip a pig in a blanket and some spicy mustard
Yeah.
and
Oh,
wash
yeah.
it down
Oh,
with a beer. That's
course.
elite Thanksgiving appetizer.
Right.
Yeah, when did Thanksgiving apps become the norm?
They're huge in our
I know,
family.
but usually it was just okay.
The
We're
dinner?
having dinner at 3:00.
maybe when you have a larger group of people,
Yeah, when it's a
then you have
whole
to
day
occupy
hangout.
them, right? So you're going over there at 3:00. You're there for 4 hours. All you're doing is serving food and drink, right?
When it's a whole day hangout, you need stuff to nibble on.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Need something throughout
So
the
you
day.
see, you get there, and
Because you
then,
don't just sit there. You don't just walk in the door and then sit down right at the table. Like there's
No.
generally like a hangout
yeah, you hang
time
out and they start
prior to
serving the apps.
dinner.
Yeah, there's football. There's
Yeah,
3
and
games.
and there's drinks and football and
Whoever came up with that third game was a genius, by the way. I was like,
Amazing.
and then Black Friday game.
yeah, I mean,
They're
it's-
like, here's what we're gonna do.
yeah,
We're just gonna dominate the weekend.
right, we're gonna add more football onto an already great
all right. I know
holiday.
it sounds crazy to you guys, but other than the Lions are playing, I haven't looked at the slate. So give me the slate.
Well, you
The
know,
I haven't
Cowboys
looked at the
game's
slate.
the big
Cowboys.
one.
You know, Cowboys always host a game. You're
Okay,
aware,
sure.
You're aware of that.
Sure. So
They
Cowboys
host the
who?
Chiefs.
Okay. All right.
That's
a
your
good one.
middle day game.
What's the first game? What's the
First game is always Lions hosting. They host the Packers.
That's also a very good game.
Kind of sick of that, but okay. Go ahead.
All right, then your nightcap is Valdez's Ravens will be entertaining the Bengals. Joe Burrow coming back,
I enjoy that.
and
I'll
then
enjoy
you're
that.
gonna wake up on Friday.
Yeah.
You're not gonna go Black Friday shopping.
No.
I don't know what you're gonna do. You'll probably hit balls or whatever. And then at 3
Yeah.
o'clock, there's the Bears going to the Eagles for a Black Friday
A
tilt.
lot of drama in that game too. Are the Bears legit? Can the Eagles bounce back?
The
a lot of
the only
storylines.
day the NFL punted was Saturday.
Yeah,
they
they give-
said, you know, college football, you guys can have your piddly Saturday. And
Exactly.
we're back Sunday.
Uh-huh.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to be talking all about it throughout the show. When we come back, though, we'll hit the skins, give you the latest on the Commanders. You can always text us on our Main Street Bank text line. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank, a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. We're the Junkies on the Fan.
Got a question for you. Do you have an old 401k sitting with a previous employer? Be honest. A lot of us do. And here's the problem. Letting that money sit there could actually be costing you more than you think. At Trajan Wealth, that's TRAJAN Wealth.com, their fiduciary advisors can help you take control of those funds and get your money working for you again. Founder and CEO Jeff Jr. started Trajan Wealth as an independent firm so their advisors can focus on your needs, not someone else's agenda. They'll review your retirement accounts, explain your best options, and show you how to make those old funds a powerful part of your overall financial strategy. Whether it's consolidating accounts, reducing fees, or maximizing growth potential, Trajan Wealth gives you the tools to take charge of your financial future. Don't leave your hard-earned money on the sidelines. Call Trajan Wealth today. The number is 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600, or visit TRAJANwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
All right, let's hit the skins. Cooked up by our friends at Oseyo Korean Barbecue in the Lansdowne Town Center. Authentic Korean flavors, bold marinades, and premium cuts grilled right at your table. It's a dining experience. It's as fun as it is delicious. Perfect for date night or dinner with the family. Oseyo means come on in.
All right, boys. Jaden Daniels, Coach Quinn, and a couple other guys. It looked like they were over at Northwest Stadium, formerly known as FedEx Field Cakes.
Yes.
And they were passing out turkeys, it looked like.
Yeah, I think they passed out like 2,500 meals for Prince George's County families. Very
Yeah.
nice of them.
They looked like they were in a good mood.
Yeah.
They were getting their pictures taken. Of course, the media was there. And we got to hear a little bit from Jaden, a little bit from Coach Q, etc. Valdez, you have a clip of, I think this is when Scott Abraham is asking Jaden something. So here you go.
I guess the big question everybody wants to know is, how's the elbow and what's the challenge been of kind of rehabbing and getting back to maybe on the field?
I would say first and foremost, I'm happy to be out here. Jaden Daniels Foundation, partner with the Commanders, to give some good back for the holidays. Make sure people have meals on Thanksgiving. And then to answer your question, day-by-day process, just kind of just getting back in the rhythm of things, the flow of things.
Why is it important for you to get back out there? Because I don't know if you've been paying attention. There's a lot of fans out there, Jaden, that are concerned that maybe you go back out there and get hurt again.
I got to go out there and play football. If I'm back out there, I'm healthy and I'm ready to go. I want to be out there.
Jaden, ultimately, who makes that decision if you go out there and play?
It's a collective. It's my team. It's going to be the medical staff, the team, and it's no really discussions of anything right now. It's more so just getting back healthy, feeling back good. If I'm out there, man, I'm gonna give it my all. So it's gonna be important. I mean, as a football player, you want to go back there and play, and a competitor, and that's who I am. So if I have the opportunity to go back there and play, but right now I'm really just taking it day by day and week by week.
I think he's saying the right things. You want him to be a competitor, and I think you want him back on the field.
100%.
You want to see him get a
He's
little
not just
rhythm.
saying it, he believes it.
Hopefully carry
Yeah.
over for next season.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to play. His teammates are playing. He wants to play.
Right.
He's a young player, still making his way in the league. Had a phenomenal rookie year. Second year's been a bit of a disaster just in terms of being able to stay healthy. The team's falling apart. He wants to get out there and reestablish himself, get into a rhythm, and be with his boys.
If he's cleared and healthy, he should 1,000% be playing. Whenever that day is, it's probably not this weekend against the Broncos, whether it's next week against the Vikings, whenever it is, he should be
He
playing.
needs to get out there.
I did put it up as our Junkies poll of the day, sponsored by Surfside. Use the code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com, and you're going to get 25% off select merchandise. That's tees, hat, hoodies, and more. I wear my Surfside hoodie all the time. Use the code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com. It's a simple question. Once he's medically cleared, do you want to see him return to the field?
Now, Valdez has a theory that, Joe Burrow's kind of in a similar situation. He's actually missed more times, been in the league longer, but he's had a few more catastrophic type injuries than Jaden.
I just think that with Peters and Quinn, they talk about this brotherhood and culture reset that the organization needs to do and change their frame of mind. I think there needs to be a similar one with the fan base. So there is definitely a subsection of the fan base that wants to bubble wrap Jaden and put him on the shelf for the rest of the year. And because the games are meaningless, there's no real chance of making the playoffs. And it's just why risk Jaden? Why endanger the future of your franchise by playing meaningless games? And it's just.
And you're saying they don't ask that of Burrow.
I'm just saying, Joe Burrow had toe surgery, is coming back to play Thanksgiving. The team not performing well, even though they are 3 games out of the division.
They've got a shot in the division. I just looked at their schedule. They play the Ravens twice in the next 3 weeks.
Yeah, well,
right?
don't the Commanders have a shot at the playoffs?
They do. It's very
Far less
sure.
likely.
I'm just saying that they have a shot as
in
well.
their division, you've got the Eagles who have 8 wins. All right. In the division where the Bengals are, the Ravens lead the division with 6 wins. I think it's a lot different.
I don't think it's as different as you think, but I think that it's just there needs to be a fan reset. that
It'll never happen.
that you just you just go out there and you play and whatever happens happens.
It'll
You can't.
never happen. The
It's like keeping your child indoors because you're so scared
Mhm.
of him or her playing on the playground and breaking their arm.
yeah,
Or
it'll
you're
never
so
happen.
or you lock your teenager in the basement because you don't want him or her going out there making bad decisions,
Right.
at a party.
Right.
Like it's the same kind of mentality.
I think it's a minority.
If it happens,
of
it
fans.
happens.
I think
and
it's
you
a
deal with
minority
it.
of fans,
Subset.
but maybe it's 10 or 20%. But there's definitely a subgroup of fans that want to just bubble wrap them and they're scared. And JP's point, we talked about it off air, is very true. That they're burned from the Robert thing. They just have that etched in their brains. They just have to get over it.
It's PTSD.
Yeah, it's a little bit of PTSD, and the other part of it is we just have a lot of loser fans, literally losers who like losing and want to pick a top 5
Well,
pick
this
all
is
the time.
this is
They just
also
love losing.
this is part
They
of
think they're
the
analytics geniuses.
of the brain rewiring. That's what's going on. Like it's not happening, and like Joe Burrow is definitely, I think, more injury prone than Jaden Daniels, and the season is as close to being lost
Mhm.
as the Commanders, I feel like. And it's not, the organization isn't thinking about it. Joe's not thinking about it. The fans, I don't think, are in Cincinnati want to bubble wrap Joe Burrow and get ready for next season.
There has been some discussion. There has. Look, Burrow has missed in 4 of his 6 seasons, he's missed games. And there's 6 games left. They have a 1% chance of making the playoffs at 3-8. Now, he had to answer the same type of questions. He said he didn't consider sitting out games, but there was some discussion. It may not be as loud as it is here. I think EB's right. There's kind of this loser mentality. And I think it might actually be bleeding over from the other franchises because we're all used to all these franchises tanking and rebuilding. Nationals they seem to be in a forever rebuild.
Nobody loves
The Wizards are tanking. So it's like, oh, yeah, we can get a better draft pick. Let's do it.
Nobody loves losing more than DC fans. They love losing. They love to jump on it and start thinking about the draft. We just love to be a loser.
I do think that there is a minor vocal fan set that are happy being unhappy. I think there's something to that.
They just love misery.
Sort of. It's just they're used to it.
Now, this is early voting, but 92.3% right now say that they want to see Jaden Daniels back on the field.
Right.
So it's a minority. You can vote at Junks Radio. Do you want to see him back on the field once he's medically cleared? He's been medically cleared to practice, non-contact. We kind of expect him to be good to go after this Broncos game. Don't we all kind of expect that?
Seems to be the vibe.
I personally
but
think he could play this week.
I think he could.
The elbows snapped back into place.
If this was a playoff game, would he be playing?
I think.
I think if they were in the hunt for a real playoff spot, he would probably be playing.
Yeah.
But the fact that it's such a long shot, they're probably just going to be extra cautious and try to bring him back
a little
next
extra
week.
cautious. That's fine.
And as far as the big picture, I don't know if he's less injury prone than Joe Burrow. He's had 4 injuries in the last 2 seasons. What I will say is these last 5 games, they will either allay fears or create a lot more fear. If he ends up getting hurt again, people are going to be terrified about next season. We already went through this a couple weeks ago where we kind of went around the room and gave our over-under on expected games for Jaden. There wasn't anybody who said 17.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say 17 for anybody, even if there have been guys that played 17 for the last 3 years in a row.
I'd say 17 for a lot of the starters in the NFL.
I don't think I would.
I'd say 17 for Mahomes, for Stafford, for Josh Allen. I mean, there's a lot of guys I'd say 17 for.
Stafford I'd be dicey with because he's getting up there in years, but generally some of those other names tend to play most of the games.
They tend to play, but you just can't predict. I would have bet Cherry was going to play all 17. It's just, I think it's hard. It's hard to predict on some of that stuff.
In my opinion, it's good to hear Jaden talk that way. And that's the way that people should think. No,
that's exactly how
he's a competitor.
He wants to play.
He wants to be out there with his boys.
Of course.
And by the way, he needs the reps. I don't really think people. I mean, he's not a finished product. He needs the reps. He needs to continue to grow and develop. I think he's a superstar, but he's got to grow and develop and stay out there. You can't just pick and choose your spots. It's crazy. He's got to get out there and play. He's our guy. We're sinking or swimming with him.
He's played in 6 games this year.
Yeah, he's got to play.
And
You
the
want your
draft-
quarterback to play more than that.
And the draft pick thing, they're going to get a high draft pick no matter what. Like, what, are you really that worried about it being the 5th, 7th, or 10th pick?
Yeah.
And there's a good chance that Adam Peters trades that pick down to try to get some draft picks back. So anybody who's desperate for a top 10 pick, they might not be picking in the top 10 anyway, regardless of their record, if Peters wheels and deals and tries to get extra draft capital back.
Mhm.
Better compensation for a 5th than you would
Right.
a 10th.
True.
But still, it's just wherever you draft, you don't think about what you're going to draft until you get your pick.
And I don't
Maybe
think,
the last game. Maybe if you're 3-13 or something, the last game it's just like totally meaningless. Okay, you want to sit the guy or play him barely or play all the bums.
sometimes it does matter, because wasn't it like, I think it came down to the Jets like beating the Commanders, or the Jets winning a
Mhm.
late game that gave the Commanders the ability to draft Jaden Daniels to
Yeah.
have the 2nd overall pick.
Right.
Like,
But
sometimes it matters.
Or
it
also
could
they
have an
want
impact for sure, but
yeah,
I wouldn't,
they want
I
a
wouldn't even
meaningless
consider
game.
it until the last
I
game.
think they won a meaningless game that made them select Chase Young over Joe Burrow years ago.
Okay.
It can come
But-
down to the last game.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't.
But that shouldn't be your mentality
No.
in the moment. In the your mentality in the moment, I think, is get Jaden back on the field. Hopefully, see him catch a rhythm, which gives you some confidence for next season.
Mhm.
And if he's able to get through the last 5 games, it'll allay some fears.
And he's got to also continue to learn and develop to figure out a way to try to avoid the big contacts. Like, still use your legs and still be a gutty competitor, but still find a way to avoid the big contacts to the best extent that you can. You can't take 5 or 6 car crashes a game. That's been proven. You know.
Yeah, wouldn't it be nice to see him kind of escape from the pocket and make a throw downfield instead of running with it? See, like, you know what I mean? Like, if Dan Quinn's trying to drill protection into his brain, wouldn't it be nice to see him do that?
That's nice, but I also
Yeah.
want to see him run.
Here's
I
the
want to see
part
him
of,
run, but he might have to do something
What's-
like Baker Mayfield did the other day, and it's kind of jarring, but he's protecting himself. Baker Mayfield slid about 10 yards early.
Yeah, that's fine. You know what? If that keeps him upright and healthy, I'm totally fine with him
Right.
sacrificing a few yards
Yeah.
to slide and not take a hit.
Right.
here's
I'm cool with that.
here's the unfortunate reality, especially about guys who are injury prone. Here's what Joe Burrow said. Yeah, I've had a lot of injuries. There's not a lot I can do about that. I worked really hard to have that not happen.
Right.
So that's one guy who has the same rap. He's tried to avoid the injuries and he's just snake bitten. There's some guys that get hurt more often. It's just the reality of the situation. And hopefully he's not one of those guys. I think that we don't have enough of a sample size to see just yet. He's had 4 injuries, so it's definitely worrisome. But last year he did start in every game. So you can't discredit him for starting every game. I know Cakes will say, well, he got out of one of those games really
Well, the
quickly.
Panthers game, he was in for about 2 minutes.
Yeah, and then
3
they took him
minutes.
out at halftime of the Cowboys game.
It still counts as a start.
But yeah, and then you toss in the playoff games. I mean, he started in 20 games.
He just has to play. And I think it sounds like from your poll, most of the fan base is there at this point. I think it's taken some convincing.
Swinging back a little bit. I'm not going to
What
lie.
is it
Here's
at?
early voting. Let's see the latest.
80%.
84% say they want to see him on the
You're
field.
not going to get much higher than that.
Well, it's
in
also,
agreement.
too, they don't want to see Marcus Mariota play. They want to see the starter play.
Yeah.
Like,
These
They want
games.
to see the franchise quarterback for the team play a game.
I've accepted the fact that we're not going to live up to our potential, that we're going to miss the playoffs. I've accepted that.
Yeah.
I have not accepted enjoying Marcus Mariota-led games. That is just not something I get excited about.
Well, I mean, they're
Watching Jaden Daniels play football is
Yeah.
exciting to me, whether or not there's a playoff spot on the line or
Totally.
not. That is an exciting afternoon. That
Will
I'm
you
ready to get down for.
Once he returns, will you be on the edge of your seat regarding injury?
I don't know. I haven't thought about
no,
that.
you just got to let it play out. If he gets injured again, he gets injured. Like Burrow said, he has no control over it.
I
There's
think
zero control over
But
it.
I think the answer is yes. I think I will be thinking about it.
I think you'll be a little white knuckled.
I think I will be. Yeah, I need him to play the rest of the way.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think so. I think that will quell some doubts.
I need him to play the rest of the way, and I'll give him a game or two to be a little rusty, but I need him to play at a pretty high level. Even though I know he doesn't have a full cast of guys out there.
Yeah, we want to see some glimpses of Jaden,
and remind us of why we're so in love with you. Because it's been so few and far between this year. He certainly had moments.
You want to tamp down all the Drake May, Caleb Williams propaganda.
Yeah, that's annoying
there.
too.
That's another thing. Like
there's
definitely
out there.
That stuff is happening, and Jaden's just on the sideline and can't do anything to add to his legend here in DC.
Not much he can do. Yeah. I just looked at. I think it was on CBS Sports. They had Drake May as the MVP favorite over Stafford simply because of the turnaround. Stafford maybe has more impressive numbers with the touchdowns, but if you really did a side-by-side comparison, you might vote on Drake May because of the team turnaround. He doesn't have as much to work with. He doesn't have Devontae Adams and Puka.
Right. I mean, he may ultimately win it. We'll have to see what happens.
He's a top 3 for sure.
Season. He might be number 2 right now.
We'll constantly be questioning it, but it'll work itself out. I'm not going to get too worked up over who, that'll work itself out over time.
No, I think actually, look, I think number 1, in my opinion, you want to see him back on the field and play all 5 games.
For sure.
So stay healthy. Number 2, play well.
Yeah, he needs to play well. Imagine if he goes out there and plays like J.J. McCarthy. He's not.
That's impossible.
That's impossible.
I know, but imagine.
That's
because everybody's
impossible.
grilling how he played. When he's played this season, he still had a passer rating of 894. He still had 8 touchdowns with just 2 picks. I understand he was a tick off, and maybe you weren't getting vintage Jaden Daniels from his rookie year, but it was still pretty good.
No, it's still solid. It was still very good quarterback play relative to what we've had over the last 30 years.
And I brought this up yesterday. It was comparable to what Caleb Williams is giving you. It's not great. Caleb, if you look at a lot of his numbers, passer rating, QBR, that's about where Jaden was.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's go real quick to Randall Mechanicsville. Randall, what's up, buddy? You're on with the Junkies.
Morning, guys.
Hey, Randall.
Very interesting subject. I love it. So with Jaden, I know you have some people that want to rest him. When winning, especially in the NFL, when winning presents itself, you need to learn how to do it. And what I mean by that is if you have this loser mentality for the rest of the season, when winning presents itself next year with Jaden, it's going to be harder to do it. And what I mean is look up, in perfect example is the Giants, correct? They have in the fourth quarter 5 times this season. They have collapsed every single time because in my opinion, when you look in the past, we all know the Giants have lost for years now. Years.
Oh, yeah, you have a culture of losing. It's hard to break out of it. I agree with you. The counter to it is the occasional teams every year that go from 4 wins to 10. That does happen. But your general principle, I agree with. You have to build a culture of winning. You have to expect to win. You have to learn how to win. Coach Quinn all last year talked about winning time moments. He's not talking about that this year because there haven't been too many of them.
But that's why they brought in the vets last year. Yeah. We thought it was going to be a rebuild. He didn't want to use the word. They wanted to compete. That's why they brought in Bobby Wagner, Zach Ertz, Austin Eckler, and others because they wanted to establish that culture. Yeah. This season just went sideways. There's no getting around it. It went sideways. Mostly because of injuries.
Gross. So sideways.
It's been horrible.
1-800-636-1067. Coming up next, we have an update on the missing coach from Union, the undefeated football coach. Now we know why he's on the lam. All right, here's your No Huddle Money play. Northwest Federal Credit Union. They're the official credit union of the Washington Commanders. They're putting $200 in your pocket when you open your first ever checking account and meet a few easy qualifications. No trick plays, no fourth downs, just a fast drive to free cash. Get in the game at nwfcu.org/score200 and take command of your money this season. Federally insured by NCUA. Membership eligibility required.
Welcome back to the show. Junks on 106.7 The Fan, Team 980. Don't forget Spencer Carberry, head coach of your Washington Capitals. He'll join us at 7 o'clock. Brian Baldinger, so we'll go around the league with him at 7:20. Dave Richard at 8. That's just the first 3 guests. Then we also have Brian Keefe, Wizards head coach, and Mike Loxley.
Keefe coming
Later
off
in
a
the show.
win.
I know that's rare to say for the Wizards this season.
It's good.
Coming off a dub.
I mean, they were balling. I didn't realize that. I saw CJ had 46 points. I didn't realize he hit 10 threes.
10 out of 13.
I mean, wow. Sar had 27. I mean, Sar is basically, he's right there on the cusp of being a legit star. You know, you're not going to say he's an MVP
I think he definitely
caliber.
flashes a potential.
He's on the cusp. That's my position.
I mean, I guess depends how you define star.
Well, a guy who gives you 20 and 10 and a few blocks every night. I don't know. Seems to me he's right on the cusp of being a star. But I know that Ben thinks that they need a star young guard, and I agree with that. I think they have something in Keyshawn to eventually maybe not be a star, but be like an elite player, very, very good player. They're getting there.
Well, when CJ McCollum flashes like that, contenders in the NBA definitely raise their
Don't
eyebrows.
take
and
notice.
They start thinking, all right, if we are a legit playoff team, a chance to win a title, could he be the piece that puts us over the top? So definitely a valuable trade asset. We'll see what happens with CJ McCollum, but he shows that he still has it.
Now, part of the reason why we won is, I mean, we were on fire from the field, right? We shot 57%, 50% for threes. Did you know?
I think they also playing the vets a little more, and
yeah.
some of that is because of injuries, but Kispert in the starting lineup.
But it goes without saying. I mean, they held them to 113 points, which I know is kind of laughable, but that's like a good defensive performance in today's NBA. Did you notice more defensive intensity, or is it just, Ben, that they just missed more shots?
They were flying around. They had 21 stocks in the game and a season high 13 steals. So I think that's a
They had 21 what?
That's
stocks.
become a trendy
What is
term.
the
Steals
stock?
and blocks.
What is it?
Steals and blocks combined as stocks.
All right.
Look at this NBA nerdery.
And what's a
over
good
here.
number?
Well, 21 is actually the second most I think they've had this year, but 13 steals is a season high for them. So you can point to that as like there was a lot more effort, there was a lot more intensity on that side of the basketball. I think they went all out to win this game. And I was telling you during the break, it just seemed like that kind of night where they were letting the veterans do their thing. Middleton, a season high plus 34 in the game. I know he got a lot of criticism. CJ McCollum's got a ton of criticism for the way he's played over the course of a 14-game slide. But this team needed to remember what it was like to win a game, compete at a high level, and get that type of win. Because you're a young team. You got to figure out how to win somehow. You're going to have to win them at some way, whether you do it once every 15 games or not. Who knows? But I think it was important for morale.
How did Risache look?
He was okay. It's 17.
Mm-hmm.
Sar looked better, though.
Yep.
2-15 right now. Wizards giving up 128.2 points per game, but like you said, only gave up 113. All right, I mentioned before the break the football coach. Yesterday, we spent some time talking about it. It's a crazy story. This football coach in Appalachia, basically at Union High School, had an undefeated season. They're in the playoffs, and then he went missing. Apparently went into the woods, and people were like, well, what's up? Then you kind of find out there's an investigation, and we speculated about it yesterday, and it turns out to be one of the things that we threw out there.
Well, I personally, I have to say, just for discussion, I wasn't comfortable with you throwing that out there, even though I
Well, that's
believed
all,
it.
I mean, it's a hard, like if you don't know for sure, it's a horrible
Yeah, it was a-
accusation to put on somebody.
I said allegedly.
Yeah.
I know, but when you said it, it cringed. But of course, that's what everybody's thinking. But I just didn't have the heart to say that.
You don't want it to be true.
Yeah, I didn't want it to be true, but I don't even want to verbalize it because it's such an unfair criticism.
And
on the
theoretically,
whole.
it might not be true, but he's been accused of child porn.
Well, child porn
And soliciting a minor.
solicitation of a minor, which
Yeah,
is just horrible. I know. So I don't know. I was talking to somebody, and they think the speculation is he's already donked himself off.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
You
they
just haven't found his body yet?
Yeah,
I mean, again, that's speculation.
speculation.
But again, like we said this yesterday,
for some reason,
you don't
I'm okay
just-
speculating in that.
you don't just walk away from it. He walked away from a heater. You don't just
Yeah.
walk away from a heater like an undefeated football team where you're the head coach if everything is good. You know, if everything's
No.
good in your life and the cops are just coming over for a questioning.
And it's always a
And
soft
they'll
sell.
just walk into the woods and disappear.
No.
It's always a soft sell from police. We're just questioning. We're
Right,
coming over
right.
for questioning.
Yeah.
They don't. Were you randomly questioned by the police yesterday?
Last time I checked, I've never just been randomly questioned by police.
I think at this point in my life, yeah, I'm just trying to check my checkered history. If the police came over and said they wanted to question me, I would not run and hide.
right. You wouldn't.
I think I could handle with the questioning because I don't have anything to hide.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever been questioned by the police. I think, for like a background check, in the government, like
Yeah.
sometimes I've been referred and
Mhm.
somebody will come over. And
Sure.
say,
Like an
"Oh,
investigator
yeah.
asks a few questions.
How's this guy?
Right.
Well, he's great. Ever do drugs? No, not that I know of.
Right.
That's happened like once or twice at my house. I mean, I'm not going to mention who it was for, but yeah, it is a little intimidating when somebody just shows up
Yeah.
and they flash like some sort of official looking
They gotta
badge.
do a little
and
background
they
check.
want to
on you.
ask you 2 or 3 questions. It kind of throws you.
Yeah, but it's a terrible situation. So I guess none of us know. Like he hadn't turned himself in or anything like that overnight.
I haven't heard any
As far as we know,
updates.
he's still missing. I do know he has a wife. I don't know if he has kids. Is the football team won? They're moving on. Is that
I don't
my
know if they've
understanding?
played
I don't know.
since.
They're probably
I don't know
playing
if they've
this
played
weekend,
since.
I would assume.
Okay.
I don't
My
know.
guess is it would be on a Friday or this week.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, it just sucks all the way around for everybody, for the alleged victims, for the players.
Yeah, I was just saying.
And I think his wife, to be fair, defended him. So it could be false
her.
allegations.
Yeah, for
now
sure.
the
That's
behavior,
why I don't want to say it.
the behavior tends to make me
Yeah,
think
it smacks
there's
of
probably
smacks
something
of
there.
potentially
Well,
guilty.
And-
think of someone. Can you think of an instance where the police have come to question anyone in public or private, where the person ran and they ultimately were innocent?
The Fugitive. I brought that up yesterday.
Again, that's a
I don't even
third
remember the
movie.
details of that movie.
Harrison
How about,
Ford. It's a great movie.
how about again in public or in a personal situation that you may know of?
I don't know.
I can't think of one.
Definitely not a personal situation.
Well, you
that
may
I'm
have
aware
a
of.
friend of a friend. Like
I don't know too many people questioned, but
I don't either.
I do know people that have been exonerated.
Yes, that's
I don't-
true.
I don't have that many interactions with police, luckily. I mean, the last time I think I was anywhere close to a cop was during one of the drinking shows, one of the holiday shows. And
Right.
like last Christmas or a couple
My
Christmases
interactions with the police are like most people's on the highway.
But when people,
the most part,
When they pull
yes.
me over.
Yeah.
but I can't think of anybody other than the movie when people run away and then they're proven innocent.
That's my point.
Yeah.
It's not really a thing. I guess OJ.
It's also hard to run away.
I guess OJ.
Well,
is that OJ shit?
I guess
You know what I
OJ.
mean?
I mean, he was definitely
But,
found
I mean, everyone
guilty
knows he was
in
guilty,
his
but he was
civil
actually
trial.
found innocent.
Yeah.
Found not guilty.
It's actually hard to run away. You know what I mean? Like you,
Well,
you
where
got to
you
believe they're
gonna
going to find him in the next day or two.
Yeah, you got
Yeah,
nothing.
good luck fleeing from the cops. From the
Well,
cops,
I don't-
from drones, from dogs that are going into the woods to
So,
track
yeah,
down
I would
OJ
get
criminals.
caught so quickly because
Oh,
how would I
The
survive
quickest.
without food? I would use my credit
know,
card. They'd
That's
get me
why
right there.
That's why
Yeah.
I would think he hasn't docked himself off yet. I think he's probably still on the
Why
run
do you
because
think?
he would have been found. Like
Yeah.
You
dogs
think it would
have
be
found
easy?
him, or the cops would have
sniff
found
that
him.
underwear. They find him in 2
Yeah.
seconds.
Like
I think there is a remote possibility that he built like a cabin in the woods, or even
really.
or even like an emergency
Oh.
shelter.
What if it's an underground
Yes.
chamber, like in Kiss the Girls, where he was hiding all the
Spider
women he
hole.
had been
Yeah,
abducted.
I mean, it wasn't Kiss the Girls based in like Appalachia?
It was
Not
definitely
in Virginia,
it was
but in,
definitely in the like mountains of North Carolina.
yes.
Or he
I mean,
could have gotten on a plane and he's in Costa Rica right
You
now.
might be onto something, Valdez.
I think he might be hiding out in a cabin in the woods, or like a hunting stand,
I don't
or
think that's
even
a horrible idea.
or even like some sort of underground.
That's actually a pretty good theory, I think.
Yeah, thank you.
I know what he won't be doing: enjoying Thanksgiving dinner tomorrow.
No,
He won't be doing that.
Probably not.
I don't think
No,
he's going to
I
be
mean,
enjoying
nor
a lot
should
of
he if
anything.
he's guilty of what he's charged with.
Well,
he's-
hadn't
you
been
know,
charged, accused.
You're going to be eating sweet potato casserole. He's going to be eating like worms and leaves in the woods.
It's
If
awful.
he's still with us,
You could have a bunch of canned goods,
he could if he's got his
Yeah.
panic room ready.
a bunch of
He's got a bug out cabin. You
It's
might
a-
be right,
it's a-
Valdez.
it's a-
bunch of Nubs Campbell
it's a-
soup.
yeah.
It's a sickness. I think I mentioned this one time before. So in my 30s, I played basketball like 3 or 4 times a week.
Mhm.
And it was a group of probably 30 guys that would rotate in and out lunchtime hoops. But there was one guy, older guy, and he always had a weird look. So I'm in my 30s. He was probably mid 40s at
Yeah.
the time. He used to have the peroxide hair and he had an
Okay.
earring, white guy. And all of a sudden he wasn't playing. And then I remember somebody going, "Hey, did you hear about Carl?"
Oh no.
So Carl, as it turned out, was a music teacher.
Okay.
And-
Try not to give too many details. You
Well,
have a
he
lot
was
of
arrested.
details
He was
here.
busted. He was convicted.
Oh, okay.
He was taking creepy pictures
Oh.
of girls.
Creepy Carl.
Creepy
Yeah,
Carl.
you know, can't do that.
Yeah.
Can't do it.
It's a horrible situation.
And it's something that you always got to worry about in like school systems or whatever. 99% of the people are good, but there's that small percentage of sickos that he's potentially,
Yeah.
allegedly soliciting
When
a
you said
minor.
he had peroxide hair and like earring, I wanted to do the cheap shot. Did he work in radio? Is he a radio
Yeah,
guy?
He probably looked like a radio guy.
Sounds like a radio lifer to me.
Yeah.
All right, coming up next, we're going to talk to the head coach of the Washington Capitals. They've been playing some great hockey of late. Spencer Carberry joins us on The Fan.
All right, guys, EB here. This Thanksgiving, FanDuel's introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. Start a group build, add your pick, then pass it to your friends so they can add theirs. When everyone's done, you each lock in the group's parlay with your own funds. It's kind of like what we do every week because football is better when it's played and bet together. And to make it even better, everybody gets a 50% profit boost to use on their build. How great is that? So grab your crew, start your build, and get in on the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. All you have to do, visit FanDuel.com/EB to get started. That's FanDuel.com/EB. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power home team, Keller Williams Realty. The Wizards snapped a 14-game losing streak as they crushed the Hawks last night, 132-113. The Wizards jumped out to a 31-8 lead and never looked back. CJ McCollum had a season-high 46 points and tied a Wizards franchise single-game record with 10 made threes. And Ohio State, Indiana, Texas A&M, Georgia, and Texas Tech remain the top 5 teams in the latest college football playoff rankings. Oregon jumped ahead of Ole Miss. The Ducks are now number 6, Ole Miss ranked 7th. That is the only change to the top 10 from a week ago. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, where you can also watch Washington Capitals games. Joining us right now is their head coach. He's presented by the Centers for Advanced Orthopedics. More physicians, more locations, more advanced care centered around one thing you. Visit CFAortho.com. Good morning, Coach.
Good morning, guys.
Guys are playing some good hockey this last week. What's been the change?
Not a lot. Like we're doing a better job. I think pucks are going in for us now. So capitalizing and finishing, we get 7 and 8 in back-to-back games. Even the Tampa game, we give up those early goals, but we're able to score. I think we had 3 in that game. Columbus 5. So the scoring and the finishing on our opportunities, the volume of opportunities is relatively the same as it's been all year. We're just finishing at a higher rate. And I think special teams too has helped just a little bit. We win that battle the other night against Columbus. So finding ways to win games where it was sort of going the other way early in the year.
Hey, Coach Carbs, let's rewind a bit. Take us through the scene pregame in Montreal when Dylan Strome learns that his wife has gone into labor back here in Virginia. How did that all unfold? And what's it like for you trying to manage the upcoming game with the emotional state that you know Dylan and his teammates are going to be in at that point? Take us through that.
Yeah. So I knew obviously, there was a due date that was approaching. And so I actually, it's funny, we have a lot of children or babies that will be delivered this season. So I keep them on my calendar just to keep in the back of your mind that, hey, this player may miss a game or need to go back home if you're on the road. And so I knew this was upcoming and the due date was not actually until next week. So, but they sort of tipped me off, and Stromer said, it looks like it's probably going to come a little bit early. So I knew kind of, what was going on, but he, said, I'm going to travel to Montreal. It doesn't look like there's, she's going to deliver. And then that changed quickly so I had an idea going into the road trip and that, but didn't think anything of it. We play Edmonton at home. We get on the plane, we fly to Montreal, and then right before the game, I was notified by our head athletic trainer that Dylan's wife Taylor was going into labor, and so this was like right before warm up, and he was going to tell Dylan, and Stromer was going to FaceTime with her, and there was nothing we could do at that point to get him back. There was no flights that could get him out, and so it was play the game and get him home as quickly as possible and see if she had delivered by then. And then in the intermission found out that it was a very quick delivery and she delivered a baby girl, and Stromer was a father for the 3rd time.
Very cool. Hey, I think it was last week, maybe it was 2 weeks ago, we talked to you about Ryan Leonard and his propensity to take penalties and playing time. Since then, he's had a 2-goal game. I know he had a game where he drew a couple more penalties. What have you seen from him on the ice?
Yeah, it's sort of since we talked last, exactly kind of what you guys were pointing out is a little bit more opportunities, moved up lines. He's playing a little bit more. He's worked his way onto playing some more power play minutes. And it's good because like we talked about then, he's earning opportunity. He's growing his game. He continues to get a little bit better with the details inside of his game with and without the puck. And then you're also seeing, like you saw in that game where he finishes, he's still making 2, 3, 4, 5 really, really high-end elite offensive plays, which, you know, he has the capability of doing on a nightly basis. So it's been a good progression. Again, it's not going to he's all of a sudden not going to be playing 20 minutes, and it's still going to be a process for him, but he's earned some more opportunity and doing well with that opportunity.
One thing I've noticed, I think the other night when you guys scored 5, 4 of the goals were defensemen. Then I saw your Capitals PR staff put out the number. Capitals defensemen have combined for a league-leading 19 goals this season. How important is that you're getting production from the backline guys?
Yeah, the back end, I mean, I feel like that last year and then this year has really taken a step, and we try to make that a staple inside of our identity, inside of our game, as our D being a big part. It's a strength of our team, and not only defensively, but also offensively, of their ability to help us create offense. And so that's what you've seen. And it's been really, especially over the last few games, as we've found our stride offensively and finishing, and pucks are ending up in the back of the net. They've been right there at the forefront, sort of leading the way with some of our forwards, with Chicky and John and Marty and Rasmus Sandin and Matt Roy doing an excellent job of helping us create more offense and also finishing, especially when we've needed it early in the season.
How about Chicky and Carly? You just touched on them setting a franchise record for fastest back-to-back goals by defensemen in the win over Columbus, just 12 seconds apart.
Unbelievable. Yeah, that at the end of the period as well, which was, and that game was tight. Felt like we were playing really well. 1-0 for, first period, well into the second period. We get the second goal, and then bang at the end of the period, like you just touched on, 12 seconds apart, 3 and 4, which basically ices the game at that point to get us into the second intermission with a 4-0 lead. But those 2 goals, the one on the power play from Chicky, and then John's face-off goal were, big 12 seconds in the game to essentially seal the win.
Coach, I saw some of the quotes from Logan Thompson after the Columbus game, basically saying glad that you have faith in him after the poor start against the Lightning, where you had to take him out of the game. You go right back to him a few days later against Columbus, plays a great game, stops 22 of 23 shots in a division win. How tough of a call is that for you to go right back to Logan, or in the back of your brain, are you like, do I tab Chucky here? Like, what's that back and forth like between goalies when one has a poor start?
You absolutely could have gone the other way. And we thought about that. We talked about it as a staff. We considered both options because there's two ways of looking at it. One is give him a breather and let Chucky play the next game, and give him another night off and then let him get back. And the other school of thought, which we ultimately ended up going with, is it was just one sort of bad period where we didn't play very well in front of him. Pucks ended up going in the back of the net, get him right back in there because he has been playing so well this season. So you can kind of go 2 ways. There's not one right answer for every situation. We felt like at this point in the year, with where we're at with LT, how he's played, we felt like getting him right back in there as quickly as we could was the best plan, and credit to him for him responding and playing excellent against Columbus, and especially early. Like I said, that game was tight. So, any of those big saves that he makes in the first or second period make that game 1-1. It sort of changes it. Now, you're going, maybe it's 2-1 going into the third or what have you, but I thought he played well and did a nice job of rebounding from the Tampa game.
Coach, how would you characterize the way the season has gone so far? Because I'm trying to, in my brain, you know, I'm trying to characterize you guys, and I'm going, are these guys good, or what the heck's going on? Because you guys are kind of streaky. Is this a normal sort of ebb and flow? But it's like you get off on a hot start, then you lose like 3 out of 4, then you win a few, and then you lose 3 out of 4, and then it's like, wow, this has been kind of a streaky season.
Big time. So you know what's funny, and I'm like, because we had that, we start really well. I think we started 6-2, and then we went through a real struggle stretch right after that, and have kind of picked it up since then. But and the league is around the league. I'll just talk about the Eastern Conference. It is crazy tight, crazy. I've never seen it like this. Like where you go 1 to 16. There's 16 teams in the Eastern Conference, 16 in the West.
Yeah.
So the 16 teams in the East are separated by it's insane. I've never seen it like this to start in my limited time in the league. But for us, as crazy as this sounds, I feel like from start game 1 to game 23, our game, even though the results haven't, like I just talked about, our game has been pretty solid throughout. Like we've done a good job of controlling play, the things that we want to do at the end of the night that show that we outplayed our opponent. We've checked majority of those boxes for majority of the season. Now, you know, you got to do some things, whether it's special teams, whether it's finishing, all that stuff to gain points. And then, so I would characterize it as sort of an up and down. And then I looked at something last night, just crazy. I'm like, we are number 1 in goal differential in the Eastern Conference. We're tied with Carolina at plus 13.
That's crazy.
And I was like, it doesn't feel like that. You know what I mean? It does not feel like we're leading the Eastern Conference in goal differential. And then I looked at regulation wins, and we are leading. We're tied with Florida, number 1, 11 regulation wins in the Eastern Conference. So it just is sort of, I was looking at that and going, gosh, it doesn't really feel like that, similar to what you just said. But we are doing a lot of good things, and it's on us to just continue to build our game and improve in those areas like special teams and some certain areas to gain more points and find ways to win more games.
Coach, real quick, you've got Winnipeg next, us tonight. Then you've got Toronto on Friday. So that leaves Thanksgiving open. What's a Carberry Thanksgiving look like at home?
And let me follow up on that real quick. Is there room on the Carberry Thanksgiving table for mac and cheese? Our producer argues it's too commonplace and doesn't have a spot at the table. What is your take there?
Okay. Part 1 is, so we practice. We're going to have a light practice tomorrow on Thanksgiving, just because we play an earlier game, so we can't pregame skate on the Friday. So we'll just light skate tomorrow. But when I get home, the in-laws, all family, sister-in-law, they're all in town. So we'll do a nice Thanksgiving dinner tomorrow night with my family and my wife's family. And mac and cheese is a no-go for me at the Thanksgiving table.
I'm with you.
Wow. Okay. All right. Okay.
It's a no-go.
Does Coach Carberry prepare one thing?
Yeah.
You know what? I love Brussels sprouts with cheese sauce.
Nice. Okay.
Anything with cheese is good.
Yeah,
But do you prepare it, or do you just wait and your wife does it all?
I contribute.
Look at that.
Can you cut?
Yeah.
Can you cut a turkey?
Carve.
Carve or whatever it's called.
I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm a connoisseur and excellent at it, but I can. I'm great in cleanup duty.
Right.
I'm contributing.
All right.
Okay,
All right.
contributor.
Coach.
That's all.
Hey,
you can
happy
ask for.
Thanksgiving.
He's a role player.
Yeah.
Jake.
Happy Thanksgiving, and keep it going. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, guys. Happy Thanksgiving to you guys too.
All right.
Thanks.
Appreciate
That's
it,
Coach
buddy.
Spencer
Thank you.
Carberry, Caps head coach. He's presented by the Centers for Advanced Orthopedics. More physicians, more locations, more advanced care centered around one thing. You visit CFAortho.com. Coming up next, we'll talk some NFL. Brian Baldinger, Odyssey NFL Insider, joins us here on the Junkies. You know, it'd been far too long for me to go to a dentist. Well, I found my guy, Dr. Sean Kumra, on Elegant Smiles Dental Care in Alexandria. He's awesome. Dr. Kumra's a local guy, went to JMU, played high school football, University of Maryland Dental School, been helping patients since 2005. If you need to go to a dentist, Elegant Smiles in Alexandria. Dr. Coomer and his talented team, they make it easy. They cater to your schedule, extended hours, even emergency weekend appointments. They are the best. I had a great experience, and you will too. Book your appointment today at elegantsmilesdds.com or call 703-750-1099. All right, let's get into the NFL. Joining us right now is Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger, host of the Best Football Show podcast. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. What's going on, Baldy?
Hey, good morning, guys. Happy Thanksgiving to you.
Happy Thanksgiving to you.
Thanksgiving.
Where's Baldy in Thanksgiving?
Oh, my gosh. I fly to Austin, Texas today. I'll be working for the NFL Network all day tomorrow, analyzing all three games. I'm doing Texas A&M in Texas on Friday.
Well, that's a
for the
good one.
national radio. It's going to be a great game. And then I'm heading back to New York to do a Falcon game on Sunday.
Grinding.
That's a lot of work during Thanksgiving weekend, Baldy.
He's getting
I know.
paid.
Oh, I know it's
I know
getting
it
paid.
is, but yeah, it's football, family, food, fun.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, like it's better than just sitting around the house and laying on the couch and listening to people gripe. I got a little bit of everything going on.
When you say analyze the game, all three games, what does that mean?
Well, you know, like after the Green Bay, Detroit game, like we come on post game,
Okay.
and you know, we kind of analyze that and look forward to
I got you.
the Cowboy game at 4:00.
Okay, got you.
By the way, speaking of the Lions, how great was Jahmyr Gibbs last week?
Oh, my God.
Saved them against the Giants in a game they desperately need to keep pace in the NFC playoffs.
I mean, he had 3 runs that were, well, the last one in overtime. I mean, it was a 1-play overtime.
Yeah.
He went 69 yards. I mean, that guy gets shot out of a cannon. When he gets in the open field, nobody catches him. I mean, his speed is just blazing. And I mean, he did it basically 3 times. They were losing 27-17 in the fourth quarter, and he broke off 3 runs, 2 of them for touchdowns. Last one, of course, in overtime to win. But I mean, he saved the day for him.
Talking to Brian Baldinger, NFL insider for Odyssey. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide's on your side. So let's get into that first game there on Thanksgiving. It's Packers-Lions. Lions are 7-4, Packers 7-3-1. What have you seen this year that looks different about the Lions? Because they seem a tick off. I mean, last year was so dominant, and they had injuries last year. They get some injuries this year. What's different?
Well, I mean, they lost the first game to the Packers badly, and then they won 4 in a row. They looked like they were fine. And since then, like literally since the first week in October, they have won 1 and lost 1.
Yep.
4 straight, 8 straight weeks now. And so they just won last week against New York at a comeback, but they just have not been the least bit consistent. And it's something different. Now, 1 week they had literally 5 backups in their secondary, and two of them, the 2 safeties, were starting their first NFL game. And so they've just been awfully young back there. I feel like they don't really have an opposite rusher, opposite of Aiden Hutchinson. And so he gets a lot of attention because teams can afford to give him a lot of attention. He's still a great player and still, gets to the quarterback and affects him. I just don't think, they've been healthy on defense. And then, against the Eagles just dominated their offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
And when Jared Goff gets under pressure, like all quarterbacks, he's not that much different. I mean, they're not exactly, as accurate with the football as they want to be. And then they lost Jake Laporta or Sam Laporta for the rest of the season. And he was a big part of their offense in the passing game.
And this, I'm just going to kind of dovetail this into the Bears, who play on Friday in the Black Friday game. But they also probably miss Ben Johnson some. I know that you do a lot of film breakdowns. You seem to love his offense.
I just like the way I do like his offense. There's no doubt, because there is creativity to it, but there's also an emphasis on being able to run the ball in all situations. Where, like last week on Pittsburgh, score from the 2-yard line and walk into the end zone the way that they did it. Short yardage. When they get the lead, it sets up all their play action passes. Caleb's under center as much as any quarterback in this league right now. And he never played under center his entire life at Oklahoma, at USC, in high school. So and then he just coaches hard. You see improvement. Like, for example, last week, they had a middle linebacker from Appalachian State make his first NFL start. And, he's been in the league as a special teams guy, practice squad guy. The guy gets 15 tackles. What you see is guys that step in, they look ready to play. They've prepared them. The talent is there, and then they get the most out of them. And you see that like across the board. Ozzie Trapillo started his first game at left tackle last week, and he played great against Pittsburgh. And so I just see player development, I see creativity, and I see toughness to the team right now. They lead the league by a mile in takeaways. They've got 24 takeaways, 16 interceptions. They lead in all those categories. And that's just, guys are in the right place. It's really pretty remarkable to watch just the overall player improvement and development within his program.
Baldy, you mentioned Caleb under center, and he's a guy who I believe in college only had 7 snaps under center. Basically was never under center.
Probably.
Now, Jaden Daniels is like that here in Washington. And we had a big debate about this on the show, that should the offense evolve to have him under center more, because right now I think Washington is 31st out of 32 teams under center. And it seems like the league is trending back towards having guys under center more. How do you think that would work here in Washington? Do you think that would be a good thing for Jaden Daniels? Do you think it's necessary? Because the counter is, well, they scored a ton of points last year and he wasn't under center.
Yeah, well, that's true. Well, you think about this, and I don't want to go backwards in time, but think about that muffed handoff against Chicago.
Yeah.
That was a shotgun, rainy situation. That basically turned the whole season around.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like they've been dovetailing downward since. Now, obviously Jaden got hurt, but that's not what Cliff does. Cliff has always been a shotgun guy. At Texas Tech, at Houston with Johnny Manziel. All the guys he's had has been shotgun. Mahomes obviously has gone under center since his days at Texas Tech, and it's been a good thing. But I feel like you have to do that now. I think for real play action, I think it's good for running backs to be 8 yards deep. I think that it's better for, to get your deep routes developing down the field. Matt Stafford's, the best quarterback in the league right now. He's under center as much as Caleb or anybody else. I just feel like that's where we're at in this league right now.
Baldy, the Vikings are a disaster right now, and the J.J. McCarthy experiment, now it's early, but it's not paying dividends at this point. 6 touchdowns against 10 picks. He's in the concussion protocol at this point, and this is a team that won 14 games last year and made the playoffs. They're not going to sniff the playoffs this year. They're in the cellar of a very competitive NFC North. What do the Vikings do going forward with McCarthy?
Well, this is his third. Now, look, concussions are concussions. You take him serious, but, he's already had the bad ankle earlier this year. He had the knee last year. You're starting to see a trend here, for a very young player that hasn't started 17 games yet. And, so you have to be concerned. You better get yourself prepared that you better have a better backup than Carson Wentz, who, didn't play football last year and got hurt this year. They let 2 quarterbacks go that have both played great this year, Daniel Jones, and obviously Sam. So it's, I think they got to protect themselves and maybe look to the future, whether it's a free agent carousel or the draft or anything else. But I don't think that you could go into next season thinking J.J. McCarthy is going to develop into a top line quarterback right now. Look, the game against Green Bay, they weren't good anywhere on the field, to be honest with you. Micah Parsons and the pass rush just completely dominated the offensive line, and they couldn't run the ball well either. So I feel like there was a lot more issues than just JJ, and they looked at the interceptions. The interceptions happened at the end of the game after they hadn't scored a touchdown all day, and they were trying to make some throws. But, they can't get the ball to their wide receivers with any regularity, and his lack of accuracy and touch on the passes are a big part of it.
What's your outlook on Bryce Young while we're on the topic of young quarterbacks? We saw him in the Monday night game against the San Francisco 49ers. This is coming off a huge game they had against the Falcons. He face plants against the Niners. What do the Panthers do heading into year 4 this offseason? Do they run it back with Bryce Young for one more year? He's got one more year left on his rookie deal. Or is that a team that needs to upgrade a quarterback if they want to make any noise in the NFC South?
Well, the team is getting better. He did throw for 452 yards against the Falcons.
Mm-hmm.
The Falcons were awful that day, but still, Bryce, 452 is You'd love to have that on your resume. And then to see him, throw the interception on the 1 yard line. I didn't understand the play.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, this 1st and goal at the 1.
Could have run it
A
in.
running back there that's going to run for 1,000 yards. And you run a 1-play route to Mitchell Evans. And Tig Brown intercepted it, but he had nothing to do but to all right, maybe I'll just go where Bryce Young is staring his receiver down. He's got a real issue now. He stares his receivers down. He does it to Ted McMillan all the time, and he does not go through progressions well. And you do that in this league with these defensive backs. I mean, these guys are thieves back there. They're just waiting for you to stare a guy down to get a jump. And I think it's an issue for him. And look, his size is always going to be an issue with him. And so I think you can only go so far with Bryce Young right now. Just looking at his body of work, I think Zach Robinson's done everything he can to get to 6 wins with that team. They have improved, but I think you got to upgrade the position.
The complete flip side, Baldy, from the 2 or the 1 yard line is what the Rams are doing now with Devontae Adams. They have completely weaponized him as a red zone threat, where that used to be just hand the ball to Kyron Williams. He's going to slam it in.
Does he have one every game?
Devontae Adams, they just run that little fade route to him.
I think so.
It's impossible to stop, right?
It's interesting. The week before against Seattle, they threw the fade to Devontae on the 1 yard line on 1st down. And Tyreek Woolen defended the pass well.
Mm-hmm.
They came right back to the exact same formation, and he faked the outside and went inside, and Stafford threw it inside. They scored from the 1.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're going to – I don't know if anybody can stop it. His releases are masterful. It's like he could teach a class in how to release against man coverage, especially down there. And honestly, if you watch Devontae against, with the Jets or with the Raiders – you might have thought that, his career was really on the downside.
Mm-hmm.
But with an elite quarterback, a great play caller, he is exactly what you said. He has weaponized that offense right now. Leads the league in touchdown passes, I believe. I might not have that exactly.
No, I think you're right. He's at 12.
He's got 12.
I think he's 12 right now. And, I think the most he's ever had is 18.
Mm-hmm.
And that was in his very, very much in his prime with Aaron Rodgers. He might break that this year.
Talking to Brian Baldinger, Odyssey NFL Insider. All right, so we talked about the Packers-Lions game a little bit. Let's get through the rest of the Thanksgiving slate. Big game at 4:30. I mean, the Chiefs were fighting for their lives, came back to win that game. Cowboys kind of got themselves back in the playoff picture with their last couple of wins. How do you see this game playing out in Dallas?
Both teams absolutely need to win if they have any hope of the playoffs. I mean, I don't think Kansas City can. They definitely can't overtake Denver right now, but they can still make the playoffs if they put a streak together. The thing I saw last week from Kansas City was they were losing that game 20-9 in the 4th quarter. They couldn't score a touchdown, and I kept saying, I was announcing the game for the radio, but I kept saying that if they don't get explosive plays, they don't score touchdowns. And next thing you know, Rashee Rice, catches a crosser and goes for 45 yards on kind of a broken play, and that kind of ignited them. They need explosive plays, and they don't get them very regularly. They lost to Denver the week before because they only had 1. But when they get them, they're good enough offensively, and Mahomes is still Mahomes. They'll find a way to win. For Dallas, they have completely rebuilt this defense, and it's not just Quinnen Williams, Kenny Clark, Jadeveon Clowney, Logan Wilson they traded for, but they got Overshown back. They got both safeties back, Donovan Wilson, Malik Hooker. The defense, I think the corners are still weak, and I think that's going to be where this game is won and lost. But the rest of the defense for Dallas looks much, much improved from at any point during the first half of the season. And Dak he looks really good in this offense. It has all year. I don't know that anybody can stop George Pickens right now.
He's been a monster.
It should be a shootout. It should be the best game of the day, maybe one of the best games of the weekend.
All right, so we get Joe Burrow back on the 8:20 game, the night game here on Thanksgiving against the Ravens, who have been streaking 1-4 in a row. Do you give the Bengals a shot here?
Yeah. I mean, anytime Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase is on the field, if you look at the history of Cincinnati going to Baltimore, they've won there. they've given Baltimore fits. Jamar Chase might get targeted 20 times in this game with no T. Higgins. I think Joe is like that guy is a surgeon. And so Baltimore has played great defensively. This Nate Wiggins is one heck of a cornerback for the Ravens. Marlon Humphrey basically secured the win last week, ripping the ball out of Breece Hall's hands at the 1 yard line when the Jets were going in to score. They're playing really good. Kyle Hamilton, Roquan Smith, they're playing really good defensively right now. Offensively, the Ravens don't impress me. I don't know how. I think Lamar has every injury that you can have right now, and he's just playing through it. But he doesn't look like MVP Lamar right now. And so I give the Bengals a fighter's chance with Burrow and Jamar Chase alone to try and win that game.
All right, Baldy. Well, happy Thanksgiving. We'll watch you on the NFL Network tomorrow, and hopefully you get a little time to chill.
I have plenty of time, man. You know, I know how to kind of work the day. I'm going to be in good place tomorrow.
He's an expert.
All right, good stuff.
Thanks,
That's Brian
Baldy.
Baldinger.
Okay, guys. You bet, man. Take care.
Odyssey NFL Insider, host of the Best Football Show podcast. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. We got a packed show. Still to come, 8 o'clock, Dave Richard, fantasy football advice. Playoffs are creeping on everybody.
They are.
Got Brian Keefe, head coach of the Wizards. They're coming off a win where CJ McCollum scores 46 points. Alex Sarr also had a big game. So I look forward to talking to Coach. That's at 8:45. And Mike Loxley, head coach of the Terps, at 9 o'clock. But next, we got our turkey parlay. Don't go anywhere.
All right, guys, it's here. The Golfdom Black Friday sales event with special savings in every department. You can save on select TaylorMade, Callaway, Cobra clubs. Save 20% off Green Tech footwear, 20% off all apparel, and 20% off select golf bags. Shop in-store or online at worldwidegolf.com during the Black Friday sale this Friday through Monday. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf, proudly serving golfers since 1982 and home of the legendary 90-day satisfaction guarantee. Get there.
Welcome back. Chucky's come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. Time now for our Turkey Day parlay. Although my play won't be for Turkey Day. I don't know if it has to be.
It doesn't have to be.
But I was just listening, and actually it is on Turkey Day, but I was just listening to Baldy.
Mm-hmm.
Turkey.
And I figure, why wouldn't I listen to this expert? Jamar Chase didn't play last week.
Mm-hmm.
Spitting incident. He's embarrassed. He apologized. He's going to be back in the lineup against the Baltimore Ravens. And Joe Burrow is going to be back. Baldy just said he's going to be targeted 20 times. He did laud the secondary of the Baltimore Ravens, but Jamar Chase is the best. I'll take Jamar Chase anytime touchdown against the Baltimore Ravens tomorrow night.
All right, so that leads off the Turkey Day parlay.
By the way, we don't know when EB will return. He sprinted out of here to go to the bathroom.
Well, that's nothing new. I guess he'll be picking last.
Yes.
Most likely.
All right, let's spin the wheel.
By the way, yesterday, big time fumble in the grocery store. I was tasked with getting sweet potatoes for sweet potato casserole. So I tried to stuff 12 sweet potatoes in one plastic bag.
Uh-oh.
And what do you think happened?
They went through the bag?
Spilled all over the floor.
Oh,
I
you're
just
that
look
guy.
like Valdez. I look like a complete rube and rookie. Like it was like my first time ever in a grocery store. I was kind of embarrassed. It's kind of an embarrassing display. All right, who's up next? Who's picking next?
Let's go behind the glass to Valdez.
All right. I'm a little on tilt though.
Okay.
Well, I mean, your expert said that the Bengals have had success in winning in Baltimore. They haven't won in Baltimore since 2021. That's a long time ago.
All right, so maybe Baldy needs to update his file a little bit. It's okay.
I guess we're dipping in the same game. I also don't like this because my whole rationale is predicated on Jamar Chase basically being locked down or all of the attention to him, and Yoshi Voss getting all of the T. Higgins reps.
Okay, right.
And
T. Higgins out with the concussion.
And with Awuzie and Marlon Humphrey guarding him, they did an awful job against Mechie last week. Marlon, even though he gets lauded for forcing the fumble, his coverage really hasn't been that great this season. So I liked Yoshi Voss with 50+ yards at plus 200.
You know what? I think they can both get there. I think both of those things could happen. I mean,
It helps.
Yoshi Voss can have a much bigger
helps.
role with Higgins sideline. Chase could catch.
It helps
a
that
touchdown.
it's a touchdown and it's not yardage or catch based.
Right.
That definitely helps. But the whole rationale I have behind this is based off of Yoshi Voss kind of going free and then Jamar kind of being Wiggins shadowing him and then getting help over the top.
Well,
So,
you know what? We need.
I'm a little uneasy about that.
We need a shootout. Need a shootout in Baltimore.
Look, we can't do
That's
worse
all
than
we
we
need.
did last week. I mean, we could.
Yeah.
Last week, everybody whiffed except for Valdez, and he hit his by a half point.
Let me just say, if my
Doesn't
guy,
matter if you win by an inch
You're right,
or a
I'm giving you
mile,
credit.
JP wins a win.
my leg would have hit if Quinshon Judkins wasn't in the blue medical tent 100 times during the game.
Everybody has ifs.
100 times. He had 16 carries. With being in the medical
All right,
tent.
let's stay behind the glass. Let's go to Ben Strober.
By the way, I think I'm hot too. But I think I hit my last 3.
Very
Is it
good.
documented?
Actually, I think some listener has it on like a Google sheet.
Excellent.
Oh, nice.
Let's see if we can carry the sweat into Friday, Black Friday game, Eagles and Bears. This seems to hit all the time just because of the stupid play that is the tush push. Jalen Hurts, let's give him an anytime touchdown. 2 in the last game. He scored an anytime touchdown in his last 3. Bears don't have a great run defense. I could see them getting it down to the goal line for a situation where they just push Hurts in as they normally do.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
think that's a safe play.
I like it.
Unfunny, non-risk taking Ben.
Kicks.
Jalen Hurts
Why
tutty.
don't you bet clean up here?
I'm going to be a little bit riskier here. This play has some definite variance. I've got Christian Watson as an anytime touchdown scorer in the early game on Turkey Day. Jameis Winston just went in and completely sliced and diced this Detroit secondary. Now, the problem is the Packers haven't been throwing the ball a lot, but I think that might have to change tomorrow because they're going to have to keep up with Detroit's high-octane offense. And Watson is their best downfield threat. I think he finds the end zone at least once tomorrow. We just need one. At plus 185, that makes it a nice, tasty number for the parlay. So Watson, anytime Tutty score is in.
All right.
There we
That's
have
4 out of the 6. Let's go back behind the glass to an always confident Mike Marr.
Yeah, he was confident the Rolling Stones were from Brooklyn too. So I don't know if his confidence is a good or bad thing.
What was his confident play in the parlay last week?
I don't know.
I remember he
recall.
said he didn't have a pick; he had a lock.
Jonathan Taylor, 2 or more.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that was a big swing and a
I think
miss.
he had 0 or more.
But the holiday season is never about reinventing the wheel. Thanksgiving Eve is where you air the ball out. Thanksgiving Day is where you run the ball. So I'm going to set the tone for our parlay. 1 p.m. Packers versus Lions. Jahmyr Gibbs, anytime touchdown. That's minus 195. Most explosive player in the NFL. 13 touchdowns on the season. And he's coming off a monster game last week. And he only had 50 total yards when they played the Packers earlier in the season. So he's got revenge on his mind, and the Lions need this win just to kind of stay alive in the playoff hunt.
All right. Jahmyr Gibbs, who looks to be the most explosive running back in the NFL this season, anytime touchdown. That leaves EB back from the bathroom. How'd you fare?
That was amazing. All right, so I'm going to change my pick cakes, hopefully.
All right,
Doesn't
we can
it?
do that.
All right. This makes no sense to me. Can you explain why is this? I don't understand. Why? So I was going to do CD Lamb anytime touchdown.
All right. Yeah.
Plus 135. Then I looked at his numbers. I know he's been hurt, whatever. He's only got 2 touchdowns.
Well, he loves dropping the ball because he had a ball in his hands in the end zone last week. Now his arm was getting wrenched away by a defender, like where the ball came, but that's the catch he usually makes.
Yeah. That was a bad look by CD because he blamed Dak, like he pointed to throw the ball in front of him. Hits in the hands, right in the bread basket.
I thought
catch
he had
it.
more than 2 touchdowns.
Hey, Sports Center did a whole piece on is George Pickens the new number 1 in Dallas?
So explain this to me, right? So I'm like, well, CD Lamb, okay, he's plus 135. He's got 2 touchdowns. But I shocked by the 2 touchdowns. George Pickens has 8 touchdowns, and he's plus 155. He's better. It's a better bet. Can anyone in the world explain that to me? It makes no sense to me. I'm taking George Pickens plus 155. He's got 8 touchdowns.
All right, it's in.
CD has 2, and he's plus 135. I don't understand life.
Due theory. He's due for more.
I don't understand life.
He's due for positive touchdown regression.
Anybody, Ben, you're an analytics freaking nerd. Why? What is that? What is the 135? What is
think
that?
he knows the Cowboys.
I'm not an
Alex
analytics
Sarr doesn't
nerd.
wear a Cowboys
You
jersey.
know all that stuff.
I
What
can't
is
even.
that?
I can't even do mental math.
Yeah, but you know, like DVOA and all that crap.
No, I don't.
All right.
I think they're just thinking kind of like Cake said, a
Do theory?
regression. The opposite of the do theory.
All right. It's crazy to me. Give me the 155.
Did we miss
You're
somebody?
in. I think we're good.
we got everybody in.
I think we're good.
I'm sorry.
I think that's everybody.
All right.
6 leg
All right, here's
parlay.
what we need.
A 6 turkey leg parlay.
Yes, exactly. We need Christian Watson, anytime tutty score. Jahmyr Gibbs, the same, in the same game. We have Jamar Chase, anytime touchdown scorer in Baltimore. Yoshi Voss needs over 50 receiving yards. Jalen Hurts needs to score in a tush push. Duh, he does that every week. And George Pickens needs to fall into the end zone at plus 155. A $10 wager on Turkey Day makes us $1,050.76.
I think we got a shot at this one.
That's
I really
like-
do.
Let me do my radio math here. That's like $160 ahead.
I'll be sorry.
We just need a
roughly.
dub. We
Yeah,
need a dub.
We need some confidence. We need
I
some
almost don't even
swagger.
care if it's $80.
The swagger's gone.
Yes.
Swagger's officially left the building.
And you guaranteed we would get a win in the NFL season.
I did guarantee.
We're running
it,
out of
but,
time.
I mean, what does my guarantee mean?
Well, we're running out of time.
Hey.
Behind my guarantee.
Cakes, make sure you check before you put this in. Don't wait until tomorrow if we can.
Yeah.
Because
The
there's definitely
boost?
going to be Turkey Day boosts.
So put it in tomorrow or wait.
Put it in tomorrow.
It's the same. Put it in tomorrow and wait. It's the same.
Yes. You confused me. You made
Do
me
I
put
put
my
it in
brain in a
tomorrow
blender when
or
you
do
said
I
that.
wait?
There's a good chance I'm going to forget to put it in tomorrow.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to eat it and not get Turkey Day parlay and place it now.
Good.
I want the I want the boost.
You want
Don't
the
forget.
boost?
Are you going
Boost
to
on zero?
remember to
can I
text
pay
him?
Can I pay $1 for Cakes to remind me to remind him to put it in?
Sure.
Yeah, the problem is Cake's probably he's the latest texter always.
I will remember. I
Why don't you
think
put
I'll
alarm on your
remember.
phone? Alarm on your phone. It's always the
Yeah.
answer.
I can do that.
We got a
Hey Siri, set an alarm
Hold
for
up.
11 a.m. tomorrow.
I can do that. I can make that happen.
Because I mean, 50% profit boost.
It's not
I
gonna
know,
be
right?
50%. It's
Yes,
probably
no,
It's just free money.
take it.
We got a rare, like, really complimentary text from our boss yesterday about yesterday's show.
Yeah.
I gave a thumbs up. Evie gives a thanks. Both of them, within 15 minutes,
Sure.
a half hour.
Yeah, yeah.
Cakes comes in about 4 hours later.
I responded. Is there a
I
time
know.
limit
No,
on
no, no.
responding?
But that's
So the idea is
the
that you probably
point
didn't
is-
see your phone for 4 hours. Like you weren't looking at
Well,
your
he's
phone.
definitely on his phone for
saw
the
it.
4 hours.
And then,
He sees it and ignores it.
And then eventually I responded.
He's just slow at responding. That's why I think get the bet in now. My point is get the bet in now because
Yeah.
he'll forget even if you remind him.
50%, 30%.
50%
That is.
profit boost is worth it.
All right.
All right.
I will place it. I'll probably place it tomorrow.
Yeah, see, that's the problem.
And
He's
if
forgotten
I
before.
forget and it
Set-
hits,
You owe us
then
out of your own pocket.
you guys are just out of luck.
We need all of our listeners and ourselves to spam you
What do you
all
think,
day
I'm-
tomorrow.
You think I'm providing bet insurance over here?
So just put the bet in.
Bank?
You'll
What are you doing?
remember.
What are you
am I,
doing
the
tomorrow? Turkey
FDI?
trot? We are doing a turkey
FDIC?
trot. You can't put it in.
Federal deposit
nothing
insurance
going
and
on.
case?
Exactly. There's nothing going on.
He'll be doing his fantasy lineups. He's obsessed
Well, I'll
with
be
that.
doing that.
Well, I
I'll be-
know, but
I'll be
why
helping
he's
get ready
doing
for
his lineups?
Thanksgiving.
It doesn't help him remember to put it in.
I'll get the bet in.
I'm
guys
worried.
just- you guys relax.
I'm
You guys
worried because I feel like we can hit.
You like this one.
I like this one.
I really like this one.
We're going with some faves.
I'll call you, Cakes.
You'll call me.
Yeah,
won't
and maybe
answer.
I'll
Do
tell
you have
you
my
a
number?
joke.
Yeah, good luck with that.
yeah.
Yeah, I won't pick up, but you can call
He's
me.
going to look at the number. Who the
You
hell
will
is
call me.
this?
No, I have his
Here's my
number.
number.
I'll look at it. I'm not talking to Ben, but this is my reminder.
Is he under Ben or is he under unfunny?
No, I don't even.
I
don't
have
even know.
I have unfunny
It's a good
Ben.
point.
Yeah, he is literally in
Not
unfunny
sure.
Ben. Yeah.
All right, phone number's 1-800-636-1067. Coming up next, we'll talk some fantasy football with Dave Richard from CBS Sports. So if you got a question, fantasy playoffs are around the corner. 800-636-1067.
All right, guys. You heard us talking about it. This Thanksgiving, FanDuel's introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. Start a group build, add your pick, then pass it to your friends so they can add theirs. When everybody's done, you each lock in the group's parlay with your own funds because football's better when it's played together. And to make it even better, yeah, that's why we're waiting to put it in tomorrow. Everybody gets a 50% profit boost to use on their build. So grab your crew, start your build, get in on the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. Just visit FanDuel.com/EB to get started. That's FanDuel.com/EB. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power home team, Keller Williams Realty. CJ McCollum posted season highs with 46 points and 10 made three-pointers as the Wizards never trailed en route to a 132-113 win over the Atlanta Hawks. McCollum missed only 3 times from beyond the arc and finished 1-3 shy of his career high and a franchise record. Washington opened with a 45-point first quarter and a 77-point first half, both of those season bests. And Oregon moved up 1 spot in the college football playoff rankings after beating USC. So the Ducks went from number 7 to number 6. They swapped spots with Ole Miss. The top 5 remained Ohio State, Indiana, Texas A&M, Georgia, and Texas Tech in that order. After Oregon at 6 and Ole Miss, Oklahoma, Notre Dame, and Alabama rounded out the top 10. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Hey, you hear David Hasselhoff on this show. That means Dave Richard joins us. He's delivered by our friends at Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Fantasy moves? Ask Dave. For all your other moves, let Metropolitan Moving and Storage do the heavy lifting and take it to the house. Check them out at dcmetropolitanmoving.com. Morning, Dave.
Gentlemen, I am thankful for being on the air with you guys this week. What a surprise when Valdez texted me yesterday and was like, hey, want to come on the show? And I thought to myself, oh, man, they must be short on guests this week, and they need somebody to come in and kill some time. But it doesn't matter if that's the reason. Or
No,
because
we
really
love you,
need help.
Dave.
Today's chock full of guests. We're squeezing you in. We actually, you're in a coach sandwich. We had Spencer Carberry on earlier. We got Brian Keefe, head coach of the Wizards, on later.
You're in your prime spot, Dave. You're good.
All right. Well, I'm happy to be here. Let's help people win their league.
All right. Well,
what was your stance? I heard Valdez ask you a question. I didn't hear the other side of it, so I'm going to ask you on the air. He wanted your take on mac and cheese for Thanksgiving.
So I think the way that he views Thanksgiving, I'm sorry for my voice this morning. He views Thanksgiving as a great time for like special dishes, and mac and cheese is something that you can have anytime. And in that lens, his argument makes a lot of sense. But when you just think like independently of macaroni and cheese, it's like one of the best comfort foods in the world. So people love to have it. So putting it as a top side on Thanksgiving, it kind of suggests that maybe you're just like stuck in a world where you don't care about the other things that come on Thanksgiving. So I get where he's coming from. But that being said, I love me some good mac and cheese.
There we go.
There will always be room for mac and cheese on my plate on Thanksgiving, on April 3rd, on December 29th, wherever.
Yeah, all right.
Okay. And listen, to be fair, I'm a fatty, so there's going to be room for green bean casserole.
Always room for mac and cheese.
Everybody in here is fat. I think we're all technically obese.
100%.
Yeah.
Our cardiologist.
But that will not stop me from eating mac and cheese tomorrow, or rolls, or any of the other delicious Thanksgiving sides. All right, Dave.
Well, rolls are not a side. You can't call rolls a side.
No, okay. You know what rolls are? A staple. If you don't have rolls on your Thanksgiving table or some form of bread, you're just doing
I'm
doing
sure
your
we
life
do,
wrong.
but that's not a big ticket item that I think of for our.
I'm not a big
I love
rolls
bread
guy.
and butter. I mean, who doesn't? But I don't.
My tummy only has so much room.
Well,
and
no one ever goes, oh, I can't wait to eat rolls on Thanksgiving.
Oh, I do. Well, we need to hang out more, Dave, because I certainly do that. That's one of my things. This is for our friend Matt Myers from Pasadena. He has to sit one of these running backs: Jalen Warren, Chase Brown, RJ Harvey, Travion Henderson. Sit one.
I know that sitting Harvey seems like really challenging because the Commanders' defense has been so bad, but that's the one I'm sitting. He's the one that I'm most nervous about of that group. I think he's going to share a little bit more than we want him to. He didn't do well in his first audition as the lead back for the Broncos. He's going to need a real big game and he's got the right opponent to do it. They're both coming off the bye. But when Dan Quinn took over the play calling against Miami, I felt like the defense was a little bit better. And sure, listen, Devon Achane ran like crazy. That's Devon Achane. This is RJ Harvey, not the same thing. He's a flex for me this week.
All right, there you go, Valdez. Sit RJ Harvey.
All right, do we go to the phones?
Let's do it.
All right, we got a couple. It's rare. Got a couple lines open. Let's go to John in McLean. John, what's up, man? You're on with Dave Richard.
Hey guys, happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
You too, man.
Dave, PPR need 2: Kenneth Walker, Kareem Hunt, Cade Otton.
I think Hunt is the one I want to sit because it's full PPR. Walker definitely making a move toward being the primary back in Seattle. More catches last week. Even got a short yardage goal line carry. That's new for him. I think the Seahawks want to lean into that, and they're taking on Minnesota, and their offense is going to put their defense in some compromising position. So Walker should be good. I do buy into this Dallas defense and what I've seen over the last few games. They haven't really been tested that much. It's only 19 running back carries that they've seen over those 2 games, but that just tells me that teams are giving up running the ball against them. If Philadelphia is giving up running the ball with Saquon Barkley against your defense, you've got a good defense. And Kareem Hunt's going to share with Isaiah Pacheco anyway. He's the one I'd sit. Cade Otton, you just hope for checkdowns from Teddy Bridgewater this week.
All right, good luck.
All right, thank
you, buddy. Let's go to Scott, Silver Springs. Scott, happy Thanksgiving. You're on with Dave Richard.
Happy Thanksgiving, guys.
Likewise.
Dave, just want to give a shout out. The last couple times I've called, you've been on point. So thank you.
Thank you.
So a bit of a QB quandary. I have Brissett, who I played last week, did okay. I have Herbert, Tua, and I just picked up Joe Burrow. So what do you think with that crew?
I like Brissett the best of that group. He's really earned it. And last week was his worst game as a fantasy quarterback, and he still got you over that 20-point mark in 6-point per passing touchdown leagues. And you've got to think back a long way. You've got to go all the way back to September to think about Joe Burrow's start to the season. And this is when he had his receiving core healthy, his offensive line healthy, everything was good. He was not getting 20 fantasy points per game. He was worse than that. And now he's coming back off of this bad injury that he had. He seems recovered and fine. He won't have T. Higgins. And I do buy into this Ravens secondary, really, since they made that trade with the Chargers. They've played well on the back end. It looks like Kyle Hamilton's going to play. That's a big deal. So I'm a little lower on Joe Burrow than you might think. And I would just stick with Brissett, especially since the Bucs' run defense is typically good. Their pass defense is typically not good. And Brissett, I mean, look at what he's done. He's throwing the ball like 50 times a game each of the last couple of weeks. I think he's going to have to do something like that again this week.
So you would play Brissett over Herbert?
I would play Brissett over Herbert, and I know Herbert's taking on the Raiders. I don't trust the Chargers to fix that offensive line just because they had a bye week. The issues that they have on that line are chronic right now, and Herbert's affected by it. He's got to get the ball out fast, otherwise he's crushed. I know he's taking on the Raiders. They've got Max Crosby. For now, I've got Herbert outside of my top 12. I'm going to reevaluate it today, but I would assume that I'll still have Herbert behind Brissett.
Brissett or Darnold?
Brissett.
Ooh, man, he's high on Brissett.
Yeah, I'm high on Brissett. The consistency has been there. And look, past 2 weeks, his numbers have been great. He's throwing a ton. No Marvin Harrison Jr. What if Marvin Harrison Jr. comes back this week? That makes it even better.
Yep.
All right, let's go to Noel in Philly. Noel, happy Thanksgiving. You're on with Dave Richard. Whoops, you actually got to click it, EB. There you go. Noel?
Happy Thanksgiving. Good morning, guys.
Yep, hey, buddy.
Dave, I have a half-point PPR. Pick one. Devontae Adams, A.J. Brown, or Nico Collins.
Studs.
Yeah. Loaded.
Wow. Yeah, and you know what? The wrong answer last week was sitting A.J. Brown, and that's what I told you last week, and it's what I'm going to tell you this week, too. Even though, look, I think about the matchup against Chicago for him, and the Bears might play a lot of man coverage, and that seems to be when Brown really stands out, and he did look pretty good last week. I don't know if I have the stones to sit Nico. And last week was bad for him. He didn't even have a target in the second half, and the Texans found a way to win anyway. And that is nerve-wracking, but I just think there's too much upside with Nico Collins to where I would pass on him for A.J. Brown. We know what that downside looks out for A.J. Brown.
All right, thank you, buddy. Let's go to Scott in Fairfax. Scott, you're on with Dave Richard.
Hey, Dave. How about Dak or Herbert?
It's Dak for me. I know that everybody wants to go right back to Herbert. They're not thinking about the issues that he had before the bye. And I get it because it's the Raiders, and the Raiders make everybody look really, really good. And it's possible that he makes the Raiders make him look really, really good. I'm going to have to reevaluate that, but I don't think I'm going to put Dak Prescott behind him.
Probably not.
All right, let's
Good
go
luck.
to DJ in Bowie. DJ, happy Thanksgiving. You're on with Dave Richard.
Happy Thanksgiving, guys. Dave, quarterback question. Dak, Danny Dimes, or Burrow?
It's Dak again. He's top 5 for me this week. Danny Dimes would be, even in my rankings now, he's behind even Justin Herbert. Just somebody that I cannot trust. The matchup against Houston is going to be tough. They're going to put pressure on him. And really, we've seen it any time, I want to say in his last 3 games, anytime there's been pressure on him, he's looked just like the guy that we saw in New York. He's making mistakes. He's turning the ball over.
Yeah.
He's not scoring touchdowns. It's gross.
Thank you.
Thank you, buddy.
Good luck.
Appreciate it. Let's go to Dan in Reston. Dan, you're on with Dave Richard.
Hey, I had a question about Justin Herbert, but I guess I've kind of gotten that story. So I got a different one. If Josh Jacobs doesn't go, should I start Darnell Mooney, David Montgomery, or Troy Franklin in the flex for a half-point PPR?
It's Franklin, who I've kind of identified as the number 1 receiver for Denver. Very versatile, can work in the short area or downfield, can beat man coverage, can beat zone coverage. I think Bo Nix trusts him. And it's not to say Cortland Sutton stinks, but it does mean that Franklin just tends to get more targets, and I think that will continue on this week against the Commanders.
Hey, Dave, where does Lamar fall in your rankings this week?
I have him at 11th, and it has everything to do with Cincinnati and nothing to do with what I've seen with my own 2 eyeballs since he's beat up. You can tell that he's just not playing with the same intensity. He seems to be just a little bit more careful. The passing has been okay. I can tell that he's just not his old self. But this Bengals defense is statistically one of the worst all time. So I can't help but want to start players on the Ravens against them. And Lamar is going to make the cut as a top 12 quarterback. But listen, I will reevaluate Justin Herbert today. And in my lineup decisions column, I will throw some sort of sneaky shout out to the junkies and the listeners in the write up for Justin Herbert. And then you'll know exactly where I stand. I could very easily change my mind because the Raiders are kind of like the Bengals. They aren't that good defensively. And if it comes down to that, then you'll know when you read the story, and it'll be up today, that Justin Herbert's better than what I'm giving him credit for this morning.
All right. It is Turkey Day edition of the Speed Round. No small talk, no dumb questions, no trade questions, limited to 1 question. No Bluetooth or speaker phones allowed. And don't argue with Dave on Thanksgiving Day Eve.
Hold on. Are they allowed to say Happy Thanksgiving?
No.
No.
No?
That was for the
we
previous
have rules and
segment.
standards, Dave.
This is no BS.
This is a structured society we live in.
We're trying to do this. Get him in, get him out. All right.
Do it.
All right. Let's go to Jeff Leesburg. Jeff, go.
Stafford or Burrow?
Stafford is my number 1 quarterback this week.
Ooh, sexy.
That was a dumb question. We should have hung up.
What, Stafford or Burrow?
Yeah.
Was dumb?
If Stafford's his number,
not dumb. Not dumb.
Oh,
All right,
pushback.
Valdez overruled.
Rick, speed round, go.
Montgomery or Vidal?
Vidal.
Let's go to Justin, speed round, go.
Wilson or Lamb?
I think you mean Michael Wilson. I would go with CeeDee Lamb, but it is very close. And I have to amend my last answer. If Amari Hampton is back, you cannot start Kamani Vidal.
Hey, Dave, there's a question based on something that Eric was talking about during our parlay. So we had a parlay, and he was wondering why the odds of an anytime touchdown for George Pickens were longer than for CeeDee Lamb, when CeeDee Lamb only has 2 touchdowns compared to
Pickens has 8. What is that?
I don't know what that is, but that sounds like something that I would want to try and take advantage
That's
of.
a glitch in the matrix.
Let's do
What's
it.
going on?
Let's make it happen.
All right.
Maybe they're expecting Lamb to have a big bounce back game, and the coverage for him over the middle of the field and against slot corners for Kansas City is going to be easier than what Pickens will deal with. But I feel like Pickens could be covered by like a giraffe and King Kong, and he will still make a one-handed catch down the sideline.
All right. Maybe that's it. Let's go to Eddie. Speed round, go.
PP.
Slight
All right, let's go to James in Laurel. Speed round, go.
Hesitation.
All right, let's go to. Oh, that's my bad.
Is it already too much tryptophan?
No, I didn't click it.
EB error.
Yeah, hang up on me.
Yeah.
James, speed round, go.
Need 2 or 3. Daryl Mooney, Pierce, or Keenan Allen.
It's Darnell Mooney, but I'll let you slide because I'm nice.
Yeah, I would
and
say
it's
Allen of those
Thanksgiving.
three.
All right, let's go to John in Bristow. Speed round, go.
I have this league that
You can't do a narrative. It's only the
You're
question.
giving us War and Peace? What are we doing
It's a
here?
speed round.
Let's go to Kyle. Speed round, go.
Half-point PPR, need 1, Christian Watson, Jordan Addison, or Josh Downs.
That's how it's done. Well done, sir. Way to close it
Addison
out.
sits.
Yeah, Addison stinks.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Addison's bags are completely deflated by J.J. McCarthy, and this week by Max Brosmer. I believe he'll be throwing him the football.
That's who it is.
Yeah.
Who's like a decent for an undrafted quarterback, but against Seattle, I'm going to take a hard pass.
That's a big.
Like Justin Jefferson's in trouble this week. That's
Yeah.
how bad it is.
Yeah, big time.
He's been in trouble all year.
Dave, you have a great Thanksgiving, my friend. Eat a second helping of mac and cheese just to shove it in Valdez's face. Okay.
I'll do that, guys. Happy Thanksgiving
Happy
to you all.
Thanksgiving,
Talk to
man.
you next week.
Yep, talk to you
Dave,
soon.
of course,
Appreciate
delivered by our friends at Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Fantasy moves, ask Dave for all your other moves. Let Metropolitan Moving and Storage do the heavy lifting and take it to the house. Check them out at dcmetropolitanmoving.com. Coming up next, let's open up the entertainment page, find out what's going on in Hollywood and the latest in music and gossip from EB. That's next here on The Junkies.
All right, guys, it's here. The Golfdom Black Friday sales event with special savings in every department. You could save on select TaylorMade, Callaway, and Cobra Club. Save 20% off Green Tech footwear, 20% off all apparel, and 20% off select golf bags. Shop in-store or online at worldwidegolf.com during the Black Friday sale this Friday through Monday. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf, proudly serving golfers since 1982 and home of the legendary 90-day satisfaction guarantee. Get there.
Do you guys want a stunning piece of information?
Sure, I'd love that.
Yesterday, I had a call from one Jason Bishop. That's stunning in and of
All right, what
itself.
did
He
needed
called you,
something
not
from
didn't
you.
text
Of course,
you.
he needed
actually
something.
Called
He needed a
you?
He
pick.
called.
He needed a
Wow.
pick or something.
That is shocking news.
A pick? No. I'm out of this. I already
Yeah.
paid him $100 for
All right.
Survivor.
I did too.
I think I might send in a pick anyway, but
Yeah, I
it
will
seems
too,
like it's
but it's just
meaningless.
Dumb. It's dumb.
Yeah, it's dumb. I mean, he sends out his all caps email to remind you that this week, because of Thanksgiving, get
Yeah.
your picks in by Wednesday.
Shocker, JP paid him like within 10 minutes, and I paid him like 6 hours later.
Yeah.
Because I really didn't want to pay him, but even though I was
That's
part
why
of
I'm
the
afraid
pool,
you might not put in the parlay.
yeah,
You'll forget
it's
about
fine.
it.
I got it covered. It's all good.
Jason agreed to do a speech at Salisbury.
What?
Apparently, Salisbury has an anniversary or something.
Okay.
And he called me. He's like, "Do you have pictures of the show, like the show's history,
Yeah.
like the ones that I used
How did
for
this
my
happen?
book?" And he agreed to do like a slideshow presentation
Do a PowerPoint of
Yeah.
that. There's nothing about tech. Is going to do
about the
a
show, I
PowerPoint?
guess.
Hold on, for who?
Salisbury, his college.
I know, for what? Like a class?
I think he said it was the anniversary of Salisbury.
So like some alumni
I don't know.
I don't even understand this.
I don't. I didn't jot down the
You know
details,
what?
but
He
did
said-
Salisbury? Is Salisbury
Does he have
turning 100?
CTE?
Who, Jason?
Yeah.
Did he get overtaken by an alien while he's been gone
Are
these
you
2 weeks?
kidding? That
You want
is
me- hey, do you want me
that's
to call
the most
him?
Bizarre thing.
You want me to
yeah,
call
yeah,
him?
yeah, call him.
Is he a pod person? All
Hold
of
on.
a sudden, we don't
It's their
know.
100th anniversary. Okay, so he did
Okay.
say
Who
that.
cares?
So they're going to celebrate the 100th anniversary,
Yeah.
and I guess they're bringing in their silly alums. They're bringing in their heavy
They
hitters.
asked him to do
Hey,
a
is
presentation.
Dan Quinn going?
He
too?
said it's in the spring,
Okay.
so he's got months to prepare.
This is a guy that even if he does an event at someone's house, he has to get hammered to do
This
it.
is a shocking update.
What? This is a guy before our cable access show would do shots
Yes.
because of his
we
anxiety.
also, before Junks TV, almost lost a sponsorship. Didn't get paid for months. That was in the thousands, by the way. Thousands and thousands of dollars because he snuck liquor into Hooters.
This is what?
Yeah,
He
Hey, man.
agreed to make a speech.
He's a proud seagull.
he
about the
he's
show?
a big time seagull. He loves it.
I mean, Dan Quinn pummels him in terms of alums,
Owns him.
but
Not even
maybe
close.
maybe they don't have that many great alums.
Now that's to look that up.
This supposed to be like early onset dementia. I honestly, his brain is broken. I mean, there isn't a scenario on Earth where I would do that.
So they got the owner of the
Yeah,
Ravens.
they've got him. They've got whoever. I don't know who Jake Berge is.
They got-
He's listed here.
They got Frank Purdue
Frank Purdue's a big one. I mean,
and Jim Purdue.
Yeah, but they're not all doing presentations.
no chance.
He won't answer. Is he?
I texted him. These phones might come up as spam when it calls them, so I texted him see if he'll call.
Dude, that is bizarre.
I told you I had a shocking update.
So-
Two-pronged. He called, and
That
two,
is.
he agreed to do a presentation for the 100th anniversary of his. By the way, that was his third college, but I guess he's a proud alum.
Sure. I mean, he went there the longest. I think 2
That's
years.
true.
Yeah.
I think it was more like 3
Might have taken him a while.
because he did
mean,
Richmond.
I'll be honest.
He did-
Salisbury,
he did-
Salisbury University, they've got a Nubs top 10. They got a
Jason
Nubs top 10
Would he
alumni.
actually be worthy of top 10?
Would he?
Yeah.
He probably would because their top guy is a wrestler, WWE wrestler.
EB.
Enzo.
Never heard of him.
Number
What?
2 is Dan Quinn. Number 3, okay, Bishotti. He's
All right, those are legit.
number 4, some dude named Scott Krinsky, an actor. I've never seen him before.
Yeah.
Talmadge Branch, politician. Who cares? Another politician at number 6, Salisbury. You know what? He's top 10. Jason Bishop, top 10 Salisbury grad of all time.
Sorry to hijack the entertain page, but
Oh,
I
it
thought
doesn't
it was
bother me,
worthy.
man.
Do you know the acceptance rate at
How are
Salisbury
you gonna
University?
That's got to be.
Why are you laughing?
That's got to be 85 plus.
Well, the
85
only reason
plus.
is he's only going to bring it up if it's a Nubs
Am I-
number.
you know-
I know the EB enjoys it a lot.
He's not going to say.
Is it 95?
88. I said 85 plus. I was
88.6.
pretty
Yeah.
close. Yeah. What would you think it was? I mean, it's not Harvard.
You think it's exclusive?
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Now who's joning?
I'm not.
Hey, you know what?
You know-
Towson Gajon on Salisbury. That's for
1,082.8.
Barely.
Thank you. We get we have Jones status.
There's a lot
on
Eastern Shore hillbillies got let in.
And you know what else we have? We actually have a pretty decent alumni list, unlike Salisbury.
Why, Amy? What's her name?
Amy Schumer, Stacy
She stinks.
Keebler. Who else? Now I need to pull up our list.
Stacy Keebler.
Yeah, you just
Stacy
hey, you just
wrestler,
joked.
you
By the way, you just joked on Salisbury having a wrestler
Stacey
at
Keebler's
number
hot.
one.
Dave Megan.
And then we're going to
Different.
Stacey
We don't
Keebler.
claim Dave Megan anymore.
You don't claim Dave Megan?
No, we don't. No, we don't claim him anymore.
Mm.
Sean Landetta might not even want to claim him.
I don't know, man. Steve Bisciotti's pretty good.
And we got Mike Rowe from Dirty Jobs. He's silly. I don't know who Mike Flanagan is.
I wonder if he like
Salisbury might have you.
No chance. We got Charles S. Dutton from Rock fame. He was in Rudy.
I know who he is.
You know Charles S. Dutton. We pwned that list. Not even close.
Anyway, Jason Bishop has agreed
to
do a presentation for Salisbury's 100.
I can't believe
anniversary. We're going to have to send Mike Marr to video it.
Can't believe that's a real
Mike,
thing.
you might have to cover that.
Yeah, I'll go for sure. That's like 25 minutes from Motion City.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah,
pop
yeah.
out of there after.
You'll
All right.
definitely go to that.
Honestly, he might have to do cocaine. Like I don't know how he'll do it.
Yeah.
He has to be inebriated to talk in public.
Minimum of Xanax washed down by a tall glass of,
Yeah.
like by a Surfside.
It's like he was
That could actually kill you.
like
I
he
would
fell
do
on his
that.
head or something. I'm actually stunned. That's the most stunning thing I've heard in 2025. The most stunning thing I've heard.
In all of
The
2025.
whole year.
I mean, he's probably not even getting paid to do it. He's probably doing this out of the goodness of his heart. His dark, cold, black
I
heart.
thought this was Thanksgiving, not April Fool's.
That's got to be a joke.
Oh, by the way, speaking of holidays, Valdez hipped me to something earlier today that I just could not actually believe. So he's going to go to his brother's house for Thanksgiving tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whole fam will be there.
Everybody
Mom and dad.
knows that his brother's name is Michael Myers.
Yeah,
That's
everyone
his
knows
given
that.
name. Everybody knows that. Same name as the homicidal maniac from the original Halloween movie. His brother, Michael Myers, lives right outside of Gaithersburg. I can give the name of the street, right?
Sure.
He lives on a street called Haddonfield Lane. The original Halloween movie takes place in Haddonfield, Illinois. This is one of the
Bizarre.
It's Kismet.
I can't believe
Destiny.
This is more shocking than Jason Bishop going to Salisbury to do a PowerPoint. in front of me.
Cake's mind is blown
My
right now.
mind's completely blown. It's not. It doesn't blow your mind.
It's a funny coincidence.
It's bizarro world, is what it is. That's more shocking than Jason going to Salisbury and doing a presentation.
Maybe he sought it out.
No, it's just a weird coincidence.
He sought out
it's-
the address.
It's not weird.
It's a selling point.
I do have another. My
Continues
wife
the bit.
Dee just texted me. She reminds me, but there is another alum that of some note that went to Salisbury. He's a family friend through friends of ours. Mike Seidel, remember from the Weather Channel?
Sure.
Remember him?
Well, he should be on that list.
He should be on that
He's
list.
definitely worthy.
Yeah. I mean, he was like on the Weather Channel for like 30 years.
I remember he
he's a
came to your
staple.
wedding, right?
Yeah.
But I don't. I
You
would.
never watched
I
the Weather
wouldn't.
Channel? You'd
I
seen
don't
him.
know him.
I think you would recognize him if you saw him, but maybe not. Maybe not
Yeah.
if you're not a weather guy.
But hey,
I mean, he's
that
still
list was
Stacey
pretty
Keebler,
nubs.
but he
That
tries.
list was
He
nubs.
tries.
All right, let me get into the entertainment page before we have Coach Keith come
It
up
is
here
sponsored,
shortly.
EB.
That's right. It's always sponsored by BMW of Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager. She'll take care of you. Of course, you can check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. Mention me. They're going to treat you like a rock star. Go take it for a test drive. You're going to love it, and you just won't regret it.
Oh, I completely slept on this guy. Number 9 on our list, Towson Tiger Pride, Kevin Clash, puppeteer, voice of, I don't know, you heard of this guy? Elmo.
Okay.
You ever heard Jim Henson?
I mean, it's pretty average, Jim Henson. I know there's a statue of
Towson guy?
Towson guy, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
I know there's a statue of Jim Henson outside of Stamp. I'm well aware.
By the way, do you know who happens to be the fourth leading scorer in the country right now?
Coop.
Meg's boyfriend.
Well, good for him. That's awesome.
Coop Savage in 24 games.
I don't
for,
know his last name. What's his
Cooper
last
Nord.
Nord?
Oh, I thought Coop
Nord.
was his last name.
N-O-R-D?
No, Cooper Nord. Yeah.
Nord.
Coop's balling. for the Big Red. Now it's weird. Yeah, I think he's going to drop tonight because they're for some reason they always play like one D3 game in the. I don't know why they're doing it. They play. Have you ever heard of Misericordia or something like that? It's like a D3 school.
Sounds like a heart condition.
I don't think that. Yeah, I don't think that he'll play. I think he'll play like 5 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know.
They'll play all the back of the roster guys.
Okay.
If I was him, I'd say, please, hey, don't play me. You're gonna ruin me in my scoring average.
It's fine.
I'm sure he won't say that because he's a team guy.
Sure,
but that's what I was be thinking. So we talked about the Internet Invitational and how it was just an absolute phenom on YouTube. Did over 23 million views on various platforms. Portnoy originally started it with $1 million prize pool, got up to about 1.7. He says the next one will be 10 million. Very controversial though. Final episode. Paige Spiranak, former Junkies guest, was accused of cheating. We talked about it. She had been kind of MIA on social media since it aired. She finally spoke yesterday, and she said, Cakes, in her over 10 years as being, she has been, I mean, you can say what you want. She kind of created the golf influencer category.
Sure,
it's like,
she's an internet sensation.
I mean, it's her.
Valdez was the first follower.
I mean, it's been like over 10 years. She said since that episode aired, where she was accused, and you could see her on camera, of like tamping down the grass in front of their ball where they're competing for $1.7 million. She said she's gotten over 10,000 death threats.
Really?
Online. Can you imagine your DMs?
Yeah, Valdez, why are you threatening
to the point where
online?
some were so bad that she's had to talk to police about getting restraining orders against people.
Were they playing individually or as teams?
It was teams.
So it was a Ryder Cup style thing.
Ryder Cup style, but it was great the way they did it because they had a couple of like ex-PGA Tour guys that are YouTube guys now, and then they have guys that are like 30 handicaps. And so you had like A player, B player, C player, D
And were
player.
the teams random or did they form?
They
them?
drafted them.
Okay.
And so they constantly redrafted. It was very interesting the way they put the teams together. But anyway, Paige finally popped up just in time for her holiday calendar.
I was literally going to say, her holiday calendar's on sale.
Yep.
Yeah.
So anyway, I like Paige. I actually
Did you follow her Halloween bit where she did a new outfit every day, Valdez?
No, you couldn't because that was on like her paid.
That's the
Page
premium.
thing.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's a premium bit.
I'm horny. I ain't that horny.
You ain't paying for it.
Yeah.
Didn't you get
You're free level
Didn't
horny.
you get some sort of password or something where you get like free $50 for OnlyFans or something?
our listener during last year's drinking show, holiday show.
They gave me that gift,
Yes.
and then I bequeathed that gift to, I believe, Valdez.
Yes. So I have some account with it credited in there.
Gotcha.
But Paige does her only thing. It's called like Only Page.
Only Page.
Yeah, but I'm not paying for that.
And by the way, no nudity. What would you pay? Who cares about her in a dumb bikini? Right? I mean, I like Paige. But
I've seen her in her bikini a billion times.
Yeah,
I don't
right.
need to see it again.
Right. Police at Arizona. This is the first time I'm reading this. Police at Arizona College Bar arrest 249 underage drinkers at once during a massive raid. Cakes.
Dagger.
It was narcs. What are
Where
they
was
doing?
this?
You're
Where-
ruining a good time.
Is this at Arizona State? Where is this? Valdez.
I think it's Arizona. It's in Tempe. I'm not
That's
sure.
Arizona State.
Yeah, so Arizona State.
Yeah, Arizona. That makes sense. 249 underage drinkers
At once?
At once. 57 law enforcement agents were all like sort of undercover.
Yeah, most unfun sting in the world.
Oh my God. You want to talk about a high acceptance rates? Look up Arizona State. Definitely in the 80s.
Wow, Joey.
Definitely in the 80s. Although it might not be Kentucky. Didn't you say Kentucky?
It's not in the 80s, EB.
90s?
90.2%.
Wow.
Literally, if you're breathing,
Yeah,
you
if
go
you're
to
breathing,
Arizona
you
State.
can fill out an
Can
application.
you imagine being the 1 out of 10 that doesn't get in?
Such shame you bring on your family.
All right, tell Mike in Fairfax, who's going to do some weird run and he's eating all these tacos. We'll get him in the 9 o'clock hour. Okay, can't go to him now because we have Coach Keefe coming up next. Correct?
Coach Keefe, off of a win.
Big
Wizards
win last
got a
night.
win last night against Atlanta Hawks. We'll talk to the head coach of the Wizards next here on the Junkies.
All right, guys, EB here. Selling your home shouldn't feel like a constant waiting game or a guessing match, right? No, that's why you have to hit up my friends, the Realtor Rockstars, Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds and Power Home team with Keller Williams. They take the stress and uncertainty out of the process, and they bring you real results. You know, oftentimes people put their home on the market, it doesn't sell, costs you time and money, they freak out. Well, that's where the Reynolds and Power Home team steps in. They'll take over with their aggressive marketing, real buyer connections, and a history turning homes that didn't sell originally into happy closings. So it doesn't matter if you're relocating, upgrading, downsizing, whatever it is, they have a solution for you. Fast sale, no problem. Flexible closing date, done. Maximum exposure, always. They're so confident in their services that if your home doesn't sell, what are they going to do? Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price you agree on. So that's their guarantee. You literally have nothing to lose. So call Debbie, Sarah, Reynolds, and Power Team right now. Find out more about this guarantee and others at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD. Or check them out at debbieasthebuyers.com.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980, presented as always by Crop Metcalf. They're the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. Coming up at 9 o'clock, Mike Loxley, head coach of the University of Maryland Terrapins football team, is joining us right now. Awful win. The head coach of the Wizards, Brian Keefe. Good morning, Coach.
Congratulations.
Morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
Does it feel different this morning coming off a win?
I'm really happy for the guys that played terrific last night. Obviously, the first quarter came out and, in the 40s. I think we had 45.
45, yeah.
Yeah. So 2 games in a row in the 40s to start the game. But, yeah, really, really happy for the guys. Guys have been resilient, battling, and practicing really well the last couple of weeks. And nice to get a win.
Was it one of those where it reached a point where, like, you guys are like, all right, screw this. We love the young guys. We're developing here, but we're going to play some of the old heads today, and we're going to get a freaking dub.
Well, we had some guys out. Keyshawn was out.
Right.
A little bit. Trey was out, so some of our young guys just weren't available.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Alex Starr played 37 minutes.
Right.
Bilal played in the mid-30s, and Bub played a lot of minutes. So our young guys were still out there. But, yeah, obviously Chris and CJ, Corey had big games for us last night.
Yeah, CJ with the eruption, 46 points, 10 of 13 from three-point land. And I heard some of his quotes after the game where he's basically saying, and I'm paraphrasing, that, a lot of this is done in the dark, the preparation and, time away from my family, working on my craft, trying to get better. And, that's a great role model for a lot of those younger players on your roster. The roster's got a lot of 20 and 21-year-olds. It's nice for them to have him as a role model around.
Absolutely. That's one of the things that's been great getting to know him is that, there's not an accident when a guy is this good of a player. The way he trains, the way he works, how meticulous he is. You could say the same thing about Chris. Corey Kispert's the same way. And we have all of our younger guys who love the gym, who love working on their craft. So they're seeing great examples. Those guys are invaluable to our program.
What was the idea with Will? I don't know. Do you make the decision like, hey, we should probably send him down to the G League, or is that what Will does? Like, because Will Riley was down and then he was back up, but he hasn't played a lot since he's been back up. I'm just kind of wondering what's the thought process with that?
Yeah. So obviously, all of us communicate. Will and I talk every day about these things. Where guys are, how can we help them develop? He's been terrific in practice, and he's been getting some spot minutes here for our team with the Wizards. But we wanted to get him some reps, some real game reps. And he did great when he was down there. You can see where he's going to go, his processing skills, his passing skills, his scoring ability from different levels on the floor. It's just part of, a lot of our first-round picks have played for us. And now we have a bunch of them on the roster, so we're a little bit logjam sometimes for playing time. So we just wanted to get him some real game reps, and I think he took great advantage for it.
But why not just keep him there then?
Well, stuff happens, like things change. One of the parts for him is like he's been able to practice with us.
Gotcha.
Really working on his body too. But guys have been out, so we have some guys out, so things in the rotates had changed. So it's just you're always looking at, hey, where can maybe get some time to get some experience, and then be around our group too. So it's a little bit of a mixture of both.
Right.
So, Coach, the win was part of the Cup, right? The little in-season tournament.
Do you guys
even talk about that?
For sure, yeah. The Cup is I think it's been a great thing for the league. I think this is the 3rd year now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we for sure talk about it. The guys are into it. The players in the league are into it. So that was our first win actually, to get one in the Cup. I think since I've been here. Obviously it's the first one probably ever for the Wizards. But yeah, it was a big win last night. We were really thrilled.
Do the guys? I mean, I have no idea. They get like extra dough for that. Like
they get a little boost. Yeah,
you get a little boost.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Makes sense.
Yeah, it's pretty significant if you win the whole thing. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Makes sense.
I think it's like if you win $53,000. I think I saw that. For NBA players, that doesn't seem like a lot, but it's $53,000.
That's a lot of money.
Sure, and they got a lot of young guys. I'm sure they'd love that.
For the championship, 53. I think it's a little higher.
Okay, I thought I saw
I don't
that
know
somewhere.
the exact number. I think it's a lot higher.
All right.
Yeah, substantial. He would know.
All right, what did so I don't have the schedule in front of me. What's the schedule next couple of days? What are your Thanksgiving plans, Coach?
We travel tomorrow on Thanksgiving to head out to play the Pacers, our one road game, and then we're back home here for. I think we played Boston, then we're out to play Philly, I believe. You know, I'm one day at a time, more than you guys probably even realize.
Right.
You're just focused on the task at hand, but we head out. Yeah, no, we play. I'm sorry, we come back and we play Milwaukee, then the Sixers, then Boston next week. But yeah, we head out on the road. We go play Indiana.
So did you have anything at home, like a little dinner, like tonight? Are you gonna do, or maybe later in the weekend? How's that gonna work?
Guys, you know, it's nice. Guys get to spend the day with their family, and then we'll leave a little bit later in the day.
Okay.
We won't do anything as a team. Last year we were on the road, and we got to do, you know, I think we did something in the hotel as a group. So you're always, you know, this is just part of the business. You're just trying to fit in the best you can in the schedule, but, you know, nice that people get to be home and with their families for a little bit today and tomorrow.
Just wanted your opinion on a couple of league things. The Oklahoma City Thunder, defending champions, are off to a 17-1 start. They've done it with some guys, you know, out of the lineup, whether it's been Williams out of the lineup, Holmgren out of the lineup. Do you see any weaknesses on this team? Because at 17-1, you know, they're going to challenge for best record in the regular season all time, and they're coming off a championship.
I think a lot of times when you come off a championship like they did next year, a lot of times teams come back and have confidence about themselves. Well, obviously, we played them early in the year. I actually thought we played very well until they put a stretch on us near the late third quarter of that game. But, yeah, they're a good team. You know, I haven't overly watched them too much because they're in the West Conference before. Yeah, I haven't watched them since we played them, but obviously they're doing some terrific things this year for sure.
And what makes this Detroit team so good? They're off to a 15-2 start. You know, we've kind of pointed to Detroit as maybe a model for Washington. They get Cade Cunningham a few years ago, and slowly but surely they move their way up. Where now they're the 1 seed in the Eastern Conference.
I think they just said, you know, they have built it the right way, took their time, had patience with probably how they built their roster. And, you know, a lot of those guys in that team from a few years ago are still there. And they probably added some veterans and stuff. They got to give their coaching staff and their organization great credit. They're a really good defensive team. Learned how to play with each other, you know, sharing the ball, that type of stuff. But, you know, they've had a nice start to the season. You know, another game we played very well out there. Right down to the last couple seconds, but you know they've had an impressive start to the season.
Coach Keefe, you were correct. Players on the team that won the NBA Cup last season earned $514,971 a piece.
I knew it was a little bit more than 53,000.
Yeah, that's what the guys got for the team to get from getting knocked out in the first round.
Is what?
Yeah, okay.
53 grand or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, if you win it, you get $500,000.
Gotcha.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
The coach get it. Coach gotta get a little.
Coach gets a taste too. I don't know.
So they get 53,000 just for participating.
Basically, yeah. You get losing in the knockout round. You get like 50 grand.
Okay.
Pretty nice.
Still not bad. Pretty good, right?
Yes, pretty solid.
All right, Coach. Well, look, enjoy your Thanksgiving, and let's get some more dubs on the board.
Thanks, guys. Happy Thanksgiving to you guys. Hope you have a nice day with your family.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Thank you, pal.
Appreciate it. Thanks,
it.
Coach.
It's Coach Brian
Right.
Keefe from your Washington Wizards. They got their second win of the season last night as CJ McCollum went for 46
Hey, more.
points.
I know that. Can you put your cans on, or I don't know where Valdez is. He pooping or something. So I'm going to the Caps tonight, right? The Vault Suites or whatever.
Yeah.
Ben, Mar, Valdez. I need the Wiz. I need the Wiz hookup. So let's just talk to Valdez.
Putting it on them.
Yeah, well, I mean, where is he?
All you have to do
They're
is
your
text the
Gophers?
same guy you got for the Caps tickets.
These are your Gophers?
They're my guy, they're producers. Okay. Yeah, I need to go. They offered, right? Last time we had Coach on, and I don't know, we could all do something together, but I want to go, you know, take my fam too.
So you want me to reach out to Jim? Is that what you're saying?
No. Just whoever it was when they called in, whoever was the media person or whatever, it said that they'll hook us up. Remember they said they get us some wood seats?
We'll ask Valdez.
All right. All right.
Yeah, they'll.
Where did he
defer.
go? Pooping? Is he pooping?
No, he's got to do work because it's just going to be all rewinds for 6 to 10 tomorrow. So he's got to put all that in the
Oh, is that
system.
what it is? They're not even dragging like Linnell out or anything.
No, I'm going to be here if Linnell attended too.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Happy Thanksgiving. Coming up next, Mike Loxley, head coach, University of Maryland, joins us here on the Junks.
All right, guys. You know me. I'm always out there on the golf course, the tennis court, whatever it is, trying to stay active. But getting old, it's a serious thing, man. You get sore. Hips, knees, back spasms, all that stuff that can really slow you down. That's why I trust Vantastat. Whether you need urgent advice after an injury, help understanding symptoms, or you just want a connection to over 400 plus CAO orthopedic specialists, Vantastat is there for you. Their urgent ortho helpline is open 365 days a year. Don't wait. Call 844-VANTA-365. That's 844-VANTA-365. Don't wait. I've seen how much of a difference it can make.
the Wizards jumped out to a 31-8 lead and never looked back en route to their 132-113 victory over the Hawks. That was on a night where CJ McCollum had a season-high 46 points and tied a Wizards franchise single-game record with 10 made threes. Alex Sarr also put together a really strong performance, 27 points and 11 rebounds on the night for him. And the top 5 seeds did not change from last week's unveiling, as Ohio State, Indiana, Texas A&M, Georgia, and Texas Tech stayed numbers 1 through 5 respectively in the college football playoff rankings. The biggest change from the selection committee, they awarded Oregon for their win over USC. They bumped the Ducks up to number 6, which moved Ole Miss down to number 7. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, and as always, brought to you by Crop Metcalf. They're the official heating and cooling company of the Junks. By the way, the poll of the day, it is sliding more towards people don't want to see Jaden back on the field. It's last I checked, it was like 10%. Now it's like 20%.
It was still 80%.
Yeah. But still, that's a sizable minority of fans.
20% of the fans that are losers.
Losers, wussies.
They just want to lose.
I think I know where our next guest would fall. We can ask him. I know where he's going to fall in this conversation.
All right, let's introduce
topic.
the head coach of the Maryland Terrapins, Mike Locksley. Presented by IT Cadre, trusted insight from Trusted Insiders. IT Cadre. Good morning, Coach.
What's up, fellas? How you guys doing?
Happy Thanksgiving a day early.
How about that?
What's the Locksley Thanksgiving look like?
Man, it's like the Griswolds, family. When you're from this area, both sides of our family are from here, so they all convene at my house, and it'll be the Griswolds all over the place.
Yeah, I've been fortunate enough to be at your house for some of the media, pre-season kickoffs, and when you have a Mike Locksley spread, you're always hosting.
You go with that.
No, I mean you're always going to be hosting because people are like, we're going to Lox's house.
Well, we're not going to some guy's house.
We're just going to Lox's
going to
place.
Unk's house. They're not going to their normal house.
There's no way that you're not always hosting.
But he doesn't live that far from you. You could invite him over to your crib tomorrow.
He would look at my crib and be like, this guy lives in squalor compared to where I live.
Just look for the house with the big tree right across from Norbeck. That's Cakes' house.
Big, beautiful tree.
Okay. I'll stop by. I'll stop by. I'll be looking for a place to hide tomorrow.
So just for your opinion on what we were talking about, you're somewhat plugged into what's going on here locally with the Commanders. Jaden Daniels dislocated his elbow and is returned to practice. And what we are somewhat flabbergasted by is there's a good portion of the fans that just want to shut him down for the season, even if he's medically cleared. How do you feel about that as a coach?
Yeah, I mean, the medical people are hired for a reason. They invest a lot of money in the medical piece, and I'd go off of the medical experience because as a coach, your eyes, you do the eye test and let the medical people clear them. I mean, we're going to play. It's just that's their job. I'm not the medical. If they say he's medically cleared, can play, will not hurt himself further. There's protocol. So to me, the development of him, I know for him, he's a competitor. He probably wants to play, but no, I mean, to shut him down and just say just not play him the rest of the year and he's cleared. I don't understand that.
Yeah, because some fans are like, what is there to gain? And they want to tank and get a higher draft pick. Well, that's one thing. That's stupid too. But just can you explain the importance of reps, especially it's not like it's like Aaron Rodgers who's 41 years old. You're talking about a young player in his second year. These reps are still meaningful for him, even if it's just 3, 4, 5 games.
Yeah, there's no doubt as a quarterback, the more experiences he has behind center in game situations, we always talk about those experiences fill your toolbox, and that experience is one that you don't get sitting on a bench. You got to get behind the center, you got to play, you got to see it live, and there's no doubt that as a young quarterback that's in the league for the first time in their development, and even watching how a guy like how Jalen Hurts, who I know well, his development over his first 3 years where he wasn't a starter and then he became the starter and then he got better each year. There's no doubt that the reps are super, super important.
Yeah, can you talk about?
I got my own stuff to worry about, man. I got a game this week.
I know. All right, well, I'm gonna shift. So then let's go to your quarterback, who everyone has loved what he's done as a freshman. But I think it's fair to say that maybe as the conference, the league has gotten used to him, his production's gone down a little bit. They're adjusting. It's now his turn to adjust, I guess. Can you say what's going on? Not to say that he's playing poorly, but he's not playing maybe at the level he did maybe the first half of the season.
Well, I mean, I will say this, that he hasn't had a lot of help. We've had a ton of drops. We haven't had a run game to complement the things he does well. So for me to sit here and say that he hasn't played well for a freshman to do what he's done, and he'll be a 12-game starter, after this when the clock's hit 0.
Right.
I think we lead the nation in drops. We haven't caught the ball. We haven't supported them skill-wise. And then the run game, which is, if you look at all the top 10, 15 teams in the country, they all have the ability to run the ball, and to not have the complementary run puts even more pressure on a young quarterback, because now it is all on him. And so it's unfair to necessarily say that he hasn't played well, because for the things we've asked, a true freshman, missed training camp, again, going back to the reps that we were talking about, missed all of training camp and has done what he's been able to do, which is put us in position to win. He needs some help. We got to get him help. And
how do you explain the drops, since you mentioned that?
That's their focus, and then some of it's some of it is a player has to make a play. I mean, we go out, and I can tell you this is one of those years that we've had a ton of drops. There have been times in years where I've had some of the great receivers that we've had that have come through here that just take pride in catching everything that touches their hands. And, unfortunately, some of it could be the timing, because when you think of some of the guys that have had drops, with Malik missing all of training camp, which is where you get most of your timing, a guy like Jalil Farouk missed spring ball, and then Malik misses training camp, and now they're trying to find the timing that typically, those things are done during the off season. And, losing like a guy like Malik for training camp, you lose the timing. And so between that and, a guy that's got to make a play and catch the ball is what has to happen.
So 11 games into the season, obviously some of these games didn't go your way that were close, and the season hasn't gone the way you wanted. I'm wondering, what units do you feel strongest about heading towards next season?
Yeah, it's weird, because I sat here and just talked about the run game, and I think our fastest rising position group that has done the best with the least amount is our line. They've protected a young quarterback who's seen a ton of pressures. We haven't run the ball efficiently, but when we watch the tape, there are places to go, and our backs got to find the open gaps. And have they played perfectly? No, but our two tackles have played almost every rep of every game. We're thin there up front, so they've been able to get through the season without. I think we've had one major injury on the O-line, and that was our freshman Jalen Gilchrist, who broke his leg in the Towson game. And so to get through a year with 5 guys, pretty much, and then we've developed a couple of the younger players, and the Maury Hills and Ryan Howerton. That group is one that we've put a point of emphasis, but they're young, obviously. But I saw them get better as the year goes on.
Coach, you got the essentially the vote of confidence from the AD and the commitment to the program. We talked about that with you last week. And then I noticed, I think I've seen at least 2 kids. I know you can't really speak to some of these kids yet until they get in there, but flips that have maybe flipped from some other schools, or staying home, that sort of thing. What does that say about your program?
Flip the DT from Ohio State to Maryland.
Right. What does that say about your program and where you're at, and the way kids feel about it?
Well, I think like what you're saying, the kids in this area know that there hasn't been a program more committed to recruiting, developing the game of football in this area than the Maryland football program. And I think the kids like us a lot more than our fans do, which is obvious, because we haven't we haven't won the last 2 years, and there's nobody that's looking forward to zeros on the clock against Michigan State with the win than the guys in this building, so that we can put an end to a tough 2-year stretch. Though I will say this year, compared to a year ago, where we are culture, where we are in this new landscape, and then the commitments that have been made, we've got a strong foundation. When you look at the young players that, we've played more young players than anybody in the country in terms of in starting roles, and we got a bunch of guys that we're retaining this roster, unlike a year ago where, the retention became an issue. And I feel pretty strongly about retaining the guts of this roster, bringing in some new pieces like you just talked about, and people who dive into and really get to know our program, they see that this thing is heading back in the right direction. Because of the talent that we have and because of the things the foundation that we have. And I feel pretty confident that we'll get this thing turned around.
All right, so you got Michigan State, 7:00 game to close the season. Tell us the toughest things about Michigan State and what fans should be looking to.
I think the big thing is that we're both fighting for something that's really important, which is pride, and we'll get their best, because I'm sure they look at our schedule and our how we finished this year and look at theirs, and we're looking in the mirror. They've lost some close games in the end. They've dealt with some injuries. Their starting quarterback is a little bit banged up. If he's available, he's a problem. He's one of those guys that has the ability to make plays with his arms and with his legs, and really talented Aiden Childs. They got a receiver, Nick Marsh, number 5, who is a big play guy that has the ability to take the top off of defenses. A year ago, he hit us with a big post that changed kind of the game for them. It's on the road, which always makes it tough. Now, the good thing is we've got ideal conditions because we're playing indoors with Ford Field, and which kind of helps us, because with a young team having to deal with elements like the weather and the wind and those things, it's ideal. So I'm looking forward to us. It's going to be more about us than it will be about them. And for us, we just got to create these explosives that we've really struggled to create on offense. And then on the defensive side of the ball is limit them, because we've given up a few too many on that side, dealing with some of the injuries we've dealt with.
All right, Coach. Well, we wish you a happy Thanksgiving, and hopefully you do end that season with the dub.
Thank you, Coach. We appreciate it.
All right, guys.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Coach.
you guys.
Yep,
right,
thanks, Coach Mike Loxley, presented by IT Cadre. Trusted insight from trusted insiders, IT Cadre.
Just another famous Towson Tiger alum.
That's true.
Cakes and Coach Locks.
That's right.
Jason's not here to represent himself. I think it's probably close if you guys do a tit for tat. You feel confident. You feel confident that Towson alums
you list
own
our top 20 against Salisbury's top
You were
20.
naming Nubs politicians before.
Yeah, from Salisbury.
Oh, those were the Salisbury
Yeah, they were
guys.
the Salisbury contingent.
Oh, maybe I'm confused.
I'm telling you, we're 80-20 favorite. We're like pocket jacks against pocket eights pre-flop. Never know what the flop brings, but we're way ahead before the cards come out. Way ahead. Confident. I'm just very confident.
By the way, did Jason ever call back? No.
Crickets.
Yeah, crickets.
No, he must have his fantasy advice lined up. It's the only time we're going to hear from him.
That's true. He missed Dave Richard. He missed his window of opportunity.
All right, got to take a break. We're the Junkies. Don't go anywhere.
All right, guys, it's here. The Golfdom Black Friday sales event with special savings in every department. You can save on select TaylorMade, Callaway, and Cobra Clubs. Save 20% off Green Tag footwear, 20% off all apparel, 20% off select golf bags. You could shop in-store or online at worldwidegolf.com during the Black Friday sale. This Friday through Monday, Golfdom by Worldwide Golf, proudly serving golfers since 1982 and home of the legendary 90-day satisfaction guarantee. Get there.
Happy Thanksgiving to all the donks listening to the Junkies. We do appreciate it.
You know, it's traditionally a huge night going out for young people.
Big going out
especially.
night. Yep.
And Mars talking about his whole routine. I'm going to the Caps game tonight.
Yeah.
And
I have the Cakes Classic tonight at MGM National Harbor. Should be a big one. Might be one of the biggest of all time.
yeah, sign up for that. If you knock you out, you get an Xbox. Isn't that right?
Xbox, there's $20K guarantee on the event, and you get a trophy. There's a lot going on.
So I'm going to be in the Vault Suites, or whatever that is. It's supposed to be. I looked them up online. They look like really, really luxurious. So that'll be. My family will enjoy that. I picked up my daughter last night from the BWI Amtrak station.
Okay, I've done that before.
So my kids
right near the airport
that live in the city, it's an easy, 3-hour train ride there.
Mm-hmm.
My God, traffic last night was unbearable. It took, I live about 24 miles in Kensington from that BWI. It took over an hour to get there. Just unbearable
What
traffic. I left around 7:30 p.m.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just kind of unbearable.
Maybe that means that traffic won't be so bad today. I'm hopeful. I'm leaving at 3 for New Jersey.
I'm
I
leaving
think you're
tomorrow
kind
morning.
of grasping.
Probably, but I had good luck
a
week ago when I went up there for the UFC. Now, that was a Friday.
it
The
wasn't
only traffic I
Thanksgiving
really
week.
had was the rush hour traffic from
Yeah.
like Washington to Baltimore on 95.
I think you're going to hit some. But I was just going to say, so I have these these great seats. All my kids love going to games. My son's going to meet us in Jersey for Thanksgiving, so he's not home yet. But Meg's home, and she always is asking me for tickets.
Yeah.
And I said, okay, I got us Vault Suite tickets.
Sure.
We're going.
Got
She
a
goes,
connection.
I can't. It's my one time to see like my high school friends, where we're all in town.
Right.
And, she's been out of high school, for several years now. And I just graduated college. So there in our area, the spot is Tommy Joe's. That's the spot.
Okay.
But Cakes was saying in his area, it's Green Turtle.
Green Turtle in the O-Town.
And that's the spot.
They erect a massive tent in the parking lot, and like every kid that's probably graduated in the last 5 to 7 years comes home, and they just rage in the parking lot.
I do think it's a newer thing. I remember yesterday talking to Mike Marr about it.
Mike Marr's got a big game plan for today.
He just
for tonight.
declared, he goes, I think it's new in the last decade. I don't know. I don't think that this was a big thing when we were growing up, when we were in college. I don't remember going out Wednesday night before Thanksgiving.
It's a big reunion type thing.
I think it's a newer phenomenon.
Maybe, but I know like in Catholic high schools, like they always have like a smoker on Wednesday night. 'Cause
Yeah.
people are back in town. That's kind of what I've done for the last 20 some years.
Yeah, apparently the speaker for the DeMatha Smoker, JP Finley.
Oh, okay. Good.
I learned that from our
Those are good
pal,
stories.
Police Chief Kevin Davis was
Yep.
texting me some video they did in Fairfax County about and he mentioned that JP Finley was doing that. And I was like,
Right.
what? You haven't landed the big fish Bish.
No.
I was like, but Bish is going to do Salisbury.
Yeah, he'll go there somehow.
So Mar, what's the big spot for the Virginiaites?
So I'm going to be turning One Loudon on its head later tonight.
One Loudon?
One Loudon. I was telling you guys during commercial break, this is like Aaron Rodgers going back to Lambeau Field. Had
Yeah.
a lot of wins at One Loudon back in my
of
day, a
dubs.
couple losses. I don't know if it's going to be positive reception, negative
You
reception.
don't know how it's going to go?
But damn well, I'm fired up. Know that.
All right. It's One Loudon.
One Loudon. And we're going to be bar hopping there. So I'm starting at Reston around like 3 o'clock,
Yeah.
couple hours there, possibly hit Jackson, say what's up to the MILFs there.
Right.
And then Uber over to One Loudon, couple hours there.
Yeah.
And then retire like I did last year in Leesburg.
That Leesburg spot.
What's your Leesburg
last,
spot?
That last stop sounds like gratuitous, like over
It's a
the
little
top.
extra.
Spanky's and then the Loudon Kitchen Bar.
Okay, but you're young and you can handle it. There's no way I would make 3 stops. I'd
How
be
much
lucky to
money
make
will
one.
you spend on Ubers? It's probably
Well,
pretty
that's the thing is
pricey.
when you
night.
roll-
Split them.
Yeah,
Split
you
them.
realize you work in radio, right?
Yeah, but when
You're
you
not
ride with like
working
6
like
people,
finance.
you like chop it up. So it'll probably
Okay.
be like each ride will probably be like $12 into the kitty, and then we'll all throw $12
Okay.
in. But they jack the prices up on nights like tonight. Like
yeah.
it's similar to
sure.
New Year's Eve,
Sure.
where the surge pricing is just out
Yeah.
the wazoo later in the night.
Ben, what are the College Park guys doing?
I'm doing stuff with the hometown guys. We're doing Friendsgiving. This is year number 7, I
Wow.
think, in a row. We've been doing it since sophomore
So
year.
just at somebody's house?
Yeah, we go to our boys' house. We always get Popeyes
All right.
every single time.
You
Okay.
get an
Like that.
$8 box.
Like it.
Popeye's got some good deals now.
I mean, they get like a chicken sandwich platter, which I didn't even know existed. But there's like 50 Popeyes chicken sandwiches.
Sounds amazing.
Which is insane.
Sounds like a great night.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of boozing. The parents will come by. The girls will make an appearance as well after their own Friendsgiving, I guess. And then we go to the local spot, Vine Alley, in the Kentlands, where it's basically just a high school reunion.
Okay.
People that graduated from Quince Orchard High School from like 2019 to 2023 probably will be jam-packed in this tiny little place in the Kentlands.
Right.
And I'll be drinking enough that I might actually be funny.
Doubtful. No, I don't. Doubtful. I think you could drink an entire distillery and not be funny.
Oh, come on.
Oh, they put up, not a sponsor, but I would love to be their future endorser. They put up a new spot in Kentlands, which is printing money right now.
Okay, good.
Jason hyped it up probably 4 or 5 years ago. Andy's Pizza.
Okay.
They sell by the slice.
Just smashing.
I went over there on Saturday. It was jam-packed. Jam-packed.
Yeah, it's a big. I like your endorsement hustle. I like that you're selling it.
I'll plant the seed.
Why not?
I planted a lot of seeds. Not all of them come to fruition.
Most of them don't.
Most of them don't.
Probably 90% of them do not. But
almost every
sometimes-
year for Little Radio Insider,
Yeah.
they would send us like our GM.
Radio
Somebody
Insider.
sends us a note and it says,
Radio
"Can you guys
Insider.
list companies that you would love to
Right.
endorse,
Well, they'll
or
also send,
companies
like-
that you're thinking
or
of that might
They'll
endorse?"
send a questionnaire that's
Right.
like 5 pages
Things that
long.
you have interest in or
to
you
fill out.
use,
Yeah.
you know.
So I'll
Haven't
write
seen one of
down
those in a
write
while.
down like 10 companies,
Yeah.
and nothing ever happens.
I haven't seen one of those in a while. I'll be
Yeah.
honest.
Yeah.
I'd be fine to fill another one out.
Of course, tonight is a big night for going out. Tomorrow, Thanksgiving. Friday's Black Friday.
Yeah.
I think you've always said your wife is a big Black Friday participant.
My wife and daughter, they
Like
like
actually go out to retail.
they like to get up early, go shopping with other
masses.
family members, and I'm like, I lived Black Friday in retail hell for years. I just can't do it. I need to sleep in, chill, wake up, walk the dog, get a pot of coffee, not deal with a million people looking for what are the doorbuster deals. I don't need that. Don't need that in my life.
I will say
I've lived through it.
I'm not a shopper in general. Like you guys talk about going to TJ Maxx.
Yeah, TJ Silly's.
I don't know that I've been there in the last 3
Well,
years.
I was there.
You guys go all the time.
I was there last week and I wasted 20 minutes of what's left of my life standing in a line.
I'm just
And I
not
don't wanna
somebody
do
that
it
goes
again.
shopping. But I still get all the emails that
Mhm.
everybody gets.
Sure.
Get bombarded. And I will tell you, there are a couple that just jumped out at me. I have no reason to buy a TV, but there was like a TV for $59, and it was, I want to say 45 inches.
I know.
$59.
And so in my media room, I used to have the 7 TVs and everything, and I redid the whole thing. Mo helped me, right? He helped
Right.
remodel
Mhm.
the whole thing, and I put a 92-incher in there. But I'm seeing now the 100-inch. There's a 100-incher. It's only $1,000. I'm thinking about upgrading for 8 more inches.
Right.
You probably should.
It's only $1,000.
That seems gratuitous.
It does seem gratuitous,
especially because
But I can
you don't
use it
even
extra. I'm
watch.
gonna use a few more inches.
You don't
thanks.
even watch
Sure.
TV down there that much. You said
Not as much. No.
Yeah.
Not
So, but I also saw like AirPods. Now I've been on a good streak. I haven't lost my AirPods in a while, but I will lose my AirPods from time to time. $69 for AirPods.
This is what you should do, dude. This is what we've been doing, and my wife's just been buying them because they're everywhere. We just go in old school wired.
Oh, you're back.
We're back on the
Going old
wired
school.
because it's like $20 or $10 or less. These are the Apple
Right.
whatevers. The only because you don't know. I mean, honestly, you don't know all the Bluetooth stuff.
Right,
on
right.
your
But
head
you
and
gotta
everything.
plug it in your phone.
problem
It's not
is
necessarily convenient
They
if you're
get
running.
tangled.
Yeah.
I have to untangle them every time. That's the only downside.
For you.
Well, do you
It's
like
always-
untangling things?
I don't love it, but I mean, it's you're acting like it's the
It is
ultimate
the-
sacrifice.
It just takes a long
What's
time.
hold on? What's the iPod deal? I have the world's worst iPods or
You mean
AirPods.
whatever.
I
you
mean,
call
here it
them.
is on Amazon. AirPods 4. Now these aren't the top of the line, but $69.
I'm missing a noise cancellation thing.
Okay.
Also, I don't know how to get the earwax out.
How would you?
The amount of earwax
Oh, it's just
that
gross.
is in my AirPods. Cakes. Here.
What do you
go
do?
show cake. Go.
No,
go
I
show
don't
Cakes
know.
my
Yeah,
AirPods.
I need to see
Now
this.
these
gonna puke.
for $100, you're saving 79 according to this ad. AirPods 4 with active noise cancellation. $100.
That's pretty sick.
Yeah, I think there's like, again, I'm not a big shopper,
I can't. even
but
look at
some
that.
of these
That's gonna
deals
gross me
jump out at me.
That's that make me puke. Can you see it?
It doesn't look.
You
I mean,
can't
it's
even
not
see
as
it.
Hold on.
bad.
Are
as
you
he's
looking at the
making-
one that's broken or the
Hold
one
on,
that's?
Let me look. Oh yeah, I'm looking at the one. Yeah, that's
me
there's
see.
some in there.
That's disgusting, right?
It's not great. I mean, don't
Can't you
have
just?
here? There's a little innovation called a Q-tip.
I don't think Q-tip fits in there.
They have cotton
What about
on
like
the
a
end of
toothpick
each.
or something? Just-
Yeah, but I figure a toothpick would scratch.
Yeah, you need something.
You need something
because-
delicate, but there's a big old earwax in there.
Yeah, there's a big old just film. There's a film of earwax in here.
JP won't even look
I
at
don't
it.
need to touch
wanna
it.
look at
I don't
that.
need to
That's
touch
freaking
it.
Disgusting.
These are
you
some Busto AirPods. I
But
can
those
tell
are
you
the ones
that.
that see. I have, I guess, older models which probably don't have the noise. Like I don't have the earbud attachments.
Who knows?
I just have the old school. Just put it right in the ear.
I know. I just bought some Black Friday sneakers.
You did.
I bought
You need more
You've had a
sneakers?
shoe fetish pretty much your
It's not-
whole
not
life.
a shoe fetish.
How
It's just that-
much?
well, they're the Pat Mahomes. These Adidas. They look nice. They were like regularly 150 for 50.
You just couldn't pass up the deal.
Yeah, $50.
No,
Boom.
you're running away from the shoe fetish. You have over 100 shoes, don't you?
I've given away some, but not. I don't have anything that's like more than like $200. Like I don't have expensive shoes. My shoes are all cheap.
I'm just talking quantity.
I have a lot of shoes, but they're all cheap. Let's go to Mike in Fairfax. Mike, what's up, man?
Hey boys, how's
Mike.
it going? Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving
you
to
too,
you.
man. So what's your deal? Are you the guy that's going to eat like all the Taco Bell and then go like run 1,000,000 miles?
Yeah, it's a great segue from Black Friday into Brown Saturday.
No.
So you start at a Taco Bell. JP inspired me with this fast food double dip a couple weeks ago. You start at a Taco Bell. You eat a total of 9 entrees across 7 different Taco Bells. You run a total of 32 miles.
Okay,
and you look like
slow
an
down.
idiot doing
Oh,
it.
so you hit a Taco Bell throughout, like every 3 or 4 miles, you hit one.
All across DC and Virginia. So
Is there
start
a
out
race? Like how
Andrea.
many people are doing this?
So I believe it's about 1,000 people signed up. There's this ultra marathon guy, Mike Wardian, kind of like
He loves running bets. I know the name. Through Chris Farley.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. So he's organized it. It's totally unofficial. Doing it with my brother and a buddy, and it is going to be wild.
So now, when you run like that, I imagine you're probably pretty hungry, right?
Yeah.
And
so
then
you do the math. You'll actually burn more calories than you'll eat, but you'll probably feel disgusting at the same time.
yeah, I mean, after you eat, let's just say you order a 3 taco deal or whatever, and then no one feels like running.
Well, and by the
Also-
time you hit the 3rd Taco Bell and you're having your 3rd entree, you're
Yeah.
gonna have to make a
Well, hold-
stop.
Yeah. Could you do like
It's gonna run through you.
Could you do like small entrees for 8, and then the last one you really let loose?
Well, there
So
are
to speak.
2 required entrees. You have to do a Crunchwrap Supreme at one point and an Natras Bel Grande. But other than that, any non-beverage item qualifies.
Oh, okay.
So you can get a quesadilla,
soft
So, I mean, I honestly, I have no idea. Is it going to induce a poop spell? Like,
I think it will.
Are you going to have to use the bathroom?
I'm sure. That's why part of why I was calling. Do you have any of that foam that you've had in development for
Poop
years?
foam? I was thinking about that the other day. I still haven't revolutionized the whole toilet industry with poop foam.
Doesn't running makes it loosen up a little bit, right?
I mean,
Oh,
just
yeah.
get your system going.
Yeah, get your
Theory.
system going.
Yeah.
In theory,
I mean, a lot there's legendary stories of guys like running marathons or
Yeah,
training for
yeah,
marathons,
it's-
and they have to poop in the neighborhood.
yeah.
Yeah. Has that
Or
happened
if
to
they
you?
don't even stop.
Has that ever happened to you?
Neighborhood, yes. For
And,
sure.
and where did you go? Did you actually do it, or you hold on?
Yeah, I mean, what else are you going to do?
So what do?
You go into the woods. You find a nice little private spot.
You don't go like behind
Yeah,
some
but you
dude's
can.
shed or something, you know?
Nah, it's generally happen when I'm on trails.
Yeah, trails, that's fine.
Trail runner.
The
No
Taco Bell
purist.
spacing is close enough where hopefully I'll always have access to a bathroom.
What do you do about the cleanup situation when
Leaves.
you're in the wood? Leaves?
I mean, if you have to.
What if you got like poison oak back there?
Poison oak.
I don't know. Whatever
You know,
could
carry
get.
extra sweatband on your wrist and use that.
Oh. All right. Well, good luck to you. So, is there actually like a finish line?
Yeah, Old Town Alexandria. And the wildest part about this, got my so new Vomeros at Pacers 14th Street. Everyone's talking about Chris Farley's such a nice boss. Chris Farley's so great, so fun to work for. None of his employees said that Chris Farley had the stones to do this race.
Always
So
call
I'm
him out.
absolutely challenging
no.
Chris Farley to show up to the Taco Bell 50K. I'm sure he knows Mike. And let's see him put on a little performance here.
You look like you have inside information.
Well, to peel back the curtain a little bit, I don't want to talk out of school on Chris Farley, but I think he's more of a running purist.
He doesn't like these events.
He sees
this
the
is like,
gimmickry around running, and he's like,
he's
not that size.
this is kind of like
mile, though.
He set up the beer mile for us.
He did, but it was attached to us, so he's.
Yeah.
he's all about it.
he hosted the guy in his store.
Okay.
This
But
is
he generally-
for the most part,
he frowns on these events.
kind of.
this is like
down
the
on
Savannah Bananas of running.
He looks at it as like running chicanery. You know what I mean? Like
But
it's running circus.
But I know him just as well as you.
Yeah.
He also embraces anything running.
That is true. That part
Anything
is
running,
true.
he thinks is
But
great.
he'd rather just be like out on a trail, not eating 20 chalupas, not making 9 stops at Taco Bell's,
Right.
and just running by himself or running with one of the
Put down-
jumps.
So put down 2 mudslides with JP and Jess and then run home. Why not that?
I guess that's
It's a long time ago, but it has been done.
Yeah.
All right, Mike. Hey, listen, enjoy. Have a great Thanksgiving. Hope you don't poop your pants, all that. I mean, what a nightmare.
By the way, my brother has used Chris Farley now multiple times talking to international investors, and he says Farley just knocks it out.
Just crushes.
And Farley loves it because he says he usually doesn't talk to like big sillies like that. And he's basically doing a TED
Does
talk.
he get business out of it? I wonder.
I don't think that Farley gets business. He's telling
I understand what
big
he's
companies to invest millions in certain
But
other
maybe
companies.
they'll be interested in him,
Maybe.
right? His
Maybe.
business,
I
his
just think-
business is thriving.
I just know he knocks it out.
Yeah.
My brother's like leaned on him a couple times, and Farley apparently gets siced.
Good for him. He can have Lurch do it too now. Apparently, Lurch is big into
But the
talking.
Taco Bell 50K.
I thought
I
it
will
was 32
pass.
miles. I thought you wrote
Well, yeah,
32
he said,
miles.
but he said
Ben.
50K.
50K kilometer.
Yeah.
Like a 5K
Kilometers
is
different than
3
miles.
points.
Didn't catch the
Yeah.
He didn't
50K.
catch the K.
I thought you said 50 mile. Okay, got it.
All right, when we come back, we'll do a little Junkies Blitz, go around the NFL, get you ready for Thanksgiving football here on The Fan.
EB here from my friends at Offenbachers. Turn up the heat and make wellness part of your lifestyle, people. Right now, you can get spa rebates up to $1,500 during their Turn Up the Heat event. And for the first time ever, that's right, saunas are here. I've had mine for a month now. I've been saunaing at the club for like 2 years now. It's a daily ritual for me. Check out the power of contrast therapy, people. Cold plunges, sauna sessions for recovery, relaxation, and stress relief. Offenbachers has all of it. They have infrared and traditional saunas. I've got the traditional. It's incredible. All crafted with authentic Northern European quality. It's not that crap that you're going to get at your local retail store. No, these are real, legit saunas. Visit Herndon, Rockville, Gainesville, or Annapolis. Ask for Alex or Dave. Turn up the heat. Saunas are here. Spa rebates up to $1,500. Only at Offenbachers Home Escapes, your destination for relaxation and recovery.
because I would know the response.
Okay.
100%.
Yes.
If it was off the air.
Okay.
EB, we got to do that 4-minute bit.
Mm.
There it is.
Love it. You know what?
I mean,
thankful to be able to do it.
Actually, you don't have to. All right.
Thankful that you just said that.
we don't have to.
Yeah, I checked with Chris this morning.
He said, "Don't worry about it."
Well, I made the pitch for you guys. I said, well, it's Wednesday. It's like
We don't-
stuff could happen.
Yeah, maybe
until
Jaden
game
can play.
I made that pitch, and he said
look at the
just
glee.
this
Don't worry
week,
about it.
just skip it this week.
Oh, thank
So that's
you.
a little radio insider behind the scenes that
I
we
got you guys
contribute.
covered.
Good job. We contribute to the
Radio
pregame show, which is Denton and Linnell. They do a great job.
They do.
And we usually tape a segment for Sunday's pregame show.
Which
And
always-
anytime that we remind EB, he goes, "Oh,
well, but here's the, it's fine. It's
we got to do 4 minutes."
no, but here's the thing. We talk about the team all week.
I know.
I never understand why we can't just cut up 4 minutes and put it
Because
in there.
it's supposed to be dedicated and fresh and new.
Well, nobody cares. I mean, it's recorded. I mean, it doesn't. Whatever. I just feel like we could easily incorporate this segment into the part of the show. You plug it in, boom, win-win for
They
everybody.
do that too. I've heard plenty of times. I'm driving around and Earl Forsey is
Play
taking
some clips.
taking
Yeah.
clips from our
Play an
show, whether it's
interview.
our under center argument or a Von Miller segment, or that happens too. It's a lot of pregame time to fill. Cakes and I know that very intimately.
Yeah, we know that.
To do a
intimately.
3-hour blicky.
Do you know that? I mean, I know you guys don't care, but I like to go out. Valdez likes to go out, still play golf. This time of year when you can. It's going to be like 68 today.
Yeah.
And then the rest of the
Butt
week, it
cold.
looks like it's going to be in the low 40s.
Now to channel one Jason Bishop. I'm not usually a meteorologist type, but I heard there is a cold front moving around.
Oh my
6
God,
p.m.
it's so cold.
It's gonna be windy and cold. It's gonna be like in the 30s.
A
tomorrow.
winter
gonna hit-
vortex.
Dude,
Sure.
just throwing it out
Yeah,
there.
if you wanna call it
almost
that,
going to
sure.
hit 70 today.
Yeah.
And then for the next 6 or 7 days, it's going to be in like low 40s, high 30s.
Yep.
It's going to disaster.
Winter is coming, EB.
All right, let's do a little Junkies Blitz brought to you by Offenbachers.
A bishop is calling it.
Oh, there it is. But let me get the plug in.
Yeah, get
Football
it in.
season is here, and cooler nights are calling. Score big with the hot tub and fire pit, warmth, comfort, and the perfect game day vibe. Let Offenbachers help you upgrade your backyard today. And don't forget, Offenbachers now carries indoor and outdoor saunas. EB loves his. All right, Jason Bishop's on the line. We delivered the news earlier that Jason stunningly has agreed to give a speech at Salisbury University.
You know what? I honestly, I think you have CTE, Jason. I honestly don't
I
understand.
think you're abducted by aliens.
like something happened in North Carolina. Did you get a car accident or something? Like,
Dude, this guy Jason, named Jason, he works for the university. He's been emailing me he's a big fan, and he's been emailing me for like 2 years. And I just
Block him.
I just
Report
felt
him as
so
spam.
block him. Yeah,
I
call
know.
police.
He guilted you. He
bad.
guilted you into it.
He kind of did. But I'm going to do it. It's not until the spring, so I don't have to worry about it until probably
Yeah,
March
but
or
you
April.
realize how
I'm gonna
much stress you're going to. I know you.
He's gonna be so wound
It's
up.
going to ruin
Hey,
you.
I hope
for
it's
3
Masters
weeks.
weekend.
I'm
I
going
hope
to
it's Masters
I'm going
weekend.
to take 3. I'm going to take 3 shots of bourbon before I go up on the stage.
What's the framework? Did they say that they want a 10-minute speech, 15 minutes, 5 minutes? What is it?
No, the last woman that did it last week, she's like a producer, a Hollywood producer. Can't remember her name. She was up there for an hour.
What you should do is bring, even though you didn't go there, bring
Now, let me say this.
Yeah.
to do the
Let me
bit.
say this though. Let me say this.
Yeah.
I think 30 minutes was Q&A. So if
Oh, okay.
if I talk for
You
30
can do
minutes and then
Q&A.
30 minutes of Q&A.
All right, but hold
Yeah.
on, Jason. What who did you ask? Like the audience, the setting? Like what are we talking about here? Is this like an
What's the
It's the
Is it the Y Comico
journalism.
Center?
So it's in the
That's
journal.
very inside.
So it's in like their big theater or whatever.
Well, he said it would be a big classroom. I don't know what that means, but
Yeah.
it's the journalism department.
Yeah, so it's going to be like a big theater.
You're doing a big TED talk.
Yeah. How, do you know the
It's
exact
like
date?
this- It's. Do I know what?
The exact date of it? Like, does it conflict with the
no, no,
Masters,
no.
or does it conflict with March Madness?
No. I'll make sure it's not those weekends. It's going to be a Friday.
I can't.
Sometime in March
honestly,
or April.
I don't know you anymore.
Again, this is inside. Let me see if you guys remember it. We
Yeah.
used to play Jason's commercial all the time,
Yeah.
or one of his bits when he was at Salisbury,
Right.
and he's promoting like a Russian lecture Do you remember that?
No, I
don't remember.
I do
It's like at the
remember-
Wycomico Center. I swear to God.
I don't remember the exact, socioeconomic or socio-political topic, but that is
What
ringing
did
a
he
bell.
say he wanted you to talk about? This dumb show? Your career?
Yeah, he wants me to tell the story of the show and of me and hanging out at Montana Sports Bar and Shelley's Circle Bar.
Oh my!
I don't know. I'm just gonna BS for it and show slides. I'm gonna show pictures of you dumb.
Oh my God!
A slideshow. That's
I honestly-
hilarious.
I sent him
sounds
like
like the
15
worst thing on
pics. He'll just go, yeah, and say, here's my picture with James Woods at the Borgata.
Right. JP sent me about 75 pictures yesterday on text.
I'm sure he
So,
did.
Hope everybody's having a good lunch today. A lecture covering the future of the Soviet economy will be held Tuesday, October 22nd at 7:30 in the Wycomico Room in the University Center.
There it is.
Soviet economy?
There you go, baby.
Who
There you go,
cares?
baby.
The Wycomico room.
Hey, dude, and they're not even paying you. You're just doing this because he just harassed you.
You guys are making me feel like I should back out. I might back out now.
No, it's just that it's
don't back
unlike
out.
you.
This is a
It's
radio
you always
gold.
say that me and Cake say yes to these things. It's just a rare moment that
Because
you
it's
you said
miserable.
yes.
It's miserable.
I know. It's an oddity. It's an oddity. But I
And
just
actually,
feel
the
like I
funny
have to
thing
do
is,
it.
your boy Kevin Davis sent me a text because there's the DeMatha Smoker, and you've never done the DeMatha Smoker. JP Finley's doing it tonight.
He knows.
Well, I know. I set it up. I'm the one who organized that.
Right.
But I don't want to sit on a beltway for 2 hours. Seriously, because that's how long it takes me to get from Akron.
I know you're getting
Yeah,
a
but I'm
comped
gonna-
hotel
I'm
room.
gonna spend the night. I'm going to spend the
yeah,
night.
you're
down
getting a
there.
comped room. No
Right.
chance you're coming out of
Hotel
pocket for that.
sexy, B.
Huh?
Hotel
I'm gonna go down
Bucks.
to. I'm gonna go down to Secrets.
Yeah, you and Mike Marr. Mike Marr wants to be your. He wants to be your
they call
wingman.
him. They call him in a moment of weakness. He was on vacation. He was
Yeah,
all
they
elated.
did.
Yeah.
That is unbelievable. Man.
No, but it sounds like
I
2
know.
years of
I
guilt
thought I knew you.
emails.
Thought I
All
knew
right,
you,
Jason,
man.
you know we got to run, dude. Have a good Thanksgiving. You're just
Hey,
chilling
go
at home,
Jaden
right?
Daniels. Go Jaden Daniels. He's awesome. He'll be fine this week.
Stop with your Drake May propaganda. Get out of here. Get out of here with that.
All right, we got to get out of here. B. Mitch and Finley up next here on The Fan.
Trayvon Merrick's post-game scuffle with Juan Jennings is going to cost him. The NFL suspended the Carolina Panthers safety for 1 game for what they're calling an act of unsportsmanlike conduct after their 20-9 loss to the 49ers on Monday night. Merrick will now miss Sunday's game against the Rams. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, Jennings is also being evaluated for his actions in the incident. Merrick is going to appeal his suspension. And last night, the Wizards snapped their 14-game losing streak as they crushed the Hawks 132-113. CJ McCollum posted a season-high 46 points and 10 made three-pointers. Alex Sarr put together a really strong performance as well. He had 27 points and 11 rebounds on the night. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Going each and every place with the mic in the hand. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. We're west out in Ashburn, Virginia this morning. Back at the park. It's been a little while. Good to be back, certainly. Commanders back on the practice field today. They had a light practice Wednesday, but the boys are trying to get things right, man. Riding a 6-game losing streak with the Denver Broncos coming to town. Denver, one of the best teams in the AFC, one of the best defenses in all of football. Kind of an up and down offense, but that defense can go. Washington likely to be without Jaden Daniels, which means we likely will hear from Marcus Mariota today. We will hear from Dan Quinn while we're in our show. We're going to do our best to bring that to you live. Interesting week, exciting week for Washington, but we got to start with the big news in town, B-Mitch. The Washington Wizards won last night. And when the Wiz win, we all win. Shout out to the Wiz. They got a dub. I don't know that it was expected. I think they were 10-point dogs last night to the Hawks at home, but they won. And whenever the Wiz win, we're going to talk about them. So shout out to the Wizards. I don't know. Was last night the cup stage? I think it was, right? The Wiz not only won, they won by 20. They won by 19 points, dude. You heard Savannah there in the update. McCollum was really good last night. He had 46 points in 37 minutes. From a plus-minus standpoint, he was a plus 19. Damn. And that wasn't even the best on the Wiz. Chris Middleton was a plus 34. He had 10 points, 12 assists, and 7 boards. Alex Sarr went for 27 and 11. I mean, Bilal, from a plus-minus standpoint, was really good. Just a really good night for the Wiz. And if for the folks keeping track between the Wiz and the Commanders down the stretch here, that's a win. That's a win.
You put one down.
Can B talk? I don't know. Good morning, Brian. All right, don't talk, B. One-man show to kick things off this morning. Considering the Wizards had the big win last night, we want to shout them out, dude. That's they're 1-0 in their last 1 games, B. That's one way you can look at the Wiz right now. They're not trying to win that many games, but it would be cool and a hell of a surprise, I would say, if they could go deep into this cup thing. I think that they lost. I think it's group play for this NBA Cup nonsense. They lost their first one to the Raptors, but they won last night against the Hawks, and then they have another one Friday night against the Pacers. Pacers are also terrible. So I think you try to advance out of your group. So if they can beat the Pacers on Friday night, I think there's a chance they advance in this silly NBA Cup thing. And I at some point I imagine it's like single elimination. So if they I don't know. It'd be cool if they advance, because otherwise there's this big 2-week break between the 6th and the 17th where the Wiz don't have a game. But hopefully they advance. Let's see what happens Friday night against the Pacers. If they win 2 in a row, for all the people that took the Commanders in the who's going to win more before the end of the year, Commanders or Wiz poll. If they can win 2 in a row, it would put some real pressure on Washington, dude, because Washington's got 6 left starting Sunday night against the Broncos. We're going to try to figure out the technical situation. B-Mitch is here. If you're watching on the YouTube stream, you can probably see B. If you're watching on Monumental Sports Network, you can definitely see B-Mitch. This is B-Mitch's mime moment. B, what'd you do last night? You have to mime it for the people watching us. He ate dinner. I don't know what that is. You talked to somebody? Did you have an event or something? B-Mitch had an event last night, so hopefully that went great. I think Lurch Papa was talking about it on the Junks. I don't know what he's miming now. He had some wine or some coffee. Wine. There you go. Pinot Noir. Bang. There you go. I have an event tonight. I think Lurch Papa was talking about it at the end of the Junks there, but we were trying to sort through some technical stuff here. I'm going to DeMatha tonight, which should be really cool. They have this annual smoker event. Should be a lot of fun. I got a busy ass day. Now, granted, we get the next 2 days off, so no complaints, but we're here in Ashburn. Then, because the locker room's closed tomorrow, they're going to try to make all the players available today. So I think the locker room situation is going to be very, very busy out here. Then got some live television, got to shoot a show for Monumental with Mitch Tischler, presuming he's made it back from Africa. Then going to DeMatha, then have all ears tonight. And then I'm off for 2 days. So I'm going to chill. Looking forward to Thanksgiving, going to my in-laws. Got a peek of the menu. Excited about that. I had a nice dinner last night. We went to the Palm. Shout out to Andrew Rothenberg and Lee Armstrong for some holiday merriment. We were drinking Artemis last night, B. Stag's Leap, which was very, very good. We got a tomahawk. There were 5 of us. Listen to this meal. We started with a seafood platter. These shrimp, B, were the size of the size of your hand. Literally top of your middle finger to the edge of your thumb. You know how shrimp are kind of curved like that? Big boys. Oysters were fantastic. All of it. It was a really good meal. Then we got a tomahawk ribeye, Cajun style. Excellent. And another giant bone-in filet. Excellent. I'm going to tell you my opinion on something. I feel like lobster mac and cheese is generally just a cash grab and not a very good dish. I feel like it's just mac and cheese that they put a little bit of like canned lobster into, and it kind of sucks most of the time. The lobster mac and cheese last night at the Palm was fantastic. There were huge chunks of lobster in there, and you could like taste kind of the richness. I wonder if there was truffle involved or something. You could taste the richness of lobster in there, and it was delicious. Beyond that, I love cream spinach. You can nod if you also love cream spinach. Do you like cream spinach? No? You don't like the cream or what? Okay. I love cream spinach, but a lot of places don't do it well. It can be too like liquidy. It needs to be like a whole. It needs to come out like with a spoon where it's like clumpy, for lack of a better word. I think the Palm does cream spinach the absolute best. Awesome meal. Appreciate the folks at the Palm. Were very kind. There was a celebrity there, but it was kind of awkward because I don't know if celebrity is the right way to describe this person. Barack Obama's daughter was at the table next to us. And I don't know this. I think the younger one. I believe the younger one. I believe it was Malia. I don't know this answer. So either they did a hell of a job of just blending in, or I don't know if she has a Secret Service detail. Oh, yeah. I would think she does, right? But, dude, I didn't notice anything. Like, generally, you kind of, like, living in D.C., the Secret Service are around enough at various functions or whatever that they do a great job of blending in, but you still kind of notice them. Maybe they just weren't around. I don't know. But it was cool that she was there. It made zero impact on our dinner. We had a great time. We're going to try to get a lot of things sorted out here. I want to play Joe Burrow, I believe, it's one of these things where people want to get down on Jaden because he's had a few injuries this year. And I point out there are two current quarterbacks that are the exception to the rule. Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen don't miss games ever. And they play through crazy injuries, and those two are the unicorns. Just about everybody else misses time. And my example is always Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson. Both of those guys miss time pretty much year after year. And we're seeing it with Lamar, we're seeing it with Burrow. And yet, of course, you want those guys as your quarterback. You need to make sure you maintain the backup position. And I don't know that I think Baltimore did a better job of that when they had Snoop Huntley than they did with Cooper Rush, and that's why they lost 4 in a row. Cincinnati just doesn't spend appropriately, and I guess they traded for Flacco, and that gave them a chance. But Joe Burrow was asked, there's this logic that some Commanders fans are employing to redshirt Jaden. Just don't let him play again. The season's lost. And Jaden's been pretty dismissive of that. But I think Joe Burrow got asked the same thing in Cincinnati and had, to me, what is truly like the best explanation of why what could be considered reasonable logic in the regular world, or sadly in the NBA, how NBA players and teams handle seasons. Like, what the NBA does not do is consider every season an incredibly valuable commodity. Teams are willing to punt on 3 years, 5 years, right? The NFL doesn't work like that. There's only 17 games. Every year is this incredibly finite resource that players, coaches, front office personnel maximize, no matter what the circumstances are. And I think sometimes it's hard to understand that mindset. And I think Joe Burrow did just a tremendous job of illustrating that for fans and media and everybody involved. So when we get back here, we are live from BigBear.ai Performance Center out in Ashburn. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. We haven't been out here in Ashburn in 3 weeks, which is crazy. When we return, though, I want to play this Joe Burrow audio, and hopefully fans and folks that don't understand the thought processes involved in the NFL will have a little better understanding. Nobody go anywhere. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Hey, it's B. Mitch and Finley, and you know we ride with the Oarsman Automotive Group of Virginia. They've been serving area car buyers for over 100 years, and when you're doing something that well for that long, you know you're doing it right. They've got convenient locations all over Northern Virginia, and they've got the best brands you're looking for. Toyota, Kia, Ford, Lincoln, Chrysler, Dodge, Chevy, Buick, GMC, Jeeps, whatever it is you want, they've got an unmatched selection. Plus, they've got incredible deals and financing rates. And let's not forget, they've got a ton of quality certified used vehicles to choose from. But best of all, they've got the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, which includes up to $1,500 in extras, including a complimentary car wash with every scheduled maintenance, loaner cars, and a lifetime engine guarantee. You want more good news? How about this? If you're looking to sell your car, Oarsman will pay you up to 125%. That's 125% of Kelley Blue Book value, regardless of the make, model, or year. It's simple. At Oarsman, they like to keep their customers happy. Take it from us, B. Mitch and Finley, to beyond satisfied Oarsman customers. Let's ride together.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power home team, Keller Williams Realty. There's a 3-game Thanksgiving slate for NFL games once again this year. Chiefs at Cowboys running back Isaiah Pacheco is set to make his return for Kansas City. He has been a full participant so far this week. For the Cowboys, George Pickens returned to a limited practice on Tuesday after sitting out on Monday. Bengals at Ravens. Quarterback Joe Burrow set to make his long-awaited return for Cincinnati. T. Higgins rolled out with a concussion. Trey Hendrickson also going to sit out this one. Now for the Green Bay Packers at Detroit Lions, well, that injury report is actually too long to read for both teams here. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
All right, why don't we start this thing over? What up, everybody? It's B. Mitch and Finley. You can watch us on the YouTube stream, 1067 The Fan page. You can watch us on Monumental Sports Network. The Wiz got a big win last night. I had dinner at the Palm, and B. Mitch had an event. What up, B?
What's up, brother? What's happening with you?
I don't know how many people were watching or on the stream.
That was a weird little segment.
Compared to just our listenership.
Yeah.
But if you missed B. Mitch being a mime, it was pretty damn entertaining.
Yeah, I was good, though. You got all my stuff. I'm good at making people understand when I can't talk.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You grew up in a house full of kids. You learn how to do things sometimes.
So how was your evening?
Good. It was great. We did that podcast, myself, Brian Colbert.
DC Prime?
Yeah. London and also Gary Clark. Those two guys are hilarious. We sat down, had some wine afterwards. So,
that's a good crew. You, London, and Gary at BC is always just so positive.
And like you all would think I would be the person you got to worry about me saying some odd words.
Now with Gary.
Gary and London, those two dudes right there. I think if I am, let's say, if I'm a 5-star, they are 25 stars when it comes down to letting the words flow.
Do you remember last time we had Gary on the show? You told him, like, GC, you're not allowed to curse. And he made it like 10 minutes before he did. All right, Wiz got a big win last night. I don't know who we can get because I have a lot of basketball questions. I need to understand the NBA Cup, and if Washington wins Friday, do they advance? Like what happens next? And I also need help understanding this basketball tournament that Maryland's in out in Vegas. So Maryland won, I guess, Monday night was actually Tuesday morning for us. They tipped off at midnight. So it was 9 o'clock Vegas time, but they tipped off at midnight. They beat UNLV. They beat Vegas. Then Terps played last night against Gonzaga, and I kind of timed up my evening to get home to watch the second half, and I went to bed because Gonzaga, a lot better than Maryland. I don't know what the final was, but that joint was never going to be close, and sometimes I can identify what's happening here, and I called it quits. Terps lost 61 last night. When I went to bed, they were probably down like 50.
Gonzaga got a bunch of grown men on their team normally.
Totally.
Yeah.
And Maryland, it's the first year for Buzz. I'm not mad at anybody, but something funky is going on with this Vegas basketball tournament. I don't know, but if we can find somebody to explain the basketball tournament and the NBA Cup today, I'd really appreciate that. If Ben Strober's still running around the studio, I bet he knows. Because I think these players get paid directly in this Vegas tournament based on how much they win by. Like, I think it's like a point spread thing.
So if they win, man, hell yeah. Well, that's why
they're going to run it up. Yeah.
But you know what, though?
And that's okay, I guess.
The adults, okay, here we go.
They're pros.
They always talk about sportsmanship. But in college sports right now, you have to win by a large margin when you for the college football championship, and you get points for that. So what they're saying to hell with any kind of sportsmanship. If you could beat them by 2,000, beat them by 2,000.
So maybe White Brian's giving me info on this. White Brian, can you explain what the hell was going on with this Vegas tournament? Because your text makes no sense. There's no bracket with it. They got like 20 teams in Vegas, and it's all who who beats who by how many points gets to advance. Is that accurate, White Brian?
Yeah, it's round robin, and they put all the 2-0 teams in a pool, and the 2 top point differential play in the championship. Then the next 2 have the third place game, and then just determine the rest of the matchups by record.
So does Maryland get another game, or are they out because they didn't go 2-0?
I'm pretty sure they're out, but I'm not positive.
And
so they get to just hang around Vegas now?
And the payouts are determined by how far you advance or by how bad you beat teams.
By game. So you play a game, you get money.
It's crazy.
Wow, I like it. I like it though. Hell, the school was getting money.
I'm trying
the
to
coaches was getting bonuses.
Dude, I'm trying to, like, we all need to stop the pearl clutching with college sports. It's not going to be the way it was. Like,
it's not the
you
way
got
it
to
was.
just look at how things are now.
I mean,
and
they still in college, but the ultimate thing is, and the thing you're paying these kids for their name, their image, their likeness. Okay, that's the ultimate thing because they don't all get paid the same thing. Guys that have a bigger name, image, likeness makes more money. Just like the guy that had the bigger name, image, and likeness before, he was getting more illegal money.
Right.
Nothing has changed. The guys that aren't very good won't get paid. The guys that play the positions that make a difference, offensive line, defensive line, they probably won't get what the damn receiver and the cornerback gonna get. It's always what it is, but it's just now money's involved.
It's also life.
The only difference is this. The guys that are really, really putting on the show, they're now getting paid. And a lot of people don't like that fact, which is dumb as hell. Why wouldn't the person that's the person you're going to see play? Nobody go to see. They didn't go to see Saban. They went to see the football players. They don't go to just see Alabama. They go to see the football players. So why shouldn't they get money?
I'm not mad at them getting money. I just thought.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm just saying
this
there
format
are
was
people out there who
interesting.
can't believe it. But what they're now doing is saying, "Hey, since we paying y'all money, let's blow them out. Let's make it better because they're gonna find a way to make money off of that. Believe me."
All right. Now, speaking of money in sports, at some point somebody's going to have to explain this NBA Cup thing to us. At some point, Standing and DA will be here. Maybe they can just tell us in a break or something. Because I'm now kind of in on the Wiz advancing. So they got a game Friday night against the Pacers. Friday night, I think the Black Friday game is during the day. So the Wiz, I'm gonna call my shot here, B. I don't know what my wife has planned for us. I guess we might go to. I don't know. I'm gonna try to watch the Wiz game Friday night.
I think
I'm a little bit interested.
I think what you need to see. I keep telling you, you never learn.
What did I not learn?
You
now?
just say, "I don't know my wife have a plan." Well, just find out what she got planned before you start saying what you're gonna do. Because if you say it on air, and she got friends that listen to the show. Well, JP say he's doing this. Then she gonna just purposely shut your stuff down.
I would like to watch the Wiz game Friday night. I'm interested in them advancing. I think that's good for this young team you put together to like give them a target. Like, yo, let's win this game, and then we get to the next round and probably get blown out in the next round. But there's a tangible payoff. Maybe this is what the NBA is trying to accomplish with this silly NBA Cup thing. All right, back to regularly scheduled programming. Joe Burrow has missed significant time this year.
Yes.
Joe Burrow is one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. Joe Burrow has a pretty lengthy injury history since he's come into the NFL. My biggest concern with Burrow was always his superpower, is that he will stand in the pocket and make the play no matter what the pressure is.
Yeah.
And in turn, he gets smoked in the pocket a lot.
Yeah.
And some of the injuries have been fluky, some of them have not. Joe Burrow, if you're going since he's been in the NFL, he's in his 6th NFL season now after that otherworldly year he had at LSU in 2019. His rookie season, he played 10 games before a knee injury suffered at FedEx Field, like so many other knee injuries. 10 games as a rookie. In 21, he played all 16 games, was outrageously good. That team went to the Super Bowl. They lost in the Super Bowl to the Rams. In 22, played all 16 games. So that was back-to-back full seasons for Burrow.
All right.
23, 10 games. Last year, played all 17. This year, he's only played 2. What we have learned is Burrow is back. Tomorrow night, Thanksgiving night, Bengals, Ravens. By far, the people most happy that Burrow is back are the television networks. I think that game's actually on NBC. Shout out to the Peacock. Burrow is back. And Cincinnati, however, has a bad record They're a bad team.
Their defense sucks.
Their defense sucks.
Yeah.
The Bengals are 3-8, I believe. I'm going to confirm that. Yeah, the Bengals are 3-8. And yet Burrow wants to play. And he was asked about the notion of shutting it down because this is a lost season. Perhaps it's worth pointing out before we play the Burrow audio. The Bengals are 3-8, and in a wild card sense, they're cooked. But in that division, the Ravens are only 6-5.
Mm-hmm.
The Steelers are only 6-5. Since he gets to play all them head to head, so they do have a chance of chasing down that division, which is a little different than I'd say what Washington has. But this is Joe Burrow explaining why he wants to play football.
Do you understand? Yes, I understand why people feel that way, but if you look at it from my perspective, I'm a football player, and if I get hurt, I'm going to go through the rehab process, and then I'm going to let everybody know when I feel like I can go out there and play. I don't really know what else to say about that. I'm not going to ever go to somebody and say, yeah, I'm healthy, but I don't think I should go out there and play. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I'm not going to live my life and play this game scared of something happening. Like, yeah, something's going to happen. It's football. Guys are going to get hurt. Guys are going to get concussions. You're going to break bones, tear ligaments. It's a physical, intense game. That's part of this. And yeah, I've had injuries. There's not a lot I can do about that. I work really hard to have that not happen, but what I can do is when it does happen, I can control how I'm attacking my rehab and attacking practice and doing everything in my power to get back as quickly as possible. That's what I did.
And B, I'd like you to kind of speak to that. I think for me, Burrow explained the mindset of football players and elite quarterbacks, all of it really well right there.
But the thing of it is this, and what I despise, the same people that ask these dumbass questions about shutting people down, if that guy were to come out and say, look, I don't think I should play the rest of the year, they will destroy him. All right? What Joe Burrow is explaining to you is, I go and attack rehab and work as hard as I can to get back healthy. Then when I get healthy, you all want me to say, well, I'm not going to play now? You don't go through, listen, man, Leslie Shepard, when he talked about the elbow and the wrist, that is hell, man. You go to the hell and back to get to a point where you could go out there and do what God gave you a damn ability to do. And now you want to say, well, I'm not going to play till next year because this year means nothing. You know what can happen next year? First day of practice, you can get hurt. And then what the fans are going to say then. But this is the weird thing. I don't hear that Joe Burrow is injury prone a lot. All I hear is, oh, wait till he come back. Wait till he come back. But Jaden is hurt, and I hear he's injury prone. So is it just because he's closer to what RG3 was? Because Joe Burrow has been injured more than most of the star quarterbacks in the league.
Well, my thought with Burrow specifically is he's an incredibly accurate passer. He's an incredibly accurate deep passer. He's truly, truly gifted. He may have, and there are other players you can argue, right? And we don't want to get crazy because college football's so different. It's arguable he had the greatest college football season by a quarterback ever. Like, you can really make that claim, right? And he does so many things so well, but I contend that his greatest superpower is his ability to stay in the pocket no matter what and deliver the football.
Yeah.
And at times that's going to cause trouble. Jaden's greatest superpower is that he can make plays. He can beat you from the pocket. Jaden is a pocket passer, but he can also kill you with his legs.
Yeah.
And it's not a gimmick offense you have to run with Jaden. It's just something else he can add, and you don't want to remove that.
But
you got to just have an honest conversation.
But the thing I'm saying is that I don't hear a lot of folks professing that Joe Burrow is injury prone. And he's been injured more than Jaden. You get what I'm saying? It's weird how people jump on their soapbox when it's one quarterback, but they don't on the other. Brock Purdy has the same ability. They're not the same quarterbacks that Joe Burrow has. Brock Purdy won't give up on a play. When you don't give up on a play, what happens? You normally get hit later, and sometimes you throw a lot of interceptions. But that was them explaining why he was the guy he is. Basically, they said, oh, he's going to throw a lot of interceptions, but that's because he won't give up on the play. But if somebody else throw the same interceptions, they don't get that excuse. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
It's like the media is full of crap, okay? Where you want to profess on one guy but not the other. If one is injury prone, the other one is, okay? But the whole thing about it is you see how hard they fight to come back. And that's the thing I care about. Like when my daughter got hurt in cheer, her first year, broke her shoulder.
Bria?
Yes. First question I asked was, you going to go back? She said, as soon as I'm healthy. Put a big smile on my face. You know why? Because that's the mindset you have to be exceptional at any sport, being an athlete. Most people that go around talking about shut them down ain't no real damn athletes. They never done anything competitive in their lives. Go through rehab one time and get to the other side and see if your mindset going to say, oh, I went through all that so I could just sit down and do nothing. You want to get back and prove you can do it.
I mean, what's the old saying? You fall off the horse, you get right back on.
Hell yeah.
Like, I thought Burrow really explained that well.
He nailed it.
And that's coming from a dude. There's this argument with Jaden that he needs the development, which I'm not sure I agree with, but people are like, oh, he needs the reps, blah, blah, blah. Burrow doesn't need the reps. Burrow doesn't need the development. He's just a freaking football player.
Yeah.
And that's what these guys do.
They got to where they are because they have a different mindset than the average person.
Now, I've said repeatedly, though, and I'll stand by this, coaches do have a responsibility to protect players.
Yeah.
Front offices have a responsibility to protect players and possibly investments, right? Because at some level, this is major dollars we're talking about. But with that said, a lot of this depends on timing for me. If Jaden, to me, it's tracking that Jaden may be available for the Minnesota game next weekend. That right? Like if he's practicing this week but not fully cleared, he gets a week of practice, then maybe he's back from Minnesota. We don't know that, but that's where this is tracking. If it's not Minnesota, then it's at the Giants the week after that. There is a point to me where if he's not cleared until Christmas Day against Dallas, maybe you decide, you know what, it's 2 games left. At that point, Lord knows what the record might be. Maybe at that point you do decide we're just going to err on the side of caution here. But with 6 games left and with an organization riding a 6-game losing streak, desperate to change how things are right now, there is an obligation to the player to protect him. There's also an obligation to the full locker room.
Yeah.
Of let's get our best players on the field, try to win a damn game.
It's an obligation to yourself, too, because you're being judged. Okay? Like, it's just, I don't understand listen, the mindset of quit and shut down. I didn't grow up on that. That's the new thing. That ain't old. That's something new. And we got to get those people with those mindsets out of sports. If we allow that, we'll never see the stars half the time.
But dude, that's the problem in the NBA. The stars don't play way too often. Think about Major League Baseball.
They tried to change it.
They
tried to change it a little bit.
It's not
by
working.
making them play and making them go out there and play a certain amount of
Think
time.
about pitchers in baseball. They get pulled when they could have a complete game shutout.
Yeah.
Like honestly, the baseball stuff, the greatest example of it, and maybe what predicated this march to like robotic rules with young pitchers happened here when they shut down Strasburg in a playoff season.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like some of this is just crazy. Like, you know the sport that doesn't do any of this? Hockey.
Yeah.
Hockey is playing. Your leg could be broken and you're playing.
Hell yeah.
And football, I think fans need to understand football is way closer to hockey than it is to the NBA or Major League Baseball. And that's how it has to be, man. There's 70 dudes in that locker room. And
it's barbaric.
55 of them don't have guaranteed money for 2 weeks. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, just be real with this. And let's like the avocado toast participation trophy nonsense is not the pro football world. And I really liked how Burrow explained that, and hopefully others did too. I've gotten some more information about all the basketball questions I had. And coming up at 11, it's Neil Greenberg's podcast on 106.7 The Fan. Neil Greenberg from the Washington Post. Listen to this, B. This is a tease right here.
We got
Greenberg tweeted this out this morning. He said, I was inspired by a caller the other day, and I have a commander's rooting guide for today's podcast episode on B. Mitch and Finley at 11 a.m. on 106.7 The Fan.
all right.
So Greenberg's going to tell you what you're rooting for maybe this week and going forward if you're a Washington fan.
All right.
All
I
right.
can't wait.
Yeah. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Hey, it's JP Finley, and you've heard me talk about Better Services and the great work they've done at my house. Well, today I finally got an example of it. My wife was dying to find this KitchenAid oven that had two different ovens. There's a top oven and a bottom oven. I never really understood why she possibly needed that, but I just kind of went with it. And the people at Better Services were kind enough to find it and get the right oven for my wife. Well, you know what we had today? We had cinnamon rolls cooked in the top oven and bacon in the bottom oven. She timed it up so they were both ready, different temperatures, and it was a terrific breakfast. So shout out to Better Services for cinnamon rolls and bacon. Whatever you need, you're trying to get your refrigerator, say the ice machine's not working, call Better Services. Maybe you're thinking about something bigger, an entire kitchen renovation. Call Better Services. Whether it's appliances or maybe just some handyman work around the house, Better Services can get it done. They've got a showroom in Kensington where they got all their brands, and they offer next day or maybe even same day delivery. Family-owned company serving the DMV for over 50 years. Check them out at betterservices.com. That's Better Services, Bettar. You better get better. Landfill. What song is this? Is this Stones performed by someone else? Who's singing? I'm kind of digging this. I know we can't play it too long, but I'm kind of digging that for the record. Send me that, Landini. It's B. Mitch and Finley. We are live on Monumental Sports Network. We are live on 106.7 The Fan, wherever you get your audio, the Odyssey podcast, the Odyssey app, the podcast, iHeart, live on the YouTube stream, wherever you get the content. Know that we appreciate you.
Yes, we do.
I want to run through some information I've ascertained from my my human life editor producer Danny Frank has texted me. White Brian incorrect about this Vegas basketball tournament. Shockingly, Maryland plays tonight, so they're not kicked out of Vegas. Again, Maryland plays at midnight again, so I won't be watching. And they play Alabama.
We're gonna learn to stop believing what Brian said. That's all that is.
So the Terps play Bama tonight at midnight. If I'm watching means
they're playing Bama, so he didn't want to say that.
And maybe that was
if they were playing Auburn, he would have told you they're still playing.
The last time I believe the last time Maryland played Alabama was in the NCAA tournament, and they got absolutely boat raced.
Yes, they did.
So let's hope it's a better result tonight. Also, the players don't get directly paid from this Vegas tournament. This is wild. Each team gets $1 million guaranteed for their NIL funds, and then you get additional money based on how you perform.
Okay. So the school get the money to pass out.
Right.
So in other words, the top players are going to get most of the money again.
Correct.
All right. So
now I've also got Danny was also kind enough to give me NBA Cup information.
Mm-hmm.
So in my mind, I know the Wiz have played 2 NBA Cup games in the last week, and they're 1-1. And I thought, all right, if they could win Friday night against the Pacers, bang, they get through in group play.
Uh-huh.
However, that's also incorrect. The Wiz have already lost another Cup game. Their group is Toronto's 3-0, who they had already lost to, and Cleveland at 2-1. So even if Washington beats the Pacers Friday night and Cleveland loses, Cleveland beat them head to head. So Washington ain't advancing out of group play.
All right, gotcha.
So my little hope, excitement for something to play for the Wiz is lost. And
so in other words, talk about it. Yeah. Something that's gonna be boring as hell. You're gonna be probably the only dad there.
Yeah, that sounds about right. We might be going to the beach Friday morning, which if that happens, I'm putting my foot down either Friday or Saturday night. We're gonna go hang with Monty, and the kids can run around, and I can be warmed up by an Orange Crush even if it's cold and windy.
If you two get together and y'all run around with Monty, give me some video.
Lauren and I might be dancing.
Yeah, because everybody that knows Lauren and they see her, oh, this is a nice lady. You see why she and JP are together. Just get them two dancing. You'll see.
I appreciate Jeff in the text thread said JP putting his foot down with a laughing emoji. Not a lot of belief in your
None
boy
at all.
We'll be at the Christmas tree
You've
store.
never won any of those battles.
There's not many battles I've won, B. Honestly, there's not a lot of them. I don't know. You're the winner of the two of us. I'm the blogger. I did want to make mention of something that happened yesterday that I certainly found surprising. The mayor of the District of Columbia, Muriel Bowser, came out and said she's not running for a 4th term.
Yeah.
I've got to know the mayor a little bit just through events and specifically with a lot of the RFK stuff. I got asked to MC a panel with a number of different people with different perspectives on the value of sports to the city.
Okay.
We don't do politics, but the mayor's always been kind. And I will say, if you are into sports in the DC area, she's been a great sports mayor.
Yeah, definitely.
She pulled a rabbit out of her hat to get the Caps and the Wizards to stay in DC. Capital One Arena is now going through a significant transformation.
Totally.
That is going to look awesome when it's finished and be great for that area again, where that area kind of fell apart during COVID.
Totally.
Nats Park certainly wasn't her, but the value of Nats Park to Navy Yard and to the city as a whole has been massive. And getting this RFK thing done, at least to the finish line of the starting line.
Nats Park wasn't her, but a lot of them buildings around there was her.
And RFK doesn't happen without
Muriel
Muriel Bowser. And I think her ability to work with the federal government as it's currently constituted and all of those challenges, and to keep the eye on the big prize of getting a $4 billion development at the eastern edge of the city. I salute Muriel Bowser for what she's done. I know there are political things and people will have different opinions on that, but as far as sports are concerned in the city, she's been fantastic.
Okay, if you're a politician, you're gonna have some people that's always against you, some people that are always with you. And you're gonna also have those people that are gonna like some things you do, and they're gonna hate some things you do, because the things they like it benefits them. The things they don't like, it doesn't benefit them. I was listening to a show yesterday, and they had people calling in, and as one of the hosts said, he said his family lives in the city. He said he tries not to make a lot of comments because he doesn't live in the city anymore, but he grew up in the city. But he said that the same people that call him praising some things, they call him and they go against some things. But guess what? That's the life of a politician.
Sure.
I don't know one that was loved by everybody. None. So the whole thing about it is there. She might have done some things that didn't help you, but she also did some things that helped you. So at least give the person the benefit of the doubt.
Agreed. I was listening to Rooster driving home yesterday, I guess when the Bowser news broke. And sometimes listening to Chris is a wild ride. You never know exactly where it's going. But I think Chris, don't quote me on this, but I believe Chris Russell suggested Muriel Bowser is stepping down as mayor or not running again so that she can coach the Wizards. I don't know how he arrived at that conclusion, but
did he really say that?
That's how I interpreted it. He did a big old tease, so he's trying to tease people to stay to the next
Did
segment.
he really say that?
He was teasing people.
Is there a sofa in that station?
He said,
is there a psychiatrist in that station? Somebody need to lay him on that couch and talk to him if he really said that.
So he was doing a tease to get his listeners to stay with him through the break, which I did not. But what I heard was we have major news from the mayor's office. She will not be seeking re-election, and we've got to talk about the Wizards coach. And I interpreted that as Mayor Bowser taking over the Wizards. Now, I think Coach Keefe has a pretty firm grip on that job. But
I think you're sick.
If we're talking about a builder, the mayor got the stadium built. She's getting all these buildings put up. I don't know. So per Chris Russell, Mayor Bowser may be the Wizards' next head coach. Nobody go anywhere. Neil Greenberg joins us next.
This sports update is brought to you by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. The NFL turning their attention towards Week 13 and that Thanksgiving 3-game slate. Dallas hosting the Chiefs. We've got some injury updates there. Cowboys wideout George Pickens was limited in practice on Tuesday with a knee and calf injury. Wide receiver Rashee Rice was a full participant on Tuesday. He was limited on Monday with a hamstring injury, so he's moving in the right direction. The Packers may have their own star wideout back when they take on the Lions. Jaden Reed returned to practice last week before he sat out Sunday's win over the Vikings. But will he play on Thanksgiving? You'll find out on Thursday at noon. Thanks so much for that update, Matt LaFleur. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage. All of it just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
All right, when you hear Ozzy, the Prince of Darkness, you only think of one man, Neil Greenberg. That's right. Our buddy Neil Greenberg joins the program every Wednesday at 11 for his weekly podcast. What up, Greenberg? How you doing, dude?
I'm doing super. How are you guys doing?
We are good, dude.
So if Ozzy the Prince of Darkness, what are you, Neil?
I guess I'm like the minion of darkness, spreading his gospel.
All right.
There you go.
Gotcha.
That sounds intense. Greenberg is also a sports writer and stats geek, not nerd, for the Washington Post.
On the side.
He's got science for any occasion. You can follow Greenberg at ngreenberg, and he joins us kindly via the Rude guest hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. All right, dude, you put out a hell of a tease for your appearance today. You said you have a rooting guide for the Commanders and their fans.
Let's go.
Is that for this weekend or going forward? The floor is yours.
Going forward, one of your callers was talking about even though Washington probably doesn't make the playoffs, they would love to play spoiler for Dallas. So I thought that was a great idea. So I kind of ran all the scenarios, and for that scenario to happen, what you want is for Dallas to beat Detroit and at least one of Minnesota and the Chargers, because that would give them above a 50-50 chance to win, to make the playoffs. But then if they lose to Washington, those chances like pretty much evaporate to below 10%. So like if that's your rooting guide to kind of derail Dallas at this point, to get them to a point where, you know, they're feeling good about their playoff chances, only to lose it all at the hands of the Commanders, that's what you're hoping for.
All right.
So you want Dallas to win the next two?
Well, no, they're just going to beat Detroit. If they lose to the Chiefs, it doesn't impact them as much. You want them to beat Detroit and at least one of Minnesota and the Chargers.
So Dallas plays this week, KC, and then Dallas always gets well treated, and they get the following Thursday game against the Lions. So
Right.
you're saying that Lions is a must-win before they come to Washington for Christmas.
Right, absolutely. Now, if they go 4-4, there's really nothing Washington can do to derail their chances. But again, you want them to beat Detroit and then root for them in one of the next two games after that.
Well, as Washington goes into these games, they need to be concerned about them, I think, a little bit, Neil. So let me see. What is the thing you need to see for them to go out there and start winning a game?
Well, they got to get healthy. I don't think I'm breaking any ground there. And they just have to figure out. I don't want to say they have to figure everything out, but they need everything to work at the same time, right? Like we've seen the defense do well, offense let them down. We've seen it vice versa. They just need a game where everything works, because right now I don't. At least from what I'm hearing on your show, especially, fans don't have a lot of confidence in this team, right? So much so they don't even want Jaden Daniels playing if he's healthy, right? Like they're saying it's not even worth it. Like just box him up, bubble wrap him, put him on the shelf, and wait till next year. So they just need a solid defensive game, which we've seen. They need obviously to put points on the board. Playing against Denver is not going to be easy by any stretch. But they just need to gain some confidence. They need confidence not of the fans, but of themselves. I would have to expect that you lose 6 straight. I mean, your confidence is going to be low no matter what. But just put some good football, strings together. Get some good drives. Stop Denver from doing what they want to do. You're a huge underdog in this game. Just come out and just show people like a glimpse of what they were expecting the whole season, right? I mean, we haven't seen any of that from this team, and again, I mean, the fan base has really soured on it.
And how important is that them to start showing that with Jaden at the helm? Because this is what Washington is a weird place to me. Everybody don't want Jaden to play, but if they get on a streak, a great stretch going without Jaden, all I see now is and whether we know that it wouldn't be a quarterback controversy, but it would damn sure be a controversy. And what would these fans do at that point?
Yeah, I mean, not only that, but it would be internal, right? It would be, maybe Mariota should just be left in, and he's been the guy, and what have you. But then we'll also start to get, well, should we have taken Drake May, right? Like, should we have, maybe Daniels wasn't the guy at number 2, and it's all revisionist history. I mean, look, Jaden Daniels had a superb season last year. He got hurt this year. His supporting cast got hurt. Like, there's nothing to go on in terms of he is or isn't the guy going forward. I mean, you have to give him the benefit of the doubt that he is and build accordingly and proceed accordingly. Mariota, as I said on the show before, is hugely valuable as a backup quarterback. I don't think there's any franchise in the league that would take Mariota over Jaden Daniels to be the starting quarterback. But yeah, I mean, people just want to feel good about feeling good last year. I think that's, and I've said this before, like last year happening really hurt the club because I think it skewed expectations coming into this year. But people just want to feel good about rooting for this team because it's almost like Lucy in the football, right? They had so many bad years under Snyder. They finally get something good in the 2024 season, and then the football's just yanked away from them this year. There just wasn't enough goodwill built up that they can overcome that quickly.
Yeah. Greenberg, I know you're more of a metal guy. Have you ever heard the Robert Earl Keen song, Feeling Good Again?
I might have, but I wouldn't know it like by.
It speaks to what you're saying. And I mean, the chorus is, it feels so good, feeling good again. And it's just like when you're down and out, sometimes even if you know it's only a flashpoint, it just would feel good to not lose. And I think that's where Washington is. Like, even if they just get one, that's why I look at, I don't think Denver, I don't view this as I did the Detroit and the Seattle games when they had explosive offenses and Washington's defense was performing so badly. I really just didn't think they had a chance in those games. I don't view Denver through that same prism. I thought Washington was going to beat Miami, and I think you could easily argue they should have, and they didn't. So, no points for second place. But Denver, to me, doesn't have the explosive offense that really freaks out Washington. But I look at Minnesota and New York as very winnable games, and that the goal for this team is like, see if you can go 2-1 over the next 3 and just change a bit of the conversation here.
Totally.
Yeah, and they would have beaten what people think to be good teams, right? I don't personally think Denver's as good as their record says, but the defense is really good. Beating the Giants would be good. And look, there's no hope. It doesn't feel like there's any hope for this franchise right now, right? Like we know there's hope for the future. We know they're going to get healthy and things are going to change, et cetera. But right now, there's not a lot of hope in the fan base. I mean, I hear that on the callers, not just to your show, but all shows on the station. And, like you said, winning games is the quickest way to reinstill hope, right? Like if for whatever reason Jaden Daniels came back in the Giants game, and I'm just picking a game out of the hat, and, the Commanders won 40-14, like the parade routes would open up and we'd be talking about next year and who should we get, who should we keep, and that sort of stuff. And, it only takes a game or two to reignite this fan base because of what happened last year. But you got to start with getting healthy and making stops on defense and putting it all together. Like I said, I mean, there's been good offensive games. There's been good defensive games. We haven't really seen a good offensive and defensive game in quite a while.
I
totally agree with that.
Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg here on the Rude Guest Hotline. So Greenberg, very interesting Sunday in the NFL where the Chiefs pull a rabbit out of a hat and come back to beat the Colts down double digits in the fourth quarter. The Cowboys come back from 21-0 to beat the Eagles. You have maintained for some time your belief in Kansas City, but like, where are you seeing kind of the upper echelon of teams in the NFL?
I think the Rams are there. Seahawks are there. I do think the Lions, Chiefs, Colts, and Packers are there. And then it starts to get dicey. I mean, Buffalo and Philadelphia, kind of like on the fringe. And, I will say this, like, there's no team that I feel comfortable with saying is the best in the NFL right now. Which is weird at this point of the season, right? Because we've usually had a pretty good idea of who the top teams are. I can give you a group of teams. I can give you a group of teams that I'm fairly comfortable with, and then we can order them. We can argue about how they should be ordered, but there's no dominant team. I mean, Buffalo looked like that, kind of fell off. Philadelphia looked like that, fell off. Patriots are 10-2. I have them 11th in my power rankings. I don't think a lot of people are putting them among the top teams. Same with Denver at 9-2, and even the Colts went off. They started a fast start as well, but they were never really taken seriously as Super Bowl contenders. Even look at the betting markets. I mean, the Rams are the favorite, but they're plus 400. They're 4-1 to win the Super Bowl, which seems like a pretty high number for the favorite at this point. What are we, 2/3 of the season done or somewhere thereabouts? So yeah, I think it's wide open. This could be a great playoffs too, right? I mean, we could see Kansas City, Buffalo, I think, or some real heavyweights in the first round that really sets up for a wild playoff.
Who do you think has a better chance of getting in? The Bengals with Burrow back, or the Cowboys? If Burrow is healthy, then I think the Bengals, because they have three really winnable games towards the end of the season. They got to get through Baltimore twice and the Bills, so that's kind of tough. Dallas's schedule, I mean, probably Dallas, because their schedule is a lot easier, right? They do got to play the Chiefs and Detroit, but then they got Minnesota, Chargers, Commanders, Giants. They can go 4-0 to end the season and kind of make it in there. They can beat Detroit, I think, even though they're playing in Detroit. So I think probably Dallas, just because it's schedule, and Burrows, I think, needs a game or two to get himself back into rhythm, and those games are going to come against two very good teams in the AFC.
And then Dallas defense seems to be playing a little better, and Cincinnati's defense is not good.
No,
so
not
Burrow
good at all.
being back doesn't sell.
That's
They can score
understatement.
30 and still lose.
Yeah, they are not good, and the offense wasn't even really great with Joe Burrow in those 2 games that he played. I know that's a small sample, but Cincinnati had some challenges. Actually, one of my future picks before the season started was Cincinnati to miss the playoffs at plus money because I just thought that they'd have a tough time. I obviously didn't know Burrow was going to get hurt, but I did think that they were going to have a tougher time this year. So yeah, I mean, and Dallas, look, Dak Prescott has been doing everything. I don't know if he gets enough talk as kind of like an MVP candidate, but we're not talking about Dallas at all if Dak Prescott isn't playing at the level that he's been playing at.
Yeah. Who's your MVP right now? Stafford?
That's a great question. I've been trying to answer that, and I have no real answer. I guess Stafford is probably the guy that I would put at the head of the list, right? Quarterback for the best team in the NFL. That's usually the recipe to win it. But again, if Dallas has a late run here, I really do think that Dak Prescott should get a little more interest to be the MVP. But I think right now it's got to be the Stafford.
If they get a run and Jared start talking, he's going to win the MVP.
Yeah, I mean but you're right. I mean that's just an easy story to latch on to.
Yeah.
In Dallas and the run, etc. I think the narrative could push that more than anything.
Greenberg, before we let you go, let's talk a little Caps. You've been saying this for a little while that it's so jumbled up in the Metro to not worry too much about the standings. Washington had a big win Monday night against Columbus and now gets a big opportunity. I think they play tonight, right? Like that arena will be rocking. Everybody will be hammered. Everybody will be going out before and after the night before Thanksgiving. Where are you at on the Caps? They got really good production, I think, from the defensive side, scoring some goals the other night. How are we feeling? Give me a Capitals temperature check. I
felt fine before. I mean, we talked about it. It was bunched up. They just needed to put a couple wins together. Ovechkin, if Ovechkin emerges, then things go well. Had a hat trick. I mean, the guy is just the epitome of the generational talent. And if he's playing well, Washington has a shot. They got to fix the power play. It looks like they're finally going to be tinkering with that a little bit, trying to iron that out. But I feel fine about their chances. I mean, hockey's a long season, and they have the loser point, and there's just a lot of ways to get momentum in the standings, even if you're not winning, right? As long as you're not losing a ton, you can be pretty competitive. So I feel fine. I think we take it in like 10-game chunks, see where they're at. But right now they're moving up in the mix. They're in the middle of the Metro. They were at the bottom of the Metro a couple days ago. So that just tells you, how quickly fortunes can change just by putting, 3 wins together or winning 3 out of 4 games.
And then I'm going to switch this around a little bit, Greenberg, just because I know you're a DGen with futures in all sports. Who do you like in college football? What action you got floating around?
I like Notre Dame. I actually just wrote about Notre Dame having a better case than Miami to win. I think that the losses early in the season don't matter as much. I know Ohio State is a juggernaut, the favorite, etc. But if you're looking for, value and anything can happen and it's one game, etc., I do think Notre Dame provides some of that value. Alabama has the name recognition, of course, but I'm not really into them. So I would say, either Indiana or Notre Dame. But I really do like Ohio State. But if I'm looking for value, that's where my money's going.
What's the price on the Irish right now to win it all?
I think you could find 10-1.
That's juicy. Wow. Dude, am I crazy? I think the team in college football nobody's talking about. All right, I may be crazy, but this is a separate point. The team that nobody in college football is talking about that is freaking loaded and just plays excellent defense, Texas Tech, man. Some billionaire took over there and just started.
They play excellent defense against the teams that they normally play, but when they get against some of those powerful teams, they always seem to just falter.
They are. And the analytics love Texas Tech. A lot of the analytics have them as a top 10 team. Defense is one of the best in the country, if not one of the top 3. The offense is, I think, what's keeping them, holding them back, and also their strength of schedule. But yeah, I mean, Texas Tech certainly is one of these analytic darlings that even besides them being 10-1, they are grading out really well in defense and special teams, which, let's face it, could easily steal you games, especially in a 1-game win-and-you're-in format.
You got any college hoops futures? Did you put anything down?
Not yet. I'm actually building my March Madness models right now. So I don't have anything yet, but I'm going to very shortly because I'm getting that together.
He said after last night, Gonzaga.
Yo, they look damn good last night, dude.
I do like St. John's. I'm like and this isn't just because I'm from Queens, but I'm very interested in St. John's so far, and also Duke. Like those are the 2 teams that I'm gravitating towards early. But I'll have a much better answer for you in another week or 2.
Did you grow up a big Johnny's fan?
I did. St. John's Redmond. The high school I went to actually had the graduation ceremony at St. John's. I am very familiar with St. John's. I almost went to St. John's because there's no on-campus housing, so they actually give you money to find places to live back then. So it was very tempting to go to St. John's. But so yeah, I college hoops, St. John's, that was my team growing up.
There you have it. All right, Greenberg. Appreciate the time, man. Have a happy Thanksgiving.
All right, happy Thanksgiving. Love you guys. I'm thankful for you and all the callers. I really do appreciate being on the show, and I'll talk to you soon.
Appreciate you, brother.
That's our guy, Neil Greenberg. Give him a follow at @NGreenberg, joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. Coming up at noon, we're going to open these phone lines for Ask B. Mitch Anything, special holiday edition. Nobody go anywhere.
All right, it's B. Rich and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
The best part with Rude or the systems are whisper quiet. You don't have any of those noisy interruptions in the middle of the night, just peace of mind. Rude's got the variable speed compressor that ensures humidity control. When you control the humidity, you control the conditions regardless of the weather outside. You get comfort and performance perfectly balanced. Plus, you can save a bunch of money, man. That's what this is all about. Cash. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Check out rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
This sports update is brought to you by Oarsman Chantilly Kia, where, as they like to say, let's ride together. UConn coach Jim Mora is leaving the school to become the next head coach at Colorado State. He's going to Colorado State just as that school is joining the Pac-12, and their new athletic director is very bullish about the Rams being at the end of the Group 5 in schools of terms of finances. So Jim Mora hopefully going to lead Colorado State to be at the top of the Group 5. Speaking of college football, Ohio State, Indiana, Texas A&M, Georgia, and Texas Tech, those are your top 5 teams in the latest college football playoff rankings. Oregon did jump ahead of Ole Miss, so the Ducks are now at 6, Ole Miss at 7. That is the only change to the top 10 from a week ago. Oarsman Chantilly Kia keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Kias, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Chantilly Kia, let's ride together. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
So stop smoking nicotine so you can eat it.
All right. Landville's in charge of the AAA poll questions of the day. And frankly, I don't think this is much of a question because the answer is all of it. The B. Mitchell Finley AAA poll question of the day. How many NFL games will you watch on Thanksgiving? There's now 3 games.
I'm watching all 3.
There's 12:30, 4:30, 8 o'clock.
Well, I'm not going to watch all of none of them, but I'm going to watch a piece of all of them.
I agree with
Because
that.
I'm not going to be sitting still. I'm going to be doing stuff, moving.
You're going to have the grandbabies climbing all over is what you're going to have.
Well, I could just put a bike in front of him and give her like an iPad or something and have Bluey on there. I'm good.
Shout out to Bluey. Bluey's good.
Bluey.
Have you watched Bluey yet?
Yeah, I watched Bluey.
Bluey's funny, dude.
Bluey and Miss Riri.
Bluey is by far the best kid show.
Hey.
Have you enjoyed it? Have you laughed at it?
No, I don't really enjoy it. I just like the fact that it keeps her still.
Trying to explain Bluey to those that have not seen it.
Mm-hmm.
It's a family of Australian dogs that talk and go to work.
Yeah.
It's a hard explanation.
It's a little weird.
When you've seen Bluey, you enjoy it. All right, the AAA poll today is brought to you by AAA. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA. Plus, exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/commanders. All right. So the question, relatively simple. How many NFL games will you watch on Thanksgiving? 1, 2, or 3? I'm going to vote for 3.
Me too.
65% of people have voted for 3. 20% say 2. 14% say 1. What the real debate here, what constitutes watching the game?
Yeah, that's the thing. You got
sitting down and locking in.
You have to watch the whole. But the thing about, I never sit down. I'm walking back and forth and looking here and looking there. And then outside when I'm normally cooking, I have the radio on. You're doing something.
So my Thanksgiving, I will be at my in-laws. I will be at Lou and Joyce's house.
So you're gonna find a way to lie and say you got something to do and be watching the game like you did last time.
Yeah, what I like to do, I don't know if I'm going to be the godfather, but I know my wife is about to be her godmother. The youngest baby now of all the cousins of all the grandkids that will be at my in-laws, which is just an astonishing amount of kids running around and screaming. Hopefully the weather's all right and they can go outside. Otherwise it gets way too loud. But anyway,
old ass man.
Well, dog, I like to hold the baby because generally now if she starts crying,
So now you hold the baby so you don't have to do anything.
I just chill and hold the baby and watch football.
So somebody hearing that right now, you won't be holding the baby.
I'm still helping.
No, you're not.
Somebody got to hold the baby. Let me hold the
I
baby.
need you to carry out trash and do something.
That's
else.
one of the few things I do at my in-laws. I'm good. I'm on trash duty.
All right.
But let's be real about what I'm bringing to the table. Just about nothing. I'm not going to cook anything. I
got a call from Scotty yesterday. Scotty texted me
Wild card Scotty.
When you were talking about cooking, Scotty said this dude really can't cook, right? So he said you're horrible. Is what he said.
I do not consider myself much of a cook. I can grill steaks. I can grill cheeseburgers, hot dogs. I can cook a little salmon. Chicken thighs I can do. I know how to steam vegetables. I can bake a potato. But it's not a long list. I can make good breakfast potatoes.
Give Hugh your baked beans recipe.
Maybe I should make baked beans for tomorrow.
Yeah.
You know what also will piss my mother-in-law off? I've done this before. She has a plan. Like, things are planned. Different daughters are bringing different foods. There's appetizers. Everything's planned.
So you just bring some?
Sometimes I just roll in with a bunch of chips. I just hit Harris Teeter, and I'll buy like 8 different bags of chips.
And you just get it whatever. Nobody even eat the flavors that you buy, probably.
No, dude. People love chips, always. And I'm an Utz man, but
Thanksgiving, you shouldn't be bringing no damn chips.
Maybe I will. Just because then I'll just put the bag on the counter, which also doesn't fly. They need to be in a bowl. So maybe I'll do that just to mess with Joyce tomorrow. Just roll in with 8 bags of chips.
You might get shot.
My plan was to bring nice wine.
That always works.
Everybody likes nice wine. She likes Sancerre. I was gonna get a bottle of Sancerre and then a nice
What kind
bottle
she
of
like?
red.
Cabs?
Well, the Sancerre is like its own white from France. She likes Cabs and Pinots. I was gonna maybe get a bottle of the Prisoner.
What's the wine? Remember I told you it's wine. It's a knockoff of Camus, and it's real good.
The Bonanza.
Yeah,
I told you about that.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did.
No, I didn't.
I did.
No,
I found Bonanza.
Monica told me about Bonanza.
I told Monica then.
No, you didn't.
I am bananas. I am bananas.
Yeah, you are bananas. That's the whole thing. The Bonanza is damn good.
It is good.
They are exactly the same.
I had a glass of that yesterday, but then AR went big and did the Stag's Leap, which was fantastic. But I'm gonna get some nice wine. But like all of the one thing cool with my in-laws, especially, I don't know if she's gonna try to make us all sit down at a table. Like, I vote we don't. It's kind of a disaster, but I'm guessing we will.
You know, man, women like that, man.
Shelby's the oldest of the kids. Shelby's 10. There are then 10 children younger than her.
So Shelby gets to help out grandma.
Yeah, but it's chaos, dude. So
Shelby's gonna be the one that say, "Dad, you need to just sit down and eat with everybody else."
I will. Brian, I do what I'm told. I think you've learned that about me. But I vote we just kind of eat wherever. I don't think that's going to pass. But
Nah, you don't want to do that with the kids because all the stuff ends up on the couch.
Well, what they do with the kids, so they have a big counter, and they put all the kids there. And then because there's babies, I mean, I don't know how old Alicia's youngest is. How does that go? Amelia, Ava, Andy is their youngest, who's probably like 18 months old-ish. I should probably know this. I don't. Lila is a baby. Lila's like 10 months old, 9 months old, something like that. So she's like, I don't know. We'll see. But those two usually have high chairs, and then all the other kids are in chairs, and it's just pure chaos. We'll see how that goes. But they
might just disinvite you.
Mitch Tischler back from Africa. Wow. Come say hi on Monumental, big man. The games will all be on, right? Like 12:30. Well, I'll probably still be. The other thing, and if my sister-in-law's hear this, I don't care. The other thing that complicates Thanksgiving is because their kids are so young, they all have to take naps. When my kids were young, nobody cared about the nap schedule. We just had to conform to everybody else. But now that there's a lot of younger kids, I am thrust into this nap schedule world, which I don't really care for, frankly.
So what's the nap schedule? You got to turn down the noise?
No, they can't come to the thing yet.
What you mean?
Like, in my ideal world, Brian, so Lauren's got me waking up and running tomorrow, which I'm not necessarily thrilled about. I got a turkey trot. Then I get to go home. You know, one thing they have at the turkey trot.
She running with you?
She said her shin splints are acting up.
So why you got to run if she's not going to run?
Shelby's going to run with her friend. Shelby's a good little runner. I
got to ask these questions.
I'm in charge of Ainsley tomorrow, which is its own challenge.
That Shit Smith ain't acting up. Well, you fall for anything. What that was is, listen, I'm gonna chill, and you gonna go through with these damn kids. You got to babysit, like you always say.
Exactly. Now, when you get done with the run, they do have a bar, which is nice, but it's a Bloody Mary bar. I'm not really a Bloody Mary guy.
They good though.
You know what I do? I go get a Gatorade, and I have a
vodka
little
in there.
caddy cocktail to start my Thanksgiving day. So from Turkey Trot, we'll probably go back to our house for a while. I would like this event to start around 2. We all get to my in-laws around 2, maybe some apps, hang out for a bit, maybe eat around 4. And then we head home at like 6, 7.
Uh-huh.
I'm home on my couch, in my chair, 3 TVs working.
Keep talking, bro. You might end up on your couch the whole day.
I'm just telling you what I
I'm just
want to
saying.
happen,
I'm
Brian.
just saying.
But what doesn't happen, because all these babies need naps, is nothing happens till like 5, because the kids kind of nap from like 2 to 4. And then we
You got to wait till the baby's nap for you to eat?
I'm telling, yes. Does that make any sense? No.
I like Joyce. And I like Lou, so I'm not trying to get into no issues.
Lou and Joyce will never admit this. I bet they're not thrilled about the nap schedule.
Hell no, it don't make sense. I'm hungry. The baby's going to take a nap because they full.
Right.
No, I need to eat.
Right. So,
well, you know what? Just stop and grab your little snack.
I mean, I will. I still have paisanos left over. I had that chicken cheesesteak yesterday.
If I were them, I would tell you can't come to my house. Stay at your own damn house. But your family can come.
So if I had to guess, and I don't know what the plan is, but my guess is we all go out there around 5, and then it's like appetizers, then dinner, but then all the young kids got to leave. So it just becomes this like very condensed, chaotic couple hours, which is fine. I'm going to sit on the chair. They have great chairs, and I'm going to watch football. Now, will I be locked in every game,
Someone
every
have to the
snap?
table tomorrow, right?
No, because Lou and Joyce want to watch the games. Everybody there wants to watch the games.
They may not want to watch it now since you've been bashing them on TV
I
on
don't
radio.
think I'm bashing anyone.
Oh, this is bashing, Jay.
What is bashing?
You don't like nothing. You don't like the fact that the kids got to go to sleep. And they didn't give you any damn respect when you had
That was a
kids
little bashing.
and all this. You bashing them. Yeah. So I mean, you may get to the door and they may have a hand in your chest.
You know what I'll do? I'll go home and I'll sit in my chair
Lauren
and I'll have 3 TVs.
Lauren's gonna take the keys
and Lauren will
put the hand
bring
in
me.
your chest.
Lauren will bring me leftovers.
You're gonna sit on the outside of it. You got a porch. You'll be on the porch, and not you'll be on the back deck.
I may have smoked too much there. That's possible. I will watch all 3 of the games. I want to ask the boys in the aquarium. You will the games will be on. I will be watching. I'll be locked into every fourth quarter. Certainly, I think that's how most people operate. And what's good about this Thanksgiving, all 3 games are bangers. We're gonna figure out which one's the best. Phone lines open at noon. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. This Thanksgiving, FanDuel is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. Start a group build, add your pick, then pass it to your friends so they can add theirs. When everyone's done, you each lock in the group parlay with your own funds because football is better when it's played and bet together. And to make it even better, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their bill. So grab your crew, start your bill, and get in on the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. Visit FanDuel.com/Brian to get started. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Talking about the young folks. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. You can watch us on the YouTube page, 106.7 The Fan page. You can watch us on Monumental Sports Network or wherever you get podcasts, radio, the whole world. I'm curious for the boys. I know White Brian has a long-ass drive. I think he's driving today. White Brian, how much of the games tomorrow will you watch?
I'll watch the first game, half of the second game before we eat dinner, and then fall asleep halfway through the last game.
All right. Now, Jeffrey's probably got like 8 different places he has to go tomorrow, is my guess. Jeff, how much of the games will you
He has to
watch
fry the
tomorrow?
turkey. I mean, he's gonna burn up the turkey tomorrow.
I'm gonna watch all the games. I'm gonna be at my mom's house tomorrow, cooking and stuff. So that's where I'll be.
So you're just going to your mom's. You're not going to be bouncing around the DMV?
All right. Well, I'm going hunting in the morning, and then I'm going to see my dad for like brunch because he has to work later. So we always do like Thanksgiving brunch, and then I'll go to my mom's.
All right. So Jeff will get to chill and watch.
So if you going to brunch, where you gonna watch the game? If you sitting at a table?
No, brunch is at my dad's house. We cook.
Oh, at the house.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, it used to be a 12:30 start. I just saw this from Earl Forsey. The Detroit game is now at 1 o'clock, not 12:30. So that gives folks a little more time to do stuff in the morning. Jeffrey, you're going to be like me. How many nieces and nephews are going to be running around at your mom's house?
Dude, I don't even know. I just know she told me, yeah, your cousins are bringing their kids too. But
well, Jeff,
it
wear
doesn't
that cup,
bother
dog.
me. I'm the favorite uncle / big cousin.
Well,
Easily.
wear that cup because that one little nephew always hit you in the area.
Yeah. I'm already ready for him. He already told me he gonna beat me up this week, so I'm ready.
Jeff truly.
Hey, them little kids, man, they don't know that hurts, man. Hitting the wrong spot.
Jeff,
have a grown man running around there with a high pitched voice.
Now, Landfill, I'm guessing you will be asleep until like halftime of the first game, maybe like a 2:30 wake up.
I'll probably be up for most of the first game. Then I'll eat probably before the start of the second. So then I'll be eating / post eating napping during the second. And if I'm lucky and I time it right, I will still be sleeping throughout the third game. Maybe I'll wake up for the second half of the third. So I'll probably watch 1.5 games.
1.5 for Landfill. Now, what helps is all 3 of these games should be good. For years and years and years, that's funny. For years and years and years, the Detroit game sucked because
they were horrible.
So that was the easy game to miss. But all 3 of these games tomorrow are loaded. Packers, Lions, Chiefs, Cowboys, Bengals, Ravens. What do you think is the best game of the 3, B?
You said it again. Bengals, Ravens,
Chiefs, Cowboys,
Cowboys,
Packers, Lions.
I think the Packers Lions game is going to be a slobber knocker. I think that game is going to be one of those
division
very
game.
physical,
Yeah.
going at each other. I think it'll be electrifying because I think that Dallas and Kansas City going to be putting up points. And then I think that Joe's going to come out doing a little something, but the Ravens going to be too much for him. And then that defense is going to just falter.
From a Vegas perspective, I think they have Cowboys Chiefs as the highest scoring game of the day. And then Lions Packers is the lowest scoring game.
Sound like what I just said, Jay.
It does. It does. You could be a line setter, B, a trend setter. I think the biggest favorite is the Ravens are favored by a touchdown. The Chiefs are favored by 3 in Dallas. The Lions are favored by 2.5 at home against the Packers. Of the 3 teams, the Lions need it. They're right now out of the playoffs.
Yeah, the Chiefs need it.
The Chiefs need it. The Cowboys need it if
Yeah.
they're actually going to try to make a run. And the Bengals desperately need it if they're going to try to climb back in this thing.
So it's not going to be some sleepers.
This is like real good football.
I think they get to go out there and they go at it. And I think this is prime Andy Reid territory. It's going to be a play that you go, wow, that's a backyard play. Guaranteed.
Well, the Black Friday game, B, is Bears-Eagles. You got a pair of 8-3 division-leading teams. And you want to guess the line in that one?
Bears, Eagles.
They're in Philly.
In Philly. Yesterday, what was it? Like 7?
Yeah. It's a
Today,
touchdown.
did it go down? It's still that?
It's still like it's 7 on FanDuel, 6.5 on DraftKings. So it's pretty much 7. Am I crazy? I kind of like the Bears with the number there. I don't know that you trust Philly's offense.
Well, they're not consistent, but if they explode, they can be a problem for somebody.
Totally. If they can just run the ball consistently.
And
the biggest surprise with Philly is that they have not run the ball consistently like they
did last
we had
year.
Seen. Yeah. But I mean, that is 4 really good games, and then you've got a ton of really good college games too. Now, if you are interested, Navy plays Memphis tomorrow night. That's a pretty good second screen operation, I would say. And then Friday, dude, the Egg Bowl was always at night. I don't know what is going on that the Egg Bowl is now a noon kick. And I think, is Mississippi Central Time? Is that an 11 a.m. kick?
Let me ask you a question. What time is the NFL game? At night, right?
I think it's like a 4 o'clock.
Well, they trying not to go head-to-head with that.
Bears Eagles is 3 o'clock on Amazon.
Yeah, but still, they're not trying to go head-to-head with that.
Sure. So Egg Bowl is at noon on Friday. Iowa, Nebraska is at noon on Friday. Then you've got Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech getting 13.5 at home.
Georgia Tech can play, bro.
That game's in Atlanta.
It's in it. Yeah, but Georgia Tech's in Atlanta. But they're playing at Mercedes-Benz. They're not playing at Bobby Dodd. Is that what
Yeah,
you're
at the
telling me?
Falcon Stadium.
Okay. It'll be all Georgia fans. Probably would have been all Georgia fans if it was.
Well, that was going to be a Georgia Tech home game. Now it's going to be a Georgia home game now.
Now you can get that at 14, depending where you shop. That's going to be hard for me to ignore. Is the Yellow Jackets getting 14 against Georgia? I think. All right. So then the night game. So you could go Egg Bowl at noon, then the NFL game at 3 at night. Texas A&M going to Austin to play Texas. Is that in whatever it is, Darrell Royal Stadium in Austin, or are they playing that in Dallas or something? I think that's just a regular home game for the Longhorns. That dog, A&M's only laying 2.5 on the road. I kind of like the Aggies to maybe put it down. So, I mean, 2 just awesome days of football. Then Saturday, there's even more. I know Ohio State, Michigan's always a noon kick. Clemson, South Carolina is also a noon kick. Miami with a big game at Pitt. If Miami's going to try to get in the playoff, they need an impressive showing at Pitt. That's a tricky spot. What time is Bama Auburn? 3:30, or is that a night game?
They moved it to night this year.
Okay. Vandy, Tennessee.
How many points are Auburn getting?
5.5.
5.5? They're going to lose by more than that.
Yeah, that number might be a little short for my taste. I think I'd roll with the Tide. That's a 7:30 kick at War Eagle. So that Auburn crowd will be primed. A game I kind of like, B. What do you think about the Hokies getting 9.5 at Scott Stadium in Charlottesville? UVA has a chance to go to the ACC title game.
Yeah.
This is the Hokies Super Bowl, though.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's a 7 o'clock kick from Charlottesville.
You think Franklin got a little word in? Hey, look, let me just let y'all know, man. We watching to see who want to be here next year.
Turtles heading to East Lansing. Maryland playing Michigan State at 7 o'clock Saturday night. I'm sure that'll have tens of viewers. Oregon, Washington is a big game. 3:30. Oregon going on the road to Husky Stadium. Obviously, the Ducks got to win that, but that's a big time rivalry. That people will care about that game. Also, LSU, Oklahoma. Oklahoma firmly in playoff position. I have got to break. I've gone very late. When we come back, we're opening the phones up for Ask B. Mitch Anything. 800-636-1067. Hit us up.
This sports update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. We came close to seeing Joe Burrow activated off IR in Week 12. That wasn't the case, but now the expectation is that Burrow will be on the field for Thanksgiving versus Baltimore. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson, he's a good bet to play in the nightcap there as well. He returned to practice on Tuesday after being listed with a toe injury on Monday and missing practice. And another Thanksgiving Day, some injury updates there. Cowboys wideout George Pickens. He was limited in practice on Tuesday, dealing with knee and calf injuries. Wide receiver Rashee Rice, he was a full participant in practice on Tuesday after he was limited on Monday with a hamstring injury. This November, only score $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off every door. Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. No show on Friday, so we're going to do a special Thanksgiving edition of Ask B. Mitch Anything.
Okay.
I guess we are, 1067 The Fan is on the air on Friday, but CK gives us both Thursday and Friday off, so shout out to CK. Ask B. Mitch Anything is sponsored by Collars & Co., where comfort meets style. Upgrade your look with the dress collar polo today. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. Unfortunately, it's not Ask Jeff Anything because apparently Landfill's questioning his sexuality, but it's Ask B. Mitch Anything, so we're going to stick to the plan here. Jupe is on line 3. Jupe, kick us off, bud.
What's going on, JP, B. Mitch, and happy early Thanksgiving to you guys and your families.
Same to you, Jupe. What's happening, brother?
I appreciate it. All right, B. Mitch, I had a thought earlier, and I was discussing with the chat group, and I want your opinion on it. And it may come off wrong, rub people the wrong way, but hear me out. I'm actually glad the season is going the way it's going because it's helping to readjust the mindset of the front office. Like, we really need to stick to the rebuild. And I'm not wishing injuries on anybody, but what I'm saying is, like, we got a lot of work and holes on this team. A lot of callers call in. They're only worrying about the starters, where I'm worrying about the whole entire team. I'm talking about starters, second string, on down to the practice squad. And, for teams like, I want us to be like the teams like the 49ers and the Detroit Lions, but that's going to take time and a lot of work to rebuild this team. Whereas, we just in this mindset of trying to go on in this year where there's a lot of work to be done. I just wanted to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think what they did, they saw something, they tried to go for it. It didn't work. So now they have to get back to what they were doing. What their plan was, you can't continue what you did this year because it blew up in your face. And now I think the mindset has to be build and get some younger players and get some players moving forward. You may still keep some of these older players around. As I talked with London Fletcher last night, he was talking about how guys, the older guys, you don't have a ton of them, but you have guys that can get guys to a point quicker than the coaches do sometimes. You want to have some of those guys in your locker room. So I think definitely they need to get right back to where they were before what last year happened.
Appreciate you, Jupe. Let's keep the calls going here. Kurt is in Ashburn. What's up, Kurt?
Good afternoon, gents. I'm glad you're doing this other than a Friday because I can't listen on Friday. I have a guitar class at the Leesburg Senior Center. And by the way, if I might make you, if there's anybody who sings or plays an acoustic instrument, we meet the Senior Center every Friday in Leesburg. Okay. I once pulled a hamstring and it took forever to heal. And you think it's gone because you don't feel anything in the first time you go out, it's back again. So after that, when I played basketball and hockey, I first lathered the back of my leg with a liniment up hamstring. Was I kidding myself? Was that helping me at all? And if not, what did you do to prevent hamstring pulls?
Well, I did weights with them, and then I began to run a little bit more, and I made sure before I went out and did something, I warmed it up. Too many times we all get ready to go play. We start sweating a little bit. We immediately think that we're ready to go. you got to make sure you do the right amount of things to get your legs ready to go for you. I stretched all the time, and I made sure I strengthened like the hamstrings and the quads, and I warmed up a proper amount of time. If you're going to go play a whole basketball game, just stretching, touch two toes and go and run, that's not enough.
B. Mitch had me doing squats earlier this week, and my hamstrings are about as tight as Jeff's wallet right now. So I'm hurting. I need a stretch, and I haven't. We have a question from Jim in Navy Yard.
B. Mitch, I have a question. How do you feel about people wearing pajamas out in public?
I think they should stay their ass in the house. Who did?
I'm just, there was a story recently about, how people are traveling and everybody looks like they all just dress in pajamas now to go to the airport and stuff. And people used to.
If you're not a kid and your mama and daddy carrying you around, you shouldn't be in no pajamas. I think people wearing pajamas and wearing stuff on their head, don't do that in the public. Save that for the house.
Save it for the house.
Yeah.
Take it to the house. I love when that guy calls. How do you feel about sweatsuits?
Sweatsuits are made for outside.
Sweatsuits you can wear.
Yeah, it's traveling. That's not pajamas. You look at pajamas, you know the difference between sweatsuits.
Ben
and pajamas.
Stromer's always wearing pajamas.
Ben had on his pajamas yesterday, and I almost said the exact thing Landfill just asked. I almost say, leave your damn pajamas at home, Ben.
Yeah, Ben.
You're going to work. You wear no damn pajamas to work for sure.
What we call him, Little Benny Top, Unfunny Ben, whatever.
With those type of nicknames, see why he wear pajamas.
Let's go to Josh in Upper Marlboro. Josh, ask B something.
Hey, fellas, I got a question, but first, just to let you know, we're running the dad games back, man, December 21st at the St. James. We're check your DMs. We want you guys to come back out. We got a.
Oh, hell yeah. That was a lot of fun.
Definitely, man. We'll be good.
Yeah, check. I'm going to hit you guys up. But, hey, my question is, B. Mitch, you have always been, and you were always an excellent player, but were you ever on a unit that sucked? And in that unit, was there a self-awareness that they suck? Like, like, for example, I'm sure all of our DBs are integral people. They love their moms and their kids, but right now we suck. And like, what is that conversation like in the locker room? Are people like, hey, we know we suck and, it's just not getting better? Like, what is it like to be in a unit that sucks?
Well, I've never been on one that sucked. But the whole thing about it, you've been around different units on your team that wasn't very good. So what you do, you try to go over and you like drop little hints in a way of making it seem like you're talking about giving them positive reinforcement. You're trying to say, man, you know what? If you try this out, this may work. The constructive criticism, not just walking up to them saying, man, y'all suck. You walk up to them and you say, hey, man, look, when we were going through this issue, we all began to meet a little bit more. We've been to try this type of thing, and y'all should get that a try. Try it out, and that in a way I'm trying to tell you how to get better without telling you I think that you causing us some wins.
Yeah, makes sense. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Oh, yeah.
Appreciate you, Josh. I got one online from Curtis. He says, B, what's your favorite Thanksgiving pie or dessert?
Pie.
You're a pecan pie
dessert
guy, right?
I like pecans, and then I also like sweet potato pie.
You know who makes a killer sweet potato pie?
What?
Gary Carter. Remember we used to work with
Gary?
Gary?
Yeah, hell yeah.
It was so
and
good.
Gary, since I get a couple of them shows for you, need to send me one. Sweet potato crunch is another thing I love. It's like a sweet potato souffle with like a crust of pecans and brown sugar and all that stuff on top. Unbelievable.
I like sweet potatoes with the marshmallows on top. They kind of burn them and roast them. It gets a little crunchy. That's good too.
I like that. I like the
believe
pecans, man.
my sister-in-law Caitlin is making that.
She making that? Well, not now because you talked about her kids not sleeping.
Nah, her kids don't nap anymore.
Okay,
Talking about the younger ones. Let's go to Gerald in Akakeek. What's up, Gerald?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. B. Mitch.
How you doing, man? What's up?
Right. Hey, B. Mitch, I want to ask you something, man. How could you retire with 4,999 return punt yards? Come on, man.
You think I knew that when I retired, man?
Come on, man. You got to come back and get that 1 yard, man. Come on.
Hey, you know what? Some things are better left undone. I know how it feels out there to get hit. I'm not trying to do that again, not at this age.
All right, man.
But you know what?
gotta take care, man.
I did not know that. If I had known that, ain't no damn way I'd have to go play one more game.
Yeah, B-Mitch. You got to come on, man. You got to suit back up. I know you're 50, man. You got to suit up. At least take one punt return and get that 1 yard, man.
I can't take the punt return, just fall forward.
Just fall forward, you get it. Appreciate you, Gerald. Let's keep.
Did you ever see the movie Mr. 3000 with Bernie Mac?
I've heard about it. I never saw it.
He was a baseball player who realized that he had 3,000 hits, and then he realized after he'd retired that his stats were incorrect, and he had to come back out of retirement to get 3 more. I feel like you could be Mr. 5,000.
Yeah, well, if they give me enough money to do it, yeah, I'll do it. I'll go back and catch one punt and run as hard as I can, try to take it to the house.
What's
For
enough
about,
money?
100 G's. One kickoff. One punt. No, one punt return. 100 G's.
I'm quite sure we can set that up. JP,
Jeff, if you can set that up, you get 10%.
say no more. Oh, I'm about to
right,
try
bet.
this for real.
You call NFLT, they say, boy, get the hell off our phone.
Let's keep it in Accokeek. Vic is in Accokeek. What's
What
up,
up, Vic? How you doing, man?
What's up, y'all? You know what's
What's
crazy? I haven't lived in Accokeek in over 5 years.
It says Vic and Accokeek on the sheet, dog. Don't blame me. Blame Jeff.
You will forever be Vic and Accokeek.
I know I'll always be Vic and Accokeek, right? So,
oh yeah.
And my brother Vince, he don't live in Accokeek no more either, but that's what we know as, right? So my question, B. Mitch, is having been on teams that have not been as good before when you're before you left and went to the Eagles and to the Giants. I think I was in elementary school at that time. When you winning because you've been on winning teams, but when you have a coach that is not doing the things that lead to winning, equate to winning at practice, philosophy, culture, particularly with holding accountability, how do you address that? How do you communicate that amongst the leaders? And how do you even sometimes have to address that with your coach, or is it just something you just have to play through as a professional?
Well, I think as if you're a leader on a football team, it's your job to try to make things change up, and then it's your job also. You go have a conversation with your coach. I've had many conversations with coaches about what I thought. Didn't try to do it in front of people, because one thing I think people have to learn: you're not going to try to grandstand against a coach and win that. So if you go into a coach's office, close the door, and be respectful about it, they'll listen to things you're saying. But I also know that if players start working on each other and hold each other accountable, things can change. I worked with John Thompson, and John always said, I'd rather my players be all together and against me than to just listen to everything I say if what I'm saying is not getting to them and making them do the right thing. So I think the leaders have a better job of more to do on those teams like that. When things aren't going well, the leaders now, you're not a leader just to be out there in the beginning of the game. You're a leader because you got to bring stuff to the coach and bring stuff to the players that they may not want to hear.
You are good answer there, B. You are listening to Ask B Mitch Anything, sponsored by Collars & Co., where comfort meets style. Upgrade your look with the dress collar polo today. Let's go to my man Doug in Alexandria. Doug, what's your question for B?
Hey, what's going on, man? I got a 2-part question. 1, can I bring you some gumbo? And then 2, what is your favorite region to drink wine from?
Can I answer? You can bring us some gumbo.
Yep, sure. You can bring us some gumbo. What kind you bringing?
Oh, well, the kind that I make. Hopefully it's great. I got my better half. She's got some Creole in her family, and she'll never admit it, but she says it's better than her dad. So I got that going for me.
All right.
Yo, connect with Jeff.
We'll
You're
do that.
in.
Yes. And then I like Rhone Valley wines, and I also like wines from Oregon.
Nice. Northern wine or Southern?
Northern.
Northern, so like Cornas, Hermitage?
So in other words, you're going to bring wine with the gumbo, right?
I mean, I can. I am a Psalm, so I have that ability.
All right. Hey, we with that.
I like whites from southern France, from the Sancerre region, and I like
my first wine was
California.
a Chateauneuf de
Sancerre is not in southern France.
Well, I like Sancerre. Where is it in France? I don't know. Mountains, wherever it is.
Hey, my first wine ever was Chateauneuf du Pape. And I want to go back to that. It was a good name. And I drank it when I was young. I know nothing about wine. And I was like, damn, this is kind of good, but it tastes a little weird. Because like when you're young, you want it to be a little fruitier. And then I came back later, tried it again. So I love those. Those are good.
All right, Jeff, get my man Doug's info. Gumbo and wine are always welcome. Landfill prefers Colombian whites. Let's go to Steve in Fairfax. Steve, what's your question for B?
What's going on, boys? Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Curious to know if Brian, you and the Super Bowl crew or the old guys are going to go to RFK one last time, as a final send off, or if the team is planning anything for it, as they start building towards the future for that.
No, I don't think they're planning anything, and I don't think anyone has talked about it. I've been over there a few times already where JP and I went over for some stuff. I went over there like 2 other times. So I have said my goodbyes, to be honest with you.
Well, dude,
and right now, when you look at
it's
it,
already kind of cooked.
It's bare bones now.
Yeah, it's there ain't much left
because they've been tearing it down for a while now. So I've had a chance to go. I got a few pieces in my garage, so I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, dude. Apparently, I'm seeing this tweet from Annie Carney, who is a New York Times author, who tweeted out a photo yesterday. RFK's gone.
Yeah, I saw some lady was walking a couple of days ago and she said, "Wow, I'm going to miss this," and it was just like the steel beams, and you can see all the way through them.
Yep.
That time we went over there, it was just everything was still around, all the concrete, and all. Now it's gone.
Do you still have a favorite memory from being there, B?
Favorite memory from RFK, I would be honest with you, was the punt return against the Detroit Lions in 1991.
Nice.
Thanks for the call, dude.
It kind of was like my welcoming, hey, I'm ready for this job now. Let's go.
You want me to sneak one more here, Landy, or do you want me to keep it moving and we'll try to catch up on the other side? Landfill wants a break. Landfill will get a break. That was a great run at Ask B Mitch Anything. If we're able to sneak more calls in later, we will. But we're going to hear from Commanders head coach Dan Quinn next. Nobody go anywhere. It's B Mitch Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. This Thanksgiving, FanDuel is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. Start a group build, add your pick, then pass it on to your friends so they can add theirs. When everyone's done, you each lock in the group parlay with your own funds, because football is better when it's played and bet together. And to make it even better, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their bill. Now, I think you take all the games on Thanksgiving Day, take the favorites, okay? I think all the favorites are going to win. So grab your crew, start your bill, and get in on the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. Visit FanDuel.com/Brian to get started. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power home team, Keller Williams Realty. Kansas City Chiefs guard Trey Smith, tight end Noah Gray, and cornerback Chris Roland Wallace, all of them ruled out for Thursday's game in Dallas against the Cowboys. Isaiah Pacheco has no status and is back with the team. Tampa Bay Buccaneers quarterback Baker Mayfield, he was made available to speak to the media following today's walkthrough practice. This is a good sign for his availability to play in Sunday's Week 13 matchup against Arizona, but obviously not a guarantee. Do you want to know the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
You dropped a bomb on me,
baby. You dropped the bomb on
Look
me.
at that. Monumental got some local college hoops on Saturday.
The bomb on me.
James Madison versus George Mason.
Yeah,
I'm
check
mad.
that out.
If you're a JMU or a Mason alum, I bet that game kind of matters. That's a lot of people that know each other, man.
Oh, hell yeah.
I think those might be the two biggest colleges in the state of Virginia. I know Mason's the biggest. Maybe Virginia Tech's bigger than JMU.
I don't know.
I don't either.
It's a lot of people at Mason, bro.
Mason's like 70,000 people or
They're
something.
humongous.
We're waiting to hear from Dan Quinn. While we do that, I'm going to try to figure out the biggest colleges in the state of Virginia. So this doesn't, this is according to Google AI, blah, blah, blah. Let's go to something that seems a little more real. Damn. You know what the biggest college in Virginia is?
What?
Liberty.
Liberty?
They must have a big online presence or something.
How many people does it have?
100,000?
Damn.
According to
I've been to Liberty. It ain't that big.
College Simply says
It has to be because of that, because I've been on Liberty's campus, and that's not that big.
So I'm questioning the Liberty thing.
Yeah.
Then Nova, Northern Virginia Community College, has 53,000 students. That I believe, because you got people of all ages.
Yeah,
like,
all ages.
That's
Some
a
at
little
home.
different.
Yeah, there's some at night, some all up there. Yeah, I can see that.
All right, so we're throwing the Liberty thing out of the window. That sounds like nonsense. Mason has 39,000. Then Tech has 38,000. And let's be real, Mason, you got a ton of commuters, just people that live around and go to college. Blacksburg doesn't have a ton of commuters. That's not a very big region down there. If you're a student at Tech, you live at Tech.
Yeah,
that would be my guess.
Yeah.
This is a good one. What do you think's bigger, VCU or UVA?
Since you asked the question, VCU.
28,000 at VCU, 26,000 at UVA in Charlottesville.
Wow.
What do you think's bigger, Old Dominion or JMU?
JMU.
Dude, by a hair. JMU, again, according to collegesimply.com, JMU is 22,758 students. ODU, 22,541 students.
Wow.
And I would argue, similar to Blacksburg, like Harrisonburg, probably not a lot of commuters. ODU down in Norfolk, that's a big region, big area. You might have a decent amount of commuters.
Totally.
What do you think William and Mary's attendance is?
About 19.
Dude, way less. Under
9,000?
10,000.
Damn.
9,700 students. Those are the smart kids. What's a smarter school, William and Mary or UVA?
You would think UVA.
I don't know. I think William and Mary might be sneaky, like super smart.
UVA is as well.
I know. All right. That was Virginia College Talk. I hope everybody enjoyed
Okay.
it. We could do Maryland. What do you think is the biggest in Maryland? It's got to be UMD, right?
Probably so.
Maybe Towson?
UMD, because they got all kind of outlets.
You know what? Instead of Maryland college talk, we're going to go to Commanders head coach Dan Quinn.
Reps together over and over and over. And when the game comes, you get to say, man, let's go right back to what we did in practice. Go right back to that. So the coach side of me, that fires me up to have a full crew ready to get working. And so also welcome to NFL Films, who'll be with us for a while. So if anybody's interested in a cameo, let me know. I know a guy, so we will get rolling. So now we can get it into gear.
Just to clarify, does that mean like Terry, Noah, are they full go this week?
Yep.
Okay.
I don't know about, they're practicing.
Okay. All right. For you, with all these guys back and all that, obviously 6 games left, a lot of things that maybe you want to play for, a little bit harder to attain now, but what is the value for you guys in just having a really strong finish to build off of?
Yeah, I think it's really important. I told the team, for a year and a half, we're building something good. The only way it's going to be great is if you find these standards and find the details, John, to take it to the next space and take it to the next space. It's not something that you just turn on and off like a faucet. And so missing the mark on some, that bothers you, that pisses you off, and you want to fix it. You want to correct it. And so that's what it looks like to me, to throw excellent weeks and having a day like today to start it. You throw a good Wednesday, you throw a good Thursday and Friday. And of course that carries over into the game. Then you can lean back and say, okay, yeah, I can do just what we did in practice. So that's why I'm so excited to get the reps and the full speed work with everybody and build that continuity, because it makes a difference and it helps. And I'm looking forward to doing that.
Bear with me on this one. With the defense building off of the Miami game, what can you take from that game to build off of? And then I guess along with that, with Frankie Louvu, the pass rush numbers, we can look at the numbers and say they're not the same as last year, but what are you seeing from him and what do you want to see from him going forward?
I think first at linebacker, you want to see guys that can tackle, play square or tough, can impact the game. So that part, that's what I'm looking for first, at that spot. The added value is the rushing, the blitzing. We've rushed him more as a DN as opposed to blitzing. And sometimes that's just by necessity, John. And so you've had it all the way you want, you bring him from off the ball and do that more often, but that's where we are. And I'm very pleased with him. He's absolutely established himself as one of the leaders here, high standards of things we want to get done. I do love his versatility, and having all the extra work on the edge will pay dividends, but the guy's got real natural instincts. And I can't say that, in years to come, will he be more off and blitzing? Possibly. But until then, this is how we get down.
Building off the defense, what can you take from that game?
I liked the intensity that I saw, especially down in some of the red zone stuff. I liked the communication, to limit the explosive plays. That's a big deal, John. So that's, a few of the things I want to see. And heading into this game, that's going to be an important piece for us to make sure, man, right spot, right location, and really nailing your job, not most of the time, every time. That's to me the over and over and over. And that's why I'm excited about the continuity and the reps together.
And what's the ramp up for Jaden this week in terms of getting him closer to playing?
Yeah. And some of that, it's nice, David, because of the continuity. It's Noah, it's Terry, it's Debo, it's Trayvon, and getting extra turns with some of those guys. We kind of scripted even some for specific routes for specific players, so we can dig in hard on that. And so it'll be a challenging, good week to push, but it's more about the timing, the execution in the passing game from the specific side for him and game plan. There's some specific things we want to work on, but today's goal, man, let's get throwing with those guys and find that timing and that edge.
With the receiver room, obviously Terry can take the top off and Noah's a great possession receiver, but how do their presence also help you on the tunnel screens and some of the other stuff that you do with the receivers?
Yeah, it's one of the areas that we want to do, because when obviously Debo is another factor in that. And so when you have 3 in connection doing it all, that's a difference, as opposed to watch for this one player doing this one thing. And that's what I look to see, where Terry has a factor in that, Debo has a factor in that, who's got vertical shots. All 3 of them can now. So having the ability for Debo now to play all the multiple spots, that's going to be an advantage as well. And so Terry will be able to play both right and left as well. So that's what we intend to do. And then be part of the whole thing. I want to make sure hitting the right marks, throwing the right practices. So it's not like a wide open, throw to him, but integrate everybody together.
Hi, Coach. You mentioned that it's exciting for you as a coach to have that continuity back with more players on the field. I'm curious what the energy has been like from the players in the locker room and in the meetings this week as they start to get back out there together.
Yeah, players wise, you can feel that energy too. Seeing some of their teammates coming back, that's a big deal. It started on Monday, I felt, coming back. That was probably the first time we had, a bigger group together for a practice for the entire season. So that was a big step forward. And then let's carry it into the week. We like the competitions. We like what that means. And so we just wanted to just focus in on this time, this moment. If you're really going to have a standard, it's day by day, but it's really even like moment by moment. It's the next play. It's the next series. It's that practice. And so that's what we're going to chase hard. I want these guys to find the details together. And if we do that again and again, that's when kind of the fun stuff begins. But we've got to put that work in to do that. It's very important for us to find that.
And you've described Jaden as this really high energy competitor. What have your conversations been like with him over the past few weeks as you balance getting him back on the field while also not trying to rush that process?
Yeah, the part of him, like the rehab part first, that's where you start. And so it's not going to be this way forever when you're, in a sling and not doing well. And so then here's the next step. What's the next marker? And practice is the next one. And so when you hit the next steps, okay, a little more enthusiasm, a little more momentum, knowing where the next thing can come. And so that's an important piece. And so all of us in life, sometimes we're looking all the way down the road and let's get to the next step and to the next step. And we're not going to miss any with him. He knows, we all know the importance of him and the franchise. So we're not going to miss any steps, but this is also a developing football player that is hungry to get back, and we're hungry to help him become the player that he's going to become. And that's a really cool thing.
Dan, it seemed like against the Dolphins, the rushing attack got going for you guys a little bit more than in weeks past. What's kind of the key to continuing that against a pretty tough run defense this week in the Broncos?
Yeah, it's going to be important. You heard me say the run actions, the screens, those are the things that can set you forward. And it takes work to do that. I've been pleased by some of the progress that I saw in that. And going into it, that'll be high value, not just this week, but moving forward. If you want to have a good balanced attack, all right, run the ball well, because now you're able to have more balance because of play actions and other things that can go with it. So it's an important part of what we do, not for this week or last week, but just it's really important that this is how we want to get down, and knowing that we need the work, we need the timing, all of it. So yeah, we're excited to do that.
Presumably getting Will back this week or as soon as this week. What has his absence kind of meant for this defense? And kind of the flip side is, what will his return bring to the defense?
I'll start on the return side. For him, Will is a really good communicator. There's a hungry competitor. So I've liked that part about him. He's got good football awareness, Tom, because his background, he played corner, he's played nickel, he played safety. So some guys can, see this way, and Will can expand the vision to see other things, to give the alerts to other players. So he did a good job even during the rehab process. He was involved. He was in meetings. And so after his surgery, he was a couple of weeks out in LA, and then he came right back, I think, after our trip from LA. And that's when we began the process, him being in the meetings together. So we like what he communicates like. We like the hitting that he brings, and the competitive style that he has.
Dan, last year, this team was so good playing at home. This year, you've lost 3 in a row at home. How important is it to kind of reestablish that identity of, playing at home and having that home field advantage?
Yeah, it's super important. And we love the energy that our fans have created at home. And so as a team, we need to repay that. We need to get that part back. And we had been good at home previously. And so started the season that way. And so we've got to get that done. That's very important for us as a team. To show that gratitude for the fan base and the energy that they poured into the team. We are desperate to pay that back to them.
Another player getting back, Deron Payne.
B. Mitch Finley, that was Commanders head coach Dan Quinn addressing the media there. Coming up at 1 o'clock, Brandon Stokely, multiple Super Bowl winner, will join the program. Ask him what Washington is still playing for as the season rolls on. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch Finley. The Oarsman Automotive Group of Virginia has been serving area car buyers for over 100 years. You know how Brian and I arrived in Ashburn to Big Bear.ai Performance Center today? We both arrived in Oarsman Automotive of Virginia cars. I drive a Toyota 4Runner from Oarsman Fairfax Toyota. B drives a dope Kia. Is that an E9?
EV9.
EV9 from Oarsman Chantilly Kia. They take great care of us. They take great care of our families, and they'll take great care of you. B, what sets them apart? The Oarsman Lifetime Edge.
Yep, that Lifetime Edge comes with $1,500 in extras, including a complimentary car wash with every scheduled maintenance, a loaner car with every major maintenance, and a lifetime engine guarantee. And that's great news coming from Oarsman. If you have a car to sell, take it to Oarsman. They will pay you up to 125% of the Kelly Blue Book value, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's simple at Oarsman. They like to keep their customers happy, just like they kept JP and I happy. To beyond satisfied Oarsman customers. Let's ride together.
I see what you're doing, Landville. Shout out to Joe Cocker. All right, B. I have to be at the Matha at 6:30. Time you think I need to leave? Currently in Ashburn, for those listening.
6:30.
5.
You gotta leave by 5. Well, the traffic is low today. People were rolling yesterday.
I think we're lucky in that. I think I'm lucky that it's Thanksgiving.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I thought of though? Commanders, Broncos, 8:00 start Sunday night.
Mhm.
Sunday is the worst traffic day of the year up and down the East Coast.
People be coming back.
So
some people gonna wait till Monday.
Sunday is known as like the day. So if you're going to that Commanders game, just prepare for the Beltway.
I'm gonna leave early.
I recommend it. I mean, you and I got to get there early anyway.
Yeah.
Game's on our air, so I got to be there very early. Depending how early I get there, I might try to do a lap. With the night games, I try to do a lap through the parking lots and hang out at tailgates and say what's up to people. We'll see if I accomplish that. I did want to bring something to your attention, though, Brian.
Mm-hmm.
All I do is point out the facts that there are so many better options for the Thanksgiving meal to be centered around. And because of what the Pilgrims ate 300 years ago, we're all stuck with turkey. I have factual data to present that people aren't feeling turkey.
What's the data?
Turkey consumption in America has dropped 25% since its peak in 1996.
Yeah, that's because it's expensive as hell today compared to what it was.
Turkeys are now bigger than they ever were, so you get more dollar per poundage than you ever did. So you're getting more value out of bigger turkeys than you ever got before. People are still buying less of it.
That's not true.
It's a fact.
It's just they cost way more money.
Doug, that's also not true. I'm reading from
Just go in the store, you see it's true.
I'm reading from Sherwood News. This
I
is
don't
a
care about
real-
Sherwood News. I walk in Giant right now. I tell you, the turkey is more expensive than it was last year.
Turkey season is back, and so is the price war for another inflation-squeezed Thanksgiving. Last month, Walmart rolled out its cheapest turkey deal since 2019, offering a complete 10-person holiday meal for under $40. Aldi announced a similar $40 package, while Kroger joined in with a meal bundle priced at under $4.75 per person.
Yeah, it ain't that at Giant.
I'm just telling you.
It ain't that at Wegmans. It ain't that at damn Whole Foods.
How much is a turkey?
They're expensive as hell these days, especially when you see that's the frozen turkeys too. You don't know when they froze them damn turkeys. I like fresh turkeys.
The average turkey now weighs about 32 pounds, nearly double its size. from
JP, there's not a
1960.
32-pound turkey in the damn grocery store. So whoever you reading is giving you a bunch of BS. I have never seen a 32 damn pound turkey.
Consumption of turkey has dropped 25%, while chicken, pork, and beef have come to dominate Americans' protein choices.
You just said a 32-pound turkey. And that's not bad. I want somebody to call in and tell me right now that you saw a 32-pound turkey in the store somewhere.
Turkey consumption is at its 30-year low last year.
Last year they had a crazy little thing happen last year right before Thanksgiving.
The Pilgrims should have served prime rib.
Well, I tell you like this, bro. I like turkey.
You like everything.
I don't know what's wrong with you.
No, these are facts.
But they no facts. They lied to you. What a 32-pound turkey is? You can ride that damn turkey. I mean, that's not a turkey. That's an ostrich.
All right, I'm looking up turkey prices near me. You can get
fresh
Butterball.
Yeah, I want it fresh.
You get a Butterball premium turkey from Target for $19 right now.
Fresh?
What constitutes fresh? They're all dead.
No, fresh. The turkey is not frozen hard as a damn brick outside.
So you want me to Google fresh turkey prices?
Yeah. I don't want no damn hard ass turkey.
Fresh whole turkey prices near us are around $269 to $329 per pound.
Yeah.
at stores like Wegmans and the Fresh
At one
Market.
point, you can get them things for about $1.99, $1.69 a pound.
Well, dog, I don't know where. I don't think we really have Kroger or Publix around us, but according to Google, you can get a fresh turkey for
Your Google working down in damn North Carolina.
$1.69 at Kroger.
Mm-hmm. $1.69 in Kroger. Down somewhere down south. And
What
when
is
you roll that close to the city, you're on double.
Dude, Walmart has Shady Brook Farm turkeys for 39 cents a pound. with
Yeah,
an M-
frozen.
I guess those are frozen. If you want fresh, which the notion of something that's fresh that is dead seems
No,
kind of silly.
fresh just means it's not frozen food.
Now, are you buying fancy ass turkey or are you buying organic? Because that's $5.79 a pound.
I have bought those before, but I don't like to buy them.
How big is a turkey? 10 pounds?
Nah, I normally get them anywhere for the most part 14 to 16, but I'll get up to a 20, 22 pounder.
If you're buying
but
a
I have
20
never
pound
seen
turkey,
a 32 damn pound turkey. So that thing that told you facts, lying to you.
Bob's Turkey Farm sells fresh whole turkeys for 30 to 32 pounds at $5.15 a pound.
Oh,
facts.
How much? $5 and how much a pound?
Five.
So that turkey's $100 and something damn dollars.
But that's like a organic. You're going to Bob's
yeah,
Turkey Farm.
and you know what? An organic turkey not getting up to 30 something pounds. The organic turkeys look rather skinny. They look like a damn duck.
All I'm saying is,
whoever
Pilgrim should have made prime.
Whoever that thing you pull lied to you. A 32 pound turkey.
I'm looking at Walmart right now. You get an $18 turkey.
Yeah.
How long does it take to thaw a turkey?
Depending on how you're thawing it.
Did Jeff bring a frozen turkey to your house once?
Nah, it wasn't frozen.
It was just
Well,
huge.
it probably bought it frozen, but by the time it got to my house, it wasn't frozen anymore.
Nobody go anywhere. Brandon Stokely will join us next.
This sports update is brought to you by Fairfax City, where innovation meets community and every business has home field advantage. The Falcons are going to likely be without star wide receiver Drake London for a second straight week. Head coach Raheem Morris said today that he sees London as doubtful for the Falcons game on Sunday as they take on the Jets. London's been dealing with a PCL strain in his left knee. Jackson Dart will be a full participant in practice today, so this should be the final step in the concussion protocol. He might be available as New York visits the Patriots on Monday night, but time will tell. Fairfax City's own Scotty's Hub Golf creates custom gear from handcrafted bag tags to laser engraved clubs made at Nova Labs. With expert makers and top-notch tools, Fairfax City gives entrepreneurs like founder Scott Bernard the space to bring ideas to life. Learn more at business.gofairfaxcity.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Bum, bum, ba-dum.
All righty, folks. B. Mitch and Finley, 1 o'clock on the East Coast. We are excited to jump on the Rude Guest Hotline, talk to our friend, Mr. Brandon Stokely. Brandon, what's up, dude? How you been?
Doing great. Thanks for having me, guys.
What's happening with you, young man?
Everything is going good. Getting ready for the holidays over here in Denver. Been watching some good football. And so, we just had a bye week also. I know y'all did as well this past week. So looking forward to the stretch run here. Got 6 games left, and, everyone's excited about the Broncos this year. A little bit different over there in D.C.?
Yeah, it's been a little different this year. What's different about Denver this year compared to last year?
Defensively, they've taken a step forward, and they were pretty good defensively last year. And Bo offensively, I don't want to say he's better than what he was last year. They have a better running game than what they had last year. You got a couple of young playmakers outside of Cortland Sutton that have stepped up and made some plays here. But they just figured out ways to win games, and it hasn't always been pretty, but their defense has been great. Their defense has been really good, and they figured out ways in the fourth quarter to make some timely plays. It's a fine line in the NFL between winning and losing, and right now they're doing it when it matters the most in the fourth quarter.
With that defense, the way they get after the passer, how you were on some great teams. How good is this defense? Because the numbers, the advanced numbers, the analytics all suggest this is a serious Broncos D.
Yeah, there's no weakness. Obviously, they have a great secondary. In the last few weeks, they've been playing without Pat Surtain, and we'll see what his situation is going to be. But I'm expecting him to play. So you have a lot of depth in that secondary. Your inside linebackers are good, solid players. And then your front, you got interior guys, and you got guys coming off the edge that can just get after the quarterback. They're young, they're athletic, and they have depth there also. So they can just waves of guys that just come, fresh off the bench. So there's really no weakness with this with that Broncos defense. The one thing that you can try to do against them is establish a run and run the football. I think that's the best way to try to keep the football, slow down that pass rush a little bit, is by establishing the run.
I do a little thing here for this. I do pre and post game with the team, and they were asking you 3 ways you could beat a number 1 defense. I said, run the ball, which means you stay ahead of the chains. If you don't stay ahead of the chains, you're in trouble. Because you said, their pass rush will get to you. So Washington, they better try to run the ball. They like to throw it. They better figure out a way to run it.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You got to run the football. You're right. You got to stay, in manageable down and distances, because if not, against that Broncos defense, and I don't know what Washington's offensive line has been like this year, but they can just flat out, they can pin their ears back and get after you. And Vance Joseph, their defensive coordinator, has done a great job with them. You never know when they're bringing pressure, when they're not bringing pressure, and they don't have to bring pressure to get after the quarterback. So you're right, B. Mitch. The best way to do that is by running the football.
We're talking with Brandon Stokely here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most dependable HVAC products in the DMV. You can listen to Brandon in the mornings in Denver on 104.3 The Fan. Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth. That's a whole lot of personalities right there. You got Stick chiming in too.
Oh, Stick.
The Broncos have been really remarkable in the fourth quarters. They've just closed out games. The last time we saw them do that was against the Chiefs. How much of that is a credit to Sean Payton? How much of that is a credit to Bo Nix? It's the way they have closed tight games is pretty remarkable.
No, it really has been. I think you got to give everyone a little bit of credit. And they just believe that they're going to find ways to make plays. And Bo, when you got a young quarterback and that quarterback's still developing, you're going to have some moments throughout the course of the season or games where it doesn't look very good. But when you want them to play at their best is when it matters the most, and that's late in football games. So the defense has done a great job in a lot of these games of keeping it close. And then offensively, they just figure it out. So they got guys that are clutch, whether it be at the wide receiver position or certainly Bo Nix. He's just played his best when it mattered the most in the fourth quarter.
Brandon, we're dealing with a situation here where Jaden Daniels, he's been banged up a little bit this year, but many people feel he should just wait till next year. Many people that are not involved with football believe he should just wait till next year. You have played in this league and you understand how players think. Can you explain to people why players don't just say, hey, I'm going to ride off in the sunset? Why players want to work so hard to get back, and why coaches try to get them back on the field?
Yeah, I think, that's what you do. This is what you love to do. This is your job. And you only have, now it's 17 games to play. That's it. And so every game is precious. Every game matters. And if you're trying to develop young players, they all matter. And I think every situation is different and unique. And times have certainly changed when it comes to load management, resting guys, not, looking out for your future where, I know when you played and even when I played early on, teams aren't really concerned about 2 or 3 years down the road. But so times have definitely changed when it comes to figuring out how to take care of guys and hopefully keep them healthy for the long haul. So I kind of understand both arguments there, but you definitely understand. And you're talking about a young quarterback that's still trying to grow, still trying to get better, and every rep matters for this guy. But certainly his health matters also. You would hate to get him dinged up heading into the off season, which is going to be an important off season for Washington, trying to get back on track, get back things going like they were last year. So what's the buzz over there? Is he going to be sitting out the rest of the year, or they're taking it week by week?
Well, they're taking it week by week, and based off of the conversation, it's a possibility he could be playing next week. Not this week, I don't think for sure, but he could possibly be back. But but I look at that crowd who say, "Don't play him, don't play him, don't play him," and then when he starts off slow next year, well, you should have played him. I don't think people have the right to have their cake and eat it too in that argument.
Yeah, you're certainly right. And again, he's in the second year, so all these reps matter, and so it's a tough thing to try to keep guys healthy, but also these game reps, you don't get to do these things in the off season. Off season is 2-hand touch. You're not putting on pads. It's 7-on-7 football. So when you get live, real football practice and game situations, those are very valuable.
Yes.
Talking with Brandon Stokely here on the Rude Guest Hotline. What is the feeling around this Denver team? Does it feel like a Super Bowl team?
They have the confidence and that they can go all the way. And I was, it was a head scratcher to me before the season started. I had them taking a little bit of a step back this year. I thought they might win 8 or 9 games. So I'm shocked that they're sitting at 9-2 right now. I think they get it from their coach, Sean Payton. He's got a swagger about him. He's not afraid to put it out there. He called it before the season. I think he said 6 Super Bowl teams, and this is the 7th that, he feels like could make a big time run. And he's been spot on. And so they have that confidence that, they can win close games. They can beat anyone in the league. They've gone on the road. They beat Philly. They beat Kansas City at home. So They're that type of group. They're 2 last-second walk-off field goals from being 11-0. Now, do I think they're that great of a football team? No, I don't, because offensively they have moments that you just watch and you say, what the heck is going on out here? But in the end, they believe that they're a really good football team. They're a well-coached football team. They got the right guys, too, the right character guys in the locker room. So they're a well-built football team right now that believes they can make a big-time run this year.
I wanted to ask, obviously Cortland Sutton is kind of the alpha receiver out there. He got paid this past offseason. But that young man, Troy Franklin, I don't know much about him, but he is a player, dude. And I feel like that might be certainly a position you know plenty about, playing wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
What do you make of Franklin? Is he a rookie or maybe a second-year player?
Second-year guy, 4th-round pick out of Oregon. And he has really taken a big step forward. His first training camp a year ago, after he got drafted in the 4th round, he was horrible. He had a terrible training camp. A lot of people thought that he would get cut and not even make the football team. And he made the team. And this year's camp, I mean, he looks totally different. He's a guy that competes. He works hard. He's a fast guy. He's a deep threat. Now, he will drop probably 1 ball a game or so, but you kind of live with that. And because he's brought a lot to the table this year, opposite of Cortland Sutton. The other guy, Pat Bryant, who's a rookie 3rd-round draft pick out of Illinois, is another tough guy, compete. So, like I said, they got the right makeup of guys in that locker room and on the team and at the wide receiver position. So, you don't have a Jamar Chase, you don't have a Justin Jefferson, but you got the right guys for this young quarterback, Bo Nix, to continue to develop around.
You see, Sean, a lot of coaches sometimes, they speak brash. They take the pressure off of their team so they don't have to. Do you view Sean in that way?
Yeah, I do. I really do, because it was a little bit of a head scratcher of why he said that this offseason, that this was the 7th team that he feels could go to the Super Bowl. I thought it put the spotlight on the team, but when you take a step back, you say, he wants them to believe, because he wants them to know that he believes in them. And if anything, hey, put the heat on me. Put the heat on the head coach if they don't succeed and we don't do what I think we can do. And so he's not afraid of the smoke. He's not afraid of the criticism. And that's what you love about him. He has that edge about him that it makes it fun to cover him and his football teams.
Talking with Brandon Stokely here. You can listen to Brandon on 104.3 The Fan in Denver. Of course, played ball with the Broncos, Giants, Ravens, 2-time Super Bowl winner. They called him the slot machine as a slot receiver back in the day.
Bad man. Raging Cajun, baby.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So I wanted to sneak one in if I could. I know you're a little younger than me, so you guys didn't play together, but your father was the coach in Lafayette when B. Mitch was playing. What would your dad say about coaching Brian Mitchell?
Probably the toughest football player that he's ever coached, a quarterback that could have played any position on the football field, and just a competitor. I grew up, around Brian Mitchell, because I was always there. I went on road trips. I was in that locker room all summer long, messing around with those guys, being out on the football field. So I was around that locker room, and but you're talking about a guy that could do it all, and it was as tough of a football player and competitor as you'll ever find. So I think that's what he would say. And I look at my dad, and he's probably got I played for my dad, but other than myself, hopefully I'd be at the top. You got 3 players that he loved more than anyone. It's Brian Mitchell. Orlando, the late great Orlando Thomas, who played for a while there with the Minnesota Vikings, and throw in Jake Delhomme in there. So those would probably be his 3 all-time favorites.
I think you'd be up there too, Brandon, just so you know that.
I hope so. I hope I'm in the mix somewhere.
Now, did you, as a younger man, so you were probably like 15, 16 running around the college locker room, roughly?
Younger than that.
Was it younger?
Yeah, younger than that. Yeah, probably middle schoolish. Yeah, middle school.
Now, did you get alerted to any of B. Mitch's non-football related activities?
Nah, I was always in the library.
That's right. No, I never got alerted to any of that. Never heard about any of those stories either. So I don't know what you're talking about.
So do you? So Brandon, do you also know Maniac then?
Yeah, of course I do.
Now,
with a name like Maniac, how could you not?
Right. We can't even pretend that Maniac was in the library all the time. You guys all call him Maniac.
Oh.
As somebody who grew up in Louisiana, and obviously you're really attuned to the game of football, do the radio show in Denver, but like for B, you guys love Lafayette and the Cajuns, but growing up in Louisiana, everybody kind of still loves LSU.
Yeah.
Do you think Lane Kiffin's going to take that LSU job? And are you surprised how everything has gone down in Baton Rouge?
Well, am I surprised? No, it is Louisiana, and they do things a lot different in Louisiana. It's all screwed up all the time, right? And so, case in point, what's going on at LSU with Brian Kelly? I mean, are you serious? He's fired. He's not. Never mind. We're just kidding. We really didn't fire him, and now we're firing him later, and now we're firing him for cause. It's just craziness down there. And then you add in the Lane Kiffin situation. Yeah, I do think he's going to LSU. I don't know if he's not going to LSU, then what the hell is he doing? Why wouldn't he just say, hey, I'm staying here. I love it here. I'm committed here. They're already going to give you a raise at Ole Miss if you want it. And so, I mean, is your ego that big to where you want to be in the news for another week and everyone talking about you, that you're on Saturday, you're just going to come out and say, no, I'm staying here. It's such a big distraction with everyone talking about that. You could end it right now if you wanted to. So is it just for the song and dance and for people to talk about you? Are you trying to squeeze out that last $1 million from Ole Miss here the last 48 hours? So I don't understand why you wouldn't just come out and say, no, I'm staying. I love it here, and take all those distractions away from his football team if he planned on staying. I think he's going.
He's probably trying to figure out how to get those players to go with him.
Yeah, probably
that could be a different issue.
Hey, if I leave, I need some folks that I recruited to come with me.
That's right.
Yeah.
So Brandon, just ahead of the game Sunday night, does this feel like a pretty comfortable Broncos win for you?
It does, but what gives me pause is they did have a bye. Now I know Washington had a bye also, and sometimes you get in that routine. You have that bye, and you're a little bit rusty that following week. Plus, you're traveling, you're all on the road, and we've seen the Broncos play down to their competition. I mean, they should have lost to the Giants. It took this miracle fourth quarter comeback where their offense was terrible. I mean, flat out terrible for 3 quarters, and finally was competent in the fourth quarter. They only beat the Raiders at home 10-7. So, yeah, they're 9-2. And they've had some big wins, but man, they've had some games that have been stinkers, but they figured out how to win them. So, offensively, that's the big key for the Broncos. They get going a little bit. If they can do that, then it's going to be tough for Washington. But, I think if you're a Commanders fan, don't think that just, the Broncos, because they're 9-2, they've been this juggernaut all year long. They really haven't. They just figured out ways to win close games in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I think it should be a pretty fun game. Brandon, I want to wish you a happy Thanksgiving. What are your plans for tomorrow? How much football do you watch? Are you frying up a Cajun turkey? What do you do tomorrow?
Yes, I'm going to be watching a lot of football. Also, I ordered about 2 weeks ago from A-Bears down south, A-Bears, a stuffed turkey that began thawing out last night. So we'll throw that thing in the oven. And that will make me feel a little bit like I'm back down in Louisiana getting some good food. So happy Thanksgiving to y'all. B. Mitch, always appreciate you, buddy. And hopefully it's a good game on Sunday.
All right, man.
Let's hope it's fun.
Are you coming up?
I'm not. No chance.
Okay. All right. You don't like travel. I like travel.
No. All right, fellas. Be good.
Thank
right,
you,
B.
Brandon.
Take care, brother.
Appreciate your time. Brandon Stokely, you can hear him on 104.3 The Fan.
That young man can
mornings
fly.
in Denver. Yeah, he was really good,
Yes.
dude. I mean, when he was with the Colts, just the numbers with that Peyton offense with Marvin and Reggie Wayne, goodness gracious, man.
Yeah.
Talented player right there. And
yes, he was.
Great guy to chat with. Certainly Denver comes in here with a lot of momentum, a lot of opportunity, but that is why they play the games. Nobody go anywhere. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Hey, it's B. Mitch and Finley, and you know who we love, the folks at Oarsman Automotive of Virginia. I've been buying cars from them probably close to 10 years. I got my wife a GMC Acadia from Bob Biaggi at Oarsman GMC Chevy Buick in Alexandria. Then we switched to Toyotas. Got my wife a Sequoia from Oarsman Fairfax Toyota. I had a Tacoma. Now I'm driving the 4Runner. My guy Jaime takes good care of me over there. Garv takes good care of me. But all the dealerships, all the people, they know what they're doing. They've been in business in this area for over 100 years. They got 7 locations from Alexandria to Chantilly. When you're doing it big and you're doing it right, that's how you stay in business. That's what Oarsman does. I know Billy in Chantilly's taking great care of you.
Yeah, Billy take care of me, took care of all 3 of my daughters. My son-in-law went over and got a car, and they give you that Oarsman lifetime edge. You know, it comes with up to $1,500 in extras, including the complimentary car wash with every scheduled maintenance. They give you loaner cars with every major maintenance, and they give you that lifetime engine guarantee. And that's great news at Oarsman. If you have a car to sell, take it over there to them. They'll give you up to 125% of the Kelly Blue Book value, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's simple at Oarsman. They like to keep their customers happy, just like they've kept JP and I happy. We're 2 beyond satisfied Oarsman customers. Let's ride together.
This sports update is brought to you by the Downtown DC Holiday Market. Head coach Dan Quinn said that both Terry McLaurin and Noah Brown will be full participants at practice this week. As we know, Jaden Daniels will return to practice, but is considered a long shot to play versus the Broncos on Sunday night because he has not yet been cleared for contact. Kansas City Chiefs have ruled out 3 contributors in right guard Trey Smith, tight end Noah Gray, and cornerback Chris Roland Wallace ahead of their Thanksgiving Day matchup with the Cowboys. One positive note for the Chiefs, though, is that Andy Reid confirmed that starting running back Isaiah Pacheco will return to the lineup for that Thanksgiving Day game. It's back, DC. The Downtown Holiday Market runs November 21st through December 23rd, noon to 8 daily. Shop local, grab treats, and feel that holiday magic between 7th and 9th Streets Northwest. DowntownDCHolidayMarket.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
That was a pop right there. Nelson.
B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. I'm looking at this NFL slate, and there's a lot of good games, B. You know I'm in that big pool I told you about?
Yeah.
I was doing pretty well early on.
You're not now.
Not as well. And there's some folks in there that you know, but so me and Cameron have a side bet. There's 31 people in the pool. Make 5 picks a week. Shout out to Brendan Fry's in here. He's in 26th place. Last year I was awful. I was like committed to being better this year. There's 31 people. I'm now 13th. My boy Sonny's 11th. But I have a side bet with Cameron.
Where is he?
8th.
So all your boys are ahead of you like that?
Not Fry. Fry's way.
Where's Fry?
26th.
Oh, Fry, man, he can stick a fork in him.
My boy Brian Neely's behind me. I'm 13th out of 31, so there's 20 people roughly behind me. That said, I need a good week, B. I have 64 points. Cameron has 69 points, so he's 5 games up on me. Doug and I have a side bet, and I'm not at all worried about the dollar amount because we just said like beer and wings, you know what I mean? Nothing crazy, but I really don't want to lose to Doug because I think then everybody on TV will be like, wait, the weather guy beat the sports guy?
Yeah,
yeah. So
and he'll probably bring it up when he's doing the weather.
Oh,
I would recommend him do that.
He's going to bring it up a lot.
Yeah,
but we got a lot of football left here.
He can have a guest weather person come on and help him with it. I would volunteer for it.
We got there's a lot of football left here.
The way you can do it, just bet every game.
I started the season very hot. I have not been as hot lately. So, Brian, give me a winner, dude. Let's figure something out here.
Give me a game.
I only need to pick 5, and I can pick any 5 I want. I am leaning right now. I kind of like the Lions at home. 2.5 points. I kind of like the Lions. How do you feel about the Lions?
Lions, and that's Lions Bears, right?
Lions Packers.
Packers. Ooh. I think the Lions can disrupt the hell out of Love. And that's what you're going to need.
I think
if Love is comfortable,
that building's going to be nuts.
But if Love is comfortable, you got a problem. I believe that they can disrupt him.
Okay. Chiefs Cowboys, I don't think I'm touching that. Unless Kansas City laying 3 on the road, 2 desperate teams.
Yeah.
It's just not for me.
And then Pickens Ross Pickens has a little injury or whatever.
Right.
So if Pickens don't play, go heavy with Chiefs.
Trey Smith's not playing for Kansas City, the guard.
Okay.
But Ravens Bengals, that's a big number, B.
What's the number?
7 points. I just don't know that I can trust Burrow coming back from this injury, his first game back.
I think the hell with Burrow. How about the defense of the damn Bengals?
They're awful.
I mean, I think this is a game where Henry and Lamar can go off.
Lamar's dealing with his own stuff. He got toe injury or something. So I'm passing on KC Dallas. I'm passing on Ravens Bengals. I get to Bears Eagles. I think I like the Bears getting a touchdown.
In Philly?
In Philly.
And they just lost to Dallas?
And they just lost to Dallas.
I think this may be a Eagles slaughter.
Ooh, B's feeling a slaughter. All right, maybe we keep it moving.
Might have to put the Bears on the barbecue.
Okay. So now we're to Sunday. Rams going to Carolina to take on the Panthers. Panthers getting 10.5 points at home. Rams going west to east. Rams just had that big win on Sunday Night Football. You know me, I kind of like the Panthers here.
10.5. 10.5, yeah.
Okay. All right. Now we have 2 picks. Niners going to Cleveland. Cleveland getting 6 at home. Shador is starting. Myles Garrett's out of his mind. The Niners are good, though. Cleveland's terrible.
Yeah. But if Myles Garrett and crew can get Purdy to start throwing the ball to his team like he did with Carolina, what's the point spread on that?
So this is my pool thing. It's Browns +6.
You would think
I
the
think
49ers could win that game by more than 6.
How do you feel about a get-right spot for the Colts? They
Where
are
playing?
hosting the Texans. I'm agonizing over this pool. It's crazy.
The Texans pass rusher may be this
Will
year,
Anderson.
Will may be better than what Michael Parsons is.
Doug, you know
this
what's
year for
crazy
sure.
with Will is the way Dan Quinn talks about how he wants his defense to fly around
That's how he
and be
plays it.
violent. That's how DeMeco Ryans has that Texans defense playing.
That's the way that the other day they played like that, dog. You watch their whole
Their corners,
but
their
their whole
physical corner play.
their whole D line, bro. They were playing on the other side of the ball the whole time, just the last week. So if they can play like that, I will go with the Texans. But we don't know if they can pop over like that again.
New Orleans, Miami. I can't bring myself to touch that game. You think about the Falcons going up to New York to play the Jets. Kirk
should be able to beat the Jets.
I might like Kirk.
And Bijan's still healthy and playing, right?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
I think they're not going to have Drake London for that game, though.
Okay, man. Go ahead with Bijan.
Jags, Titans. I need some winners, B. Bills, Steelers.
What's the spread in that one?
Titans are getting 6.5 at home. The Titans have covered some games for me now. They covered
have.
last week.
I don't know though. The Titans aren't that good.
That's an ugly game.
The
What's the crowd
Jaguars
gonna
are
be
kind
like
of
at that game?
schizophrenic, but Titans aren't that good.
No, the Titans are not that good. The Titans are terrible. I like the Giants getting 7.5 in Foxborough playing the Patriots on Monday night. I think Dart will be back.
Dart's back. Will he be back for the whole game?
Even if he's not, you get Jameis. Jameis, I don't need you to win for me, buddy. Just cover.
Yeah, but Jameis, bro, he'll throw 2 touchdowns and throw 2 interceptions.
Yeah, that's okay. Just
All right.
cover. Just lose by a touchdown. I'm getting 7 and a hook.
All right.
Now,
There
the
you
whole
go.
world is betting on the Giants, but would you touch this Commanders-Broncos game?
What's the spread again?
6.5.
Yep.
You take the points?
I take the Commanders. See, Brandon worried about something. He was worried about something. And then that traveling from there to here, a little different, bro.
What do you think Buffalo going to Pittsburgh? Is it Rodgers this
If
week?
Rodgers not playing, go with Buffalo. Rodgers playing, then you never know. He's a little weird dude, but he gives you a chance to win football games.
Yeah. That Buffalo just seems so disjointed. The Vikings are getting 11.5 in Seattle. I have no idea who's playing quarterback for the Vikings.
Really don't make a difference, really, to be honest with you.
Hold on. Do you know who it is?
No.
I would say you and I know a decent amount about football and pay pretty close attention. Does that seem fair?
Yeah.
You ever heard of Max Brosmer?
Never.
Played his college ball at New Hampshire.
All right.
And then Minnesota.
Go with what y'all?
Darnold.
Go
Darnold
Seattle.
against his own team.
Yeah.
Smith and Jigba.
Yeah.
Landville, you got a winner for me
He
this
threw
week?
four interceptions last week. I don't think he's gonna follow up with another 4.
No. I just need a winner. And
Colts.
it can't be European soccer or whatever you've been betting on lately.
He said Colts.
Colts from Landfill. All right. I'm getting desperate. I might have to take it. Some very good video on the internet right now. Jaden Daniels back at practice. You got Terry McLaurin back at practice. Noah Brown back at practice. I'm going to retweet this. NBC4 just posted Jaden rolling out to his right, slinging it downfield to Terry McLaurin. How welcome is that sight to burgundy and gold eyes?
It would be great.
I think Terry makes a big difference. You get him back this week. And I think you get
saw
him
in the
back
game
this
against Kansas City that he does.
Totally.
People that like to knock him or whatever, you just sometimes get your little personal feelings out the way and realize, man, that dude's good.
We're going to run out of time, and then it's the end of our week. Who do you like in Ohio State, Michigan, B?
Ohio State.
Who do you like in Bama, Auburn?
Although I would rather Michigan win so I can call Sean and mess with him, and he won't call me back for like 4 weeks. But I think Ohio State's a better team.
Who do you like, Bama, Auburn?
Bama.
What about
even White Brian? Know Auburn sucks.
What about Texas A&M?
A&M's good, man. Texas got a lot of stuff with them, but they haven't played as well as many people thought they were. So, and then A&M's going to be coming at them. We're going to find out what Arch is about.
Yeah. I meant but we're going to run out of time here. I saw on the weather next week, B, it could snow next week.
I'll take it.
I don't want it.
I don't mind it. Some people just stay home. I like people staying home and staying off the road.
What are the chances when we go to Minnesota? We go to Minnesota in 10 days. What are the chances there's snow on the ground when we get there?
90%.
90%? That seems high. It's the first weekend
It's
of
Minnesota,
December.
dog. It's not here. It's Minnesota. They probably already had snow.
I'm so out on snow. Doug Cameron.
But the thing about up there, the snow up there is not like the wet snow we have here. Their snow is very, very wispy. And
Well, they know
slides
what they're
away.
doing.
Yeah.
So the Capital Weather Gang put together like a combination of all the winter weather prognostications in the area. Channel 7 says 10 to 15 inches. Doug Kammerer says 13 to 20 inches. Mike Thomas and Tucker Barnes of Fox 5 say 12 to 18 inches. And WUSA 9 weather team says 10 to 20 inches.
There's going to be some inches.
I mean, you got private weather people saying, Paul Pastelak of AccuWeather says 11 inches. How much snow you think we get this winter, B? Because winter starts when Thanksgiving ends. Like Christmas starts, winter starts next week.
It's never going to be as much as people say, though. I've never seen. It's been like that maybe 3-4 times since I've been here. That's been over 30 years. You know, when they start giving if they give great predictions, go with the under. If they say it's not going to be much, always think it's going to be more.
Did you say 18 inches next week or 18 inches all winter?
All winter. What do you
Okay.
say, Landfill?
Oh, I'll go with 18 inches all winter.
I mean, hopefully it's 0.
When does winter stop?
Let's hope it's 0. Winter in the DC area does not stop until after St. Patrick's Day.
Okay.
Because people think winter's over,
I'm going
and
over
then
18.
March comes in with one banger of like a sleet
I'm
storm.
going over 18.
You get 12-1, or I don't know, what day is tomorrow? 27th? So you get the day after Thanksgiving, 12/28 until 3/18.
Oh, that's 11/28 though, dog.
That is 11/28, dog. 11/28 until 3/18 is the official B. Mitch and Finley winter.
All right.
18 inches is the number. You're going over?
I'm going over.
I'm going under. To hell with that. I hope we get 0 snow.
Well, we get 45 inches now. Since you're saying that.
Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Fellas, if you're still rocking those tired old polos with the floppy collars, it's time to step it up. Go to Collars & Co. It gives you that crisp dress shirt look with the comfort of your favorite polo. That's when I wear mine to the studio, hit the course, or even just for a night out with no wrinkles, no dry cleaner. Just throw it on and you're ready to roll. CollarsandCo.com. And now you can check them out in person. Go to their new store over at Congressional Plaza and stock up with all your favorite holiday shopping needs. Collars & Co. Make you look cool like JP and I.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. All right, B. I know what time's your flight?
5:37.
DCA or Dulles?
No, Dulles.
All right. So you're gonna
The fam wouldn't wait on me. They left me. So I gotta go meet them.
So you heading straight there now, or are you gonna go home first, or what?
I probably go home.
Will you?
I have to go home. I left my bag.
That'll do it. Will you Uber or will you drive over there?
Don't know.
That joint's gonna be crowded.
Yeah, but I don't really. I just have a carry-on.
Carry on, right? Is your plane on time?
That's what it just said.
All right. I am.
Hope you don't start throwing negative stuff in the air, JP, because I might have to come back and haunt you.
I'm not. I'm wishing you lots of luck.
All right.
I also think Dulles to Raleigh is so quick. Like, you know what I mean? Like that one should go off without a hitch. How about that?
Yeah. It's an airport though, Jay.
Yeah, I know the feeling. Terry McLaurin back at practice, man. That is a good sign. You get Terry back
So
on
he's
the field
today, and then he may get back in there tomorrow. Could it be this weekend?
How do you think Terry plays this weekend?
I think it's a possibility.
I do too. I think Terry plays this weekend. I think Will Harris plays this weekend. No Jaden. Noah, I don't know. I'm out of the Noah Brown prediction business, but I think
We don't know what Noah's going to do.
Terry back on the field would help a tremendous amount. Also want to shout out Chef Brandon, Commander's team chef. Made a nice meal for the
Chef
media
B knows what
today.
he's doing, brother.
Yeah, man, he knows what he's doing. B says you should swing by MGM for a drink between here and Dulles.
B's crazy.
We are doing the show live in Ashburn, BigBear.ai Performance Center. And Grant and Danny coming up next. I know they got their big Thanksgiving food draft. Always a fun listen. But we got to make some bets before we go.
Let's go.
WB, where are we at?
B. Mitch won the week.
How? The week ain't over?
It's over. We gone. We're not going to be here anymore.
Did B hit another parlay last night?
Yeah, he's 4-0.
Damn.
Bam.
Damn. That's pretty impressive.
Hey, man. What I normally do. Walk off.
All right. What do you got tonight then? Hot shot?
I don't need to bet. I won the week. We're not here tomorrow. We're not here Friday.
Mm-hmm.
We deal with this next week.
All right, White Brian, you got a winner? Because Lord knows I need one.
Northern Iowa -1.5 against Tulsa.
Basketball or football?
Basketball.
How is there no football tonight? There's no college football tonight? Well, are you nervous about that Auburn game? That's a pretty big game, dude.
The Iron Bowl or the basketball game?
Basketball game. You know you're getting smoked in the Iron Bowl.
I think they're going to win the Iron Bowl. I think Pitino's going to smoke them tonight in basketball.
Hold on. You think Auburn wins the Iron Bowl on Saturday?
Yeah, it's always close in Jordan-Hare, and they're due.
I hope you're incorrect. And I think you're incorrect.
He might have been.
Yeah, he could be stoned. Landville, do you think Auburn will beat Bama Saturday night?
It could happen, you know.
Oh, boy.
Well, let's do this real quick since it's our last show of the week. Let's make Commanders predictions. Landfill, what do you got for Sunday night?
Win.
L. Big old fat L.
You think it's a bad loss? Blowout?
I don't, just because I'm not a Bo Nix believer. I think his incompetence will keep it close, but it'll be an L.
White Brian, what do you got for Sunday night?
Landfill's a hater.
Same thing.
Landfill is a hater. What'd you say?
Same thing. They're going to lose.
Okay. 7-game losing
I
streak.
can't stand that dude from the Giants always putting that voodoo on us, man. That bad stuff.
Do you think they win, B?
Huh?
Do you think Washington wins?
Yeah, I'm going with that.
I think Minnesota and the Giants are very, very winnable. I think Denver's defense is just too good. I think if you had Jaden, it might be different.
He said if you can run the ball, you got him.
If they can run the
Football
hell
Talk
out of
on the
football.
Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Thank you to everybody listening to the show. Thank you to Neil Greenberg and Brandon Stokely. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Made this far, I owe you some turkey.
This sports update is brought to you by Oarsman Alexandria Kia, or as they like to say, let's ride together. Head coach Dan Quinn said that both Terry McLaurin and Noah Brown will be full participants at practice this week. Buccaneers coach Todd Bowles is not rolling out Baker Mayfield against playing the Cardinals this week. However, he did tell reporters that backup Teddy Bridgewater would be getting a majority of the starting reps in practice. And the NFL is turning their attention towards Week 13 and that Thanksgiving 3-game slate. That'll be the Packers at Lions 1 p.m., Chiefs at Cowboys 4:30 p.m., and then your night matchup is the Bengals at Ravens 8:20 p.m. That game should be the return of Joe Burrow. Oarsman Alexandria Kia keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Kias, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Alexandria Kia, let's ride together. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Yeah, Wednesday. What's up? And welcome in. Grant and Danny on the Fan. And we are taking you all the way up to 6:30 this evening, keeping you company all day long as we get you ready to celebrate Thanksgiving this evening into tomorrow. I'm sure you're traveling, you're with friends, you're with family. At 3 o'clock today, in 1 hour, the much anticipated, highly talked about Thanksgiving food draft, an annual tradition here on Grant and Danny.
Can't wait. As Bart Scott once said, can't wait. And as Dan Snyder once famously said to all of you guys, happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Now, we're saying it appropriately, like right before Thanksgiving. He said it in January. That doesn't matter. He meant it, right? It's from the heart. It's from the heart, from old Dan Dan.
I would love to have the memento of the notes with which he was looking at, that he had jotted out for people.
The little note cards.
The note cards to see if it says Happy Thanksgiving at the top.
What would you pay to have them? To have his
it'd be a
notes from
high
2222.
It would be framed on my basement right now. But what I'd love to know is, because I've always assumed, I think most people think, he's just socially awkward. He's not comfortable speaking in front of people. He's just not capable in that setting of coming off like a human being. But there's no way he actually planned saying Happy Thanksgiving in January, because maybe on November 29th, that's a little bit of a stretch, but maybe. Possibly on December 1st. I think that's pretty weird at that point. You're a week late, but certainly not in January. There's been a Christmas since then. There's been a New Year since then. So is there a chance that he's writing down Happy Thanksgiving on a note as he's walking out to the dais? I would say no, but I'd like that note to see. I'd like to see what was on that note card he was working off of.
I think it's January 2nd, 2020, when he introduces Ron Rivera.
First off, happy Thanksgiving to everybody.
First, before anything else happens, I know we've got a lot of business to attend to here today. I got our brand new coach to introduce. We got to thank a previous coach for all his service.
The only other public appearances he'd ever done in the history of ever were pretty much at the Harvest Fest, the Thanksgiving event where they passed out turkeys. So maybe he was just working off of his notes from last time. Is that possible?
Didn't change anything?
That actually would make kind of sense if he walks out and just has the note where it says, say Happy Thanksgiving, tell everybody you're disappointed with the season that's going on. Just work off of the exact same notes, I think.
First off, happy Thanksgiving to everybody.
First off, I know, listen, you guys, we have so much to get to today. God, we're busy. But I can't continue without first wishing you all happy Thanksgiving.
Tell Ryan, because I know he's probably wondering what's going on over there. I did get on the video stream, but my laptop died. Because you know how my laptop dies every 8 minutes? So that's what happened. If you want to let him know, I see he's like kind of looking around like there's a bird in his backyard making noises.
He's doing the look around?
Yeah. He's doing the thing where he's like, what's going on over there? What happened? But by now, you should probably just know.
He's so corporate.
Am I not on the stream? Oh, then my laptop died again. It lasted like the first 4 minutes of the show.
Yeah, Grant was on the stream, man.
What could you possibly want out of my laptop? It gave you so much time. and commitment today. I'm going to the Caps game tonight. I'm excited about that.
Oh, nice, dude.
The Capitals are playing good hockey again. They've won 4 of 5. They've got points in 5 of 6. And this is sneaky. You don't know about this. Real ones know about this. Vic knows about this. This is one of the best nights at Capital One Arena every year. They do this Wednesday before the Thanksgiving Day home game.
Nice.
It's just become a thing. And the barn hops. Like, I don't know if it's kids coming back from college to go to their one Caps game a year, or if it's just we're taking it to the streets after and everyone's going to drink and eat or whatever. But this is one of the best, most high-energy nights at Capital One Arena, and I will be there, and I'm pumped about it.
When I was a young person, I don't mean young like you are, Grant. I mean young like Ryan was young. The night before Thanksgiving is the best night of the year.
I was going to say that's actually an interesting question.
It's the best night of the year.
Is there a Betty? Is there a Betty White?
Is there a Betty Crocker here?
Who's famous, who has white hair? Is there a Betty White around here? Does Betty White go to the bathroom in the woods? That's what I meant to say.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a better night to go out and be merry than the night before Thanksgiving? You're not waking up early.
All-timer.
0 people work tomorrow. Your obligation is eventually to eat a bunch of gross food and lay around.
There it is.
I think this is the party night.
It was the night of the year. They're always like somebody, an entrepreneurial type guys would like put together huge parties at like some bar or some kind of place. It's like $11 all you can drink for 21 hours. I mean, it was the best night of the year. So that's probably why. It's part of like the rollicking good time. Nobody has anything to do tomorrow. Everybody's hanging out. Everyone's hanging loose, getting hammered. Then, as you said, just you sleep in the next day, your feet is up, and and all you're doing is stuffing your face with carbs and delicious sides.
I cannot wait. I will be there. Looking forward to seeing listeners this evening and talking Caps hockey. Coming up at 3:00, though, our Thanksgiving Day food draft. And I should let everybody know, speaking of things that we can't wait for, we got a banner spread coming in here. I'm not going to give away any of the deets, any of the information that has trickled out to me.
Oh, yeah. How much do you know?
I've heard some good things. I've heard a lot about this spread.
Oh, man.
And it's going to be a treat. But it's coming in via our friends, Great American Restaurants and Stupid Good Barbecue. Danny, they've got a Thanksgiving smoked turkey feast, party packs that people can pre-order online and can pick up throughout the day today and tomorrow over at Stupid Good Barbecue between 11 and 4. Last minute tomorrow if you want them as well. Stupid Good's going to be open on Thanksgiving Day for walk-ins, last-minute pickups until 4 p.m. The barbecue party packs are available throughout the year, by the way, if you're not doing the Thanksgiving version, but just the normal one. So this is perfect for Saturdays and Sundays, football spreads, Super Bowl gatherings, and a lot more. They can deliver. They can set everything up if you want them to do that. Stupid Good Barbecue. Today's going to be a day to remember for the Grant and Danny radio program.
Oh, here we go.
Vic came in here, and I could tell Vic was a little downtrodden about being at work this early, having to deal with his guys. Doesn't really want to be here with Grant and Danny. And, it's like...
Has to slum it with the common folk
I'd like
today.
to be at home, with the wife on the holidays. And I
Mhm.
said, Vic, don't worry, bud. He's like, what's wrong? I said, you're going to get Stupid Good Barbecue today. And he perked up a little bit.
You picked his mood up a little bit?
I did. You don't have to come in here with us very often, but when you do, we throw you one heck of a food spread. This is a Vic's Ear celebration today. So Slick Vic will be in the house. I believe Toby is going to join us for the draft, the fifth member of the program, which means Vic's going to have to be like an ombudsman of sorts. He's going to have to read and react. We'll get his grades on some of the plates as the show goes on. So,
An impartial observer of sorts.
of course. Yeah, everybody needs an impartial observer.
I love that.
He'll be Vic Mayock. He's going to be breaking down the selections, what he liked, what he didn't like, what plate is going to thrive.
Victor
which isn't.
Jeremiah.
I want to know who he thinks is going to bust out of the league and who he thinks is going to be the next breakout future gold jacket wearer. So we got Vic Mayock in the house today to break down our plates starting at 3:00 for our draft. But I actually want to start with something you and I disagree about.
Oh, go.
What better way to celebrate Thanksgiving than to have a friendly familial disagreement?
I was going to say, let's do it.
You keep saying that if the Commanders play well and win and just look a lot better down the stretch, you're going to be mad about that, which I think's silly. I need them to play a lot better. I will go into the offseason super worried about this program if they don't. Big picture. I like Adam Peters a ton, and I think he's good at his job. I think Dan Quinn is fine. And Jaden Daniels, I'm convinced, is a franchise quarterback. And like those evaluations, bigger picture, don't change. But overall, you will have a 12-win season and possibly a 12-loss season that essentially cancel each other out. You will have used your get out of jail free card, and now you're going into a gotta have it, make or break it third year where if you get off to a slow start, what are we doing here? Harry, all hell's breaking loose. So I need them to look a lot better because I'll then feel like this was an injury caused mirage.
Why do you want it to be an injury problem?
Because if it's not an injury problem, it's a personnel problem. It's a coaching problem. It's a they're not any good problem.
So what I hear is, man, I hope we can put a Band-Aid over this festering wound because I think it is all those things.
Well,
and if you don't, then you want them to play well. If you think they're not very good, which is what I think, then I need major changes.
Well, let me clarify.
Go ahead.
They're definitely not good.
Mhm.
They're 3-8, and they're about to be 3-9.
Right.
We got that covered. How much are they not good based on injuries is really what we need to drill down on. And that's the disagreement.
Well, I think it's a huge portion. I don't know what percentage,
You
but
said
it's something.
yesterday, I think, something to the extent of if they were healthy, you have a hard time seeing them having more than 5 or so wins.
Yeah, would they be San Francisco? No. Would they be middle of the road? I don't know. But here's what I care about. This is human nature. I think Adam Peters and every Newmark and company over there are very smart. I know this. Human beings are human beings, though. I can't tell you how many times when I was getting really fat, I would look in the mirror and convince myself that it wasn't that bad, that my choices were okay, right? With this shirt on or that shirt on or whatever. And it wasn't until I finally would see myself in pictures where I go, oh my God, I look like I'm holding my breath everywhere. It looks like I swallowed the Michelin Man. I'm bleeping disgusting. When I couldn't hide from the truth, that I finally said, you know what? I got to do something. If they play well and have some fool's gold down the stretch, they'll get to go, see, it was the injuries.
But it doesn't, to me, you're saying if they play well, then it's fool's gold. And I'm saying if it might just be that they're not that bad when they're healthy. That's not fool's gold. That's just the reality of what they are when they're healthier. If their offense with Noah Brown back and Terry McLaurin back and Jaden Daniels in the saddle and the full offensive line with the quarterback, with the weapons, moves it on the number 1 defense in the league, Denver, or the number 7 defense in the league, Minnesota, that's not fool's gold.
It absolutely is. Here's why. There's nothing on the line. The season's over. And when you're playing, there's a reason we don't consider garbage time stats real. I mean, the numbers count ultimately over the course of a year, but we both go, yeah, come on. He was throwing against there.
Garbage time at the end of a game, the Broncos have let up because if you score a touchdown, it doesn't really matter. If you move the football against them, it doesn't really matter. When Denver is playing for the number 1 seed in the AFC and they're playing against you on Sunday Night Football, they are playing that game as if it is an AFC championship game.
Sure.
It's the exact same. So if you're able to move the ball on the number 1 defense in the league, who's gutting it out and playing at a very, very high level, that's not the same as a fourth quarter against the prevent defense moving the football in garbage time.
It's a lot closer to that than we want to acknowledge because there's nothing on the line for you. Your meaningful portion of your season is over. So it's, nothing to lose. Let's see what happens. And there's a reason when you're watching Cleveland and the Raiders play the other day where you hear the announcers go, yep, I got nothing to lose for every single play. They're going for it. They're gunslinging,
If
doing
you're
this
playing
and
the
that.
Raiders, I'd agree with you, but you're not. You're playing Denver, you're playing Minnesota, you're playing Philly twice.
Well, for
teams
each
that are
team
good
that's
with something on the line.
Sure, each team that's out of it can do whatever they feel like because there's nothing on the line. The point that I would make, though, is I don't want anyone to be able to hide behind, I was just a little injury, and let's go back to 1-year aging veterans. Let's go back to oft-injured Noah Brown. Let's go back to slower than molasses, uphill in a headwind, Zach Ertz. Let's just kind of keep running this approach back. I want a brand new paradigm. I want a whole new thing. I understand why they did what they did this year, but I don't want anyone to think they can get away with it. I want them to have all the wide open, gaping, festering wounds to not be band-aided over by, hey, we got a little bit healthier and that was nice. I want all of the bad to be exposed at all times. So to me, if they play well, it will be a way to see, look, the only reason it was because we were missing Noah Brown, or the only reason is because we had a couple injuries. It won't all of a sudden make Johnny Newton a worthwhile prospect. It all of a sudden won't make Ben Sinnott a good player. It won't all of a sudden validate their decision to play Bobby Wagner 100% of snaps and go with aging vets that were slow and behind and have been exposed this year. Players that they were going to count on, healthy or not, have played poorly this season. That's the most important part to me. The bad luck is the injuries. That's uncontrollable because it's not just the old veterans. It's Luke McCaffrey. It's Austin Eckler. He's been banged up a bunch, but to be out for the season on a route where he just went 5 yards and stopped and turned around, that's terrible luck, right? So it's not just the aging guys that got hurt. So that part's normal attrition, NFL bad luck. The players they are counting on, or we're going to count on, have played terribly. If they play well all of a sudden down the stretch, I'm terrified that that will fool them into kind of staying the same course. I want everything exposed so there's no hiding.
So I don't have the same fear though. Like I get that that's your fear. You're basically saying I'm worried that if we sleep in the basement on the floor, a spider's going to bite us. And I'm going, I've never seen a spider down here. Probably not going to happen. In other words, this idea that they're just going to play a little better and then run it back completely with the same roster and sign Bobby Wagner again, that's not reality to me. I think that's a different, unrelated conversation, and that's one we agree on.
Well, it's not Bobby Wagner. It's short-term veterans. It's short-term deals. It's sacrifice draft picks. They're already in a bad spot where they don't have enough. They need younger,
but
faster.
They can't. That's why they can't sacrifice draft picks, and they're also naturally going to get younger this offseason. Some of what they've been doing is out of necessity, in my opinion, not out of want.
Year one, especially.
Yeah, and to some extent, year two, right? Some of this is also just a reaction to what's been available. Like there weren't 24-year-old really good linebackers that you could sign 4 years into their career, or maybe they would have been more interested in those guys. And they haven't had enough picks to address all their issues, obviously. But I don't think they're dumb enough. Like you're suggesting, I guess, that they are dumb enough to think that they would want to sign another 34-year-old slow inside linebacker.
I don't know. I don't think it's dumb enough. I think it's human nature.
Okay.
Where you want to be right about your decisions. For example, they should not have re-signed Marshawn Lattimore. They should have moved on from him and gone after one of the corners that's balling out for less money for another team.
Sure.
But you want to be right, so you pursued it. That's human nature.
That in and of itself, I think they would do that again, right? Because when you give up what you did for Marshawn Lattimore, it's for a multi-year commitment. You don't give that up and then punt a year in. So that specific example, they made a risk, probably a bad risk in the moment. I know you hated it and I hated it because of what they'd already given up, and it blew up in their face for sure. They're going to extend Laramie Tunsil for the same reason. This one will actually help them.
Yeah, he's good.
This is a win. So for the same reason, you can't give up what you did for Tunsil and then let him walk. So you're going to pay him. But I think if you know, and I know that they need to get faster at the linebacking position, they probably know that. And that will be their plan, is to get faster at linebacker. So I don't think them playing a little better means they're just going to say, let's do the same thing as in 2024 when we finished 9th worst in the NFL or whatever that ends up looking like. I think they will. The notes have been jotted down in the steno pad. They don't have enough speed. Noah Brown's not coming back next year. They're not lining back up to have him miss 14 games. If he does, he'll be their 6th receiver. Like they're not going to erase. They didn't write in pencil like we need speed at linebacker, and then they go 3-3 down the stretch and they erase it and go, actually, having slow linebackers is good now. Like I don't think it's going to work that way. For me, though, I want to know, as a fan of this team, that they are close if everybody's back, that Jaden Daniels can play at the level of 2024, because it makes you feel like when we have this ongoing debate, which year is more authentic to who they are, maybe it's 24 and not 25. Because right now, I would say this year is probably closer to the truth, just based on the recency effect of it, right?
Yeah.
Whereas if they come back and they play a lot better and their plan of the offseason with more talent looks more competent, they look more capable, they knock off some good teams like the Broncos, who have the longest winning streak in the league, with the Patriots. Maybe you beat the Eagles and the Cowboys toward the end of the year. Okay, we can hang a little bit. We got some guys here. Maybe Mikey Sanders still plays really well, and you go, he can play outside. To your point on Johnny Newton, maybe he balls out, and you go, okay, maybe he is better than we thought he was. So I'm excited just to see how they finish, but I would be curious to see what people think if we divide this up into camps, so to speak, where your group, I'll let you say it in your own words, feels how you do. My group is, it is important to me, especially if they're healthy and playing a lot more guys that matter, like Terry, as an example, that they play a lot better going into the offseason. And I will be not only happy, but I will be, like, I need to see that for my own feelings of Dan Quinn, this coaching staff, this regime. I'm still, call me a homer if you want, or just, a mark. I still really, really like Adam Peters. I'll separate him, but most of the other people over there below him in the building, between the coaches and the front office, I need to see a little more the rest of the way to feel good about them going into their third year.
My camp, I guess, would be momentum into following seasons isn't real. Otherwise, they would have had a better year this year, 24 to 25. And empty calorie, slightly better play might mask things that are terribly wrong. And I need an overhaul. Anything that gets in the way of the overhaul to me is bad. I guess that would be my view.
So, and I agree, momentum isn't real, and I'd be mad if they didn't overhaul in the offseason, like every team does every offseason. 800-636-1067 is the number. 800-636-1067 if you want to jump in. So Danny's been saying the last few days, them playing better and them being more competitive down the stretch will annoy him. He won't enjoy it necessarily. But for me, it's not even that I'll want to see it. I need to see it. Just for my own confidence in this staff that they know what they're doing. Where are you at on this? Grant and Danny on the Fan.
Brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. First of all, happy Halloween, everybody. Commanders news today. Jaden Daniels returned to practice for the team out in Ashburn. Not yet medically cleared for contact, but he is back to work.
Day-by-day process, just kind of just getting back in the rhythm of things, the flow of things.
Wide receivers Terry McLaurin, Noah Brown also practicing this week. Commanders getting set for Sunday Night Football against Denver. Hockey tonight, Caps are back in action. They have won 4-5. Home against the Winnipeg Jets, 7 p.m. face-off here in the Fan. College hoops, Virginia Tech taking on Colorado State this afternoon, 5 p.m. on the Team 980. Another late-night Terps basketball game, Maryland in action, 8th-ranked Alabama, midnight Eastern on the Team 980. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home team. Simply text your address, 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Merle Forsey on the Fan.
In 30 minutes at 3 o'clock, the annual, highly revered Thanksgiving food draft here on Grant and Danny. Is this 5 years of the food draft or more?
I think it's more,
It's
man.
got to be. We got to be up to 7 or 8 years.
I think it's more than that.
Let's say it's our 49th annual.
Yeah.
Grant and Danny Thanksgiving food
It's
draft.
like USA founded 7-8 years later, we started doing it.
Visit.va250.org.
There you go.
Presents the Thanksgiving food draft, celebrating 250 years of eating food on the Grant and Danny radio program. Today's spread coming in about 15 minutes, going to be brought to us by our friends over at Stupid Good Barbecue. If you haven't checked out their Thanksgiving options and some of the sides that they're doing, open till 4 tomorrow. Go to their website. Pretty amazing. But Danny, I want to randomize the draft order just so we can start to prepare a little bit here. Just so we can get our minds right. Maybe the calls can start coming in for some possible trades.
Oh, yeah.
So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put this in the randomizer.
Okay.
Okay. So there are 5 of us: Danny, Grant, Darius, Ryan, and Toby. Okay. So Sean, can you come over here and help me out, please? All right. So Sean's in studio right now.
He's an impartial observer.
He is. So I need you to hit that button that says randomize 3 times. And these names right here. Okay, you hit it once, so that's the order. Now a second time. All right, now a third time. This is going to be the draft order.
I saw a smirk over there.
Nicely done. All right, so Sean, do you want to read the draft order out for everybody? All right, so this is going to be the 2025 Thanksgiving food draft order for the 3 p.m. start in 30 minutes. Get right up on this microphone and read this list 1 through 5.
1 is Toby, 2 is Danny, 3 is Ryan, 4 is Darius, and 5 is Grant.
There it is.
Wow.
There it is.
Give it to me one more time. So I got a Toby 1,
Your
Danny
draft
2.
order. Thank you very much
Thank
for your
you,
help,
Sean.
buddy. So Toby has the number 1 pick, that bastard, in his
Wow.
first year in the draft.
Wow.
I mean, you come into the draft and you get 1-1. What are the chances? I somehow end up with the 5th pick.
Yeah,
Here's the deal. I'm not going to be upset at you, Sean. I get to snake. This thing back. I get 2 items before anybody else gets 2 items. So that's a win. You hooked me a little bit. Then we've got Danny, number 2. Ryan has the 3rd pick. Darius with what I would say maybe is the worst pick in the draft, number 4 overall.
I feel like he's always 4th. Is that right?
It feels, I mean, his
Doesn't that
plates
feel like
always
he's always
look like
4th?
he's 4th.
Yeah.
Based on his plates and how bad they are, I would say 4th.
I had 1-1 2 years ago, I believe.
Yeah, I've always said Darius gets first a lot.
Yeah.
He's been first a lot.
I have said that.
But
yeah.
2 years ago, isn't that when John Carlson said your plate was just
Which was
nubby?
outrageous that he would say that, especially because I took stuffing 1-1, which is the best, side dish that you could possibly get. But, whatever. John Carlson's entitled to his own opinion.
All right.
Still love him.
So there's our draft order, people.
Wow.
Toby, Danny, Ryan, Darius, me, and that order. The Thanksgiving food draft. You can only eat what you get on your plate. Comes your way in 29 minutes.
Quick under the bus for Toby because he's not here. He said he doesn't think Thanksgiving food is that great.
I heard that about him.
He's literally said that out loud.
Ryan also said, while we're talking badly about our buddy Toby,
Yep.
He said, and I quote, this was like 3 minutes ago, I think Toby's really going to do a bad job today. I said, really? He said, yeah, I think he's going to botch this. I said, why? He's like, he was just talking about vegetables yesterday. He likes green beans, apparently.
Really, he tipped his hand a little bit yesterday when he was like, we were like, hey, does rice belong in Thanksgiving foods? And he was like, yes. Like kind of tipping his hand. Maybe that's what he's going to draft. I'm like, whoa, dude, why don't you relax about it?
Exactly. He's a big rice guy, Toby.
Yeah, I guess.
All right, good enough. Let's get to the phones, though. 800-636-1067. So I don't just want the Commanders to play a lot better. And by the way, in my perfect world, for the record, I want them to play well, be in every game, almost beat everybody, and lose every game to a last-second field goal, essentially. Or line up to make a game-winning field goal and then miss it because Jake Moody doesn't need to be here and someone else can be in the future. Like, that's my perfect world. But it's not just important to me that they look better. It's a necessity. I am losing faith in the coaching staff overall, and they get this year. I'm not calling for any heads. Nobody should be fired other than probably a change in the defensive side of the ball with Joe Witt if they play a lot better with DQ calling plays the rest of the way. But if you're healthy and you still stink, this thing's rotten from the inside out. And now you're hyper focused on the roster, which I already know isn't good enough, and it's just going to take more off seasons, more draft, more free agencies. I'm really locking in on the staff that I think everybody last year kind of crowned as, man, these guys are amazing. Well, this year wasn't that amazing when they really got tested.
Yeah, I'm on them too. If I have my druthers, Ben Sinnott, Jalen Lane, Kane Madrano, and their two other young players play well and they lose by 25 each week, no one gets to hot.
Let's go to Rami in Falls Church on Grant and Danny. Rami, you're on the Fan. What's up?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, buddy.
Hey, so I kind of am leaning towards Danny on this point, and I think the perspective is we all thought we were better than we were. I mean, we all thought we were Super Bowl contenders, and so we kind of mortgaged the future. And we should not have done that. And I think what Danny's trying to say is that's a mistake, and we should correct that. That means get rid of all of these older players. And even though if we might not be the greatest next year, we got to start playing the young players and let them learn. I mean, this is what the stupid Eagles do. They're always ahead of the curve. They always seem like they have so many more draft picks. And this is the reason why, because they're developing and then they use that value to trade. Right. And so we have to have a new mindset. Forget the success we had last year. We have a great quarterback. Don't get me wrong, but we got to start from zero. We're not anywhere closer to the Super Bowl contenders than we were under that guy's name that I will not say's ownership, right? We're not
Happy
really.
Thanksgiving, Dan.
Happy
Snyder.
Thanksgiving. Everybody.
It's a good phone call. No, I don't disagree with one word you said. And I guess if that's, he's saying he agrees with you. Like if that's what Danny's argument is, I don't disagree with it at all. Here's my point. I don't think them playing better down the stretch changes that. I think what they did last year, which they didn't go all in, everyone says that. I don't think that's what happened. They certainly tried to capitalize on the momentum, though. Mm-hmm. And if they went all in, they wouldn't have the third most cap space right now. Right. They would have made more splashes like New England did with star players. But regardless, not worth fighting over those semantics. What I think is they, on a 1 year, correctly decided, let's run this back and see if we can knock the door down this time if Jaden plays like that again. But it was always a 1 year thing. It wasn't like that's what they're going to do in perpetuity. They always knew that this is not a sustainable model. And now you pay the piper this year. And certainly after this season and all of the ways that they got exposed, that's naturally going to happen, whether they play better or not. They're going to do things differently. They're not going to be trading a bunch of picks for veteran tackle or old injured corner. They don't have the picks to do it. Let's go to Keith in Virginia Beach. What's up, Keith?
Hey, guys. Hey, Granddad. How you doing, man? Thanks for taking my call, man.
Got it, buddy.
Hey, my bone to pick is I was listening to Chris Sims, and he was talking about the Rams, how good they looked the other night when they beat up on the Buccaneers. But he was talking about Emmanuel Forbes and Cam Curl and how Emmanuel Forbes looked so much better in the zone as opposed to playing man to man. And I'm wondering, why is it that the Rams can see whatever system they're running, they can see that in him, but we couldn't in Washington, because in Washington he was in hot garbage. And also Montez Sweat, how he's balling out in Chicago. And I'm wondering why these guys are doing so much better than other systems, other teams, but yet we couldn't maximize their ability in Washington. Was it because of the player himself, or was it because of the coaching? And they didn't know what they had and how to use that player that we had on the team.
Appreciate the call, dude. Yeah, there's no there's no one thing. I mean, this happens to every team, by the way. Guys on their second team thrive. I mean, Rico Dowdle was in Dallas, and Dallas couldn't figure it out. And now all of a sudden he's a superstar. I mean, you never know. Sometimes it's scheme, it's fit. The player isn't quite ready, or there's a million different factors. But when it happens enough times where a guy, does something that he wasn't asked to do, or it's a completely different coaching paradigm or a different scheme, a different thing, and he's thriving to such a high degree, you kind of go, damn, maybe they missed something here. And I don't think that's fair to ask.
I was noodling this today. This is apropos of absolutely nothing, but because you just brought up Carolina, I wanted to ask this. Do the Panthers this year, don't they remind you of a lot of the Rivera Scott Turner Commanders or Washington Football, whatever that was? Remember how they ran the ball really well? They were a pain to play. They weren't very good. Like, it was the craziest threading of the needle where they just had to be ahead of the chains. And they would go on these 15-play drives where it's like 1st and 10, 3-yard run, 2nd and 7, 4-yard completion, 3rd and 3, scramble for 4 yards, or, Heineke pulls a horseshoe out of his butt for 3.5. And then they got 11 on 3 plays and they're on to the next. Like, that was that offense for basically 4 or 5 weeks at a time. That's very Panthers-y. Are they good? I don't think so. But are they hard to play? Do they stay ahead of the chains? Can they run the ball? Are they physical? Like, all of those things are yeses. Kevin in Arlington. What's up, Kev? How are you?
Hey, guys. Happy Thanksgiving Eve. I want to drill down a little bit on what Danny said and what Keith just said. And I'm going to use the Caps as an example. Tell me what you think of when you hear these names. Brett Connolly, Devontae Smith-Pelly, Anthony Mantha, Rasmus Sandin, Dylan Strome, Pierre-Luc Dubois. What happens? We go get young, talented players that have missed elsewhere, and they come into an environment with expert coaching, and they get developed. What Dan Quinn hasn't figured out, in my opinion, is he's got the culture sayings and the attitudes and all that down. He doesn't have the coaches to develop on the defensive side on the ball. So like Danny, I want the defense to continue to suck, because we need coaches who can come in here and make Johnny Newton into the player he should be, who can make Mikey Sanderson into the player he should be. And to Keith's point, you play them where they excel, not where you want them. This is my biggest issue with the team, is we suck at development. I haven't seen us develop players since Joe Gibbs was here the first time. That's got to change. I've already pointed out that all the scouts in the college scouting department were hired by either Rivera or Allen. I don't love that, but what I dislike even more is that we don't develop players. So I don't want the players who are struggling on defense to get better under this coaching staff, because I want a whole new defensive coaching staff. What do you think about that, Danny?
I smell what you're cooking. And that's pretty much exactly how I feel. I don't want anybody to be able to get away with this year. That's kind of my point here. So it doesn't mean everyone.
Can I say I think that's then where we are at an impasse?
It's 100% we're in an impasse.
You think there is a chance, if they play better the rest of the way, that they will essentially run it back's too strong, but they will let people get away with whatever this year was.
They'll be able to get off the hook. It was just injuries. And because again, everybody that made a decision wants that decision to be right. It's human nature. So you'll go, does Adam Peters have to wake up in the morning and go, God, my plan sucked, right? That's a hard thing to confront, even for someone that's good and smart, as we happen to think he is.
And I think they know, based on the season playing out, okay, Mikey Sanders still in the nickels, not what we thought he was. That's now a need. Okay, Johnny Newton was not what we thought he was when we drafted him. That's now possibly a need. All right, Ben Sinnott can't do the things that we thought he was going to be able to do as Zach Ertz. That's now something. Like, I don't think any of that changes on a small sample over several weeks necessarily. But Kevin just brought something up that I completely agree with, which is specific to this staff. He was talking more granular over many, many, many years. But specific to this staff, the development of the young players has not been good. The number of guys that stepped back this year, rather than stepping forward, is a real problem. I do think we have some breaking news coming into us here at 106.7 The Fan right now. I want to go over to Adam Schefter, who's hearing some rumblings.
So I'm hearing all sorts of things. I have 17 phones, and 16 of them are blowing up right now. Grant Paulson, who has been saddled with the 5th pick in the Thanksgiving Day draft, is desperate. He wants to move up. He's terrified someone's going to take mashed potatoes or cookies before he drafts. He's had 7 foods in his life, and that's 2 of the 7 right there. If they're not on the board, he might throw a tantrum like he did that time. His mom gave away his mashed potatoes after Thanksgiving, and he cried, and he was 13 when that happened, and we're not supposed to talk about it. But right now, just to recap, Grant is trying to trade up. He's desperate. He smells what everyone else is cooking. Back to you, Boom.
Sounds like the phone could be ringing
Oh,
in
man.
the producer room in minutes.
Oh, buddy.
We are just 18 minutes away from the Thanksgiving food draft on Grant and Danny. Hey guys, what's up? It's GP for the good people over at Virginia's 250th Commemorative Committee. I'm the father of 4 presidents. You may know that. Reagan, Truman, McKinley, and Lincoln. My family likes going to many local historical landmarks to celebrate Virginia's history. And now I'm here to tell you that as Virginia is celebrating 250 years of America this July 4th, there's no better time to get in on the fun than in the year ahead. Virginia's been home to 8 U.S. presidents. We're a drive away from some really cool destinations. We were just at George Washington's birthplace over in Mount Vernon, Thomas Jefferson's Monticello. To find out how you can celebrate 250 years of America at Virginia's most cherished and historic landmarks, to attend celebratory events all year, log on to visit.va250.org. In fact, George Washington, you can go to Berry Farm in Fredericksburg, for where he was a kid before the mansion in Monticello, Thomas Jefferson's Monticello and George Washington's Mount Vernon, where we were just a couple of weeks ago. So we're going to be at Monticello soon to go check out Thomas Jefferson's history. Maybe we'll see you there. Visit.va250.org. Visit.va250.org. America's 250, Virginia's 250, America made in Virginia. Our friends from Stupid Good Barbecue, which is one of the great American restaurants over in Springfield, have showed up with a spread for the ages to celebrate today's Grant and Danny food draft, which is coming up at 3 o'clock, about 10 minutes from right now on the Fan. And we brought a table into the studio to set everything up, and we're now at a point where we have officially run out of room.
Yeah, we're using Jason Bishop's seat, and we're going to use EB's seat in a minute. And there's like if you're Frank Caliendo, you coming to do voices, we're using his seat.
I just yelled at Clary and Vic through the glass like I was Bubba Ray Dudley. We need more tables. Get the tables. I mean, there's not enough space. So what I can see close to me here are, I'm just going to go in order here. I've got green beans, Texas Twinkies, chili smash, which is the baked potato they smash down and then add a bunch of delicious things to. A brisket smash, a pork smash. I see
a
baked
chili
beans.
smash. Yeah.
What's on that table over there? Do you see?
I can't make everything out, but I do see some bread pudding. I
Ribs?
see ribs. Ribs is a
All right,
good
John
choice.
is showing us ribs.
Collards. I got. I think there's a mac and cheese. There's a turkey over there. The
Turkey
barbecue
tray.
turkey way better than like your regular standard issue
That's right.
turkey. The smoke situation is so good.
Brisket
Those are
and pork
sausages.
sausages.
Yeah.
I mean,
Unbelievable,
this is
dude.
going to be incredible. So as a reminder, they're open until 4 tomorrow for your last minute stop in over at Stupid Good Barbecue in the GAR group. But they also, in addition to this Thanksgiving spread that they're doing for people, they do these feasts with barbecue and takeout and pickup options they can deliver for you for your parties all year long. So thank you to them for hooking
They are
us
great.
up. This is really, really cool. We're excited about it today. We are giving away a Paisanos gift card for somebody for $50. That is coming up at 4 o'clock. You got to be listening before our Beltway Blitz today. Danny, the Thanksgiving Day slate is actually pretty good. I saw someone suggesting this is going to be the best 3-game triple header for the NFL since they've been doing this. That means to me that there haven't been 3 good games in a day yet, because I'm still not convinced. Packers-Lions is awesome. Like, if we're going great, good, or bad, that's a great matchup.
Great.
I think Chiefs-Cowboys could end up being great because you've got Patrick Mahomes, Kansas City, and also an elite Cowboys offense.
Yeah, that's good with some upside there.
Exactly. But I'm still going to put it in the good. Here's what's going to swing the pendulum for me is game 3 of the triple header at night. AFC North, Bengals, Ravens. The backdrop of Joe Burrow playing is a huge deal. That's exciting. That's awesome. I'm pumped about that. But Cincinnati's 3-8, not very good. Now, Baltimore has not been great. They don't blow anybody out, so it's going to be a close enough game. I'm just not convinced that's going to be highly entertaining. I don't know. Baltimore's won 5 in a row. They played the Browns ugly. They played the Jets ugly. Might be close, and if close is all you need to feel content,
There could be
about a
some
football
dramatics
game,
there, yeah.
you know, maybe it's like a 20-17, 23-20 kind of game. I could see that.
Ravens favored by a touchdown in this game, which I find odd because they don't do that.
The Bengals are just bad, though.
They are bad, but so is Cleveland, and so is the Jets, I think, who Baltimore messed around with and tried to lose to for 3/4 of the game before finally pulling away. Just there's something not right with this Ravens operation at this point. But I think the point stands, though, just to not get too sidetracked. That's a pretty damn good slate of games. It's usually, and I think I saw Joe Burrow actually joking about this. He's like, someone asked him, what are your memories of Thanksgiving football? He's like, yeah, usually watching Matt Stafford throw for 400 yards to Calvin Johnson. They lose by a couple touchdowns. That's not your older brother's Detroit Lions, Green Bay Packers matchup. That's 4 teams that are either really good, pretty damn good, or entertaining at a minimum. Think Dallas. And those are good matchups. And those are important games.
Maybe the only game, notwithstanding for the point I'm about to make, is ours, which is Washington hosting Denver. But I actually think the standalone games this weekend are pretty much all excellent. Packers, Lions, Chiefs, Cowboys. We'll see about Bengals, Ravens. Friday for the new Black Friday game.
Bears, Eagles, dude.
Very entertaining. 8-3 Chicago. Everybody thinks they're not going to win the North. They'll fall out of the playoff hunt. You know, that they're going to collapse down the stretch with only one team left on their 6-game schedule that is not a playoff team. But if they beat the Eagles, all of a sudden 9-3 and they're for real and they're going to make the playoffs, right?
Yeah.
So you've got that on Friday. Then Sunday night is Washington and Denver. And while I think the Broncos are going to beat them handily and it's the best defense in the league, you want to talk about, the Ravens playing with their food. The Broncos don't blow anybody out.
Ever.
I mean, they've had 5 come from behind wins in the fourth quarter on this 8-game winning streak that ties New England for the longest in the sport. And then Monday Night Football, maybe it's not a great game because the Giants are 2-10, but you do have Jackson Dart coming back. So you've got the potential rookie of the year at quarterback against the breakout star at quarterback in year 2, who's an MVP candidate in Drake May. It's May in prime time, which is a national storyline and fun, and it's New England trying to win a 9th consecutive game. So good storylines abound here on these. A lot of times around right now, you get a couple of clunkers. I don't see one in the bunch.
No, have the Patriots had many primetime slots this year? It feels like they had a Thursday where they beat up the Jets, and I think one Sunday Night Football.
They beat the Bills on Sunday Night Football, and they beat the Jets on Thursday. Night
Yes,
Football.
just
That's
a couple.
it.
So they've buried isn't the right term. It's the NFL. Everyone sees everything, but there haven't been that many. Hey, let's take a look at the Patriots where the whole country's watching type games. I know they're playing the Giants, and it's not as if it's the best competition, but you can be watching an 11-2 team and everybody really getting a really good look at them. I don't say for the first time, but kind of introducing themselves to the country here.
Grant and Danny's Thanksgiving food draft is minutes away. As soon as we return, it gets started at 3:00. You're locked in to the Fan.
Brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. So good news in Ashburn. Now, he may not play this week, unlikely to play, but Jaden Daniels back to work with the intentions of coming back at some point before we're done this season.
As a football player, you want to go back there and play and a competitor, and that's who I am. So if I have the opportunity to go back there and play, but right now I'm really just taking it day by day and week by week.
Wide receivers Terry McLaurin, Noah Brown were seen on the field, both practicing this week as well. College basketball, Va-Tech and Colorado State, Virginia Tech basketball, the battle for Atlantis today, 5 p.m. on the Team 980. Late night Terps again, midnight in Vegas against 8th-ranked Alabama. Hockey tonight, Caps and Winnipeg Jets, 7 p.m. here on The Fan. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete with 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland. Stop by one near you today. For more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Grant and Danny on The Fan. Brought to you, as always, by the law firm Condorian Murad.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? Condorian Murad can help you with estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
So I'm posting on social. Go check out at Grant H. Paulson, Twitter and IG for a video of this spread. Unprecedented in the history of the show and maybe in the history of the station.
This is kind of incredible. It's incredible.
We set everything up in the studio so that no one could get to it that we didn't give permission to, basically. But we ran out of studio space almost entirely. But we got to thank John McCarter, who's one of the stars over at GAR, who's got a menu item named after himself, for setting everything up today. The food, the amazing things that they sent over here, just amazing. I know you go to Stupid Good Barbecue like I do. They build holiday barbecue packs, smoked meats, sides, bread for the whole family. Don't forget dessert, available for pickup Thanksgiving Day between 11 a.m., 4 p.m. So if you want to eat something delicious tomorrow, consider this.
This is utterly fantastic. Every sauce they make is here. They got one from every region. So we're just in Kansas City, had the Kansas City sauce. They got that here. They got their own version of sauces. Everything is so utterly fantastic. Thank you to them.
Before we start our annual Thanksgiving food draft, I believe our order has been determined already because Sean, who is one of our assistants, an intern, if you will, helped us to establish the order. So, Darius, I guess I'll defer to you as the executive senior lieutenant commander producer of this here radio program. So we've got our draft order. The only other ground rules I think that need to be established are, as we said yesterday, everybody gets a roll. Everybody gets gravy.
Correct.
Everybody gets any kind of condiments that they would want with their meal. But otherwise, if you don't draft it, you cannot eat it on Thanksgiving. Correct?
That would be correct. If it's not on your plate, it's not on your plate.
And that includes desserts, by the way. You're either going to use one of your selections, you're cool with this, Danny, on a dessert, or you're not getting dessert.
Right.
Because it's a snake draft, we're going 6 rounds. So hopefully we can get through everything here this hour on Grant and Danny. But there's going to be 6 items chosen for all 5 teams. 30 items will come off the board. Hopefully everybody did enough research and scouted enough players at the Combine. Anybody have any other questions before we get this thing going?
Looking around.
We're all good?
Like everybody's good?
All right.
We're all good. Toby's here with us as well.
Toby, are you ready to rock and roll?
I'm disappointed to miss out on the good food, but ready to rock.
On the Rex Ryan from the comfort of his
Come
own
Rex.
home, Toby Altizer. All right, without further ado, then, I believe we are ready for the 2025 Grant and Danny Thanksgiving Food Draft to commence. Pick number 1, Toby Altizer is on the clock.
With the first overall pick, I'm going to go with a very versatile player. It kind of ties everything together, goes with a little bit of everything. Give me mashed potatoes.
This stings. This stings very badly. Now, I will tell you, Danny, I was fighting hard behind the scenes. I think Schefter had a report about this. I was trying to get up to number 3 overall, thinking one of the big 3 sides will still be there. But my real goal was mashed potatoes. Had I have traded all the way up to 3 and then it went 1-1, and I don't think there's any problem.
Yeah, there's no way.
1-1, but that would have ruined my entire draft philosophy.
This was a desperate move. Grant has been desperate. He's tipped his hand year after year. He likes one thing and one thing only, and that thing is mashed potatoes.
So mashed potatoes to Toby.
Tough for you, man.
I don't know. I mean, Vic Mayock, I'll go to you here. Is 1-1 a little rich, do you think, for mashed potatoes, or is that a spot that you can accept it?
To me, I think that is a round 2 spot for mashed potatoes. I think you got to go with the protein here. I think you go with your standard basic turkey, fried turkey maybe. But I mean, mashed potatoes, not a bad selection, but a little too high in the order for me.
I mean, Vic Mayock overvaluing turkey in a big way.
Position scarcity or something? I don't know, man.
That's tough. So pick
Wait,
one.
you've never had fried turkey?
I have.
Yeah,
I'll
okay.
have it again tomorrow. It's perfectly fine.
It's very good.
It's also just a way to get a side in your mouth is the only real reason for turkey. All right, Danny, you have the second pick. You feeling okay with mashed potatoes gone?
I feel great. I had a whole thing concocted. I'm a little bit bummed. I was going to call you. I wouldn't let you call me. I was going to call you with a definitive trade offer. Fine. Hello.
Hey, Danny, it's your pal.
What's up, man?
How's it going?
Good.
I'd like the number 2 pick in the draft.
What are you going to give me?
I will give you my first round pick, pick 5.
So that's a swap there, yeah.
And I will give you my next pick at the end of round 4.
You give me the snake?
I'll give you the first of my 2 picks on the way back. So I'm not giving you 5 and 6.
Oh.
But I'm giving you 5, and then I'm going to give you the first pick of round 4.
Okay. That's a no from me, and I thank you for making the phone call. But while I got you, I do have a trade offer for you.
Okay.
Okay. So I need your 1. So we're swapping the 1s, obviously.
Yes.
And I need your round 2. And then I need you to pin the following tweet. Okay.
5 and 6?
Yeah, so I need 5 and 6, and then no other picks coming back my way, but you do have to pin the following as a tweet on the top of your profile to all your 100, whatever, 1,000 followers.
Yeah.
I, Grant Harrison Paulson, do hereby attest to the following. Danny Rouillet has never acted with any impropriety in our Thanksgiving food drafts. He is a visionary who deserves praise, not condemnation. Duck and chicken are reasonable things, so too is prime rib. Danny knows this, and I know it too. My hateful comments were born of jealousy. He is the champion of this event and is an innovator. You post that for 1 week as your pinned tweet, plus the picks. We'll trade right now.
No, that's way too much.
Okay, thanks.
Give me 2.
Nope.
And your next round's pick.
No. So pin tweet.
No,
plus
I'm giving you 5, 6, and pinning that tweet.
Yeah,
That's
5,
insane.
6 pin tweet, and immediately revoke your unfair collusionary rule rather that you established yesterday. 5, 6 pin tweet, revoke the rule.
Definitely not.
Okay, then no. There's no offer. I'll accept them.
All right, then
can I make the pick?
You can make your pick.
Pick is in. This is a stuffing holiday, people. Everybody's wrong. I'm right. Stuffing. It's the best thing on the board. It should go 1-1 every year. We should have it all year round, but I got it this year. Stuffing to the plate, please.
The top 2 sides off the board, 1, 2. Chalk so far, but everybody's feeling good.
Vic's going to hate it because it's not a protein.
Mashed potatoes and stuffing. What does Mel Kiper think about stuffing going 1-2?
Obviously, talk about stuffing, versatile player, can fit in any system, any scheme, any design, any coach's dream player. This is not a Shador Sanders or it's either beholder. This is stuffing. It's made from bread, different kinds of bread. Some people put oysters in there. Other people put in sausage. Doesn't matter. Goes inside the bird, gets the juice, gets the flavoring. It can have gravy on it. It can have a little cranberry sauce on it. Doesn't matter if there's a little bit of mashed potatoes that touches it. Stuffing is your mainstay. It's the best thing we got. Mashed potatoes, obviously, we're talking about a player who can come in and make a difference right away. A lot of butter, a lot of gravy.
Going to cry about sliding into the 5th round today.
Probably to me, it's a green bean casserole. Okay, this is the number 1 thing I've ever seen in my life. One person likes it. We work for him. I never understand why he comes in here every week telling me about green bean casserole. It's delicious according to him, but that's the number 1 for me, Boom.
Green bean casserole. His dad coached him at Colorado for some reason.
That's right.
All right, pick number 3 belongs to Ryan Clary in what has been a chalky round 1 so far in the Grant and Danny Thanksgiving food draft.
Oh my God.
Hello,
Mr. Clary.
how we doing?
Good. How are you?
Tradition unlike any other, huh?
Yeah, you and I back together.
We are back together.
Nothing like a Thanksgiving phone call from your pal. Here's what I got for you, bud. I want to move up to number 3.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you pick 5.
Okay.
And I will give you my next pick after pick 6. So in other words, coming back to end round 3. Just to move back 2 spots, I'm going to give you 5, and I'm going to give you my final pick of round 3.
Ooh. That's tough.
By the way, if we could go to the news desk here, it sounds like Vic Mayock thinks the value for you screams do this on the Jimmy Johnson draft chart.
Yeah, this is a great deal. I take that.
This is a great
It's
deal.
better than what he offered Danny.
Yeah, I got more. More some out for you.
Yeah, weirdly enough, I was actually thinking the same thing. But I mean, if we look at this value chart, the Jimmy Johnson value chart here, there's something right here that we think is the best player in this draft. So I feel as if I'm going to need a little bit more. Can you do more for me, Grant?
It's the best offer, best and
That's
final.
the best and final. Well, I'm going to politely decline, and we are running to the board. We've got our quarterback.
By the way, this was on our guys' parlay yesterday.
That's right.
One of the legs was Clary turning down a round 1 trade and me making the most phone calls to trade up in round 1. So far, our guy is hitting all the legs of this parlay.
That one's in green.
He's killing it on FanDuel. All right, here we go.
The 3rd overall pick, macaroni and cheese, baby.
Son of a...
Come up.
Yep.
Come up to Team Clary. We feel as if that we just got the steal of the draft. Unbelievable to get macaroni and cheese. Number 3 overall. Respectfully, your team's blow. And I've got macaroni and cheese.
This is the problem with not picking in the top 3.
There it
Darius.
is.
Here we are. 3 picks in. The 3 sides that everybody wants are already gone. And just like that, we've got to be perfect in every aspect of the game the rest of the way. You block a pass, you drop a pass, you run a mile. You miss a block, you run a mile. Darius, you got the 4th pick. How you feeling?
This is tough, man. I definitely am disappointed. You know, obviously those top 3, you hope that one slides down some number 4. It just didn't happen.
You weren't aggressively trying to trade up at all? You're just sitting pat?
I'm not a trader. I'm not one that wants to trade up. I like to stand pat. You know, we take what we're given.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Small market team. Small market team.
All right. There's no phone calls coming in, is there?
Doesn't seem that way.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, the pick is in then. We were hoping we weren't going to have to take it round 1. We were hoping maybe with our round 2 pick, but with our round 1 selection, Deviled Eggs. Welcome to Team
Debbie's.
Darius.
Debbie's.
Deviled Eggs.
Debbie's.
Deviled Eggs was my sleeper pick at the back end of round 1.
This is incredible.
Things you hate to see. This is really tough, guys. Suddenly, getting the 5th pick has just backfired in a big way.
Oh, man.
Was Deviled Eggs a little early on Kuiper's board?
Obviously, not a lot of consensus around a first-round talent for deviled eggs. It's the best appetizer. You're not sitting down putting deviled eggs on the same plate as your turkey, as your mashed potatoes, or your stuffing. But it's obviously, as you're waiting to eat the food, you're kicked out of the kitchen a couple different times by the matriarch. You head over to the table, grab a couple deviled eggs to satisfy you while you watch football. Boom.
Now, here's a question. In deviled eggs, you win, I lose. That's fine. Are you going deviled eggs during Thanksgiving, or is this a little appy early in the day? Like, is that on your plate with your turkey and your potato?
Yeah, 100%. Definitely on my plate.
So that's interesting. I've never had deviled eggs during the meal. Deviled eggs is something I'll be consuming probably somewhere between 7 and 11 of right around noon to 4 p.m.
That's
tomorrow.
your pre-meal meal.
No, I'm not upset at you. I mean, I am upset at you. I'm upset at all
Yeah,
of
it
you.
sounds like you're
I
upset at
hate
me,
every
which is
single
fine.
one of you very, very passionately.
Right, yeah.
Because I'm now screwed. I'm in a bad way right now. I've got to start this thing without a side in round 1. Unless the phone is ringing, I suppose we are ready to make a pick. With the final pick in round 1 and the 5th overall selection in the Grant and Danny 2025 Thanksgiving food draft, I will take a food that shouldn't be available. A food that is not a Thanksgiving food, but After yesterday's conversation and our votes on whether or not foods made it into the draft or not, I will be taking the best meat available, prime rib. I will be getting a Christmas food that is not a Thanksgiving food that Danny scratched and clawed to get on the board, but I will make sure Danny cannot consume any red meat and that he doesn't have any prime rib today.
What are you going to have on the side of that?
No prime rib for you, my friend.
What's on the side, buddy?
Here's what you
Any
need
mashed?
to know. Are you going to eat prime rib?
You want any mashed potatoes with that?
No. Yeah, I do.
Can't have it.
Well, thanks.
Can't have it.
You can't have any prime rib.
All good.
How do we feel about round one? Let's go back through the order here. Let's get Vic Mayock's quick takes on everything, Danny. Run us through the first round.
Mashed potatoes, number 1 for Toby, off the board via the Comrex. Danny, at number 2, his number 1 player on the board. Stuffing, Ryan got mac and cheese. He would have taken that one 1-1. Darius went deviled eggs. A little bit rogue right there, but understanding that the guy at number 5 had the steamies for deviled eggs. So Grant, of course, trying to counteract some of the previous mojo from previous years, went with prime rib as the first pick, or last pick, rather, of the first round. He is now on the clock again, the first pick of round number 2.
With my second pick and the first pick in round 2, no phone calls coming in here. A lot of GMs just sitting on their hands, huh? Nobody doing their jobs. A lot of Vinny Serratos hanging out. That's fine. I will.
Oh my God. What?
A late phone call. Lest mine eyes deceive me. Hello?
Grant, how we doing?
My old nemesis.
How we doing?
Doing great. How are you, bud?
You love mac and cheese.
I do.
You're not that big of a roast beef. Come on, you don't want meat. You want the sides. It's Thanksgiving, right?
I do want the sides.
But you know what's the best side? You know what the best side is that everyone agrees on.
Mashed potatoes, obviously.
Macaroni and cheese.
Mac and cheese is very good as well.
You want mac and cheese?
I do.
I want the next 3 picks for macaroni and cheese.
The next
I want
3?
round 2, round 3, and round 4. And you get macaroni and cheese.
And I get to keep prime rib.
Ryan, what are you doing?
Potentially.
Wait, what is happening here? All right, so you want
potentially.
You're giving him 2 1s?
You want say the trade again.
There's a new trade offer on the table now.
Wait, he just talked himself out of the deal?
Recall.
First of all, how's Danny's voice on our phone call? Stay out of
That's
this,
true.
guy.
That doesn't concern me.
Clary, repeat your original offer so everyone can hear it again.
There's a new offer on the table, though, I will say.
Okay, but I want to hear your original offer, please.
The original offer was I was going to give you macaroni and cheese for your next 3 picks.
Right.
But now, I think I want the roast beef.
Well, it's too late. I will accept your original offer.
I think we're going to have to continue. I think we're going to have to continue on and do what's best. My mind changed.
What does that mean, what's best? What does that even mean?
We live in a different world than 5 minutes ago.
I've got Jonah Hill in my corner, and he really likes some of these talent players coming up. We feel as if that we have to stay put.
Guy, you called me and made an offer to me. I'm accepting the offer.
Well, Jonah Hill just came. You ever seen Moneyball? Jonah Hill just came in the room and waved me off.
You keep talking about Jonah Hill. I'm not interested in that. I want the trade. That's what I want.
You want the trade, and I want Jonah Hill in my ear, and he's telling me these things right now that he likes a lot of the talent coming up soon. I think we're going to stay put. But I just wanted my friend to have macaroni and cheese. You didn't take the offer. That's a life lesson. You got to take that offer right away.
I literally took
He's
the
trying
offer. What?
But you didn't take it right away.
Hang on. Let me call Danny real quick. I'm not even about the trade. I just want his analysis on what just happened.
Hello.
Danny.
Yeah.
The hell was that?
I don't know. I listened. I heard it all. And I think...
He literally said, here's the offer. I said, yes, I'll accept it. Then he goes, you're not taking the offer. That's fine. What just happened?
I think he realized how terrible the offer was for him, where he just gave up his 1. You keep your 1, and then he gets picks that haven't come up yet. 6,
right.
15, and like 17.
In fairness, that happens. He's going picks 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah.
For the mac and cheese, which I'm accepting. I would like that to stand up. Can I have that, or is it too late now?
No. We took that off.
No, I'm talking to Danny right now. You're off the phone.
I don't
this
think
isn't a 3-way call.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to do it. I think
I'll call him back.
It's his mess up.
Yeah,
but I don't know how we have to vote on that. If it's tough nuggets because you messed up.
Right.
And you submitted,
he literally submitted an offer to the league.
he submitted to you, but he hadn't submitted to the league yet.
All right, let me call Clary.
So if the paperwork's wrong.
Hello, Clary. It sounds like everybody thinks that you should give me the offer that you originally offered and not go back on it.
Well, I just got back from Goodell. Goodell has no idea about this trade as of right now. I have not submitted it to the league. And again, I think this is just a valuable life lesson for you, GP. You got to
For
accept.
me, you got to
accept.
Yeah, don't ever answer the phone when Clary calls during the draft.
Well, it sounds like I'm in your head right now. See, it sounds like you got to make a pick right now. I've got macaroni and cheese. What do you got?
It's the Grant and Danny
My God.
annual Thanksgiving food draft.
Chaos.
One round is down. We kick off round 2 next on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. Let's take a look at the latest pro football injury report presented by Fanatic Sportsbook for a little Thanksgiving foosball. A big NFC North matchup for Green Bay. Josh Jacobs listed as questionable. Dontavian Wicks also questionable. Jaden Reed, wide receiver, is on injured reserve. He'll be out for this one. And Matthew Golden, a guy that everybody's been waiting on, please produce. He is listed as questionable as well. Let's look at the Detroit Lions here. For Detroit, Isaac Tesla listed as questionable. Brock Wright replacing Sam Laporta, remember, who is out as well. He is listed as questionable. This is all for Thursday night. Their center, Graham Glasgow, pretty good player for them, really helps in the run game. He is also listed as questionable, a non-participant at the Lions walkthrough, or limited participant rather, at the Lions walkthrough on Monday. So that is today's injury report. Listen all season long for weekly injury updates presented by Fanatic Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Download the app today. I mentioned it. Football is in full swing. And let's be real, there is simply no better place to bet than Fanatic Sportsbook. So don't wait for that bad beat with another sportsbook. Switch to the home of fair play, where they protect all pro player prop bets across straights, parlays, same game parlays across any first half injury. Some books protect your bet for just the first quarter, some do nothing, but not at Fanatic Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets on every football game day. Whether it's quarterbacks, running backs, receivers, any eligible player prop, Fanatic Sportsbook's fair play policy gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up that parlay. So what does that mean? It means if your player gets injured in the first half, your bet plays on with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned into a win. You can also track your player performance right there in the Fanatic Sportsbook app, and the payout speed, I'm telling you guys, it's lightning quick too. So bet with the book that always has your back. Fanatic Sportsbook, winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. MD visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
Post-bye week, the Commanders back to work in Ashburn today. So is Jaden Daniels. Unlikely to play, but he's working his way back to try to play again this season.
I got to go out there and play football. If I'm back out there, I'm healthy and I'm ready to go. I want to be out there.
Wide receivers Terry McLaurin, Noah Brown, both practicing today as well. Safety Will Harris expected back this week. He's been out 2 months with a fractured fibula. Caps have gotten things back on track. They are one of the wild card teams in a wild card spot right now in the Eastern Conference. They're back on the ice tonight, home against the Winnipeg Jets. 7 p.m. face-off for Caps Hockey and the Fan. They have won 4 of their last 5. College basketball tournament action continues on this Thanksgiving week. Virginia Tech and Colorado State today at the Battle for Atlantis. That's in the Bahamas. 5 p.m. start over in the Team 980. And Maryland again tonight. More late-night Terps against the 8th-ranked Alabama Crimson Tide. Another midnight tip-off in Vegas on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
It's the Grant and Danny Thanksgiving Food Draft live on the Fan. Beltway Blitz in 30 minutes at 4 o'clock. At that time, we're giving away a Paisanos gift card. Man, are we eating good. I mean, it is just comical. If you're on the 106.7 The Fan stream, we need to tilt these cameras just to show you the spread that Stupid Good Barbecue brought in. They're doing a smoked turkey day feast with all kinds of Thanksgiving food, smoked meat and turkey feast, Thanksgiving sides that you could go scoop, pick up from them. They've been delivering to people as well. When you cater with them, they've got the option to set up food at your place and make it look pretty. But the amount of things that we are consuming is bountiful today. I mean, tomorrow's supposed to be the day where we stuff ourselves to the point of being sick.
This is how you get ready for that.
We're going to double dip, it looks like. What an amazing job Great American Restaurants and Stupid Good Barbecue did. So thank you. I reached out to them about this event, and they kind of went from there, and we could not be more impressed.
Just second deck bolt after bolt after bolt. Everything's incredible, obviously, and there is an astounding amount of food. So we will be eating well.
All right, Danny, we are on to round number 2 at this point. So this will be picks 6 through 10 of the 5-round Grant and Danny Thanksgiving Food Draft. So a quick recap for people just joining us, Danny, from round 1, if you would.
Toby, mashed potatoes. Pick 2, Danny, stuffing. Pick 3, Ryan, mac and cheese. Spoiler alert, a bizarre trade offer, then rescind to follow. Darius, deviled eggs at pick 4. Grant, prime rib at pick 5. We are now on to the first pick of the second round. Pick 6, Grant Harrison Paulson.
Yeah, I'd like to make a quick phone call, if you don't mind. I'd like to call Toby Altizer, actually.
Oh, man.
Toby, I'm not sure. You haven't been doing anything for a while, so I don't know if you're, since you pick one, if you've fallen asleep waiting to come back on the snake. How are you?
Doing great, Grant. What's going on?
You haven't picked in a while, huh, bud?
It's been a little while.
Okay. I would like to give you pick number 6 right here for picks 10 and 11, if you're willing to do that.
Interesting. I probably need another pick in return. Doesn't necessarily need to be your third, but I probably need another pick in return.
Okay. I'll give you pick 25 that ends the draft in round 5.
I'm going to need earlier than that.
That's real interesting. Don't think I can do that. 6 and 25, final and best.
I'm going to pass.
Okay, very good. I'd like to call Danny Rouillet, please. I think it's called Danny Rouillet.
Yo!
Hey, it's Trade Down Paulson. How's it going?
Hey, Trade Down Paulson. What's up, bro?
Yeah, trading down, best philosophy. We all know that.
Yep, sure.
Grant Peters would like to give you 6 for 9 and 12. That's 6 for 9 and 12, if you would be willing to do it.
I am interested in that, actually. I could do 6 for 9 and 12. I will need you to pin the tweet, though. Could I get 6? You can have 6.
Not happening.
If I can get 9, 12 in 1 week, starting from the moment you pin it, of the tweet that I laid out for you.
Nope.
Okay, then no.
All right.
Thanks so much for calling, though.
Very good.
Good to hear from you.
Great to hear from you as well.
Absolutely.
I suppose then one more phone call. Darius, I'm calling you. This is Dad. I'm calling you. Notice I'm not calling Ryan anymore. He's dead to me.
You don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, making an offer and rescinding it after I accepted it. That's the biggest thing that you can't do. Darius, how are you?
This is Dad. How's it going?
I'm doing very well. I'd like to move back one spot to pick number 7. I will give you pick number 6. And to do so, I would like the 14th pick in the draft.
Which is round 3?
That's right. Round 3.
Okay. So let's go over those details again.
Yeah, so you would move up one pick and I get pick 14.
It's not bad. Not bad. Yeah, you know what? Let's do it.
I robbed him blind. Let's go. How bad is that trade for him? That's a terrible trade. Let me call Danny to get his thoughts on this. Thank you. You've accepted. I appreciate that. Danny.
Hello.
How do you like that deal?
Why are you listening to him?
This is great.
You have to get something back.
Did I mishear the trade details?
No, you moved up a pick.
I did.
And you gave your 3rd round pick up.
Oh, all right. Well, there we go. I botched.
You just gave it up
for
one spot.
This is why you make calls, because you just never know.
Because somebody might panic.
I mean, what does Vic think about this? Vic Mayock. What do you think about the deal?
That might be the worst trade, I think, in the history of this draft.
That's incredible.
You have to make him pin a tweet or something. You know what I mean? Like, you got to get him.
Yep.
So let me just put
I got
14. So now I've got 3 straight picks at the end of next round. Let's go. All right, Dad, you are on the clock. So this is the item that you wanted so badly.
You had to move up to get it, I guess.
Spot. Here we go.
Congratulations on that one, Grant. You
Thank
pulled
you,
off
buddy.
the robbery of the century, and I will forever get clowned by it. I can't wait to hear the callers and when they call later and tell me how stupid I am. The pick is in. The stupid pick that I'm taking that I moved up for will be Ham. Ham, welcome to the team.
We moved up for Ham.
I moved up for Ham, and I now look stupid. And
That's a
I
terrible
am
feeling.
So happy that everybody's going to call in and tell me how dumb I am later.
Man, that's tough. Dad moved up the board for Ham.
Yep.
Ham was the pick for Dad. All right, very good. So Darius took Ham. Okay. I can respect your hustle there.
It's a protein. Element ham.
It is a protein.
Sure.
Very much a protein. I believe I'm now on the clock since we swapped. Is that correct?
That would be correct, as you robbed me blind.
Yes. I believe the pick is indeed in. I will be selecting Hasselbeck potatoes. This is Hasselbeck potatoes. These are crispy baked potatoes, sliced and crunchy, that are served generally with something delicious like a red meat. And since I have prime rib, I'm now adding a potato with my meat. I'll go with Hasselbeck potatoes. Thank you, Darius, for doing business.
You're welcome. Congratulations.
You're welcome. Thank you. Ryan, you are up with pick number 8 overall, your second selection.
We're running to the board. Pick is in. We're going to go with turkey. What is Thanksgiving dinner without turkey? Got to me in the second round there. I'm thinking of fried turkey as well. That's going to be a dang good plate. Mac and cheese and turkey. I've got my eyes on something in round 3.
You've accidentally landed 2 really good items.
Great.
Not that turkey standalone is any good, but
a fried turkey's pretty good.
Pretty fine.
Good.
No doubt. Pick number 9 is Danny Rouillet.
The pick is in. Pumpkin pie, please. Pumpkin pie.
Ooh, do we have a run here, Danny, on desserts, do you think?
I don't think the run is going to start right now, but we wanted to make sure that we got it in case that was something that Toby was interested in.
Toby has 2 picks back-to-back, 10 and 11 to end round 2. This is pick number 10, Tobes. Get it started.
All right, I'm going to go with a nice complimentary piece. Give me cornbread. We'll go nicely with my mashed potatoes.
Now, remember, you do have a roll already. You're adding cornbread to the plate, though.
Yes, I will have cornbread. That'll go well. I do need to find a way to get some proteins. That may be something that goes on the board a little bit later. But I'm happy with cornbread and mashed potatoes.
As well, you should be. You now have the first pick of round 3, pick number 11.
So there's a lot of places I could go here, but Danny started the run on desserts, and I don't want to get left without a dessert. Even though I'm not necessarily the biggest fan, I do like this dessert. Give me apple pie.
Very American of you, Toby.
Apple pie.
Apple pie. So 2 pies are off the board. Now, as someone who will never eat a pie and doesn't like pie, I hope a lot more pies get drafted. It's like, you know, cornerback. I'm loaded at corner. It's a corner class. The more corners that go, the better off I'm going to be, right? Apple pie. We're on into round 3. What's Kuiper got on apple pie to kick off the third round?
Obviously, versatile player, can go July 4th, can go various holidays. This is an excellent pie. Some people like to leave the skin on the apples. That's probably the wrong way to do it. The key is the crust. You get a good crust, good crumble on top of that. Next thing you know, apple pie is delicious. It usually sells better. A lot of the other pies, cherry pie kind of stinks. Under talked about. I'm not even sure what mincemeat is, to be honest with you. We really like apple pie. Good value there, round 3, boom.
12th pick overall. Second pick, round 3, working our way back down the snake. Danny Rouillet, who's got stuffing and pumpkin pie, is on the board.
So this is not the spot I wanted to be in. I was hoping the cornbread was going to come back to me. I have an idea. I'm going to try it now. Go ahead. Chocolate chip cookies, please. Chocolate chip cookies.
Ooh,
I'm
you're
hoping
going 2 desserts.
hoping that phone rings.
It might. It might not ring just yet, but it might ring later, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
So you have pumpkin pie and chocolate chip cookies on your plate.
I do.
With stuffing.
I do.
You have a nubs plate. I mean, don't get me wrong. Chocolate chip cookies are great. Pie's terrible. Stuffing's great. But you don't have anything that matches or goes together.
That's right.
You're going to put stuffing right on the cookies?
No. Keep them separate.
Very good.
Can't let them touch.
We are back to Ryan, pick 13, pick 3, round 3. Ryan's got mac and cheese and turkey. He's got a nicely formed plate working despite completely backtracking on a trade offer at one point. Ryan, what's up?
Oh, I feel so good right now. And I feel even better about this pick unless anyone wants to call me. But if not, the pick is in. Sweet potato casserole. Oh, do I love you. You are my favorite dish. You were my favorite dish in the combine. You were my favorite dish in last year's draft. Sweet potato casserole. Nice little sweet mix in there. It is incredible. Incredible. Round 3 pick, I've got sweet potato casserole.
Very good. I now have 3 consecutive picks. This would be Darius's spot to choose, but because Darius was so desperate to go up and get ham, he will not be picking again for a little while.
The tweets are already flying in and letting me know how dumb I am. Thank you.
Can you read a couple of them for us? I'd love to see one of those tweets. Hear one of them.
Yeah. One of them is, Darius, what are you doing? Are you Ernie Grunfeld? There's that one.
That's a good
That's
tweet.
fun.
Darius Grunfeld.
Darius, can I just have $11?
I mean,
For
you might
nothing
as
in
well.
return?
I'm being robbed of everything at this point. So
Pick number 14. This is Darius's pick, not mine, but I'll be making it.
My God.
All right, the pick is in. I would like to go with corn pudding. Which I find to be a delicious side item that'll go well on my plate. Pick number 15, since I have 3 straight picks, I will now take the next selection, pick 15. I would like to go with crispy Brussels sprouts. I will take crispy air-fried Brussels sprouts for my plate with pick 15. I'm curious to get some thoughts on this from Vic Mayock. What do you think of how that round ended with me going back-to-back corn pudding and Brussels sprouts?
Well, personally, I think those are terrible picks.
Okay.
I mean, just god-awful. Sorry.
Right.
I mean, you had everything in your hands.
You'd be surprised with what's left. I mean, there's not a whole lot out there.
And you kind of just threw it away. Where's the dessert here?
There's still picks to be made, my friend.
I mean, unless you're planning on making a call here, I need a dessert.
You may get one. What does Kuiper have to say about how round 3 just went apple pie, chocolate chip cookies, sweet potato casserole, and then corn pudding and Brussels sprouts?
Obviously, we're talking about the big value here, big lack of value. No picks for Darius. Gave away his pick for absolutely nothing. A terrible move. Probably go down in history. It's up there with the most ignominious, whatever the word is, terrible trades of all time. Paulson, there goes corn pudding. Delicious, delicious food stuff. Brussels sprouts, undrafted free agent. Great. Nobody likes him except for him. He always orders them when we go out on the road. He gets them. Can't believe it. Nobody else wants them. He keeps eating them. Other people are like, do you want any Brussels sprouts? Everyone's like, no, thank you. I'll pass. Rather have cornbread. He's always eating the Brussels sprouts. He likes them. Nobody else does. Maybe it fits his scheme or design. Back to you, Boom.
I am ready to kick off round 4, which we'll have to do next in our 5-round draft. We're coming down the stretch on the Grant
You have
and
so many
Danny
picks.
Thanksgiving Day food draft. Darius Dameron will make another pick at some point unless that phone doesn't ring and he doesn't give it away. It is the Grant and Danny Thanksgiving Food Draft live on 106.7 The Fan. We do it on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving every single year. 3 rounds down, 2 to go. Toby had the first pick. He's got mashed potatoes, cornbread, and apple pie. Danny had the second pick. He's got stuffing, pumpkin pie, and chocolate chip cookies. It's quite a plate. Ryan with pick 3, mac and cheese, turkey, and sweet potato casserole. Darius had the 4th pick. Got It's a tough draft for Darius. Deviled eggs. Then traded up from 7 to 6 to get ham. So he's got ham and deviled eggs. And then he lost his 3rd round pick in that trade. Moved up 1 pick, and I took pick 14 off of his hands for him and just made a selection. So Darius now has deviled eggs and ham. I've got prime rib, Hasselbeck potatoes, Brussels sprouts, and corn pudding. And I will now be picking at number 16 to kick off round 4. Round 4 begins right now. With the first pick of... Oh, the phone is ringing.
What?
See what we got here. Hello?
Grant, how we doing?
Hey, pal.
How we doing?
My old friend. What offer will you make?
Has he lost his privilege to make a trade offer?
It seems that way.
No. I like this pick right here. This is great value, I think. I got a couple different guys. Yeah. I want your 16th pick, Grant. I also want your final pick. I will give you my final 2 picks. We'll do trade swaps. Just like that. Pick swaps. You want my next pick?
So you want me to move down 2 picks this round to move up 2 picks in the last round? You think I'm Darius? No, I'm not doing that.
You sure about that?
Yeah, pretty sure.
Okay.
That was
Goodbye.
the big offer?
That was the offer.
Danny, that's a tough offer.
Do you want to worsen your position with not much return?
Right.
No? Okay.
It's not like I'm moving up to get mashed potatoes. I'm picking a bunch of things right now that are like, I'm not so sure. All right. Without further ado, I suppose I'm ready to make my pick. I will take mashed cauliflower. Mashed cauliflower. This is like mashed potatoes, but slightly different. This is mashed cauliflower. That way I will have my consistency of the mashed potatoes that I want, and I will take mashed cauliflower with pick number 1 of round 4. Pick 17 overall.
Is it still you?
No, Darius has another pick now, believe it or
Are you
not.
sure it's not your turn still?
I actually have a pick here. Isn't that crazy?
You didn't like my mashed cauliflower.
No,
pick.
that would have gotten back to you every round for the rest of
It
time.
did, but I kind of know where I'm going with my Mr. Irrelevant already.
No, enjoy your mashed cauliflower. You were gonna have to fight anybody for that one.
Absolutely. It's very, very delicious. Very wonderful. Pick 17 is now happening.
And the pick is in. Oh, what is this?
Don't do it, Darius. I'm telling you right now.
Goodness, man. Hello.
Darius. Hey, bud.
Hi, Grant.
I'd like your 17th pick. I don't want to give anything up, but I just want the pick.
I wish I had a sounder for clicking the phone off,
Okay.
but I don't, so I'm just going to hang up on you.
All right. Anybody else want to try to get Darius's pick for nothing?
He's Darius Dameron, 36 years old, 6 foot tall, 214 pounds, and he's about to get robbed.
He's about to get robbed. All right, Dad. Thanks.
Yeah, whatever. The pick is in. With our 4th round pick, we will take collard greens off the board. Collard greens will be coming to Team Darius to add to our sides, along with our ham and deviled eggs.
Have you gotten collard greens in the past?
I have not.
You know, you often hear from people that are very upset at you that you don't get collard greens.
I often do, and this is for them.
This is
Now they'll
this
still
is for
call
them.
and Joan
For who
because I
exactly?
traded away my pick. But
Who is them exactly?
just the various people that call every year that say, Darius, what are you doing? You stink at doing this. Why are you not drafting these particular foods? It's just those folks.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're out there somewhere.
They're out there.
All right, very good. Ryan, you have the 18th pick, middle of round 4.
That was a trick up my sleeve. I was going to go collard greens, but I can't. But we're happy. The pick is in. Pecan pie. Pecan pie is an awesome dessert. It's great. We should eat it all year round. And if you have that thing homemade, It's amazing. And
Oh,
what's
sure.
better on Thanksgiving? Pecan pie. Come my way.
Pecan pie
Well,
is the
pecan
right way
pie.
to go. Pick number 19. This is pick number 4 of 5 in round 4.
Pick is in. I have maneuvers, don't need to make them. I will be selecting chicken. Chicken. Give me a roast chicken for
Chicken
Thanksgiving.
is a good play. Absolutely. I thought about chicken with pick 16.
Mhm.
Very, very good value on chicken. Pick number 20. We are looking for pick number 20. This would be Toby.
This is
He's got
Toblerone.
mashed potatoes, cornbread, and apple pie. No mains for Tobes at all. Toby, what do you got?
Yeah,
at pick 20.
Yeah, the pick is in unless there are phone calls. Give me green bean casserole with the 20th pick, please.
Green bean casserole.
Green bean
Now,
casserole.
before I make my 21st selection, I'd like to make a phone call.
Oh, Toby.
here we go.
He's doing his thing.
Who's he calling?
Ryan Clary, would you be interested in green bean casserole and apple pie for turkey?
Green bean casserole and apple pie.
Wow. So just so people know, he took green bean casserole at 20 and apple pie at 11, and he's trying to get item turkey, which went 8th overall. So it'd be 11 and 20 for 8. Very reasonable trade on the Jimmy Johnson food chart.
Toby. You know what, Toby? You know what? You don't have a deal. You should have drafted turkey. You should have drafted turkey. You should have drafted turkey. No deal. No deal.
Wow.
That puts a foil in some plans. Can I have another phone call, please?
Toby still got no meat on that plate. He's a vegan.
Darius, I know you need to recoup some value. Same offer for ham.
Okay.
So that'd be apple pie and
Green bean casserole for ham straight up.
Now, ham, 7th overall. Apple pie, 11. Green bean casserole, 20. So Darius's plate would be deviled eggs with collard greens and apple pie and green bean casserole.
respectfully, Tobes, I will have to decline.
Oh, Toby's
We
in a
can't give
bad
up
way right
protein.
now. Toby might be having a meatless Thanksgiving.
Well, so here's the difficulty, and I may need to. Is it okay if I phone a friend, Vic Ferreira or Vic Mayock, to get
Yes.
some advice here?
Vic Mayock is available.
Is that allowed?
Sure. Why
Yeah,
not?
what's up there, Topes?
Do I need to have a meat and go with the original venison, or can I take another dessert and live with the fact that I'm not going to have meat on Thanksgiving?
Well, you have to have meat on Thanksgiving here, so you're gonna have to find a way to wiggle your way into that. I would see if Mr. Danny is open for a
Can
trade.
you, I got to make a phone call to Vic real quick.
What's up, Grant?
Make sure Toby knows duck is still on the board. If he likes duck, there is still duck on the board.
We'll do. We'll low. Topes, where you at? You there?
Yeah. The pick is in.
All right, Tobes.
I'm not thrilled with this, but we're not having any meat on Thanksgiving. Give me a
Wow.
strawberry pretzel dessert.
A what?
A strawberry pretzel.
I don't even know what
It's
that
a
is.
It's a staple that I make every single year for Thanksgiving. It's a little pretzel with butter and sugar baked at the bottom with a cream cheese filling and strawberry jello on the top.
I kind of want to throw up the challenge flag on this one. I've never heard of this on a
What
Thanksgiving
we said
dinner.
yesterday, all desserts are on the table. We
Okay.
came up with that
All
idea.
right. All
I
right.
have this every year at Thanksgiving. I make it every year.
So here's Toby's here's his plate. First plate that's full that people will be voting on. Mashed potatoes, cornbread, apple pie, green bean casserole, strawberry pretzel dessert. Brings us to Danny, who's got stuffing, pumpkin pie, chocolate chip cookies, and chicken. Final pick, Danny.
Pick is in. Biscuits. Biscuits. Come on down, please.
Dude, you just went through the whole draft with no crazy tomfoolery.
Yeah, I'm annoyed. I had great plans
Let's hear
and
it for Danny, guys.
worst draft ever.
I thought this was the
Most
you were
depressing.
waiting all along to
No.
do something crazy.
Multiple scenarios would have had to occur. One of them did, but we didn't quite get there.
Wow, Danny, I'm so proud of you, buddy.
Don't be.
You didn't ruin it.
No. It has been ruined. It's just I drafted mashed potatoes. Like, that's not fun.
But your
What's
plate is nubs.
What's fun is being an innovator. What's fun is being a genius that's persecuted in his own time. That's fun.
How do you feel about your plate?
It's fine.
Stuffing, pumpkin pie, chocolate chip cookies, chicken, and biscuits.
It's all delicious things that I would eat. But yeah, it's fine. I don't think it's the best plate.
Ryan, you're Mr. Irrelevant. You've got mac and cheese, turkey, sweet potato casserole, pecan pie, and now the final pick of your draft, pick 23 out of 25.
Yeah, we got our Brock Purdy here. Scallop potatoes. Round 5. Scallop potatoes.
Good value.
That is tremendous cheese and potato. Come on.
Ryan might have accidentally stubbed his toe into a pretty good plate here.
He's got a great plate.
I mean, he had to back out on a deal. I don't know if you guys have heard about that or not, but it did happen.
He saved himself from himself right there.
What do you make so far, Mr. Kuiper, of Darius Dameron's draft?
I'm not really sure what the strategy is. There's a reason they're picking at the top of the board nearly every year. Seems to be confused. It's a lack of cohesiveness. You're not sure who's making one pick. Is one guy coming off the yacht to make a pick? Is it a general manager who's messing up? A coach is on a different timetable? These are not great picks from Darius Dameron right now, Boom.
All right, deviled eggs, ham, collard greens. What are you finishing your plate with?
The pick is in. We are finishing with a dessert. It is the number 1 dessert on the Chris and Hyattsville big board for the Thanksgiving draft. We are taking cheesecake. Cheesecake will be the dessert of choice.
Oh, okay. I'd like to see more of this Chris and Hyattsville big board.
It's a good breakdown. It's one of those scouting services that not everyone pays for.
Next year, we need to do a best available scrolling the whole time on YouTube of Chris and Hyattsville's best available trays. I will end the draft then after your cheesecake pick with my own dessert.
Well, don't you have like 6 more picks?
I do. I'll be taking delicious chocolate brownies. I'm going with brownies as my final pick. So I will end with prime rib, Hasselbeck potatoes, corn pudding, Brussels sprouts, mashed cauliflower, and brownies. There you go. We're going to post these plates for you to go vote right now. Facebook.com/Grant and Danny. Also on Twitter. See who you guys think won our Thanksgiving food draft, an annual tradition. And again, a huge thank you to Stupid Good Barbecue and the Great American Restaurants.
The best.
For an amazing spread. If you want to order last minute any sides, any foods for your Thanksgiving spreads from them, you can do that. It's Stupid Good Barbecue site right now. G&D coming back with your Blitz and a Paisanos gift card for a listener next.
Brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. Commanders back after the bye, and guess who else is back? Quarterback Jaden Daniels, even though he's unlikely to play Sunday night, is back at practice for the Commanders.
Day-by-day process, just kind of just getting back in the rhythm of things, the flow of things.
Capitals are back in action tonight. They picked things up, winning 4-5. Caps at home against the Winnipeg Jets, 7 p.m. for Caps hockey here in the Fan. Big day in college basketball, Virginia Tech, Colorado State, an hour away from their tip-off, the battle for Atlantis in the Bahamas. That's at 5 p.m. on the Team 980. Maryland plays again tonight. More late-night Terps against number 8 Alabama. Another midnight tip-off in Vegas over on the Team 980. Baldino's Lock and Keys, your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete with 9 area locations around Virginia and Maryland. Stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Beltway Blitz coming up on the Caps, the Wiz, and the Commanders. Capitals play tonight, and they're hot. The Wizards got their first ever NBA Cup win last night, and the Commanders are getting ready for Sunday Night Football with the Denver Broncos. All coming up on G&D's Beltway Blitz. Caller 10 right now at 800-636-1067. Congrats, you're winning a $50 Paisanos gift card. Black Friday isn't just for big box chaos. Paisanos dropping their own deal. Use promo code BLACK50 and get 50% off all pizzas and all of their items all weekend long, this Friday through Sunday. So enjoy it and enjoy that gift card if you're caller 10. Let's get to our Beltway Blitz. Caps Jets tonight, 7 o'clock, 3 hours from now. They'll drop the puck right here on the Fan. Ethan Cadeau of Monumental Sports joins us. Ethan, they're playing a lot better of late, huh?
Yeah, it seems like the last 2 weeks, Ovi's been scoring goals. Guys are stepping up in roles they maybe weren't pegged to be in at the beginning of the year, and they're playing their best hockey of the season. So hopefully they can keep it going tonight against the good Winnipeg team that's missing the 2-time Vezina winner in Hellebuck. So it should be a good matchup. Looking forward to it.
Seems like things have opened up a bit in terms of both scoring, goals that they're scoring, but also goals allowed and chances for the opponent. They were a pretty buttoned-up defensive team through the first, a few weeks of the season. Kind of where are we at on that? Give me a State of the Union on just sort of the style of play.
Yeah, I would say at the beginning of the year, the team's shooting percentage as a whole was really low. They just weren't getting any puck luck, which was kind of the opposite of everything that they got last year. The last few weeks, it's really been turning around. A lot more pucks are going in. And Spencer Carberry even said it this morning, like some of the lines are not playing as well as they had been earlier in the year, but they're scoring. And when you score, that covers up a lot of the other deficiencies you may have. Whereas when you're not scoring, say you make 12 good plays in a row, but you make one bad play on the 13th and it's the puck in the back of the net, that's what matters the most. So I think as long as they're scoring, they're going to be okay. I mean, obviously they're winning a lot more than they were at the beginning of the year, but the goaltending's still great. The defense, it's been better the last few games. It did hit a little bit of a hiccup a little bit ago, but I think they're trending in the right direction, moving up in the standings and kind of returning to the team or close to the team that we saw last year.
Ethan Cadeau of Monumental Sports. The Winnipeg Jets tonight, Maple Leafs on Friday, Islanders on Sunday. I don't want to say it's a soft schedule, but this is definitely a chance to put some hay in the barn, isn't it?
100%. I mean, I just mentioned it, but no Connor Hellebuck tonight. That's huge going up against the Winnipeg's backup goaltender. Toronto on Friday, they haven't been playing great at all. I did see Austin Matthews was activated off IR, so he should be coming back. That should be tough. And then the Islanders, I mean, that's a team you just got to beat. I know it's been close games the last few times they've played, but if the Caps want to be where the Caps want to get this year, that's a team they definitely have to win against.
How settled do we feel like the lines are at this point? I know there's always jockeying and changing based on injury and play, but do we feel like these are the combos that Carberry and company are going to go with?
Yes, until a few bad periods or shifts pile up. Because one thing I've learned about Spencer Carberry over the 3 years he's been here, he's not afraid to shift things up. I mean, even 10 days ago, if you had suggested that Justin Sordiff would be playing top 6 center minutes, everyone would have looked at you crazy. But now he's one of their most important people and kind of making that line buzz with Protas and Wilson when the line was struggling earlier in the year. So the lines look a lot different now than they did on opening night. And I do think by April 15th or whenever the season ends, they might look a lot different too. But I think that's one thing that Carberry's been really good at is adjusting lines on the fly and kind of working with different combos to try and find what works. So right now, I think they're in a little bit of groove where they have 4 lines they're comfortable rolling out. But I mean, once Nick Dowd returns, hopefully soonish, I know he was just put on IR, but it doesn't seem like that's a long-term thing. And then when Dubois does eventually return later in the year, things will definitely look different. But right now, I can't imagine them making any immediate shifts or switches unless they go down 4-0 and he's trying to find a spark or something.
Ethan, is this the end of the road for Ovi, do you think, final season?
I have no idea. I wish I knew the answer to you. And one thing I do know, he loves coming to the rink every day. And, I mean, he can score goals still with the best of them. So that's for him to tell. I'm not sure.
But what's your best guess? Do you think he'll play again after this season?
I wish I had a best guess. I truly don't know.
In terms of who needs to pick it up a little bit, is there anybody that comes to mind? I mean, obviously they've been rolling a little bit here lately. One loss kind of notwithstanding over their last handful of games. But is there somebody you'd kind of go, hey, man, whenever you get a chance, let's pick up the business a little bit?
One guy I feel like maybe hasn't matched the production numbers-wise from last year so far has been Alexi Protas. I mean, he scored 30 goals last year. That's a big mark, and it sets an expectation, fair or unfair, that he can be a 30-goal scorer in the NHL. He's obviously not on pace for that right now, but I do think his line with Sordiff and Wilson is looking a lot better right now, and hopefully that turns into production soon.
Thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Yeah, appreciate you.
Let's talk hoops. Dejan Todd, who covers the Wizards for Monumental Sports, joins us now. The boys got a win in the NBA Cup, huh? Finally.
First win in NBA Cup history for the Wizards, which is crazy because it was their 10th attempt at doing so, but second win on the season, and, it's pretty easy to win when C.J. McCollum drops 46 points. So a good win, and hopefully they can build on it with a second consecutive win because they play the Pacers on Friday, and the Pacers are struggling too. But definitely a good win last night, guys.
I was going to say, that's all it took, right, was 46 from some C.J. McCollum. but shtick aside, there's no Trey Johnson for a little while. I'm really, really bummed about that. But, so more minutes, more important, maybe, for McCollum to score for them. But what can you tell us about Trey Johnson, and when's he going to be back?
Yeah, so Brian Keefe told us at practice 2 days ago that he has a strained left hip flexor, and it was actually something that Johnson has been dealing with since he was at Texas last year. He actually played with it through Summer League and through the first dozen or so games of this season. And that probably explains why he didn't play as many minutes as a lot of fans would have expected to start the year out, because he was playing through some pain. But the Wizards decided to shut him down for the time being. He's going to be reevaluated in a couple weeks. So I'm guessing by mid-December they're going to have him back. And if not then hopefully by Christmas. But he'll be out for the next handful of games here.
The C.J. McCollum breakout performance was phenomenal, but there are other things that matter more, like Alex Sarr's development. And he played awesome last night. I mean, a little bit silly that people were chanting MVP, but hey, Wizards fans got something to be excited about, so I'm happy for them. How about the way he's developing?
Yeah, I can't remember the last time MVP chance broke out for a Wizards player at Cap One. That was pretty incredible. 27 points, 11 rebounds for him. Also going up against a guy who's bigger than him in Kristaps Porzingis. And I asked him about that after the game. I was like, does that change your approach at all when you're going up against someone huge like that? And he's like, no, I kind of just treat everybody the same. I want to be aggressive. And his aggression has been the best thing about his development because he's starting to play in the paint, like he's 7 feet tall, which he is. He's starting to be a lot more aggressive defensively as well. And I agree with you, Grant, that his development both offensively and defensively, along with Keyshawn George, I would say, is the two best elements of the Wizards season thus far.
Bijan, open-ended question here. What's Bilal Coulibaly's game? Like, I enjoy watching him. He's fast. It seems like he's going to be a pain in the butt on defense. I don't know what he is, though. And maybe does that matter?
I think it does matter, and it's a fair question, Danny, because I think the Wizards themselves are trying to figure that out. I think first and foremost, he's going to be that first line of perimeter defense.
Yep.
Like he held the Hawks' best player, Jalen Johnson, to 7 points, 7 assists, 7 rebounds last night, and that's a huge reason why they won. He held him to 3 of 12 shooting. So when you take that out, when you take a Bilal Coulibaly out, it has massive reverberations throughout the rest of the team because other guys are going to need to step up defensively. When you put him in, makes everybody else at ease on the perimeter especially. So defensively, we know what he can be. Offensively, that's where the questions develop. Can he be a guy who you can give the ball and have him create his own shot? He hasn't showed a huge amount of that thus far in his career, but that's something that he can certainly develop. his shooting numbers this season are actually pretty good. Like he's being moderately efficient for a player in his third year. And as David Aldridge would tell you, the third year is the year where you can pretty much tell what a player is going to be. So we're going to see where his development takes him the rest of the year. But defensively, that's where he stands right now. That's his main gig.
John, thank you. We appreciate you.
Thank you, guys. Happy Thanksgiving.
You too, bud.
Got it. Happy Thanksgiving to you. Let's round out the Beltway Blitz talking football. Our guy, Chris Russell. We just a minute ago, we were packing up some of the food here because we got this amazing spread from the Great American Restaurants and Stupid Good Barbecue today. They've got all of your Thanksgiving needs covered, by the way, if you want to go to them for any sides this weekend. But we're packing some things in the refrigerator. We're walking through the hallway, and then I look out the window, and there was Russell knocking on the door. I said, Russell, what are you doing? He said, I heard you guys had some Stupid Good Barbecue, so he came to make a plate.
The smell, the odor, not odor, the
Odor.
aroma.
The aroma.
Aroma is what he wanted to say.
Luann
Was
aroma.
Waffling, the Luann aroma was waffling onto Half Street. So I decided, you know what? I got to go see my boys. I got to go get some Stupid Good Barbecue. And God, was it good.
Pork smash, chili smash.
I love restaurants that have creative menu items.
Yeah.
I've never heard of pork smash, brisket smash, chili smash. I'm going to smash some of it.
It's so good, buddy.
So can I pick a bone super quick? Waffling is what Ryan Clary did when he offered a trade to Grant and then took it back. You're looking for the word wafting. So the waffle means you don't know what you're doing. You can't make up your mind. The smell had its mind made up just fine. It was wafting.
It was wafting. Yeah, I don't want to say. Oh, I want to say aroma wafting.
Wafting.
The odor was waffling.
The odor was waffling. The odor could offer to trade, then took it away.
Yeah, that's fair. Anyway, you guys are so lucky. You guys are so fortunate. Thank you for being nice enough to share a little bit of it with me. And it's good to see you guys. Happy Thanksgiving.
Well, we're thankful for your palship, for sure. Hey, Rini, is Jaden Daniels going to play in Minnesota a week from Sunday?
I get the sense that is at best 50-50 right now. I know you guys are going to that game, correct?
We will
Yes.
be, thanks to the good people over at our law firm, Condorian Murdoch.
Yeah,
We're Minnesota guys.
That's one of the stadiums that I have not seen because I was unfortunately present at the Hubert H. Humphrey Metrodome when too many times. Almost got into a fight with a dude there
I
in the
was
press
there for
box.
that near
Yes,
fight.
yes, that was fun.
That was fun.
I forgot his name, but he
I know his
eventually
name.
Was it a press box fight or a
Yeah,
press box to
no,
fan
he-
fight?
He
No,
got
that was
into
press
it with
box fight.
Ben Gessling.
Ben Gessling, that's right. He used to work here, right?
He covered the Nats at one point in time.
Yeah, he was a jerk that night. Anyway, so I've never gotten to US Bank Stadium. I don't know if Jaden Daniels is going to be there either. Just from the standpoint of, guys, if he's not physically cleared to take on contact, which there's no contact in practice, we've got to get to a point where he's physically and medically cleared for contact. But I don't know how they do that, right? Is it just, all of a sudden he's got a certain range of motion in his elbow? All of a sudden, if we brace him up, it's not going to be anything that's going to happen. I don't know how they exactly determine that. To me, that seems a little bit confusing and maybe something that's going to be a little bit more shrouded in secrecy, a little bit shrouded in mystery, the unknown, what have you, because there's no real way they can know if Jaden Daniels is 100% safe to play, right? Because there's no way they can possibly tell whether he's going to brace his elbow or not, or fall awkwardly or get dragged down because he doesn't get rid of the football or whatever the case might be. So I think this is going to take a little bit more time than people want it to. My guess is, at this point, not my Ben Gessling, he stinks. My guess is that this is going to take to the Giants at MetLife Stadium before we see Jaden Daniels.
Russell, I know you're known as a borderline team representative, and it's never the coach's fault, and the organizational knows best.
Borderline team representative.
Help me.
I like how you phrase that.
No, I'm saying not exactly one, but like borderline, like you live
You're not
right
an
next door. to him.
employee, but you're a part-time
I mean, it's so
employee.
funny for all the criticism that I got over so many years of bashing their brains out that I'm now a borderline team
Yeah, I
representative.
mean, it was a gentle bashing.
Yes.
But the point of the dude's story is, as you are adjacent to the lot that is the team and their messaging,
Yes.
help me understand the upside of why they do their injury messaging the way that they do. In other words, I understand you can't give everything away, right? But if you set a date and then that day it turns out it's not going to happen, you go, hey, man, it didn't work. We're going to need another week. everyone's mad for 10 seconds, but then they move on. They leave this kind of open ended, like the return to play metrics, John, and like
we're not going to miss a step.
We're not going to miss a step. Like, what does it mean?
Yeah.
What's the upside? Help me understand.
Just the ambiguity is confusing. There's no doubt about it. I guess the only thing that I could say is if you say, hey, on December 1st, by December 1st, I'm gonna lose 5 pounds, and you lose 3 pounds, then what are you considered? You're a failure, or you're wrong, or whatever. And I guess they feel by keeping it cloudy, by keeping it shrouded in some sort of mystery, that they don't stick themselves to a certain date. So everybody goes, see, you said December 1st, and here it is December 10th, and he's still not back. What are you guys doing wrong? Or is there a problem? Is he soft? Is he this? Is he that? So I get why they do that. But to your point, Danny, overall, just a little bit more transparency. Just a little bit more.
Because here's what you could do to your point.
Nice.
I understand if you go, he will be back. I'm making up a date, December 5th, and he's not. Then you go, oh, you suck. What if you just said, we're hoping to have him next week?
You could say that.
And if it doesn't, and if that doesn't happen, you didn't stick your what on the table.
Unfortunately, I think people take a lot of times we're hoping, we think, we might, whatever, some phrases like that as gospel. And they can't get off of that. So maybe they feel, whether this is a Dan Quinn thing, an Adam Peters thing, a Sean DiBiase. How do you say his last name? I love Sean, but DiBiase.
Paul DiBiase.
Yeah, Ted DiBiase, the $1 Million Man. Whether this is a Sean D thing, I don't know who's, but here's what I know. Not only is that weird, but the whole Noah Brown thing still pisses me off. I don't know how you butchered that as badly as they did. And I know Noah Brown's semi-insignificant, but I don't know how you butchered that. The Terry McLaurin thing, now he's been gone, 8 weeks this year, and you haven't put him on IR yet? I don't know. There's been just a lot of weirdness out of that place this year. Weirdness that we didn't have last year. Weirdness that, unfortunately, we're accustomed to, but weirdness that we didn't have last year.
Rini, as always, thank you for accidentally being just outside the window right when we needed you to be.
It was wafting.
For the Beltway Boys.
Wafting?
Gessling waffling.
Yes. There.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. We will take our first dive into picking tomorrow's Thanksgiving Day football games next on G&D.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here from my pals at Ted Britt Ford. Shop early, save big, Black Friday savings, but all month long at Ted Britt Ford. You can score over, get this, $26,000 off a new 2025 F-150 from Ted Britt Ford, your F-150 headquarters in Fairfax and Chantilly. Plus, that's a plus now, no payments for 90 days. That's not a deal, that's a feast. Plug in the savings on a new whip. Why are you putting the emphasis on the age? Just like mine. Grab a new 2024 Mustang Mach-E up to $10,500 off the MSRP. Plus, again, no payments for 90 days. I love that ride. You guys will love it too. How about $6,000? That's right, $6,000 off a new 2025 Ford Bronco, or close to $4,200 off a Bronco Sport. Again, both no payments for 90 days. That's well into the new year, man. And your trade-in, bet you didn't know, it's worth more now than ever. Let my guys at Ted Britt Ford show you just how much. Get top dollar value for that trade-in. Put it towards something brand spanking new. Go see my guys at Ted Britt Ford. As I said, Fairfax or Chantilly. Click away at tedbritt.com. And when you go, please tell them Danny sent you.
By Oarsman Alexandria Kia, where they like to say, let's ride together. So quarterback Jaden Daniels has returned to practice in Ashburn. Commanders coming off the bye week, Sunday Night Football against Denver. Daniels, though, not yet cleared for contact, so unlikely to play on Sunday night. Thanksgiving tripleheader tips off tomorrow, kicks off in the NFL with a different game time. Usually it's 12:30. The early game now starts 1 p.m., kickoff for Packers and Lions on the Team 980, possibly here on the Fan, depending on the Hokies basketball schedule. Virginia Tech getting set to go about a half hour away from playing Colorado State. That's on the Team 980. More late night Terps tonight. Maryland in action. Midnight tip off again for the Terps in Vegas against 8th ranked Alabama. Oarsman Alexandria Kia keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Kias, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Alexandria Kia, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
I got a tweet here from Chris in Hyattsville who says, best draft by net value. The lowest score is best. He's got Clary's Plate at minus 48. I don't know how his scoring worked exactly, but he's got Pecan Pie. I guess because it's like golf, right? So he says Pecan Pie was taken 16 slots below where it should have been taken on his big board. And so you get enough of those minuses, then the higher your minus score, the better. So he had Ryan at minus 48. Biggest reach of the draft, he says Darius taking unranked deviled eggs with the 4th pick, plus 22 in net value. Other draft notes, 9 side dishes drafted, 7 desserts drafted, 4 proteins selected, 2 breads, 2 vegetables. By the way, 2 vegetables is pretty stunning.
There are way more veggies than you'd think.
I took Brussels sprouts. What was the other vegetable?
Cauliflower.
I took both.
Yeah.
Cauliflower mash. That's not really that much of a vegetable, though. There's a lot of butter.
Pretty vegetable-y.
By the time it's all said and done, that's just mashed potatoes. Healthy.
Again, you can tell yourself whatever you have to.
1 wild card, deviled eggs. That got drafted as well. Well done. Nice breakdown from him there.
See, I like the talking head analysis,
yes,
but I also love the numbers analysis.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Data.
Yeah.
That's what you need.
Big data.
If you missed any part of our full Grant and Danny Thanksgiving food draft in the 3 o'clock hour, go back and grab the audio, podcast it wherever you get your audio. This evening, it'll be there for you. Wanted to get into the games coming up tomorrow, so let's go through them. First, the early game. Do we know why Packers-Lions got moved from noon to 1, by the way? As long as I can remember, the early Thanksgiving game started at 12 or 12:30.
So I don't have a good answer for you. I was actually trying to look that up to figure out why. No, I don't see any spokesmaning or anything like that. I'm going to do my best. I think the 8:20 game, and everybody's working back from that. Right? So your primetime game, they decided they didn't want primetime at 7 something because people are used to primetime being at 8:20, and that's the time it's got to start. So if that does that time, that means your late afternoon has got to be 4:30, which means the regular one needs to be at 1. Again, I'm not agreeing with it, but maybe that's what happened.
12:30, 4:30, 8:20.
I don't know if it's always been 8:20.
Sure it had. When else would you have started it?
The same stagger.
No, I don't think so. Because the primetime window is like Monday Night Football's 8:15 or whatever.
Yeah.
Sunday Night Football's 8:20. That's just when the night games start. East Coast. So I don't think that part has changed. Anyway, it's going to be a good game. And by the way, both teams really need it. Specifically, the Detroit Lions. News today that Frank Ragnow is going to come out of retirement. The longtime starting center for Detroit. They're having major offensive line issues, specifically on the interior. Look, the Lions lost to the Vikings. That looks really, really bad, going back less than a month ago. Then they shredded the Commanders, their only really impressive game in the last month. Then they lost to the Eagles in what was not only their worst performance, but probably the worst quarterbacking performance by anybody all season, when Jared Goff went like 9 for 61.
Yeah, it's the worst since Jared Goff in the playoffs last year.
And then that's a good bit. And then the Giants 34-27 win was an overtime game where they had to come scratching and clawing to get back into that when they were down with a couple of minutes to play.
Yeah, down most of the game.
They needed a 59-yard field goal in the final minute to send that to overtime. If Jake Bates misses, then you lose to the Giants in that game, and you've lost 3 of 4, and you're 6-5. Instead, they're 7-4 playing Green Bay. I still think that the winner of this game is probably going to win the division, respectfully to the Bears. Now, if they were to somehow beat the Eagles on Black Friday coming up in 2 days, then I'll change my opinion. But if they lose, like I think they're going to, and they're 8-4, they only play one more team that isn't a playoff team the rest of the way. I think they go 10-7. I think either Green Bay or Detroit gets to 11 wins.
So looking at both of the schedules here, for Green Bay, obviously Detroit this week we're talking about, Chicago, at Denver, Chicago again, Ravens and Vikings. Now the Vikings at the end of the season, who knows, bit of a wild card. Who knows who's quarterbacking for them at that point. But everybody else is either in the playoffs or fighting for it. Pretty tough down the stretch run here for Green Bay. Okay, look at Detroit. Obviously, again, Green Bay tomorrow. Dallas at the Rams, Steelers, Vikings, Bears. Arduous, but not as much. The games that they've lost here, I don't think there's a ton of shame in losing a one-score game to the Chiefs. They lost at Kansas City when Kansas City was pretty desperate. Again, yeah, that Minnesota one is their worst loss, and it caused play-calling duties to change. But they still haven't played all that well here of late. Kind of their blowout against Washington notwithstanding. And they're injured. They're beat up defensively. They're kind of losing a step. So I don't really trust Detroit. I feel like Green Bay isn't that great either, but I think they're going to win this division, even if they don't win tomorrow night.
Darius says he's got some info on why the game moved to 1 o'clock.
Yeah, so Roger Goodell actually announced back in April via the Pat McAfee show, oddly enough, that they did want to resemble traditional Sunday NFL windows. So that's why they have made the move. They wanted it to resemble traditional 1 o'clock, 4:25, 8:15 kickoff windows, as it would be on Sundays.
So I need that but why meme. But why? It's not Sunday. It's Thursday, and it's special, and it's Thanksgiving, and noon was perfect. That's when we need the game to start. The parade ends at 10-something. You know, people are cooking in the kitchen. There's people kind of walking around enjoying themselves. What are you looking at me weird for? What, you've never heard of the Thanksgiving Day Parade?
It ends at noon.
The Thanksgiving Day Parade?
Yeah.
Okay, all the more reason. It ends at noon, and then you click right over to the football game.
No, you need a little time in between to get stuff done. I mean, see, this is the problem. The NFL overruns everything.
God forbid you look away from the parade for 6 minutes.
That's the best
Are you
part at the
kidding
end when
me?
Santa Claus comes out.
A
and
tier
says,
3
"Oh, oh,
country
oh."
act might lip sync. We can't miss that.
Here's what happens on the parade. It's on in the background. You look up 4 times, you see something interesting, and then you look away.
This is fun. A high school marching band is going to be singing their version of Bruno Mars' Millionaire.
How many musicals
Fart noise.
performances? How many dumb musical performances does Rini need to
You
lock
can take
in
the
on
first
tomorrow?
2 hours of the parade and throw it in the trash. The last hour is great. With Santa Claus and the rest of it.
And the rest of it. It's a bunch of musical performances in musicals nobody's ever heard of.
I mean,
And it's 10 seconds of them.
By the way, it's a tradition, unlike most others.
Yes.
I will watch it. I will have it on in the room. But the idea that, like, I can't get anything done, not right now, hun. The parade is on. Are you kidding me?
I mean, you got to spend time with the kiddos. The kiddos love it, right? I mean,
they love it for the 9 seconds that Bluey's making his way down that.
I haven't met a kid that's into it. I haven't. Now, maybe it's my family, extended family. Not one of those kids that I'm aware of. Nieces, sons.
Here's what's going to happen.
Gives
I'm surprised
a buttered bleep.
I'm surprised the NFL hasn't tried to run a game opposite of the Macy's Thanksgiving.
Well, now
Day
you're
Parade.
talking. You get me out of that thing?
Let's go.
Let's
But
do it.
That means it's a morning game, Danny. We know how you feel about 9:30 a.m. football.
Listen, I'm getting in a fight either way, so I'll take football if I have to.
My kids love fleeting moments of the parade when their guys are on TV. So, like tomorrow, there's going to be some Wicked for Good performance with like Cynthia Erivo, and she's going to be singing, and my daughter's going
All Pro
to
Revo?
be absolutely.
Isn't
She's
it?
going to be locked in, right? When that happens, for about 112 seconds, we're all in. Then we're on to the next thing. Hey guys, guess what? Bluey's on TV. We're back in for about a minute, maybe less, while like Craig Melvin or someone's like, Bluey costs $8,000 and there's 1,400 pounds of air. Here's Bluey. And then and then like Chance the dog or rapper or whoever, whoever the next person
Chance
is.
the dog.
Yeah. Chance the dog will come down. So that's the parade. I mean, it just goes like that for a couple hours and it's over. But
Man,
if you're Chris Russell, only during commercial breaks,
Can't miss it.
You scurry away to do something.
Can't miss it. I'm thirsty, but I can't
You
miss who's
forget
next.
how many moms, how many women are watching that don't give a rat's ass about the stupid Detroit Lions.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about
I'm just
Why
saying,
insulting women?
I'm
What
just
happened?
saying.
Yeah, by the way, what did women do to you?
Women didn't
We're
do
a
anything.
pro-women show. Be
No,
careful.
I didn't say anything bad about women. I said you have no idea how many women are watching that show. That the parade, that's why it's 3 hours. That's why it's such a big deal. That's why it's more important than the NFL. And the NFL is trying to distance itself.
It's more
from
important
that.
than the NFL.
Yes.
Oh, get
Santa
out of
Claus
here.
coming out at the end is the best. It makes me cry every year.
What TV numbers do you think the parade does?
Oh God!
I bet you it
these
does good
ratings.
numbers. It does good numbers. I mean, because it's on in the background everywhere.
Better than
Is it on the
Lions,
Big
Packers?
Data Plus?
No,
It's not getting better numbers. Than,
no. Lions
I
Packers
guarantee
big
you
numbers.
Lions Packies is getting better numbers.
What game is gonna get the biggest numbers tomorrow? Is it Chiefs Cowboys?
Well, Chiefs Cowboys is going to get 45 plus
4
million.
o'clock window?
Or the
plus
prime
a
time
dollar.
piece.
Fake numbers, but 45 plus
I'm
million.
sure it's fake.
Yeah, it is.
The Thanksgiving Day parade. Let's see. It says one house watches it in Loudoun County. That's you, Rainey. It's your home. You're the one in
I'm
America.
the one guy
It's a
in
sample.
Loudoun
Yeah.
County.
I can't find any numbers for you.
Yeah, I've never seen ratings on that. Of course, we know ratings are full of crap, but yeah. I mean,
You know,
a lot
on
of
this
people are
end of
watching
the
that.
hall, we admire ratings. You know, we
It's the lifeblood.
We take ratings very seriously around these parts.
You do?
You be careful.
It's funny.
You watch what you say around
All
here.
right, okay.
Big ratings, guys.
I said television ratings,
Okay.
Right. Thank
not
you.
podcast ratings.
Yeah, very different. But just to go back to the original point, will you actually do a little work, Reenie, tomorrow during the parade? Or are you actually going to lock in? Like you'll have it on in the background.
Yeah, it'll be on. It'll be on, but I've got to smoke the turkey and the big green egg.
There you
And
go.
I mean, I gotta massage the sausage underneath the chicken, underneath the turkey skin. Yeah, I mean, that's what I gotta do.
I mean this is a family show. That
I'm
sounds.
telling you. I mean, it's a little. It's a little.
You take your
So
smut out of here.
AJ, the follow up to that was it's little, by the way. Think about that.
I was
for a
trying to
second.
think of what to say that was family friendly.
Yeah,
And
So you
that
just kept
It's a little. It's a
reiterating.
little sensual
that's what matters.
to massage the sausage underneath the
Chris.
breast.
My God.
I don't.
Just saying.
My
Hmm.
God.
That's real interesting.
Man.
I want to get back to the NFL.
You guys
games.
are disputing what I
We could do that next. He's Danny Rouillet, and I'm Grant Paulson. That was Chris Russell. If anybody's upset, that was Chris Russell. This is the Fan. Hey, what's up? It's GP for the FanDuel Sportsbook. This Thanksgiving, FanDuel is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called Pass the Leg. This is going to be fun. Here's how it works. Start a group build, add your pick, then pass it to your friends so they can add their pick. When everybody's done, you each lock in the group parlay with your own funds because football's better with friends and betting's better together. To make it even better, though, FanDuel's not done yet. Everybody's going to get a 50% profit boost to use on their build. It's a 50% profit boost. So grab your crew, start your build, and get in on the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. FanDuel.com/GP to get started. FanDuel.com/GP. FanDuel, play your game. Must be 21, present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER. At 6 o'clock tonight, right here on Grant and Danny, taking you up to 6:30 on the Fan. We'll catch up with one of the members of the Broncos beat to scout Denver. That is an elite defensive team. They are number 1 overall on defense. They are number 1 against the run. They're top 3 against the pass, far and away the most sacks. But their offense will keep you in the game. They've had to come from behind to win 5 of their last 8 wins in a row here. They're tied with the Patriots for the longest winning streak in football going into Sunday Night Football. So we'll get the latest on them when we scout the opponent coming up at 6.
Are we talking about football?
We are.
Football coverage on the Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
We will get back into the 3 Thanksgiving Day games tomorrow in the NFL in just a moment. I did want to bring up what better way to celebrate the holidays and what we're thankful for, I guess, than this awkward transition. But next coach fired in the NFL odds. Raheem Morris is up to number 1 on the board at -150.
Yeah.
Atlanta's in some trouble here. Now, they did get a win against the New Orleans Saints this past week with Kirk Cousins quarterbacking. They play the Jets this weekend. That's a 1 o'clock game in the Meadowlands. And that's another game they'll be favored in. They should win. The Jets are 2-9. So they just snapped finally a 5-game losing streak. And maybe if you beat the Jets after beating the Saints, back-to-back wins, the Wolves walk away from the doors where they've been howling for a little while for some changes. But Michael Penix is hurt. I think the issue is way higher than Raheem, who has not done very well. His clock management's baffling. Every time I watch them, there's something ridiculous done, and I go, come on, man, I love you. Why does it have to be so hard
to be this?
to defend you all the time? Just do things normally, right? But how does their GM, Terry Fontenot, not lose his job? You spent $100 million on Cousins, then immediately drafted Penix in the top 10, and you're not going to have a quarterback this offseason because Penix is probably not back in time for week 1. Cousins, because of the contract, has to be released. He's not going to want to come back. Not that necessarily that would be a fit anyway with their offense and Zach Robinson, although they made major changes to it to help him this week. But think about that, Danny. You're paying out the wazoo on dead money to Cousins, and you drafted Penix at 8 overall. And week 1 next year, the starter will be neither of those 2 guys probably, which means you have to bring in somebody of note. You have to bring in somebody with some acumen because you can't just have like a 3rd-string type quarterback start a month or 6 weeks at the beginning of the year until Penix is ready.
Yeah, the Cleveland Browns say hi. I mean, that's what they do. It's always something like that. They're paying 5 guys to play quarterback for them that aren't their current quarterback. So, yeah, it is a mess there. And, Raheem Morris is in charge of it. So it's probably not all his fault, I'm sure, but what it looks like, the controllables, and the way that team competes on a weekly basis, there were 2 weeks in a row with a bye week in between where you go, all right, that group's really impressive. Really give them a month from the middle of September, that weird loss to Carolina where they were terrible. So excuse that. You go, okay, they won 3 out of 4. They were dominant against Minnesota, especially defensively. They were dominant against Washington, where it was a 1-score game, but it really wasn't if you saw it. And they were dominant against the Bills. And you go, they're going places. This is happening. And then that swoon hit where they lost 5 straight games. Again, they weren't outscored by 1 million points like Washington was, but a couple different games, they were non-competitive. They got blown out by the Dolphins. You're going, I thought we turned a corner. I thought we were better than this. The answer is resoundingly, we were not. Offensively, they were broken for the better part of a month. As you said, they made some adjustments, but a little bit too little, a little bit too late.
I don't think he gets fired in season, though. I do think he loses his job at the end of the year.
I do too.
Raheem Morris ends up being on the list of guys that have been fired. So right now we've got 2 openings with Brian Daboll and Brian Callahan both fired, right? So you got the Titans and the Giants. I think Atlanta comes open. That's 3. The Bengals and Zach Taylor. Does he lose his job when they miss the playoffs after another Burrow injury?
I think so. And whether it's, again, fair or not, because Burrow was hurt and that was it, but you have to remember it wasn't really good with him, and it just sort of feels like yet another year where they get off to a horrendous start, despite him trying something different. It may be time for the organization to try something different.
I just also think that's such a great job because you have Joe Burrow. There's not a single person in the league that would turn down the Bengals head coaching job. You mean to tell me there's not a better candidate in the industry than Zach Taylor? With all the sample we have now, there's nobody that could do a better job hiring D coordinators, recruiting D coordinators, having somebody come in there that wants to work with them on the defensive side than Zach Taylor. I just think it's too good an opportunity to have an opening to say, who wants to be Joe Burrow's head coach? That's what you're looking for. If you're guys, and I don't know if Cliff Kingsbury is going to be a hot name getting interviews or not, but if you're Kingsbury or these top OCs like Ben Johnson the last couple of years, if you're leaving, which he chose not to for multiple years, which Cliff chose not to last year as the big candidate, you need to link up with a quarterback. So no one's going to say no to Joe Burrow. So I think that one becomes open. That would be 4. I think Jonathan Gannon gets fired in Arizona. He's 3-1 to be the next coach fired. I could even see that being in season if they lose 3 or 4 in a row and it gets ugly. But to me, that will be an open job at the end of the year. He's not even bad. It's not like he's been terrible. They're competitive in a lot of games, but you're spinning your tires. They're stuck in neutral.
Yeah, they're still, whatever this is, they're doing it.
I think by now, 3 years in, you should know, is this someone who could win a Super Bowl leading our program? It does not feel that way to me with Jonathan Gannon.
It does not. And again, I think it's just as much a GM issue as it is a head coach issue. So, who knows? But I mean, they've had some guys develop. I mean, Michael Wilson has come out of nowhere. He's like the new Michael Thomas, kind of 2.0, but they're not great on the other side of the ball.
You agree that he's out?
I do.
So we're at 5. Generally, there's like 7-ish, 6, 7, 8 openings in the league. The next one, 6-1 odds. Next coach fired. This is Bet Online. Kevin Stefanski.
I'm surprised he's not higher, frankly.
You've been saying all year you think he's going to get fired like every single week.
Yeah.
I actually don't think he gets fired. He's a 2-time coach of the year. They didn't have a quarterback. It's not his fault they went and got Deshaun Watson unless he was standing on the table and demanding they do that. I'll bet you he stays, especially if Shador shows something down the stretch here.
This, to me, is a lever that somebody can pull to get the blame off themselves. This is an organizational issue. I think Kevin Stefanski is perfectly fine. I don't know if he's great, bad, anywhere in between. No one can win there right now, the way that stuff is going on. Again, they're paying tens of millions of dollars to a guy that's not going to play for him.
Yeah, you bungle quarterback that badly, you have no shot.
You've got no chance. With a defense that's that good, I think it's just a lever that someone's going to pull to be like, oh, it's that guy's fault, just to buy themselves some more time.
Is Pete Carroll one and done with the Raiders? I say no way.
I don't think so.
He should be, by the way. He's the oldest coach in the NFL. They brought him in so that they didn't bottom out. They brought him in basically, let's make sure we go 9-8 and have a shot in December. Same reason you go get Geno Smith. He's been terrible. The Pete Carroll thing's not working. This has backfired. Tom Brady's first shot running a show, by the way, in an offseason could not have gone worse than what happened with the Raiders this year, who are a complete debacle. But I think Pete Carroll gets another shot and comes back next year.
I do too.
Mike McDaniel, Dolphins, yay or nay?
Fired.
I think so too. That's job number 6.
Mm-hmm.
Is Aaron Glenn one and done with the Jets?
Yes.
You think so?
I do.
Oh, wow. I say no to that.
Again, I don't think
Former
he's
player there. Good relationship with the owner, Woody Johnson. I don't think they're going to want to embarrass him like that.
I think this is how is this so bad? I need answers. Woody, I think we underestimate the irrational actor Woody Johnson factor, where he'll walk in, just be pissed off because somebody made fun of him at golf or like one of his private jets. He's like feet up with a Mai Tai and someone's busting his chops. He'll go running into the GM's office and go, what the hell's going on? And somebody's head's going to have to roll.
So we're at a half dozen or so. Is there a surprise opening in the NFL? Like, remember last year I told you that I had heard from somebody that like Todd Bowles might retire. Now, this didn't come to fruition. We never talked much about it on air. But I'd heard that Tampa job might come open. And the reason it was interesting was this person was telling me, hey, there's some scuttlebutt that maybe Bowles is done, doesn't really want to keep doing this. And if that job's open with Baker Mayfield, maybe Cliff Kingsbury, who coached him in college, would want to go to Tampa. Now, it didn't end up materializing. I did see that, what's her name? The girl that defends Shador Sanders.
Josina Anderson.
Josina Anderson. Very good. I shouldn't say the girl. Very good reporter. Very well known. But Josina Anderson says that a random head coach, like an unnamed head coach, has told her that there's a chance like he's out at the end of the year. She said it was like a long time NFL head coach. I don't even know the definition of long time. But other than like Mike Tomlin, who's one of the longest tenured coaches in the league, or John Harbaugh, like Bowles would be kind of on that next group. He's been there for 5-6 years. And the reason I bring him up is based on, the rumblings of a year ago that were kind of making their rounds. So I don't know. I wonder what that is. But there's always that one opening that you don't see coming where everybody's shocked because of either a firing or someone stepping down. Bruce Arians. There's always one.
Yeah, I'm going to throw out a couple of names. Again, this is the irresponsible, could you see this happening craziness type thing. I'm not calling it. Sean McDermott in Buffalo. It's just been a lot of time.
Yeah.
It hasn't happened. Maybe they're worse now than they were when their window was wide open, et cetera. Right? That's a name that again, I would be stunned if that happened, but maybe.
Yes, I would move on from him. I don't
Really?
think they will. I'd bet against it. The odds are plus, not minus. But I would. I mean, it's the same reason as Joe Burrow. You mean to tell me there's not a better person on planet Earth to give you a chance to win a Super Bowl next year than running it back in year 9 or whatever it is with Sean McDermott? I just disagree. Go get me a hotshot play caller that gets along with Josh Allen and let it rip.
The last one, totally irresponsible. Haven't heard anything to the contrary, or even not to the contrary. Anything on this at all. This would be a stunner. What if Andy Reid says, you know what? I just can't anymore. Someone who's done it at such a high level, who's been unbelievable, where it just feels like this era, this window has kind of closed a little bit with like my superstars, my guys. I no longer have the old faithful of Travis Kelce to bail me out anymore. Mahomes is still great, but let me pass the torch to somebody else.
That would just be hey, the wife wants me at home.
Right.
Or like, it just doesn't feel that good.
Yeah, I can't get out of bed and go 14-3 automatically anymore.
And I'm not coaching 79-hour weeks anymore. I've done it long enough. Don't see it, but I get it. That's the category we're talking about. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan, getting ready for Week 13 and a Thanksgiving Thursday in the NFL.
Back after the bye, work starts for the Commanders today as they get set for Sunday Night Football against Denver. Quarterback Jaden Daniels returned to practice, not yet cleared for contract. He's unlikely to play Sunday night, but good news was wide receiver Terry McLaurin was among those who practiced today as well.
It's very important. I think every time you go out there, you want to perform at a high level. And, I'm trying not to think with the end in mind because 6 games is a lot. And so I just really want to focus on this week.
Wide receiver Noah Brown was also working out today. McLaurin and Daniels officially considered limited at practice today. College hoops, Virginia Tech, Colorado State about to get underway. The battle for Atlantis. That's on the Team 980. Late night Terps, more Maryland midnight madness tonight. Midnight tip-off in Vegas against 8th-ranked Alabama. That one also on the Team 980. And Caps hockey tonight. They've won 4 or 5 home against the Winnipeg Jets. Caps started 7 p.m. with a face-off here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Coming up at 5:30, you'll hear what Dan Quinn had to say to reporters as he and his Commanders close in on Sunday Night Football with the Denver Broncos. Show's brought to you today and every day by the law firm Kondorian Murad.
Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. The list is endless. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Which Commanders player's stretch run in the final 6 games is most important to you? Not named Jaden Daniels. Likely a young guy, likely somebody you need to see develop, step up, break out. That's the question. I want to hit it hard here on the phones at 800-636-1067. You can hit us up on social at Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny as well. Which Commander, other than Jaden Daniels, obvious answer, we're separating him from the group, are you most needing to see play well down the stretch this season? And if you could wave a wand over one guy and all of a sudden they flourish for 6 games and they go into the offseason with momentum and we're feeling better about them than we are right now, who are you using that wish on? Some of the candidates here on the defensive side of the ball. Johnny Newton, 2nd year, has not gone according to plan. He's getting out-snapped at times by journeymen who have retired and come out of retirement to play long in the teeth end of their career. You think about Mike Sanristil, who's taken a step in the wrong direction this year. Finishing strong would be a big, big deal, it feels like, for him. Offensively, Ben Sinnott is still not in double digits in catches as we approach the winding road of the end of year 2 in his career. Jalen Lane has been up and down in a rookie season from Virginia Tech. Traylon Burks has become really interesting, Danny. He had a couple of games where he showed up and won awesome performance and then broke a finger. If he comes back, what if he had a huge final few games and you go into the offseason with McLaurin and him and a different feel at receiver possibly? Bill was great early, has not been as productive of late. Maybe he's on that list. Josh Connerly at tackle looks like a long-term building block on the right side, but he's had some rough games at times. What's the top of your list look like?
You said his name. 8 catches for 61 yards. That's a nice week for a lot of guys. That's Ben Sinnott's whole career. That's a 2nd-round pick, man. That was a 2nd-round pick. That was the 53rd overall selection. Come on, dude. That's supposed to be Kyle Juszczyk and George Kittle combined 2.0 like Voltron. I need that guy to hopefully be something or not. And then I need to know, right? Is it time to move on and forget about it, or is it worth developing? Thank you to Zach Ertz. Really appreciate it. Thanks for all the red zone stuff. Thanks for the second half of last year. We'll take it from here. I need to know if they have a dire need there or if they have an answer in-house that's just waiting in the wings for his apprenticeship. I want that guy featured. I want to know for sure after the next handful of weeks if they have a dude or if they need a dude.
I said this yesterday. What a waste this final 6 games will have been if they don't call plays for him and go into games designing looks to evaluate him like you do in the preseason. Because that's what calling plays is in August. Let's face it. I got a roster decision to make. I got a bubble player here. I got to see if Rashad Ross is the guy at wide receiver or Lake Seastrunk is the dude at running back. I'm trying to see if, this Trent Scott is going to make the team at tackle. So let's let him hold up in a 7-step drop at one-on-one without any help. Okay, let's call the running play. We don't know if he can catch the ball to the backfield. You know what we're doing? He's running an arrow route, or we're slipping the ball out on a screen. That's what August is. Well, January is about to be August. December is about to be August. That's what this needs to be for this coaching staff. So if we get to the end of the road here, Danny, after the next month, and Ben Sinnott has had 3 or 4 more targets and 1 or 2 more catches, and they've just kind of operated where Zach Ertz is catching 5-6 balls, and you get a little Colson Yankoff there, and you get some John Bates over here. What a waste that will be. That will be inexcusable. They 100% should go into a game and go, all right, Ben, today you're getting 40 snaps, you're getting 8 targets, you're getting 4 catches, and we're going to see what you do after the catch. Because if not, what a waste of useless games. That's the whole point. The only silver lining to this crap season is what we're talking about.
100%. And it's too early because the race isn't over. But there's a lot of guys that were drafted before, middle, and after these 3 second-rounders that have done a lot better, have done a lot more in the league than these 3 guys. Sanders still, I think, is a win, even though he struggled at times this year. Overall, that's an NFL player. Whether he's better on the inside, outside, slot, boundary, we'll figure it out, but you got something. That's worth pursuing.
He's kind of the player version, though, of the team. Last year was a massive win.
Yep. This
year is a massive disappointment. And if we're saying the truth is probably in the middle, then it might work around where he was taken. But this year, for a second-round pick, is not good enough. I mean, this has been a really disappointing season.
Especially, they took Johnny Newton a couple picks later. Cooper DeJean went for Philadelphia, and he's excellent. And there's a million of those as you start to go around. Some of it is scheme and fit and team and blah, blah, blah. The other part of it, though, is guys who've been more productive, and they're now being counted on for their teams, and they're playing a lot better, certainly, than Washington is. So it's one of those, like, hey, put up or shut up times, both for the player and for the team. I need to know. I get it, not starting him right away and not throwing him into the fire. It's a big adjustment a lot of times for tight ends from college to the pros. I get it. You got a veteran that you thought was going to be spotty healthy in Zach Ertz, who had a renaissance last year. He was basically out of football. He was great for you. I get that. 12-5, NFC Championship. Now, you're not that. Neither is he. What are we doing and when are we doing it? Let's go.
My answer is another of the round 2 guys, and it's Johnny Newton. And by the way, when we just talk about second-round players, it's one thing to get drafted at 50 or 52 or like the San Still range or the 50 through 55 where Sinnott came off the board. Johnny Newton was the 36th pick in the draft. 4 picks after round 1. He was also, by the way, viewed as a round 1 talent who fell into the second round. The value, go back, I know I said this, but a lot of people did. I was wrong so far. A lot of us were. But a lot of people felt like this was a steal because of the foot injury that was not going to linger, but had cost him a chance to have the pre-draft process that would have led to him going in the 20 to 32 range. Remember how beloved that pick is? I mean, there are times where Washington will make a pick and they'll get panned and everyone goes, what? I don't see this. This guy shouldn't have gone that high. And that's happened with this regime a few times with Sinnott was one of those players. Luke McCaffrey was one of those players. But this is not that. This is the opposite. They couldn't have enough positive things said about them in the Johnny Newton front after the draft. And guess what? We're now almost through year 2.
Mm-hmm.
He has 4 total sacks, which, you're a D tackle, whatever. But the impact plays are few and far between. 11 quarterback hits, 8 TFLs, 27 career games. This is probably more like a rookie year because last year he was in and out with injuries and he was kind of chasing the season because he didn't get to have the preseason, the offseason. So I'll dismiss that and I'll just say, fine, this is your rookie year. But let's just say last year didn't exist and this was actually his rookie year at just 23 years old. It's been a pretty disappointing rookie year then. Like if this was the first year, you take the injury out of it because he's been healthy the whole time, and this is the first time we ever saw him, I'd feel the exact same way. I'd be going, this is not what I saw on tape at Illinois. This is not the guy that I thought they were getting, who lives in the backfield, who gets up the field, who pushes the pocket. It has been, he looks like a different player to me. I mean, stylistically, and just the one thing I'll give him is a lot of effort. He chased down from behind, runs. Every single play, he's high motor. He's going to go 110 miles an hour. And that's a character thing, and I like that about him. But I would have guessed that he would have one or two plays a week, like a Daron Payne, where you notice him and you go, I'm glad he's on my side. That happens like once a month at this point.
Well, I mean, I'll summarize it this way. If they were 10-2 and he was getting out snapped by a veteran, you'd go, all right, maybe his time will come. For a 3-8 team that can't stop anybody, for a 3-8 team that went through one of the worst defensive stretches this league has ever seen, not hyperbolic, and you're losing snaps to Sheldon Day, you've been outsnapped this year by Eddie Goldman, you've been outsnapped this year, in game by Jalen Holmes, other guys as part of rotations who were available for anybody to sign at any time for months, and you were a second-round pick, and it going great. It's just not. So again, that's another one where I don't care if he's bad right now. I need him in the lineup working. I understand they went and got Javon Kinlaw, and they wanted to kind of change their personalities to who they were. And maybe if Daron Payne's gone next year, he just kind of slides into the starting lineup. But to me, that's not good enough, especially with all the injuries they've had on the defensive front, most specifically at the end. Where's my creativity? Where's him on running downs, for example, kind of lining up almost as a de facto DN, maybe with a linebacker standing up over his side on the strong side or something? How is he losing snaps this badly to guys that are borderline on rosters?
But if he were to finish very strong over these final 6, maybe I would feel like, all right, this was the rookie year. Something clicked. He came on, and now there's something in there that we hadn't seen. Let's go to Eric in Upper Marlboro on G&D. Of the young guys on the roster, we're taking Daniels out of the equation. Who is it most important for you to see be better down the stretch?
Well, I want to see him run the ball, and I'd love to see Bill bust a couple of 30-yarders.
It's been a while. By the way, he did start of the year, his first game against the Giants. Remember all the hype coming out, and then he didn't even start, but he ripped off that 42-yarder, I think it was, to put the game away against New York around the right edge. His long on the season was that 42-yard run. He had a 27-yarder against the Chargers. He had a 16-yarder against the Falcons. But listen to this, over the last 5 games for Bill. Long, not, like the average, but the long of 9, 5, 6, 6, and 10. He hasn't had a run longer than 10 yards. He had the highest percentage of carries, 10 or more, in the NFL through a few weeks. He's had one 10-yard carry since they played the Bears on Monday Night Football. That's crazy.
That's nuts. I mean, I don't know how much is him. I personally don't blame him a ton. I don't think he got dramatically worse since then. I don't think he's all of a sudden forgotten how to run or has lost cutting ability and burst. I think it's defenses are not afraid of anything over the top and are pressing and coming downhill in boxes and making it challenging for them. I don't think the blocking is there. And I don't think anyone's afraid of their passing game, which is the entire point of this to me. But I would like to see him get going.
I agree with that. I don't think Bill has been bad, but I will say in the same games against the same defenses, Chris Rodriguez has been more successful the last few weeks. So why is that? Chris is in Hyattsville. What's up, Chris? How are you?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Grant, I have to agree with you. It's Ben Sinnott for me is number one. Also, I think Jalen Lane. I wish NFL general managers were more Billy Bean-like and just took options away from flailing teams and from coaches. Like, to me, Zach Ertz is Cliff Kingsbury's security blanket, and we need to take his Wilby away from him and get Ben Sinnott some opportunities, because he's not going to be part of the equation going forward. I'm not sure that's a thing in the NFL. Grant, you've been in NFL locker rooms. You know how they work. I just wish they would kind of operate more like Bill Clinton A's and saying, we're going to see what players we've got, or a baseball franchise, instead of go get them every man, put the best player on the field. We play to win the game kind of mantra. You need to see how your young players are going to perform and forecast for next year.
Totally agree with that. And that's kind of the cousin, or the brother-in-law, or the adjacent to the, how could you ever sit a guy, et cetera. And again, I think there are different conversations, but that mentality doesn't creep into the week-to-week league where there's only 17 games that is the NFL. And I've always lamented that, to Chris's point. I think it's a mistake. When you're out of it, this is not veteran time, but that's not how locker rooms work. And I would like to be able to make it more forward-thinking, to make them work that way. So I love the way he phrased that, of take away the coach's whoopee, because all these coaches need to be told in a secure fashion, we're not going to judge you if your rookie players like Jalen Lane get 8 targets and the offense isn't very good, right? We need to know if this guy can be counted on or if we have to go shopping in that regard. I need to know if Ben Sinnott's the dude or if I need to go shopping in that regard. I need to know those sorts of things. Play them and scheme them up for them, even if it makes you worse in the short term.
But a guy like Dan Quinn is not worried about, Adam Peters getting upset at him if the offense isn't good or they don't win while he's doing that. Like, they have such a good relationship. They talk every hour of every day, pretty much. He's got the ability to. His brain's just not wired to do that.
Yeah, I'm saying let's sit him down,
right,
with some electromagnets tied to him or something.
So this is where I think actually Chris is more onto something, which is to say Peters should just say, "Hey man, here is what we're doing." Like, he runs the show anyway. It's his operation. Just go to Dan Quinn and say, "Hey man," and it doesn't have to be this week against the Broncos. Again, you and I kind of disagreed on this, but it's not January 1st right now. Like, there's 6 games left. It's basically a third of a season. You don't need to shut it down this week. But in 2 weeks, let's say, for the stretch run of the 3 or 4 game sample, certainly for the final 2 or 3 games of this season, yeah, it's Ben Sinnott time. This is now Johnny Newton 55 snaps time. Yep. This is 92% of reps for, Colson Yankoff and Ben Sinnott at tight end over the guys that we know are going to be here in Ertz and Bates.
And when I don't get it, I'm just telling everybody in advance I'm going to be insufferable. Because I think that's coming. I think they're going to keep running out the old guys for weeks and weeks and weeks.
Let's go to Vic and Akakik on Grant and Danny. Vic, take Jaden Daniels out of the equation. Who do you want to see shine down the stretch of the youth?
Grant, I want to first say that over the years, I respect your football acumen. And what I respect about it is that you admire good football teams and football teams that do things the right way and based on analytics and based on culture. And you hear about it all the time when you highlight things that are relevant to what we're discussing about.
I appreciate you, man. That means a lot. Thank
you. Yes, sir. With that being said, the most important commander to me right now, considering all the people that just were named, Johnny Newton, Ben Sinnott, Jalen Lane, is Dan Quinn. And it's important to me what Dan Quinn has been doing up to this point, or is prepared to do, because it's not based on something else you just said. Because Adam Peters is the boss, and what Adam Peters just has to do is say, "Hey, for the trajectory and the progression of the organization where we want it to go, whether what we did last year and what's happening this year, we need to see our young guys. We need to see what we invested in, and if they have the talent to carry this team for the next 5 years." And what I need to make sure, here's the evaluation and the progress monitoring, using an educated term. I'm an educator. Have you been doing the progress monitoring in practice? Have you been doing the progress monitoring in games? Have you been doing the progress monitoring in the film room, doing the X's and O's and preparing game plans for our young talent, so we can know if they are or they aren't? And that's coaching. And that's why I feel Dan Quinn is the most important right now, because if we go 9-8-9 or 9-8, or we get somewhere near to that, that would be respectable for us, considering injuries, football being football and all the things we dealt with this year. We'll consider it. We'll be okay moving to the next level as fans in general. But if we're not, and we're well under 500, and even our young guys don't get time, and even our young guys, our older guys still don't produce, that's going to be a problem. And it's going to point back to Dan, and then Adam is going to start to having conversations with Dan.
I think it's a great point, man. Happy holidays to you, buddy. I didn't mean to cut you off there. We're jumping up against it. That's a really good point. I mean, honestly, this is a different set of criteria that we're normally judging on. When you come off a 12-5 NFC title game appearance, we're basically judging you on that. Okay, that court case is now settled and resolved. Here's the next thing we're trying to judge you on, right? Where's the development of my young pieces? I need the guys that were here last year that were promising to be promising again. That's the guys that you mentioned. We've talking about them. It's Sandra Still, it's Newton, it's Sinnott, it's Jalen Lane this year. It's the young pieces. There aren't a ton of them because they haven't had many picks, but the guys that are here, I need them to grow down the stretch. I think that's a very fair standard.
You're going to hear from Dan Quinn. He was asked about playing the kids a little more in today's press conference. What did he say? That's next on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouhier here from my pals at Ted Britt Ford. When you buy from Ted Britt Ford, you get Ted Britt for life lifetime vehicle coverage. That's with every new and pre-owned vehicle with less than 100,000 miles. Think about it. You get a car from 10 years ago that's got 97,000 miles on it. You get the same coverage as the 0.0 folks. Pretty great, right? Ted Bird for Life means peace of mind for life. Powertrain coverage, battery replacement, complimentary service loaners, Virginia state inspections, and so much more. It's the best buying experience I've ever had. They've been doing this for more than 65 years. And the reason you get 65 plus years is you know how to treat people really, really well, right? They treat you like family. That's the deal. Good people over at Ted Bird Ford have been taking care of folks just like you and me since 1959. Think about that. Decades in the car game, right? You do that by, again, getting people great value. How about on your trade-in? Get more than you possibly think for your trade-in. Apply that value towards something brand new from Ted Bird Ford. You give them things like Ted Bird for Life, and you get them in, get them out with the best deal in town. I love Ted Bird Ford, and you guys will too. So happy Thanksgiving from them to you. Enjoy it. And once you're done with all the turkey and the stuffing, go see my pals at Ted Bird Ford for a great deal.
Some big names back at practice for the Commanders as they get set for Sunday Night Football against Denver. Jaden Daniels, one of them, back at practice today, but not yet cleared for contact. Still unlikely to play Sunday. Wide receiver Terry McLaurin, another one, though, back to work today. He was limited, but McLaurin said afterwards he felt, quote, really good and better than when he returned in Week 8. College basketball, Virginia Tech and Colorado State about to get underway in just a few minutes. The battle for Atlantis in the Bahamas, that's over on the Team 980. Also, Maryland back in action tonight. More late-night Terps against 8th-ranked Alabama. That's a midnight tip-off again for Maryland basketball over on the Team 980. Hockey, the Capitals are back in action tonight at home against the Winnipeg Jets. 7 p.m. face-off here on the Fan. Caps have turned things around a little bit now. They have won 4 or 5. Caps head into the night holding the first wild card spot right now in the Eastern Conference. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Grant and Danny, welcoming you back on the Fan. Dan Quinn met with reporters today for his daily press conference. You knew Jaden Daniels was going to come up, playing the youth as the stretch run continues with 6 to go out of the bye. Conversation began with him talking about the wide receiver position, updates on Terry McLaurin and Noah Brown.
Terry, Noah, are they full go this week?
Yep.
Okay.
I don't know about they're practicing.
Okay. All right. For you, with all these guys back and all that, obviously 6 games left, a lot of things that maybe you want to play for, a little bit harder to attain now. But what is the value for you guys in just having a really strong finish to build off of?
Yeah, I think it's really important. I told the team, for a year and a half, we're building something good. The only way it's going to be great is if you find these standards and find the details, John, to take it to the next space and take it to the next space. It's not something that you just turn on and off like a faucet. And so missing the mark on some, that bothers you, that pisses you off, and you want to fix it. You want to correct it. And so that's what it looks like to me, to throw excellent weeks and having a day like today to start it. You throw a good Wednesday, you throw a good Thursday and Friday. And of course that carries over into the game. Then you can lean back and say, okay, yeah, I can do just what we did in practice. So that's why I'm so excited to get the reps and the full speed work with everybody and build that continuity, because it makes a difference and it helps. And I'm looking forward to doing that.
Bear with me on this one. With the defense building off of the Miami game, what can you take from that game to build off of? And then I guess along with that, with Frankie Louvu, the pass rush numbers, we can look at the numbers and say they're not the same as last year, but what are you seeing from him and what do you want to see from him going forward?
I think first at linebacker, you want to see guys that can tackle, play square or tough, can impact the game. So that part, that's what I'm looking for first, at that spot. The added value is the rushing, the blitzing. We've rushed him more as a DN as opposed to blitzing. And sometimes that's just by necessity, John. And so you've had it all the way you want, you bring him from off the ball and do that more often, but that's where we are. And I'm very pleased with him. He's absolutely established himself as one of the leaders here, high standards of things we want to get done. I do love his versatility, and having all the extra work on the edge will pay dividends, but the guy's got real natural instincts. And I can't say that, in years to come, we'll be more off and blitzing possibly, but until then, this is how we get down.
Building off the defense, what can you take from that game to go forward?
I liked the intensity that I saw, especially down in some of the red zone stuff. I liked the communication, to limit the explosive plays. That's a big deal, John. So that's, a few of the things I want to see. And heading into this game, that's going to be an important piece for us to make sure, man, right spot, right location, and really nailing your job, not most of the time, every time. That's to me the over and over and over. And that's why I'm excited about the continuity and the reps together.
And what's the ramp up for Jaden this week in terms of getting him closer to playing?
Yeah. And some of that, it's nice, David, because of the continuity. It's Noah, it's Terry, it's Debo, it's Trayvon, and getting extra turns with some of those guys. We kind of scripted even some for specific routes for specific players, so we can dig in hard on that. And so it'll be a challenging, good week to push, but it's more about the timing, the execution in the passing game from the specific side for him and game plan. There's some specific things we want to work on, but today's goal, man, let's get throwing with those guys and find that timing and that edge.
With the receiver room, obviously Terry can take the top off and Noah's a great possession receiver, but how do their presence also help you on the tunnel screens and some of the other stuff that you do with the receivers?
Yeah, it's one of the areas that we want to do because when obviously Debo is another factor in that. And so when you have three in connection doing it all, that's a difference as opposed to watch for this one player doing this one thing. And that's what I look to see, where Terry has a factor in that, Debo has a factor in that, who's got vertical shots. All three of them can now. So having the ability for Debo now to play all the multiple spots, that's going to be an advantage as well. And so Terry will be able to play both right and left as well. So that's what we intend to do. And then be part of the whole thing. I, want to make sure hitting the right marks, throwing the right practices. So it's not like a wide open, throw to him, but, integrate everybody together.
Hi, Coach. You mentioned that it's exciting for you as a coach to have that continuity back with more players on the field. I'm curious what the energy has been like from the players in the locker room and in the meetings this week as they start to get back out there together.
Yeah, players-wise, you can feel that energy too. Seeing some of their teammates coming back, that's a big deal. It started on Monday, I felt, coming back. That was probably the first time we had, a bigger group together for a practice for the entire season. So that was a big step forward. And then let's carry it into the week. We like the competitions. We like what that means. And so we just wanted to just focus in on this time, this moment. If you're really going to have a standard, it's day by day, but it's really even like moment by moment. It's the next play. It's the next series. It's that practice. And so that's what we're going to chase hard. I want these guys to find the details together. And if we do that again and again, that's when kind of the fun stuff begins. But we've got to put that work in to do that. It's very important for us to find that.
And you've described Jaden as this really high energy competitor. What have your conversations been like with him over the past few weeks as you balance getting him back on the field while also not trying to rush that process?
Yeah, the part of him, like the rehab part first, that's where you start. And so it's not going to be this way forever when you're, in a sling and not doing well. And so then here's the next step. What's the next marker? And practice is the next one. And so when you hit the next steps, okay, a little more enthusiasm, a little more momentum, knowing where the next thing can come. And so that's an important piece. And so all of us in life, sometimes we're looking all the way down the road and let's get to the next step and to the next step. And we're not going to miss any with him. He knows, we all know the importance of him and the franchise. So we're not going to miss any steps, but this is also a developing football player that is hungry to get back, and we're hungry to help him become the player that he's going to become. And that's a really cool thing.
Dan, it seemed like against the Dolphins, the rushing attack got going for you guys a little bit more than in weeks past. What's kind of the key to continuing that against a pretty tough run defense this week in the Broncos?
Yeah, it's going to be important. You heard me say the run actions, the screens, those are the things that can set you forward. And it takes work to do that. I've been pleased by some of the progress that I saw in that. And going into it, that'll be high value, not just this week, but moving forward. If you want to have a good balanced attack, all right, run the ball well, because now you're able to have more balance because of play actions and other things that can go with it. So it's an important part of what we do, not for this week or last week, but just it's really important that this is how we want to get down, and knowing that we need the work, we need the timing, all of it. So we're excited to do that.
What has his absence kind of meant for this defense, and kind of the flip side is what will his return bring to the defense?
I'll start on the return side. For him, Will is a really good communicator. Just like a hungry competitor. So I've liked that part about him. He's got good football awareness, Tom, because his background, he played corner, he's played nickel, he played safety. So some guys can, see this way, and Will can expand the vision to see other things, to give the alerts to other players. So he did a good job even during the rehab process. He was involved, he was in meetings. And so after his surgery, he was a couple weeks out in LA, and then he came right back, I think, after our trip from LA. And that's when we began the process, him being in the meetings together. So we like what he communicates like. We like the hitting that he brings, and the competitive style that he has.
Dan, last year, this team was so good playing at home. This year, you've lost 3 in a row at home. How important is it to kind of reestablish that identity of, playing at home and having that home field advantage?
Yeah, it's super important. And we love the energy that our fans have created at home. And so as a team, we need to repay that. We need to get that part back. And we had been good at home over, previously. And so started the season that way. And so we've got to get that done. That's very important for us as a team to show that gratitude for the fan base and the energy that they poured into the team. Like, we are desperate to pay that back to them.
Another player getting back, Deron Payne. Obviously, he did not make the trip to Madrid. Teachable moment, learning moment, curious kind of the conversations you've had with Deron and his mindset, getting back on the field now.
It was difficult from the time we knew this suspension could take place all the way up till, the appeal that was, X minutes before takeoff. And so it went all the way to the wire. So you discuss, you learn, you want to make sure the lessons, what can you take from these moments? So not only for him, but for him to be able to pass that along, to someone else in that same space. But we are pumped to have him back, man. That's a big deal for us.
We've talked a lot about some of the established players getting more time on task now, but as some of the larger team goals, kind of slip away a little bit, how do you balance getting, kind of some younger players' practical experience and development with time on field versus, like bringing back these established guys who have been there and done that?
Yeah, it's a great question. And you're trying to find the balance between both, winning now and developing, for tomorrow as well. There's some people that I think are making those steps, like Jordan McGee is one that I'm feeling that type of step going to the next spot. But you have to be able to try to do both. I was pleased to see Jones make a big play in the game last week at receiver. And so when those moments come and you're helping the guys develop, that's a big deal. What we also do here is, like you guys know, NFL practices, there's carded looks that you get to it. And we do quite a few where we don't do that. We want to see where's their knowledge, where's their development coming along. So we spend extra time with the players who don't have as much experience to get them into practices, get the meaningful reps, see them compete. And that's why I like having a full crew to be able to practice and do that. That's a big deal. We've expanded our competitions at practice today because we have more people that can do it. So the trickle down effect of that is, okay, more people get those third down competition reps today, like a guy like Biggers and McDaniel, like those who are literally, waiting for their chance to get some more chances. It's a big deal.
Dan Quinn today with the media. He does seem more earnest than other coaches in like the coach speak part of it. And I don't mean that as a slight, but when he's talking about the importance of even a lost season game at the end of this year, we got to do it right because this is how we get down and this is the message we want to send. I really don't think he's just saying words. I think that's really like how he lives. He means it.
I think that's a good point because I just I hear the same things that I've always heard, and I'm kind of going, my God, is this the Dan Quinn Tron 3000 spewing out like the AI regurgitated stuff, which you say in these situations? But there may be that other side to it, to your point, that this is how he lives, man. This is who he is at all times, 24/7.
Some burning NFL questions from Dad. Coming up in a few, it's Grant and Danny taking you up to 6:30. Remember, at the top of the hour in 20 minutes, we are scouting the Broncos ahead of Sunday Night Football. It's the Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet for Ted Britt Ford. Again? Yes, again. I want to tell you about Ted Britt Ford so badly. Here's what's going on. Years ago now, I don't remember what year it was, maybe 14, 15, something like that. The wife and I, we had our little guy. He's now 12, but then he was like 2 or 3 years old, right? And we needed some more space. Anytime we went 7 feet, it was a total pain, right? You get the pack and play and the car seat and the strollers and this, that, and the other. We needed more space, needed a bigger car. So we settled on a couple different test drives from Ted Britt Ford. We test drove the Edge, the Escape, ultimately settled on the Edge. That was the right size for us. So we braced ourselves for that thing. You know what I'm talking about? That car buying process, that miserable thing that we all dread that takes 10 hours longer than you always wanted to for some reason, except it never came. We got in, we got out with the great deal. The whole thing was so fast, they won my business that day. I said to my wife on the way home, this is where we go car shopping now. We are Ted Britt people, and we've been back multiple times ever since. I don't even know what car I'm on now for Ted Britt Ford. I got a Mach-E from Ted Britt Ford. You can get one just like mine, $10,500 off the MSRP and no payments for 90 days. Go see my pals at Ted Britt Ford, and please tell them Danny sent you.
If you missed any part of today's Thanksgiving food draft, an all-timer, one that will be remembered. I'm still full, basically, because the good folks at Stupid Good Barbecue brought in quite literally the most ridiculous food spread we've ever had in show history. They got a lot of cool offers going on around Thanksgiving. They're doing a smoked turkey feast, party packs that can be pre-ordered online and picked up anytime today through close into tomorrow. They're there until 4 o'clock. Stupid Good Barbecue until 4 p.m. for your last-minute needs. So go check out their site. They're open on Thanksgiving Day for walk-ins. Barbecue party packs are year-round, though. So I've done this before with friends coming over for football. They do it on Saturdays and Sundays, Super Bowl party, all kinds of stuff. They can even deliver and set everything up for you when they do that. Absolutely love me some Stupid Good Barbecue. So pre-order for Christmas starting now. They just opened those. So if you're thinking about having people over, you want to do the Thanksgiving-like spread with the rolls from Best Buns and the pies and all that stuff, they got it all for you. But man, oh man, Danny, we're going to have to be rolled out of here when the day is done. You looked up at us like an hour and a half ago and said you were uncomfortably full and like you needed to stop eating. And
then I ate more after
trying
that
to throw
somehow.
you under the bus. You have not stopped eating yet.
Good God almighty.
CK even came up to me like during a commercial break and he's like, what do you think is the chance that Danny gets sick tonight? And I said, well, his wife's not here to stop him. And I'm pretty sure his wife's already left town.
Yep.
So really, really high, actually.
It's a great chance. I mean, to the point that I'm uncomfortably full, but food is too good. I'm a sheep. Like, if there is food in front of me that's delicious, all willpower and all common sense goes out the window. And common sense left about an hour ago on a pony.
Amazing that they hooked us up and just made the day better. It's thankful for that on this Thanksgiving holiday season. But go listen to the pod wherever you get your audio to hear how Ryan Clary, inexplicably the early leader in polling, maybe had as good a draft as he's ever had before.
Certainly his best draft.
It took him trying to make a bad trade that he then walked himself back on, and all of a sudden, after offering a trade, pulled it back. Also, Darius made the worst trade in the history of the Great and Danny Thanksgiving food draft. He's been taking a lot of heat for it. But you did something that for many, many years you haven't done, Darius, rather, and you got collard greens, which I know people are very excited about.
Yes. I hope I satisfied many people across the nation that listen to the Grand Danny program.
Many, many people listening on the Odyssey app. All right, let's get into the National Football League and the pigskin starting to get played tomorrow. Some burning questions. Speaking of Dad, he's got some for us.
With 6 weeks to go, give me some of your favorite award, or give me some of your award choices. Give me your MVP, your offensive player of the year, and your defensive player of the year with 6 weeks to go.
I think these are easy right now. MVP is Stafford over Drake May narrowly. I still think Drake May could win this thing if Stafford relents, but 30 touchdowns, 2 picks. NFL record 27 touchdowns in a row in season here without an interception. He is balling at age 37. He's just been on another level, so he's my MVP. OPOY, I think you can kind of put a bow on this one. It's Jackson Smith and Jigba, who's on his way to breaking records at the wide receiver position for catches and yards. He's got 80 grabs for 1,313 yards. That's a hell of a season through 11 games, 6 to go. So he's going to be your OPOY. And Myles Garrett, who's going to shatter the sacks record, is going to win the Defensive Player of the Year award. He's already got 18. He needs 5 more to break the record. He's got 13 in his last 4 games. This is his games log in sacks over the last month. 3, 4, 1, 5, 1. You realize he had, it's not like it's nothing, but he had 4 sacks through the first 7 games. And he's got 18 right now with 6 to go.
Just patently insane. If he doesn't have another snap this year, he's the DPOY. Let me throw another nominee for Offensive Player of the Year at you. If you don't like it, throw it right back. Let's not discount Jonathan Taylor, who's got an outside shot at rushing for maybe 1,800, 1,900 yards. He's got 17 touchdowns, leads the NFL. Second in the NFL in scrimmage yards, and he's only a handful of yards behind Christian McCaffrey, who has an extra game and a billion more touches, numbers approximate to his credit. Averaging well over 108 yards a game on the ground, has just under 1,200 with 15 touchdowns. In that regard, has, I think, close to a couple hundred, maybe almost 300 rather, receiving yards as well for a team that's out in first place. I'm giving it to JSN, but I think with a strong close and maybe a slip up or two from JSN, it could be Jonathan Taylor's award.
with the NFC playoff picture currently, with the Rams at the top, the Eagles with the number 2 seed, Bears at 3, Tampa Bay at 4, Seattle at 5, Green Bay at 6, San Francisco at 7. Which of those 7 teams do you see possibly falling out with 6 weeks to go?
Okay, so doing the math, it would have to. I think the Niners are in simply because their schedule is too easy. Even if they're not good, they're going to get their 10, 11 wins. I think it'd be the Packers is the most likely to fall out, right? I don't think anybody is going to catch Tampa in that dumb division, even though Carolina's only, like a half game behind them. Nobody's any good in that division. So Green Bay is the most vulnerable because they play Detroit this week. Difficult schedule. Even though they're not one of the worst teams, they, to me, would be the most likely to fall out of that group.
Chicago's the easy answer. And just look at the odds. They're currently, I don't think, by way of the odds, expected to make the playoffs. Like, you're still able to get close to plus money on them getting in to the playoffs. I know they're the 3 seed, but that's because they're a half game
up on Green Bay,
better than Green Bay, and Green Bay controls their own destiny. They still play again. Again, we talked about this earlier. A lot of people think the Bears don't make the playoffs. They have Philly this week on Friday, then Green Bay. If they lose both of those games, they're 8-5. They'd already be on the outside looking in. You get Cleveland, get to 9-5, but then you finish with playoff team Green Bay, playoff team San Francisco, playoff team likely Detroit. So they've got the hardest remaining schedule. I'll go with the Bears.